The heroine possesses a divine tree capable of sprouting magical eyes, one of which is the Eye of Death. Uchiha Kamizuki, an unfortunate soul transported to the early days of Konoha, faces extraordinary challenges. With a father from the Uchiha clan and a mother from the Senju clan, she bears the Sharingan, yet wields with release, constantly caught in the crossfire of others' ambitions. In the 6th year of Konoha, within the Land of Fire, the village flourishes under the protection of the two strongest warriors, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha and Senju clans, once embroiled in a bitter feud during the Warring States period, now coexist on the same soil. Having endured an era where life was as disposable as grass, ninjas cherish this hard-won peace, with an increasing number of clans joining this nascent power, seemingly on the brink of a future devoid of war and bloodshed. Yet, can centuries of hatred and blood debts truly be set aside so easily? Fire release, dragon flame song technique. By the banks of the Southie River, a man clad in purple, with a high ponytail of raven hair, fiercely pursues a brown-haired woman adorned with the Senju clan's insignia. As she accelerates, nearly escaping his grasp, he decisively unleashes the Uchiha clan's proud fire techniques. Point four fire dragons converge from all directions upon the seemingly defenseless woman, yet instead of fear, a disdainful smirk graces her lips. She leaps into the air, executing a swift somersault, and hurls 3 kunai affixed with explosive tags at 3 of the advancing fire dragons. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensues as 3 fire dragons meet their demise, shaking the earth and threatening to obliterate everything in their vicinity. However, both the Uchiha man and the Senju woman deftly avoid the chaos, with the latter landing gracefully on the river's surface. Concealing an object behind her back with her right hand, she swiftly forms seals with her left, channeling her chakra. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon surges from the river, crashing directly into the fire dragon, and steam rises, obscuring the man's view. Seizing this opportunity, the woman dashes forward without a glance back. Senju Takaharu. The Uchiha man grits his teeth, his blood-red Sharingan flaring with intensity as he glares at Senju Takaharu and the object in her grasp. "You thieving wretch! Return my daughter, bah!" Uchiha Honkai. "How shameless you are!" Fuming, Takaharu retorts. "What do you mean your daughter? Kamizuki is clearly mine." Amidst the chaos, a little girl caught in Takaharu's embrace feels utterly despondent. As her mother flips her in the air, her stomach churns, and she is grateful that breakfast was skipped, otherwise she might have vomited. In the sunlight, the girl, resembling a delicate rice dumpling, raises her head, gazing plaintively at the quarreling Takaharu and Honkai. "Mommy, Daddy, I feel so dizzy." Kamizuki. Honkai's expression twists with rage, resembling a mythical demon that preys upon the unwary. Were it not for the child still in Takaharu's possession, he might have lunged at her recklessly. Senju Takaharu. "If you can't look after the child, then you should never have taken her. Return her to me at once." Uchiha Honkai. "How dare you say that? Was it not you who seized Kamizuki from my side first?" Fuming, Takaharu stands her ground on the river surface, engaging in a heated exchange with her longtime adversary, Uchiha Honkai. Their tempers flare as they hurl insults at one another, reminiscent of the battlefields of the Warring States. The 5-year-old Uchiha Kamizuki instinctively covers her ears, desperate to shield her innocent heart from the taint of their quarrel. With a resigned sigh, she reflects, "Ah, here we go again." Since her birth, she has been caught in the crossfire between the relentless foes, Takaharu and Honkai. She has long since grasped their patterns. They argue endlessly whenever they meet, like firecrackers that refuse to cease. While they bicker, let us delve into the complex relationships of these 3 individuals. Senju Takaharu, a high-ranking member of the Senju clan, is a trusted confidant of the legendary Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and an elder of her clan, renowned as a formidable kunoichi. Moreover, she is the biological mother of Uchiha Kamizuki. Uchiha Honkai, a prominent figure within the Uchiha clan and a capable subordinate of the infamous Uchiha Madara, is also an elder and a prodigious ninja. He is Kamizuki's biological father. Uchiha Kamizuki, at the tender age of 5, is the daughter of Senju Takaharu and Uchiha Honkai, and a direct disciple of Uchiha Madara. Additionally, she is an unfortunate time traveler, transported into the dark and brutal world of Naruto, where human life holds little value. Her plight is already dire, compounded by her lack of foreknowledge about the plot. Having barely watched a few episodes prior to her arrival, not only must she endure 3 great ninja wars, but she must also face the dreaded night of the Uchiha massacre, which looms 50 years ahead. Contemplating her fate, she realizes that if she survives until that night, she might be an elderly woman, unable to enjoy her twilight years, and instead fall victim to the machinations of Uchiha Itachi, the devoted son with a twisted sense of duty. Being born into the Uchiha clan is undeniably a stroke of misfortune. However, if she were to survive until that fateful night, could she prevent the massacre? Even as a wrinkled old woman, Kamizuki would wield her cane against the 2 calamities, Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Danzo, as for surviving the 4th Great Ninja War to reach the era of Boruto. That is but a fleeting dream. It is worth noting that the Senju and Uchiha clans were historically sworn enemies, and the bitter rivalry between Takaharu and Honkai has persisted for years, mirroring the legendary enmity between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as well as Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama, characterized by irreconcilable differences. Thus, the question arises, how did Senju Takaharu and Uchiha Honkai end up entangled, resulting in the birth of Uchiha Kamizuki? It has been said that love and hate are but 2 sides of the same coin. While this may not be an absolute truth, it aptly describes the relationship between Takaharu and Honkai. Their desire to destroy one another is genuine, yet an undeniable appreciation and concern for each other also exists beneath the surface. Initially, their destinies seemed destined to culminate in mutual annihilation on the battlefield, but the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans irrevocably altered their fates. Once the necessity for bloodshed dissipated, feelings of fondness began to blossom, entwining until they flourished. Thus, on a fateful day after the founding of Konoha, fueled by alcohol, the 2 found themselves drawn together. Ninjas inherently eschew the pomp and circumstance associated with commoners and nobility. Their existence is one of daily peril, living on the edge of a blade, reveling in the fleeting joys of the present. Thus, upon sobering from their intoxication, the 2 parted ways, having merely tidied up their affairs. Senju Toka and Uchiha Hano were acutely aware that, despite the Senju and Uchiha clans' collaboration to establish a village, the deep-seated animosities between their families could not be easily resolved. Consequently, the blossoming affection between them was doomed to wither before any resolution could be achieved. Yet, unexpected events often transpire in the most unforeseen circumstances. 3 months later, the oblivious Senju Toka discovered, to her astonishment, that she was pregnant. Initially, she intended to discreetly terminate the pregnancy without informing the father, Uchiha Hano, and even sought a year-long mission from her clan leader, Senju Hashirama, to quietly give birth to the child in secrecy. However, the fetus within her was far from obedient from the moment it took form. It began to voraciously siphon her chakra. As a member of the Senju clan, Toka possessed a substantial reserve of chakra, though not as boundless as Hashirama's. Yet even so, she found herself unable to endure the. After all, Hano was the child's father. If they were to meet their demise, they would do so together, could not escape the consequences. Unfortunately, this plan proved futile. Hano too was left nearly drained, while the child's appetite only grew. The 2 parents, reduced to mere husks, realized that a solution was imperative, and they needed to find another unfortunate soul to assist them. The candidate for this dire role needed to possess an abundance of chakra, a connection to both of them, and a willingness to shoulder this burden, preferably with some familial ties. After sifting through potential candidates, only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama remained viable options. Originally, Hashirama, with his immense chakra and benevolent nature, would have been the ideal choice, certain to care for Toka and her unborn child. However, he had a brother, Senju Tobirama. Known for his ruthlessness, should he discover this predicament, Toka's fate would be uncertain, and her child's safety would be irrevocably compromised. Thus, the arduous task ultimately fell upon Uchiha Madara. But who was Madara? A fearsome battlefield demon. The stoic leader of the Uchiha clan, should he learn of his trusted subordinate's illicit affair resulting in an offspring, he might well decide to eliminate both the child and its parents without hesitation, in despair. Uchiha Hano was tormented by anxiety, his dark locks thinning under the weight of his worry. Yet, for the sake of Senju Toka and their child, he resolved to confront Madara with a sense of grim determination. To his astonishment, Madara not only agreed to assist, but generously offered his lavish abode for Toka to nurture her pregnancy, ensuring the secrecy of her condition. For reasons unknown, he seemed genuinely intrigued by the prospect of a child born of both Senju and Uchiha lineage. Thus, a delicate equilibrium was maintained between Toka, Hano, and Madara, each harboring their own ulterior motives. With Madara's involvement, the ravenous fetus appeared to finally be satiated, content to remain dormant within its mother until birth. However, a profound dilemma soon arose. To which clan did this child rightly belong? This child undoubtedly belongs to the Uchiha, Madara declared with a dismissive scoff, asserting his dominance with the principle that might makes right. He swiftly subjugated both Toka and Hano, not only claiming naming rights over the child, but also taking Toka as his apprentice in the world of ninjas, where lineage is paramount. The bond between master and disciple could surpass even that of parent and child in intimacy. Indeed, the name Uchiha Shinjitsu bore the unmistakable mark of Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha name signified Madara's legacy, while Shinjitsu hinted at a certain individual's ambitions. Upon learning her child's name, Toka was left in utter despair. Could Madara have possibly discovered the ancient tablet's secrets? Having finally brought her child into the world, Senju Toka found herself in a state of hopelessness. How could she reclaim her child? Who among them could contend with Uchiha Madara? Chapter 2. The miserable life in poor Konoha by the banks of the Southie River. The verbal sparring between Senju Momoka and Uchiha Haken continued unabated. Uchiha Shingetsu, who had long memorized their insults and taunts, sighed internally, rolling her eyes at the tediousness of it all. Unfortunately for her empty stomach, even in impoverished Konoha, breakfast consisted of only a small slice of grilled salmon and rice. However, as the daughter of an elder and the disciple of the clan leader, she at least had enough to eat. Feeling hunger pangs, she patted her flat belly and let out a soft sigh. Were it not for her transmigration, she would never associate the word poverty with Konoha. If Konoha could be deemed a poor village, then what could be said of Sunagakure? A beggaress den? Yet, reality was harsh. This newly established village, less than 6 years old, was indeed impoverished to the point of inducing tears. Let us pose a question. Is the Uchiha clan lacking in wealth? Absolutely not. The Uchiha clan possesses more than a dozen mines, seized from other shinobi clans during the Warring States period. In terms of both quantity and quality, only their longtime rivals, the Senju, could compare. Although these mines were handed over to Konoha's unified management post-establishment, the annual dividends were substantial, complemented by mission rewards and profits from other enterprises. The financial standing would make even some small nations envious. Yet, despite such wealth, the Uchiha clan barely managed to ensure that all clan members were fed. Shinobi extract chakra by drawing energy from their cells, necessitating a significant intake of meat and staple food. An exceptional shinobi must consume large quantities of nourishment daily, and regular medicinal meals are essential. However, even as the daughter of an elder and a disciple of the clan leader, Shingetsu could barely manage to eat satisfactorily. This was a privilege she had, while the average clan member fared even worse. In comparison to the rest of Konoha, the Uchiha situation appeared relatively decent. At least no one was starving. The truly unfortunate were the lower-ranking shinobi and ordinary civilians, who struggled daily at the brink of subsistence, fighting for their next meal. While one could comprehend the plight of the impoverished, it was perplexing why the affluent Uchiha lived in such dire circumstances. The reason was simple: wealth could not purchase food. In the aftermath of the Warring States, with a unified currency yet to emerge, the purchasing power of money was woefully inadequate. Moreover, Konoha sourced nearly all its food from external suppliers. Indeed, all of it. After all, shinobi did not engage in production, merely subsisting on mission earnings. In the early days, when the population of civilians was far outnumbered by shinobi, despite occupying fertile lands, no one farmed to produce grain, forcing Konoha to rely entirely on external food procurement. From her clan members, Shingetsu had heard that this year's grain yield in the Land of Fire was poor, suggesting that food prices were likely to rise, further plunging Konoha into financial deficit. Lacking money, food, manpower, and resources, Konoha was truly impoverished. In truth, resolving this predicament was straightforward. If the Land of Fire lacked food, Konoha could cultivate its own. With such a prime geographical location and fertile fields stretching for miles, even someone like Uchiha Shingetsu, who had little experience in farming, felt the urge to take action, coupled with the formidable Senju Hashirama, who wielded would release. They could not only address Konoha's food shortages, but potentially alleviate those of the 5 great nations. However, such a solution was utterly impractical. Shinobi began their rigorous training from a young age, honing their lethal skills, dancing perpetually on the edge of death. All their sacrifices were not for the sake of farming. Were they? Realizing this, Shingetsu couldn't help but shake her head in dismay at the distorted nature of the shinobi world. As the sun reached its zenith, the quarrel between Senju Momoka and Uchiha Haken raged on. With her lunch now a distant dream, Shingetsu rubbed her protesting belly, reminiscing about the delightful delicacies of her previous life. Only in loss does one learn to cherish. Having bid farewell to cakes, chocolates, cream puffs, and matcha ice cream, she realized how bitter her life had become without those soft, sweet confections. How she longed for an icy cola. In the midst of her daydreams, a dark figure descended from the sky like a ferocious bolt of black lightning, swiftly approaching Senju Momoka and Uchiha Haken. 2 powerful leg sweeps struck mercilessly at their faces. The assailant moved with immense force. A hit from such an attack would undoubtedly inflict grave injury. Yet, as seasoned shinobi, Momoka and Haken managed to twist their bodies just in time to evade the deadly blow. A near miss, but what of this strike? The suspended black figure swiftly altered its stance, its honed body poised for action. Gathering formidable strength in its fists, it unleashed a powerful blow. Before Momoka and Haken could recover from the previous attack, they were caught off guard and raised their hands defensively, bracing for the forceful impact. The tremendous shockwaves surged from the point of contact, sending them hurtling through the air like kites severed from their strings, plummeting into the frigid waters below. Simultaneously, Shingetsu, cradled in her mother's arms, was also swept away. Yet, before she could plunge into the river, a large hand clad in black leather seized the nape of her neck, lifting her as one would a small kitten. Shingetsu, upon hearing that familiar, deep, slightly magnetic voice. Uchiha Shingetsu gulped nervously, recalling that she had a minor training task yet to complete. What to do now? Was it too late to plead for mercy? Master, good afternoon. Shingetsu forced a sweet, innocent smile, attempting to feign the demeanor of a compliant child. However, Uchiha Madara was not so easily swayed. His expression, a bemused smirk, painted his already handsome face with an air of danger akin to that of a captivating large feline. Did you complete the training task I assigned you? Shingetsu blinked her large, innocent eyes, swiftly averting her gaze and pretending ignorance. Ah, the river water is so clear today. By the way, what is that floating over there? Oh, it's my parents. Uchiha Shingetsu. A terrifying chakra aura enveloped the space, and Madara's face darkened. Gripping Shingetsu by the collar, he dragged her step by step toward the Uchiha training grounds. The immense force gathered beneath his feet caused the river to part and the earth to crack. A testament to his fury. Today's training will be doubled. Ah, help. I don't want double training. I'll die, I really will. Hearing of this dreadful punishment, Uchiha Shingetsu rolled her eyes back, feeling her life flash before her. In her brief existence, the age of 4 marked a turning point. Before 4, she was the Uchiha princess, indulged and cherished, with even Uchiha Madara yielding to her every whim. But upon reaching 4, her fortunate days came to an abrupt end as Madara began her shinobi training. Every day, over 8 hours of physical training and seal practice, more than 3 hours of cultural lessons, and this year, an additional hour dedicated to chakra extraction training. Uchiha Madara is more merciless than any capitalist from a past life, ruthlessly exploiting the children. Shingetsu finds herself akin to a pitiable child laborer trapped in a sweatshop, wishing she could work 24 hours a day, encapsulating the essence of despair. Is this truly a life worth living? It feels unbearable. Yet, what can be done? After all, Uchiha Madara is a relic from the Warring States period. His educational philosophy is still rooted in an era where children as young as 5 were sent to the battlefield to enhance the survival rate of the young ones. He resorts to any means necessary, regardless of the cruelty involved, even if it means exhausting their physical potential and shortening their cellular lifespan. However, the nearly 12 hours of ninja training each day is far beyond what a mere 5-year-old like Shingetsu can endure. Setting aside whether her fragile body can withstand such an immense demand for exercise and consumption, She is accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle from a previous life spent in a peaceful and prosperous society. She cannot possibly adapt to living like a ninja amid bloodshed and brutality, devoid of compassion and reduced to mere tools. But what happens if she fails to complete her training? The answer is simple: punishment. The traditional educational view of the Uchiha clan is that strength is forged under the rod. Although Uchiha Hyaku is reluctant to strike her, a mere blink of her large, pleading eyes is enough for this foolish father to relent and lower his stick. But if Hyaku cannot bring himself to strike, can Madara? Absolutely not. He not only strikes, but does so with remarkable skill, ensuring that the pain is excruciating while leaving no physical scars. Such finesse clearly stems from practice on his younger siblings. Moreover, Madara possesses an uncanny ability to gauge Shingetsu's limits. In other words, he will not allow her to cease training until she has squeezed every last drop of her physical potential. To her esteemed mentor, Uchiha Madara, whose educational standards are loftier than Mount Tai and whose moral integrity surpasses even that of Confucius, Shingetsu can only utter one thing: Uchiha Madara, you are indeed my true father. You are even more relentless than my biological father. Chapter 3. The Master-Disciple Duel on the Training Ground on the Uchiha Training Grounds. The sound of clashing blades fills the air, punctuated by the rhythmic thuds of punches and kicks. Uchiha Shingetsu, wielding a long sword almost matching her stature, focuses intently on the imposing figure of Uchiha Madara before her, searching for any sign of weakness. Alas, despite Madara merely standing with his arms crossed, devoid of any offensive or defensive posture, he exudes an overwhelming aura that demands respect. His jet-black eyes reflect a cold, mocking smile, and a chilling chakra envelopes the training ground. Even without striking, his presence alone is sufficient to instill fear. Taking a deep breath, Shingetsu forces herself to disregard those icy eyes and channels her chakra into her feet. As the gathering storm clouds obscure the sunlight, she propels herself forward with a burst of energy. The blade gleams as it lunges towards Madara's vital points. Humph! Madara scoffs disdainfully. Just as the blade is about to pierce him, he suddenly exerts his strength, his right hand emerging from an awkward angle beneath the blade to firmly grasp Shingetsu's wrist. The iron grip compels her to halt, the tip of her sword mere inches from Madara's crucial areas, yet unable to advance further. Undeterred by this precarious situation, Shingetsu swiftly pivots and aims a kick at his head, but Madara merely tilts his head slightly, evading her attack. With a powerful tug, Madara lifts the immobilized Shingetsu off the ground, her small body soaring through the air, losing all sense of balance before crashing heavily to the ground. Throughout the encounter, Madara remains stationary, not even employing his Sharingan or utilizing any ninjutsu to their fullest extent. He relies solely on his right hand to completely dominate Shingetsu. The title of Shura of the ninja world is indeed well-deserved. Only by facing him directly can one truly comprehend the magnitude of such overwhelming power. Is my disciple truly only of this caliber? A fleeting expression of displeasure crosses Madara's face as he swiftly delivers a merciless punch to Shingetsu's abdomen, sending her flying. With a resounding thud, the girl is momentarily replaced by a wooden stump before slowly descending to the ground. Suddenly, Shingetsu reappears behind Madara, this time aiming her sword at his heart in a rapid thrust. Madara spins around, delivering another brutal punch that impacts Shingetsu's face. Yet, upon contact, her form dissipates into smoke. In the next instant, dozens of identical Shingetsus materialize beside Madara. They rush at him, some attempting to climb onto him to control his movements, others launching surprise attacks, while a few directly stab with their blades, creating a chaotic scene filled with noise and commotion, transforming the once quiet Uchiha training grounds into a bustling marketplace. Having inherited the Senju bloodline from Mamaharu, Shingetsu boasts an extraordinarily vast chakra reserve. The chakra of the Uchiha clan already surpasses that of ordinary civilians and many average ninja, yet it pales in comparison to the legendary Senju clan, known for their sage body. For instance, the feat of conjuring dozens of clones in an instant leaves even Uchiha Madara astonished. When he was 5 years old, he certainly did not possess such an abundance of chakra. Indeed, this resembles the potential of my disciple. A slight smile graces Madara's features, filled with a sense of satisfaction. However, that joy is quickly eclipsed by a rising tide of anger as the cacophony of Shingetsu's screeching fills his ears. Reminiscent of sparrows flocking to a field of drying rice, an unbearable, grating sound that frays his nerves. Unable to endure such a racket, veins bulging on his forehead, Madara unleashes a powerful punch that obliterates one of the clones, dispersing it into mist. Soon, one punch follows another, each strike akin to a hammer, shattering Shingetsu's clones one by one. In an instant, the training ground, once filled with her forms, dwindles down to merely 10, then 5, until only one remains. Shingetsu, as punishment for your negligence, tomorrow, no, for this entire week, you will double your training. Madara firmly restrains the last remaining Shingetsu, observing her futile struggles and the devious tactics she had employed moments ago. A grin spreads across his face, a glimmer of delight in his eyes as he resolves to impart an unforgettable lesson to this mischievous little imp. Being a ninja means enduring sleepless nights on missions, does it not? For the next week, you shall truly experience the harsh realities of the ninja world. I will not let you succeed. Shingetsu's eyes widen in terror, and with a defiant shout, she charges at Uchiha Madara, attempting to headbutt him. Madara deftly pivots to evade the strike, while simultaneously locking his arms around the fleeing Shingetsu, completely immobilizing her. Just then, instead of the expected look of despair, Shingetsu reveals a confident smile, as if victory were assured. As the clouds disperse and a gentle breeze rustles the leaves of the training ground's shade-giving trees, a single leaf floats gracefully through the air, spiraling down towards Madara's back. A sense of impending danger surges within Madara as he abruptly turns, only to see the airborne leaf transform into Shingetsu. She wielded a long blade, simultaneously enveloping it in the flames of fire release. Her swift form dashed past, the sword's brilliance intertwined with the blinding fire chakra, creating a dazzling spectacle in the air reminiscent of fireworks. This was the legendary Uchiha swordsmanship, the Uchiha style, Flame Leap. At the same time, the clone in Madara's embrace suddenly exerted force, coiling around him like an octopus, suppressing the strength at his waist, while his true body seized the opportunity to maximize his speed. The Uchiha sword technique was renowned for its swiftness, and with Shunyue concentrating all her chakra into her legs and the blade, her figure became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In this moment, she held the advantage. Victory or defeat hinged on a fleeting instant. Boom. Following a tremendous explosion, a deep crater formed within the Uchiha training grounds. The long blade in Shinyue's hand was kicked away by Uchiha Madara, and she found herself pinned to the ground by his arm. As expected, Shinyue had been bested by Madara, but in truth, she had not entirely lost. Master, you moved. Shinyue glanced at the ground, realizing that Uchiha Madara was no longer in his original position. According to their wager, if Madara shifted or used any limb other than his right hand, it would count as a victory for Shinyue. In that recent duel, Madara had indeed violated both conditions, thus marking Shinyue's resounding triumph. Indeed, you have won. Madara acknowledged with a nod, gently releasing Shinyue and pulling her up from the ground. To outsiders, the usually stern Uchiha clan leader appeared surprisingly warm and relieved, a smile gracing his face that revealed his delight. Hee. Shinyue beamed broadly, although she had only triumphed over Madara's right hand, which had not utilized ninjutsu and was suppressed to her level. He was none other than the strongest contemporary figure alongside Hashirama Senju. This was a victory she could boast about for a lifetime. Look at Kinkaku, who could brag for years about merely tossing a kunai at Hashirama. Shinyue had bested Madara's hand. Surely, that was worth eternal bragging rights. However, her elation soon subsided as she shook her head, dismissing her hard-earned victory. If Master had used his Sharingan, he would have easily seen through my little tricks. Such a victory is hardly worth pride. Sitting on a chair beside the training ground, Shinyue touched her black eyes, which were no different from an ordinary person's, and contemplated the cool allure of the Sharingan, a wave of longing swelling within her. Since I bear the Uchiha name, how could I not awaken my eyes? The thought of the Sharingan's unparalleled power and its striking appearance ignited in her a fervent desire to awaken her own. Today a Tomo, tomorrow a second, and perhaps the day after, a full Susanoo. To wield a Susanoo was a dream for any woman. Who wouldn't want that? With this thought in mind, Shinyue gazed longingly at Madara. Master, when will I be able to awaken my eyes? No rush. I awaken mine only in my teenage years, Madara replied, displaying no urgency. He himself had been among the late bloomers in their clan, yet that did not hinder him from easily overpowering those who had awakened before him. In fact, he preferred that Shinyue awaken later. The Sharingan was indeed a blessing of their lineage, but it was equally a curse. The day he acquired it coincided with the moment he severed ties with Hashirama, a heart-wrenching pain that still stirred within him. First, we must understand the conditions for awakening the Sharingan. One must possess Uchiha blood and experience extreme emotional turmoil, manifesting as the gain and subsequent loss of love, typically through the deaths of comrades, family, or beloved ones. Now, let us consider Shinyue's current circumstances. Raised in a loving family, blessed with wealth, devoid of siblings who perished in battle, and free from the betrayal of close friends, all while being protected by a master of exceptional prowess. Her only worry was being punished by Madara for failing to complete her training. What a fortunate life! It hardly resembled that of an Uchiha. Under such conditions, if she were to awaken her Sharingan, would that not defy all reason and justice? Happiness is a precious treasure that everyone pursues, yet so few attain. Madara observed Shinyue quietly. If she understood that the moment of awakening her Sharingan would coincide with the loss of her happiness, would she still covet this power? As for Madara, he believed that even without the Sharingan, his disciple could become a top-tier warrior. Thus, he hoped that moment would be delayed. Madara reached out, gently ruffling Shinyue's hair, which felt as soft as the tender grass of spring. As a reward for your victory, is there anything you desire? Master, I want to play in the village, Shinyue exclaimed. From birth until now, her movements had been confined within the Uchiha clan's territory, never having ventured into the village of Konoha. Her overly cautious father, Uchiha Hano, forbade her from leaving the clan's land. Even if Shinyue remained obediently within the clan, there were still risks, as Tika could come to snatch her away. If Shinyue were to accidentally wander into Senju territory, Tika would likely not merely snatch her, but boldly take her outright. Very well, let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Madara agreed and led Shinyue out of the clan's territory. He was not Uchiha Hano. He had no fear of Tika coming to steal her away. Whoever dared approach would be swiftly dealt with. Yet, after only a few steps, a soft object collided with his calf. Madara raised an eyebrow and looked down to find Shinyue clinging to his leg. As he met her gaze, she stretched out her arms, asking to be held, her beautiful eyes blinking sweetly, a charming smile illuminating her face. Master, hug me. This sweet, syrupy voice, reminiscent of melted maltose, astonished Madara once more. Aside from his brother, no child dared to approach him so boldly. Yet, with Shinyue, it seemed perfectly natural. He crouched down and skillfully lifted her into his arms. The girl clung to him tightly like a koala, joyously wrapping her arms around his neck as they strode forth towards the Uchiha clan's outer realm. Chapter 4. Headlines of today on the streets of Konoha standing beneath the iconic Hokage rock, which symbolizes the entirety of Naruto. Uchiha Shinyue gazed up at the colossal statue of Hashirama Senju. In that moment, memories of her past life intertwined with reality, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Unlike in the anime, Hokage Rock now bore only the solitary visage of Hashirama. In this era, before even Tsunade was born, the tales of the Fourth Great Ninja War and the destined child Naruto were but distant stories. However, the battle at the Valley of the End and the subsequent death of Hashirama loomed ominously near. Shinyue withdrew her gaze, silently observing Uchiha Madara, who was also looking at Hashirama's head, deep in thought. Konoha could never become the peaceful land he envisioned, even without Kagaya's interference. It was likely that Madara would ultimately leave this place. His love and hatred were so extreme that the concept of compromise did not exist in his life. Yet, the Uchiha clan, accustomed to a stable life, would undoubtedly refrain from following their leader, leaving Madara to face solitude and darkness once more. Reflecting on the tragic latter half of Madara's life in the plot, and the world-altering conflict that nearly brought ruin to the ninja world upon his resurrection, Shinyue felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly realized the unimaginable burden resting on her youthful shoulders. Well, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, I shall accompany you when the time comes. After all, the elderly, without the watchful eyes of the young, are easily exploited by those with ulterior motives. But until that time arrives, my foolish master, you shall remain my wallet and steed. With a determined heart to become a rogue ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Kamizuki tugged at Madara's sleeve. She extended her small hand, pointing towards the only designated dessert shop in the impoverished Konoha. Meeting Madara's gaze, she raised her adorable, soft face, her large black eyes sparkling with hope and anticipation, and in a voice sweet enough to be likened to honey, she whimsically pleaded, Master, I want to eat dango. On the desolate streets of Konoha, passers-by were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their mouths agape as if they had just witnessed a divine apparition. The cause of their astonishment was far more surreal than witnessing a deity. It was the sight of Uchiha Madara, the legendary warrior, casually strolling the streets while cradling a child. Who in Konoha was unaware of Uchiha Madara? He was a battlefield demon, capable of single-handedly challenging the entire ninja world, a superpower who dared to show disdain towards feudal lords. A prominent figure standing at the pinnacle of this era. Both the common folk of Konoha and the ninjas from noble clans regarded him as an untouchable deity, revered yet approached with trepidation. This was the survival method of the underprivileged. After all, the mere stamp of a god's foot could obliterate creatures as insignificant as themselves. Yet now, the very being they idolized, the god they wished to worship, was strolling nonchalantly through the streets, holding a doll-like, charming little girl in his arms, and even munching on dango. Uchiha Madara. Oh, Uchiha Madara, do you still remember your fearsome reputation as the demon of the ninja world? In this state, how do you differ from that foolish Senju who is merely holding his daughter? The villagers of Konoha were inwardly lamenting, their thoughts crashing against their defenses like a tidal wave. However, their murmurs went unheard by Madara, who continued to saunter about with an air of nonchalance. Kamizuki, nestled comfortably in Madara's embrace, gazed wide-eyed at the bizarre surroundings, unable to suppress a look of disdain. In contrast to the steel jungles of the modern world and the traditional elegance of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's architecture was characterized by exaggerated eccentricity and an earthy charm. The plump, rotund Hokage building resembled a teapot stuffed with raccoon dogs, adorned in clashing blocks of red, green, and yellow, epitomizing the rustic aesthetic of the Senju clan. Low houses were scattered about, interspersed with towering trees, making one feel as though they had stepped into the realm of Kappa. Although Konoha was termed a village, it resembled a city in terms of population and area. Despite its impoverished and unappealing state, one could still glimpse the shadows of future prosperity. The people, dressed simply yet impeccably clean, bore expressions imbued with vigor and vitality, a hope for a better life that those living in the midst of war could scarcely imagine. Kamizuki silently withdrew her gaze. Konoha was by no means a utopian paradise, yet it had become a refuge for many. She could not deny its darkness, but she also could not entirely dismiss its existence, as Madara did later. Sighing, she felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Seizing a piece of dango from Madara's hand, Kamizuki took a fierce bite of the soft, sticky rice treat. All this was the fault of Kishimoto. What did he know about Hokage? The storylines he penned were absurd, leaving her in constant fear after her reincarnation, and all she could consume was this wretched dango. Objectively speaking, the dango, coated in soybean flour and drizzled with syrup, was delectably sweet and undeniably charming. However, as the only designated dessert available in Konoha, the dango became her sole sustenance, forcing Kamizuki to endure a monotonous diet of it day after day. Even the most delightful foods could become tiresome. And Konoha's dango offered only a singular flavor. There were no red bean dango, let alone the renowned three-colored dango. Unable to resist the sweetness, yet deprived of alternative treats, Kamizuki was left to gnaw on the ever-dreary dango. Alas, for a sweet tooth, such a life was torturous. Just as Kamizuki focused on the vexatious rice dumpling, Madara, carrying her about, suddenly halted. His attention was captured by a glimmering hairpin displayed in a stall by the roadside. Unperturbed by the eyes of the crowd, he reached out, selecting a black wooden hairpin adorned with a ruby, and deftly inserted it into Kamizuki's hair. In that moment, the jaws of the Konoha populace dropped in unison, their expressions of shock echoing a chorus of disbelief. Unable to speak with her mouth full of dango, Kamizuki chewed on the sticky rice, blinking innocently with her shiny black eyes. The soft hairpin could not withstand her fine hair, and it soon tumbled down. Madara swiftly caught the falling hairpin, saving it from a shattered fate. He carefully reinserted it, and this time, it stayed in place. However, Kamizuki's face was smeared with soybean flour and syrup, her once pristine complexion now resembling that of a little calico cat. The exquisite hairpin Madara had chosen appeared both comical and absurd atop her head. "Oomph, look at you, covered in food." With no semblance of decorum, Madara remarked disdainfully, poking Kamizuki's chubby cheeks. He set down the hairpin and began selecting other pieces of jewelry, enthusiastically trying each on her. Was this a live-action dress-up game? Kamizuki's lips twitched, She felt as though Madara's expression mirrored her own during her previous life spent playing dress-up games. Only this time she was unwittingly cast as the main character. Madara, as if caught in a fervor of obsession, discarded any semblance of choice and simply adorned her with various accessories, the gazes of the crowd piercing her like needles. Surely, from this day forth, she would become a celebrity in Konoha. In contrast to Kamizuki's complicated feelings and the onlookers' astonishment, Madara's thoughts were remarkably simple. He merely believed that Kamizuki should possess the same treasures as other girls and felt she deserved the finest. Children born in the Warring States period were devoid of childhood, and Madara's youth was shrouded in the shadows of conflict and the sorrow of losing brothers and kin. Perhaps he was unaware that his gaze upon Kamizuki was always tinged with profound worry. Could such a fragile life truly thrive? Madara. Oh, Madara. A quivering wail interrupted Madara's reverie, drawing his attention to the unfortunate stall owner who had been standing by. With a gaze filled with trepidation, the trembling vendor pointed a shaky finger at Madara and the shattered jade bracelet in his hand. Madara's expression remained stoic as he tossed aside the jade fragments, while Kamizuki seized the opportunity to hastily swallow another string of dango. I've purchased all of these. How much do I owe you? No need for payment. The poor vendor nearly wept under Madara's scrutiny. Who would dare to demand payment from Uchiha Madara? That would be courting death. However, the affluent Madara was not interested in foregoing payment. He tossed a handful of gold coins to the vendor, gathered the jewelry, and strode away with Kamizuki in his arms, leaving behind a bewildered vendor and an astonished crowd. What had just transpired shattered their perceptions, leaving them in need of time to reassemble their dropped jaws. Is Madara taking his daughter out shopping? A nameless bystander mused aloud, leading the crowd to a sudden realization. Indeed, Uchiha Madara was human, capable of emotions and familial bonds. Now that he was of age, it was only natural for him to have a daughter, just as his contemporaries had sons. Madara's daughter is so adorable, and her eating manner is truly something else. Haha. Today, I discovered that Madara truly possesses an extraordinary handsomeness, surpassing even that of Hashirama. The previously silent crowd erupted into an unprecedented display of gossip and jest, playfully teasing Madara, who resembled a foolish father, alongside his endearingly naive daughter. Bold discussions regarding the amusing tales of the Uchiha clan began to circulate. The long-standing divide between the Uchiha and the village seemed to dissolve amidst the laughter, drawing them closer together. Chapter 5. The Hokage on Hokage Rock. After a winding journey, Shingetsu and Madara ultimately returned to Hokage Rock. This time, they stood at the precipice, gazing down upon the entire village of Konoha from the highest point. The hurried pedestrians below appeared as minuscule ants, meandering like schools of fish. Rows of newly constructed houses nestled within the vast city, where individuals hurried yet leisurely engaged in their respective tasks, creating an atmosphere of order and harmony. The gentle spring breeze swept through, invigorating the trees, villagers, and Konoha itself with a palpable vitality. It's hard to fathom that just 6 years prior, this place was nothing more than a primitive forest. Madara felt a torrent of emotions. He had witnessed the birth of Konoha, and he himself was an irreplaceable architect of its inception. The distant dreams of his youth appeared to be on the cusp of reality, making every sacrifice seem worthwhile. However, his keen eyes perceived an unbearable darkness surging within the village that bore the fruits of his and Hashirama's labor. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Madara's cold gaze surveyed the minuscule lives below, while a chilling chakra intertwined with his fervent emotions continued to rise. If his fears materialized, he could never accept such a fate of peace. Tragically, the future foretold by his eyes, no matter how sorrowful or painful, would inevitably manifest. Shingetsu instinctively sensed the ominous atmosphere permeating the air. She forced herself to feign ignorance of the dark foreboding, grasping Madara's sturdy arm and comfortably settling into his embrace. Resting her small frame within his arm, her innocent smile illuminating her face, Madara instinctively tightened his hold on the child nestled in his arms. Her pure and untainted smile purified the rage that had entwined his heart. "You are truly unafraid of me," he mused. Madara was acutely aware of his unpopularity among children. Even those within the Uchiha clan held a certain fear of him. Yet, Shingetsu was different. She genuinely delighted in being close to him, reminiscent of a younger Izuna. Recalling the clumsiness of holding this soft little being for the first time, a smile graced Madara's face. as her trustful countenance reminded him of a time long before he lost his brother and parents. "Why should I fear my master? He is so gentle," Shingetsu remarked. Lifting her head from Madara's embrace, her bright, grape-like eyes filled with confusion. Madara offered no reply. Instead, he gazed into the horizon, where the setting sun blazed with fiery hues. By combining the powers of the Senju and Uchiha, one can achieve the myriad of existence. Madara found himself involuntarily recalling the secret inscribed on the stone tablet at the Nana shrine. As this secret resurfaced in his mind, he subconsciously tightened his embrace around Shingetsu. This child, a union of Senju and Uchiha blood, was a delightful surprise in his life, and the reason he remained in Konoha. He needed a place where Shingetsu could grow up safely, and the village he and Hashirama had painstakingly built was undoubtedly the best choice. Undeniably, he had poured countless emotions and efforts into Shingetsu. The last individuals he had cared for so deeply were Izuna and Hashirama. The reason for his investment in Shingetsu was simple. Madara firmly believed that she would guide him toward a new path, one leading to genuine peace and ideals. Unbeknownst to Shingetsu, who was laden with Madara's expectations, her ignorance of his thoughts might terrify her, revealing that without Indra and Ashura's chakra, she could never awaken the Rinnegan. At that moment, as she sat in Madara's embrace, Shingetsu contemplated another matter: how to avert the Uchiha clan's impending annihilation decades hence. The notion of genocide is, upon reflection, quite surreal. The Uchiha survived the millennia-long warring states period, yet a village established for less than a century managed to bring about their demise. Ironically, their age-old rivals, the Senju clan, also fell victim to this fate. The strongest clans that once stood at the pinnacle during the warring states period ultimately perished within the very village they had helped to create. Rather than being a utopia founded by the Senju and Uchiha, Konoha could more accurately be described as the bitter fruit born of their collaboration. Before the darkness it would forge, the dreams of Madara and Hashirama, the two founders, appeared naive and laughable. Within this village, children should not have to engage in mutual slaughter. Yet the grim reality was that young children continuously marched onto the battlefield for the sake of the village. Shingetsu recalled that Itachi was only 4 when he first went to war, and Kakashi merely 5. A multitude of children, like Rin and Obito, became fodder at the tender age of 12 or 13. The warring states period may have allowed for the collection of bodies in coffins, but during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the number of fatalities reached staggering proportions, overwhelming the battlefield to an uncountable extent. She vaguely remembered that on the first day of the Fourth War, tens of thousands seemed to have perished. At first glance, Naruto appears full of sunshine and fervor. However, beneath the surface lies an unyielding darkness, with the shadows of bloodline theory and fatalism looming incessantly over the ninja world. Even the diligent efforts of Lee could easily fade into obscurity, while the genius Neji ultimately succumbed to the tragic fate of destiny. Upon closer examination, the entirety of the ninja world is indeed absurd and laughable. Powerful ninjas willingly subjugate themselves to the feudal lords, viewing themselves merely as tools to accomplish tasks. Meanwhile, civilians live precariously, supporting the upper echelons of ninjas and nobles. 5- or 6-year-old children in schools are indoctrinated with the philosophy of relentless pursuit to complete missions, eliminating all enemies, including witnesses, and by the age of 11 or 12, they become qualified instruments of assassination, destined to battle until death. Obito was not wrong. What difference is there between such a world and hell? Shingetsu could not accept the ninja world as it stood. She yearned to fundamentally alter this cruel and distorted existence. This desire stemmed from no ambition or aspiration. She simply wished to live openly under the sun as a human being, rather than as a mere tool. "Master, have you considered how to plan the village's development?" Shingetsu inquired, tilting her head, her youthful visage displaying an unexpected maturity. Madara opened his mouth, yet could not find the words to respond. This question touched upon the depths of his ignorance. Prior to Konoha's establishment, such matters were handled by Izuna, and afterward, they were managed by that bothersome Hashirama. Madara truly lacked the acumen for politics and intrigue. "I see." Shingetsu did not expect a substantial answer from Madara, knowing well that the Uchiha clan was hardly skilled in such matters. "Master, let us establish a school in the village, akin to the clan academy, where all the children of Konoha can receive their education. Are you attempting to escape my training?" Madara narrowed his eyes dangerously. lowering his head to poke Shingetsu's forehead with his finger. Shingetsu, feeling aggrieved, hugged her now reddened forehead and retorted, "What? Is that the crux of the matter? Shouldn't you think this is a brilliant idea, master?" Madara crossed his arms in contemplation for a moment before suddenly realizing that this was indeed an extraordinary suggestion. In a school where every child of Konoha can attend, it signifies that even the children of commoners can become ninjas, allowing those born into the clans to set aside familial prejudices. Most importantly, this facility, which gathers all children, will be under the vigilant care of him and Hashirama, ensuring unparalleled safety. Moreover, Master, I have observed many people on the streets struggling to find enough to eat. We could provide them with some money and food, or even lend them the surplus land of the Uchiha clan, as we have no immediate use for it. Senju contemplated that the current environment in the village is indeed quite unfavorable for the Uchiha. Senju Tobirama has mandated that the position of Hokage be determined by democratic voting, effectively eliminating the possibility of a member from the Uchiha clan ascending to that role. It is disheartening to think that as an Uchiha, one must compete for popularity against the Senju. Frankly, what difference does that make compared to self-humiliation? Not long ago, the Senju brothers took Sarutobi Hiruzen under their wing. Along with the likes of Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Kinzuya, Tanshin Koharu, and Akimichi Torafu, the illustrious Konoha Four are now united, with their familial powers rallying beneath the banner of the Senju. For the Uchiha, any attempt to unite the ninja clans at this juncture is futile, especially given their proud and obstinate temperament, which prevents them from lowering themselves to appease what they regard as weaker clans. Senju has no intention of engaging in such a thankless endeavor. She believes it would be more advantageous to vie for influence among the commoners. Although the number of Konoha civilians is currently limited, a significant influx is inevitable in the future. As long as the Uchiha can firmly establish control over the ninja school, a wave of civilian ninjas supporting the Uchiha will undoubtedly emerge. If Tobirama has exploited the Uchiha's reclusive nature, then I shall extend benevolence to the commoners, offering them the opportunity to become ninjas. We shall see where their loyalties lie. This is the essence of using foreign techniques to counter foreign threats. This notion sounds quite promising. Let us proceed as you suggest, Izumi. This familiar conversation momentarily distracted Uchiha Madara, reminiscent of when Izuna was alive, and he would listen to his brother's counsel. In terms of strength, Izuna may not have surpassed him, yet his wisdom and reliability far exceeded that of his elder brother. He always exhibited remarkable insight, consistently making brilliant decisions. Unknowingly, Izuna had become his very mind. It was only after losing Izuna that Madara realized how deeply he had relied on his brother. Master? The visage of Senju intertwined with that of his youthful brother, and Uchiha Madara found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed down at them. He instinctively wished to call out Izuna's name, only to be reminded that his brother had perished long ago on the battlefield. It's nothing. I was merely reminiscing about my brother. Madara's voice emerged, unexpectedly hoarse, as though it were caught in his throat. Senju lifted her head, concern etched upon her face, but was gently comforted by a strong hand caressing her head. You are exceptionally clever. Such a rare talent should not be squandered. Once the ninja school is established, you should attend as well. Remember, do not tarnish the name of Uchiha. Indeed, children should focus on their studies. Hearing her suggestion accepted, Senju beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling into crescents as her smile broadened. Well said. Children should grow stronger under the protection of adults. Yes, yes, the master speaks truly. Just as she was about to continue, Senju suddenly widened her eyes in terror, her body bristling with unease. That voice, it was unmistakably Madara's. Who, then, was speaking to her? She turned her head slightly towards the source of the voice, only to behold a black-haired man clad in a crimson ceremonial robe standing behind her and Madara, a genial, yet somewhat foolish smile gracing his handsome face. Oh heavens! Why is this person here? How much has he overheard? Madara remained unfazed, not even glancing back, but Senju, nestled in his embrace, displayed a look of sheer panic, wishing desperately to dig a hole and hide. She began to regret not heeding her foolish father's advice. She would rather be trapped in the clan's territory for a lifetime than confront this seemingly affable man. Help! Senju Hashirama has appeared. Chapter 6. The parents and master who delude the children while Senju and Madara conversed atop Hokage Rock. Two shadowy figures stealthily lurked behind them. covertly observing every action of the master and disciple. That detestable Uchiha Madara. If he loves children so much, why not raise one of his own? Snatching someone else's child is no feat. Witnessing her precious daughter Shinju willingly seated in that abhorrent man's embrace, Senju Takaharu ground her teeth in fury. A tidal wave of bitterness surging within her. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's constant interference, she would have eliminated Uchiha Hano long ago and reclaimed Shinju, avoiding the current tragic separation of flesh and blood. Will you be quiet? Do you wish to court death? Cramped beside Takaharu, Uchiha Hano felt his heart nearly leap from his chest upon hearing her words. To protect their lives, he hastily attempted to quell Takaharu's reckless behavior, but soon enough, her ire shifted to him. Why are you hiding here? Can't you see I've already claimed this spot? Perhaps it was a clash of adversaries or merely an intuitive connection, but Takaharu and Hano coincidentally chose the same hiding place. Yet, the space was narrow, and neither was willing to yield, leaving them pressed tightly together. Humph, if you're unhappy, you can leave. I refuse to give way. Anger ignited in their gazes as they exchanged glances, the embers of conflict reigniting as the tension mounted. Just as Takaharu and Hano were on the verge of yet another verbal battle, a pair of strong, solid hands firmly pressed upon their shoulders. Shoo! You two must not argue. It would be troublesome if it reaches over there. Senju Hashirama had appeared behind them, adopting a gentle tone as he attempted to mediate the dispute. However, a true Good Samaritan would not suddenly materialize behind others, nor would he sneakily hide in shadows to eavesdrop. The hair on the back of Takaharu and Hano's neck stood on end. In that fleeting moment, they had completely failed to detect Hashirama's presence. This indicated that, should he desire, he could easily eliminate them in that instant. In the face of such overwhelming power, any resistance would merely be a desperate struggle. Being born in the same era as such a formidable being is the greatest fortune, while the greatest misfortune is having secrets that must remain hidden from him, yet being forced to confront him regarding those very secrets. In a flash, Takaharu and Hano exchanged glances, attempting to devise a unified strategy, but it proved futile. Some individuals could easily ignite a quarrel over mere eye contact. Did you hear what he just said? Surely not. If he had heard, we would be bound by would release right now. It's all your fault for having a big mouth. That's why I told you to be quiet. Uchiha Hano, I curse you, 1,000 words omitted. Senju Takaharu, I curse you, 1,000 words omitted. Haha, it has been a while since I've seen Madara so happy. Ultimately, it was Hashirama who successfully interrupted the endless bickering between the two. He pushed aside Takaharu and Hano, unceremoniously claiming all advantageous positions. His keen eyes observed every move of Uchiha Madara sitting at the cliff's edge, a faint smile of contentment gracing his lips. In the embrace of Uchiha Madara, the child remained a mystery that Senju Hashirama could not decipher, despite his exhaustive contemplation. This was no ordinary predicament. At that time, Konoha had yet to experience its first baby boom, and the number of children in the village was scant. Hashirama knew each one of them by name, and logically, such a beautiful child, closely associated with Madara, would be unforgettable if he had ever seen her in the village. The only plausible explanation was that she had always resided within the Uchiha clan's territory and had never set foot in the village. Curiosity piqued within Hashirama. He wondered what kind of child could be so treasured and shielded by the Uchiha clan. Who is the child in your arms, Madara? Why have I never encountered her before? Do you know her? Know her? She's not just known. She is our child. Senju took his back was drenched in cold sweat. If Hashirama learned of this, it would be tantamount to having Toka's elder brother, Senju Tobarama, find out, which would essentially mean a death sentence. She must be a child from the Uchiha side. How could I possibly know her, huh? Hey, Uchiha Hano, do you recognize her? I of course know her. She is our clan leader Uchiha Madara's disciple. Her name is despite being a gentle and affable man. Hashirama was no fool. Even while engrossed in the interaction between Madara and the child, he turned his head thoughtfully to regard the elders of both clans. Oh, really? With that, he stood up from where he was seated and strode towards Madara and Kamizuki. Since you all are uncertain, I shall directly inquire with Madara. It's over. Toka and Hano stared in horror, frozen like stones. They watched Hashirama's retreating figure and then glanced at Madara and Kamizuki, feeling darkness envelop their vision. Wishing they could faint on the spot. Well said. Children should grow strong under the protection of adults. Hashirama mulled over Kamizuki's earlier suggestion, finding several of her ideas aligning with his own. A sense of genuine excitement welled within him, yearning to engage in conversation with Madara and this unfamiliar child for an entire day and night, leaving all matters to his younger brother Tobirama, and then proceed to open the Ninja Academy the following day. However, the girl who had been chattering excitedly moments ago fell silent as he approached, revealing a visage of fear and instinctively burying herself deeper into Madara's embrace. Hashirama, who considered himself quite affable, scratched his head in confusion. Was he truly so unappealing to children? Madara, who is this child? Hashirama sat cross-legged beside Uchiha Madara, his Hokage robe serving as a cushion beneath him. His curious gaze frequently darted towards Kamizuki, whose back was turned to him. Madara cast an irritable glance at him, pulling Kamizuki closer. Humph, didn't Tihano just tell you? She is my disciple, Uchiha Kamizuki. The heightened senses of a ninja far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Even before Tuka and Hano had begun to spy, he had already sensed their movements, merely choosing to ignore them. Everything that followed was also within the realm of his exceptional perception. You never mentioned her before. Did you just take her in recently? Hashirama nodded. It was not uncommon for prominent figures like them to accept disciples. Just as he had recently taken Sarutobi Hizashi as his pupil, he speculated that perhaps the act of accepting a disciple had prompted Madara to begin selecting his own. Although Madara was notoriously selective. Thus, this child named Uchiha Kamizuki must possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps one day, he could arrange for Hizashi and the other children around Tobirama to meet her. Having remained within the clan's territory, this Kamizuki likely had no friends. Hashirama gently patted Kamizuki's back. When she cautiously turned her head slightly to glance at him, he wore his signature cheerful smile, beaming as he extended his arms, wishing to embrace the adorable girl. Hello, little one, may I hold you? Kamizuki's response was to burrow even deeper into Madara's arms, curling up as if determined to hide there for eternity. Though unspoken, every strand of her hair and every inch of her skin conveyed a blatant refusal. Hashirama, taken aback, instantly felt a cloud of gloom descend upon him. He retracted his outstretched arms, a despondent expression painting his face as he weakly inquired of the smug Madara, Madara, am I truly that terrifying? Hashirama, I apologize. This child is quite shy, Madara replied, a grin devoid of any remorse gracing his features. He proudly held Kamizuki, knowing that under normal circumstances, it would be Hashirama whom children clung to. The reversal of roles brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Undeterred, Hashirama extended his hand, a delicate white flower blooming in his palm, presenting it to Kamizuki as if it were a treasure. The subtle fragrance wafted around the flower. Look, Kamizuki, it's a beautiful flower. Kamizuki's heart remained unmoved. She even rolled her eyes silently. She was not a mere 5-year-old child. This trick was far too juvenile. Observing Kamizuki's indifference to his little ploy, Hashirama's spirits sank once more. His shoulders slumped as he lowered his head, muttering incessantly like a miserable insect. Uchiha Madara's forehead pulsed with veins as he reprimanded. Enough! Have you not yet cured your habit of sinking into despair at the slightest provocation? With that, he abruptly thrust Kamizuki into Hashirama's embrace. The child, caught off guard, looked bewildered, instinctively seeking rescue from Madara, who coldly declared, You can only be held for a moment. Master, how could you hand me over to Senju Hashirama? So love fades away, huh? Let me tell you, you have already lost me. Hashirama quickly tightened his hold on the child in his arms, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Though Kamizuki did not seem fond of him, she remained obediently nestled in his embrace, appearing very well-behaved and sensible. He could not help but compare her to the mischievous Sarutobi Hizashi, who was always up to no good. While Hizashi was dirty and unruly, Kamizuki was a fragrant, soft little bundle, offering an indescribable comfort when held. The girl's face was as delicate and charming as a rose. Sunlight illuminated her fair skin, her dark eyes shimmering with the sheen of pearls, and her rosy cheeks resembled 2 petals of red roses, infinitely more adorable than the monkey-like Hizashi. The comparison of disciples was a sorrowful endeavor. With Kamizuki being so intelligent, cute, and well-behaved, she stood in stark contrast to Hizashi, who, at such a young age, was already a little lecher. Hashirama suddenly lifted his head, his expression serious as he looked at Uchiha Madara. Madara, how about we swap disciples? I'll give you Hizashi, and Kamizuki can be my disciple. What do you say? Not a chance. I refuse to have a monkey as a disciple. Absolutely not. I will not switch masters. Kamizuki, who had remained silent until now, also rejected the ill-conceived notion. Hashirama stared at her serious expression, recalling how reminiscent it was of Tobirama's stern demeanor as a child, both bearing the countenance of precocious little adults. Children should embody the essence of youth. What was the merit in growing up too early? Suddenly, Hashirama's smile faltered. He abruptly grasped Kamizuki's hand, shock etching his features as he gazed at her, only to be met with her wide eyes, nearly causing his heart to stop. This child, as Hashirama hesitated, both Madara and Kamizuki felt a chill run down their spines. Could he have discerned something? After a moment of silence, Madara resolved to seize the initiative, crossing his arms and questioning the incredulous Hashirama from a superior vantage point. Hashirama, what do you wish to convey? I cannot pinpoint why, but I have an overwhelming feeling that this child possesses an aura of familiarity. Nonsense. My mother, Taohua, is your distant relative, which means you are my far-off uncle by lineage. How could we not feel a sense of closeness? Shunyue felt a chill running down her back and hurriedly cast a pleading glance at Uchiha Madara. Although Madara's expression remained unchanged, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He found it perplexing how the usually obtuse Hashirama had suddenly become so perceptive. Humph. Aren't you the one who feels a sense of familiarity upon meeting a child? Madara feigned indifference, pulling Shunyue back into his embrace. Yet Hashirama's gaze remained fixated on her, making her skin crawl. But that's not the kind of familiarity I meant. How could I describe it? It was a feeling that surpassed even the bonds of blood. The moment those words escaped her lips, Shunyue's heart sank. She realized that Hashirama had seen through her golden finger. Chapter 7. The time bomb named the divine tree. Faced with the astonished expression of Hashirama Senju, Shunyue's thoughts were in turmoil. The reason was simple. She too had felt that sense of closeness he had just described, one that resonated from the very depths of her soul, echoing within her corporeal form with a resounding roar. This sensation was exquisite. The world before her seemed to bloom into magnificent flowers, every object shimmering in her heart's eye. It was as if she were submerged in the sweet, dark waters of amniotic fluid, and under this dreamlike feeling, her consciousness sank uncontrollably until it reached the deepest recesses of her soul. In a daze, she beheld a desolate and lonely land, akin to the silent depths of the ocean, severed from all light and hope. This tranquil, dark space was the ocean of Shunyue's consciousness. Here, a small sapling was firmly rooted. Before she was named Shunyue, its seed had already taken residence there, growing alongside her. When she was born into the world, its shoots broke through the soil, signifying that this sapling's existence was intertwined with her life. In the entirety of Naruto, such a peculiar plant exists only in one form. The otherworldly entity brought to this planet by Kagaya Otsutsuki, the divine tree. The very origin of all chakra, and the source from which myriad phenomena arise. When Shunyue first discovered the existence of the divine tree, she was overwhelmed with excitement, believing that as a transcendent being, her golden finger had finally manifested. However, she soon realized that this accursed plant brought her nothing but endless troubles, offering not a single benefit. The growth of the divine tree required nourishment from chakra. Before Shunyue could autonomously extract chakra, she was compelled to instinctively draw sustenance from her mother. Yet even as a mere seed, the divine tree possessed an insatiable appetite, draining the chakra from Tao Hua and Hua He, and even extracting vitality from her own being. If not for Madara's timely intervention, Shunyue's family would likely have perished, drained of all life force by the sapling, leaving her to become the first reincarnated individual to die in utero. In truth, until the divine tree grew into its current sapling form, Madara, Tao Hua, and Hua He had been supplying chakra to Shunyue, making her steady growth a miraculous occurrence. Apart from draining her chakra and that of those around her, the sapling had not conferred a single advantage upon Shunyue. Logically, such a large plant, with a shred of connection to Ashura and Hashirama, should at least have granted her some ability in wood release, right? Yet, to her despair, she found that no matter how she manipulated chakra, whether it resided within her consciousness or in the soil, the plant remained wholly indifferent to her. This, indeed, was the path every Senju, save for Hashirama, was destined to traverse. The Senju clan's obsession with wood release had reached a frenzied level. They would go to any lengths to replicate it. Yet, throughout history, only Hashirama and those implanted with his cells could wield wood release. Even Hashirama's sons and grandchildren could not master it, let alone others. Though Shunyue could be considered half Senju, she had not inherited the fate of learning wood release. In this era, only Hashirama possessed Ashura's chakra. Since the path of wood release was blocked, could she not, like the Nine Tails, serve as a chakra battery? After all, having absorbed so much chakra from Shunyue, it would be reasonable for the plant to reciprocate, yet that was not the case. This plant had always been a predator of chakra. Expecting it to release chakra in return was as futile as hoping a capitalist would distribute wealth or that Danzo would perform a good deed. After enduring all these tribulations, Shunyue had descended into utter despair. She had come to realize that this wretched entity within her was nothing more than a ticking time bomb disguised as the divine tree. It offered no benefits whatsoever, yet brought with it a plethora of troubles, and she was utterly powerless to change her circumstances, ultimately resolving to act as if it did not exist. But now, this usually dormant sapling was joyfully stretching its branches, the layers of delicate green buds intertwining to form a lush canopy. In her consciousness space, where no wind existed, the pliant branches of the divine tree swayed gently, weaving together a refreshing and melodious song of life. Hashirama's wood-release chakra was resonating with the divine tree. Damn it, that cursed divine tree is messing with me again. Shunyue felt tears welling up as she pondered how to explain this resonance to Hashirama. Surely, she couldn't say, Lord Hokage, you are unaware. But I am actually your long-lost distant niece. Shunyue dared not look at Hashirama's current expression, fearing he might mistakenly believe she possessed wood release. Setting aside the fact that it would be scandalous for a Uchiha to wield wood release, which would jeopardize the very foundation of their clan, it could ignite a new round of conflict between the two families. If the newly established Konoha, barely 6 years old, were to descend into chaos, it would be disastrous. Even if Shunyue were proven not to possess wood release, the ninja world was not without methods to ascertain bloodlines, and her lineage would inevitably be exposed. At that point, Tobirama Senju would undoubtedly take underhanded measures to eliminate her. As these thoughts consumed her, Shunyue felt darkness closing in. Tobirama's visage appeared before her, akin to a malevolent specter, cackling as he prepared to strike her down. Oh, master, save me. Tobirama is terrifying. Shunyue curled herself tightly into Madara's embrace, her small body trembling with fear. Madara's strong hand rested on her back as he raised his head, his expression impassive as he glanced at the hesitant Hashirama. In that moment, the two close friends exchanged glances, a silent exchange of all that could and could not be said. In such a situation, one of them would inevitably have to yield, and it was entirely impossible to expect Uchiha Madara to back down. Thus, Hashirama displayed his signature, earnest smile, bursting into hearty laughter as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Ahahaha, that must have been my imagination. Yes, it was indeed your imagination. Shunyue fervently nodded in agreement, aware that the wondrous resonance between her and Hashirama had concluded, and everything seemed to revert to normal, as if nothing had occurred. Yet, she understood clearly that Hashirama would never truly disregard the incident as he claimed. Soon, this cunning individual revealed his true intentions. Leaning towards Madara while holding a large handful of white flowers, and, under Madara's watchful gaze, continued to coax, Shunyue, would you like to visit the Senju clan's territory? Hashirama smiled gently, his handsome and lively face paired with a warm and intelligent demeanor, creating an aura of approachability that made it difficult for anyone to harbor feelings of dislike towards him. Even rejecting his invitation felt shameful. However, at this moment, Shinyu only wished to distance herself from him. She truly wanted to shout at him, "No, I don't want to. If I go to the Senju clan, will I even be able to leave alive? Hey, Hashirama, are you trying to steal my disciple?" Uchiha Madara's expression darkened as he cast a fierce glare at Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, with a smile, did not deny Madara's words but instead gazed with enthusiasm at the village of Konohagakure beneath them, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. "We can teach together. Sarutobi was taught by both me and Tobirama. Just imagine, once the Ninja Academy is established, if you, Tobirama, and I were to be teachers. Can you envision the children calling us teachers? Wouldn't that be splendid?" Madara pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing as he seemed to contemplate something. Undoubtedly, Hashirama had successfully touched a chord within him. Yet, he quickly broke free from that enchanting vision. There were two aspects of the future that he simply could not tolerate. One was Shunyu becoming Hashirama's disciple, and the other was Tobirama becoming his colleague. What you say is not entirely impossible. However, Shunyu is my important disciple, Hashirama. Even you cannot take her away from me. Madara firmly held Shinyu. And after casting a glance at Hashirama and the village beneath them, he turned away without a hint of reluctance. Hashirama watched Madara's retreating figure with increasing concern, unable to resist calling out to him from behind. Madara, where are you going? I'm heading back. You should return to the Hokage building quickly as well. Don't keep your dear brother worried about you. As the family head and his beloved daughter finally distanced themselves from that terrifying man, an indescribable joy surged within Hayakaku's chest. He cast a triumphant glance at Senju Tuka and swiftly followed in Madara and Shunyu's footsteps, hastily escaping. Poor Tuka extended her hand helplessly. If only she could flee from Senju Hashirama's side as well. Perhaps it was her guilty conscience, but she felt he surely knew something. Tuka. Atop the Grand Hokage Rock, only Senju Hashirama and Senju Tuka remained. In the absence of outsiders, Hashirama's authoritative side as Hokage emerged. His calm gaze locked onto Tuka's, causing her to shudder under his scrutinizing stare, and she instinctively lowered her head. Are you hiding something from me? Words were unnecessary. Tuka could discern his meaning solely from his gaze, a skill honed from years of being his confidant. At that moment, her heart raced like a drum, fear gripping her. She dreaded Hashirama truly asking that question. She knew that if he did, she would divulge all secrets, even if it jeopardized Shinyu's life and her own. Yet, she had no alternative, for she ultimately belonged to the Senju clan as a ninja. Hashirama was well aware of this, yet he ultimately chose not to voice that question. As pedestrians returned home along the street, Hashirama rose to depart, donning the ceremonial robes and hat that symbolized the Hokage. As he brushed past the motionless Tuka, he paused momentarily to pat the shoulder of the clan elder. Tuka, once the Ninja Academy is established, you should also become a teacher. Chapter 8. Dinner at the Uchiha clan. It was dinner time in the Uchiha clan compound, where Shinyu, Madara, and Hayakaku gathered around the dining table, partaking in a meal that could hardly be deemed lavish. Unlike the Senju clan, who favored communal dining, the inherently proud and reserved Uchiha preferred individual servings, utilizing exquisite dining ware. On a low table crafted from fine cypress wood, 3 opulent lacquered food boxes were arranged, yet the meals within were rather meager. Tonight's dinner for the Uchiha clan consisted of a single block of tofu drenched in sauce, coarsely cut boiled radishes, accompanied by sticky natto and miso soup, with rice infused with plums as the staple, and the only meat being a piece of fish fried to a crisp perfection. Even though the chef's culinary skills were exceptional, producing delectable dishes, it was disheartening to think that even the leader of the esteemed Uchiha clan could only consume such frugal fare, prompting one to lament over the financial state of Konoha. Seated with restraint at the table, Hayakaku diligently deboned the fish from his food box, then placed the whole piece into Shinyu's bowl. Upon being fed, Shinyu glanced at the 2 pieces of fish in her own box, then at Hayakaku's meager dinner devoid of any meat. A wave of profound melancholy washed over her. She extended her chopsticks and divided the fish Hayakaku had given her into a large and a small portion, keeping only the smaller piece for herself, and returned the larger portion to Hayakaku's bowl. Thank you, father, but this is more than enough for me. My daughter is an angel. Hayakaku, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. In his overly idealized perception, Shinyu radiated a golden aura, rendering her the purest and most beautiful being in all her endeavors. However, Shinyu soon shattered Hayakaku's unrealistic fantasy. Under the watchful eyes of Hayakaku and Madara, she savored the crispy fish, revealing the Uchiha clan's unexpected culinary prowess and fire techniques. She pinched off a generous chunk of fish, savoring its sweetness and the crispiness of the skin. After finishing the entire fish, she sent all the natto she disliked to Hayakaku's bowl. This scene caused the corners of Hayakaku's mouth and eyes to twitch in unison. Being a parent often entailed enduring the remnants of one's child's meals. Yet, as a ninja born from the Warring States era, he understood the value of food, especially since their current provisions were not abundant enough to be squandered. Shinyu's pickiness irked him, and he resolved to correct this undesirable habit. Clearing his throat gently, Hayakaku attempted to assert his authority as a father. However, his insufficient authority was overwhelmed by his affection, rendering him a foolish father figure. He picked up a large helping of natto, attempting to place it in Shinyu's bowl, but she quickly pushed her food box aside, fearing the detested natto would taint her rice. Shinyu, natto is very nutritious. Come try a little. Defeated, Hayakaku lowered his stance, gently coaxing Shinyu. while his chopsticks persistently approached her mouth, attempting to personally feed her the dreaded natto. But natto was sticky and utterly revolting. Shun Yu's expression reflected visible terror. Her training as a ninja had reached its zenith, enabling her to flawlessly evade all of Hyakaku's attempts. Observing from the side, Madara smirked, deciding to incorporate natto into Shun Yu's training punishments. With his authority as a father repeatedly challenged, Hyakaku felt the veins in his forehead throb, and at this moment, he was no longer merely intent on correcting Shun Yu's pickiness. He was fighting to uphold his dignity in the way of the ninja. Shinyu, as an Uchiha, how can you be picky? Just eat a little, it's really just a small amount. Absolutely not. Eating that disgusting thing will definitely make me vomit. Staring in horror at the sticky, viscous substance on the chopsticks, Shinyu's face turned pale. The mere thought of that odoriferous item, reminiscent of an old man's feet, approaching her mouth made her stomach churn uncontrollably. The smell alone made her want to retch. Natto was truly malevolent. She would never eat such a thing. Just as the father-daughter bond between Shun Yu and Hyakaku was on the verge of breaking over a single piece of natto, Madara, who had been silently eating on the side, finally spoke up. He elegantly placed his chopsticks down beside his empty bowl, raising an eyebrow as his gaze swiftly darted between the father and daughter engaged in their playful battle over food, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. If she doesn't want to eat, don't force her. Shinyu sat down triumphantly with her food box, while Hokkai helplessly set down his chopsticks. He had come to understand that Shun Yu's picky eating habits were entirely a result of the chief's indulgence. Sitting back beside Shinyu, Uchiha Hokkai was filled with a myriad of emotions. Before the birth of his precious daughter, he had never shared a meal with the chief. Prior to that, not only was there no private time, but whether in clan meetings or on the battlefield, the only person allowed to stand beside Madara was Izuna. The thought of Izuna brought a wave of sorrow to Hokkai's heart. Izuna's death was not merely a tremendous blow to Madara. In reality, it was a catastrophic impact on Hokkai and the Uchiha clan as a whole. Madara, with his proud demeanor and lack of political acumen, relied entirely on Izuna's management of clan affairs and diplomacy. During that time, the formidable Madara could flourish on the battlefield, knowing his brother Izuna would always be there to support the clan. However, Izuna perished on the eve of peace, just before the establishment of Konoha. His death meant that Uchiha Madara lost his brother, and the Uchiha clan lost its intellect, jeopardizing the fragile peace between the Senju and the Uchiha. Senju Tobirama. The true power behind the Senju and Konoha harbored deep-seated hatred and prejudice against the Uchiha. Under Hashirama's restraint, he could momentarily set aside these hostilities. But how long could Hashirama suppress him? Without their intellect, how could the Uchiha hope to contend with the Senju? Once Senju Tobirama became the second Hokage, he would undoubtedly exert all efforts to suppress the Uchiha. How would they survive in a Konoha rife with bias and animosity? The future of the Uchiha, and indeed that of Konoha, was far from the idyllic scenario envisioned by Madara and Hashirama. If only Izuna were still alive, he would never allow such circumstances to unfold. Hokkai felt a piercing headache. Like most Uchihas, he was not adept at intrigue. In contrast, young Shinyu displayed a remarkable talent for it. Rather than a first-rate warrior, the Uchiha clan currently needed a shrewd mind, and even a child like Shinyu's thoughts could not be overlooked. Shinyu, please repeat what you told Lord Madara earlier. Hokkai cautiously glanced at Madara, who sat nearby sipping hot tea. Noticing that Madara showed no intention of stopping her, he felt relieved to let Shinyu continue. Although it was rather absurd to have two adults listen to a 5-year-old child's suggestions regarding clan survival. In a world where 5-year-olds could go to battle and 7-year-olds had Hokage-like thoughts, it all began to make sense. How should I put this? Shinyu set down her chopsticks and neatly closed her food box. With a serious expression that belied her youth, she spoke. I believe it is utterly impossible for the Uchiha to host the Ninja Academy. Of course, Madara replied with a light chuckle, leaving it ambiguous whether he was mocking or genuinely proud of his dear friend. Such a splendid idea would not escape Hashirama's notice. The mere thought of the elusive and cunning Hashirama appearing there made Shinyu break into a cold sweat. It was terrifying and utterly unexpected. Who could have imagined that Senju Hashirama would show up? However, we can still participate. This refers not only to sending our clan's children to school, but also to having Uchiha members serve as teachers. Shinyu slapped her cheeks, striving to dispel Hashirama's image from her mind. Hokkai, perplexed, voiced his doubts. He did not wish for the clan's children to be surrounded by the loathsome Senju. especially concerning Shinyu. The thought of her being encircled by the ill-intentioned Senju, particularly a member named Toka, made him wish to draw his sword and slay all Senju at once. If we cannot have complete control, we might as well abandon the idea altogether. After all, our clan has thrived through clan education for a millennium. Shinyu gently shook her head, her dark gaze sweeping over her father Hawkeye, thoroughly dismissing his words. Once the academy is established, it won't just be commoners and the Senju. Eventually, all clans will participate. Rather than resist, we should seize the opportunity early. Uchiha Hawkeye, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape as he struggled to find a retort. Observing this, Shinyu swiftly added, "The Ninja Academy will undoubtedly become one of the most crucial power institutions in Konoha's future. If we wish to incorporate the Uchiha influence within it, we must act now." Yet, while he understood the reasoning, the possibility of Senju Toka becoming a teacher and interacting with Shun Yu left Hawkeye feeling increasingly reluctant. Enough, Hawkeye. Just then, Uchiha Madara, having finished his tea, concluded Hawkeye's futile struggle. He set down the teapot and cast a cold glance at the frozen Uchiha Hawkeye. This matter will proceed as Shun Yu has proposed. Once the clan leader had spoken, the decision for the Uchiha to join the Ninja Academy was irrevocably sealed. Hawkeye stared blankly, his hands weakly propped on the tatami. Yet, before he could fully digest this disheartening news, Madara issued a command that struck Hawkeye like the loss of a loved one. Hawkeye, once the Ninja Academy is established, you will become a teacher. Chapter 9. The Futility of the Divine Tree. Hawkeye, once the Ninja Academy is established, you will become a teacher. Madara's tone was nonchalant, yet to Hawkeye, it sounded like a thunderclap. This grim news darkened his vision. The thought of daily cohabitating with the Senju brats, imparting his hard-earned battlefield experiences to them, made him long to eliminate the Senju clan entirely. Such a terrifying future must be nipped in the bud. What? You are unwilling? Madara raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze shifting to Hawkeye, whose face was a portrait of reluctance. In that moment of eye contact with Madara, Hawkeye felt as if he had been electrocuted, and he immediately swore, despite his conscience, "No, absolutely not. Chief, I, Uchiha Hawkeye, will not disappoint your expectations. I will surely become an excellent teacher and raise these children to be strong." How sycophantic could one be? Uchiha Hawkeye was, after all, an elder of the clan. Was it truly fitting to say such things before me? Furthermore, were you referring to them as brats just now? Seeing Hawkeye's expression, Shinyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and silently turned her head, pretending she saw nothing. Then it is settled. The Uchiha clan must participate in the Ninja Academy. Madara's gaze shifted away from Hawkeye, as if avoiding something distasteful. He turned to Shinyu, his eyes betraying visible conflict. "Shinyu, regarding you." Shinyu could roughly guess what Madara was mulling over. He was wrestling with whether to send her to the Ninja Academy as well. Compared to ordinary children, her situation was far too peculiar. Exposing her too early to public scrutiny would only place her in unnecessary peril. Moreover, in a world dominated by bloodline hierarchies, she possessed the most exceptional lineage and the most powerful mentor, rendering the resources of the Ninja Academy unnecessary for her. Considering all these factors, it was evident that the wiser choice would be to keep her from attending the academy. "Master, I wish to visit the Ninja Academy." But Shinyu harbored different thoughts. Konoha is the heart of the ninja world, and the Konoha Ninja Academy is no less significant. The tale of Naruto begins at the Konoha Ninja Academy, a place that has witnessed the growth of countless ninjas. From the absolute protagonists Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, to the future elite of Konoha, and even the older generation represented by Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai, not to mention the antagonists like Obito and Itachi. Countless ninjas have spent their childhood here, maturing into formidable individuals. The establishment of the Ninja Academy marks a significant milestone in the history of the ninja world. Despite the inherent dangers, Kamizuki yearns to witness history unfold with her own eyes. As the moon ascends gracefully to the zenith of the night, Uchiha Kamizuki departs from Madara's residence alongside Uchiha Hano. The night air is brisk, and the desolate clan grounds are illuminated solely by the warm yellow glow of the lanterns hanging under the eaves. In this faint light, Uchiha Hano tightly holds Kamizuki's small hand as they walk toward home. As the clan leader, Uchiha Madara's residence is centrally located within the clan grounds, and Hano's home is quite close, making their journey home only a few steps. However, Kamizuki is already so exhausted that she can hardly keep her eyes open. Children are naturally inclined to seek sleep, and the events of the day have been overwhelmingly tiring. After just a few steps, the weight of slumber has already claimed her. No, it is not merely approaching. It has indeed overtaken her. Kamizuki sways like a tipsy old drunkard, stumbling along, appearing as if she might collapse at any moment. Just as she is about to fall, a warm hand catches her by the arm, preventing her from crumpling to the ground. Hano bends down, enveloping her in his arms. "Father, I'm tired," she mumbles softly, nestling into his embrace, breathing slowly and deeply, enveloped in a cocoon of safety, soon succumbing to the embrace of sleep. Under the gentle moonlight, Uchiha Hano carries Kamizuki through the deserted streets. The surrounding silence is so profound that even the moonlight seems to whisper. In her father's arms, Kamizuki dreams sweetly of stars and blossoms. In that half-dream, she hears Hano calling her name. "Kamizuki, father?" She blinks sleepily, responding to his call in a haze. As Madara's sole disciple, you must support him well and never let him down. It is difficult to discern whether it is reality or merely a dream. Hano's voice, tinged with a sigh, seeps into Kamizuki's heart like the soft moonlight filtering through trees. Madara has lost all his family. Kamizuki, you are his only disciple and his last kin. Kamizuki nuzzles against his neck, her response muffled and indistinct, more an expression of affection than a clear answer. Soon, she rests her head in the crook of his neck and falls into a deep slumber. Is this child even listening? With a mixture of helplessness and affection, Hano tightens his embrace around the sleeping Kamizuki as they continue their journey home. When Kamizuki awakens once more, she finds herself nestled in her familiar bedroom. Cocooned in a soft blanket, her cherished black cat plushie snug in her arms. Yawning, she struggles to escape the warm embrace of her bedding. Her groggy mind is still under the spell of sleep. The only thought that propels her to battle the drowsiness is the need to brush her teeth and bathe. She drifts into the bathroom like a ghost, grasping her toothbrush with determination, her right hand clinging to the black cat plushie. The night is still deep, and after her cleansing routine, she can afford to indulge in a bit more sleep. The technology in the Naruto world is perplexingly advanced. Kamizuki cannot fathom how. Amidst such scarcity, Konoha manages to possess such sophisticated plumbing and sanitation systems. Yet, she must admit that without these conveniences, life would be far less bearable. As a time traveler, if she were to endure a life devoid of running water, flush toilets, and showers, she would rather not exist at all. Thank you, Kishimoto-sensei. You are truly benevolent. After rinsing her mouth, Kamizuki lethargically surveys her reflection in the mirror. Although she longs to return to sleep, an inexplicable feeling lingers that something is amiss. The mirror faithfully reflects her image: raven hair, snow-white skin, and eyes bright as stars. Whether it be her upward-arching black eyes or her tousled hair, she embodies the quintessential Uchiha appearance. In the genetic rivalry between the Senju and Uchiha clans, it is evident that the Uchiha lineage prevails. After scrutinizing her reflection for a while, she exclaims, "Ah, I am truly beautiful. Nothing seems out of place." After her bath, Kamizuki sets down her towel, cradles her black cat plushie, and makes her way back to her room. Once her washing tasks are complete, drowsiness returns with a vengeance. The empty house echoes with the soft sounds of her footsteps against the wooden floor. It isn't until she lies back down that she notices anything amiss. She dismisses her unease, snuggling her plushie tightly and sinking into the warm embrace of her covers. The deep, viscous sleep soon envelopes her, pulling her into a realm of sweet dreams, where she continues to descend into a tranquil darkness. Once again, she finds herself within the depths of her consciousness. Time in this realm is suspended like amber, and everything remains unchanged. The divine tree stands as it always has, quietly growing, its delicate branches and vibrant green leaves seemingly untouched. However, as Kamizuki approaches, sensing something amiss, her expression shifts to one of utter shock. She finally comprehends what is wrong. At the top of the still small divine tree, two equally sized silver fruits have formed. In the pitch-black stillness of her consciousness, they shine like tiny gems, emitting an undeniable brilliance. The divine tree has borne fruit, and two at once. Oh heavens, has my golden finger finally arrived? Kamizuki's heart races with excitement as her consciousness darts toward the tree and its fruits, only to find her chin dislodging from her body, crashing to the ground. The tree has not produced fruit. Instead, it has birthed two eyeballs. Eyes. Kamizuki's eyes widen in disbelief. The two iridescent blue orbs, resembling diamonds, coldly stare back at her from the tree. The silver radiance she previously perceived was merely the scare of these eyes. Despite their artistic and exquisite appearance, there is no denying that these are human eyeballs. Kamizuki feels an overwhelming urge to scream at the absurdity of it all. What is this? Why is the divine tree growing eyeballs? Is it engaging in some sort of artistic expression? What am I meant to do? Her mind is a whirlwind of confusion, grappling with this troublesome golden finger. What should she do? Could someone please tell her whether she should swallow them whole, or, as portrayed in the anime, extract her own eyes before transplanting these? Upon reflection, the latter seems more logical, but it also sounds excruciatingly painful, something she could never endure. Just as Kamizuki spirals into frustration, the fruits detach from the divine tree, slowly drifting into her palm. Up close, these eyes, boasting blue irises and rainbow-like luminescence, gleam with a natural allure that captivates her. She inspects them closely, feeling an eerie familiarity, as if she has seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, the eyes in her hand collide with her eye sockets. Instinctively, Kamizuki tightly shuts her eyes, yet the orbs seem to transcend physicality, penetrating her skin and merging seamlessly with her original eyes. An indescribable sorrow and anguish surged from Shinyue's eyes to her mind, causing her to collapse to the ground, trembling in pain. She acutely sensed that two pairs of eyes were seamlessly merging into one, transforming into a new gaze. Moreover, an infinite wellspring of power surged forth during this process, filling her with an unprecedented sense of strength. In the realm of reality, Shinyue, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. The blackness of her pupils faded entirely, replaced by a rich, blood-like crimson. A dark, jade-like swirl gradually rotated within her red irises, the gem-like brilliance shimmering amidst the crimson. This pair of eyes was both otherworldly and sinister, yet undeniably beautiful beyond compare. In that fleeting moment, everything reflected in Shinyue's vision appeared as if it were porcelain cracked by ice, suffused with dark, fissured lines, walls, desks, soft toys. And even her own arms were cloaked in these crimson streaks. These scarlet veins symbolized the line of death that ends all things, known as the eternal Eye of Death. Yet now, it had merged with the Sharingan. Shinyue, are you alright with the Sharingan? The sudden surge of ocular power startled Hwaha, who was in the next room. Upon realizing the commotion came from Shinyue's chamber, he rushed in without hesitation. However, he was met not with an enemy's attack, but with the astonishing sight of Shinyue's Sharingan. Vivid as blood and radiant as a gem, he stared at the newly awakened eyes in disbelief, the kunai in his hand clattering to the floor. Chapter 10. The inauguration of the Ninja Academy. April arrived, heralding the return of spring, and for the residents of Konoha, the most exciting event of the month was the impending inauguration of the Ninja Academy. Regardless of their lineage or gender, anyone possessing talent could enroll in this institution and receive training to become a ninja. While this may not hold much significance for the clans, it was exhilarating news for the common folk. In a world that placed great emphasis on bloodlines and heritage, the status of ninjas was rather low. In the eyes of the nobility and feudal lords, they were mere tools, useful yet untrustworthy, far less reliable than the monks or samurai. However, to the commoners, ninjas represented a prestigious profession. Indeed, the high mortality rate and the bloody nature of a ninja's work instilled fear in the hearts of the common people. Yet, the death toll for the civilians in times of conflict often surpassed that of ninjas who regularly undertook perilous missions. Faced with rampant banditry and rogue ninjas, the commoners found themselves utterly defenseless. So, what were civilians to the ninja world? They were laborers and providers of wealth, yet simultaneously they were lambs to the slaughter, the most exploited stratum of society. To alter this dire situation, one must acquire strength. To obtain strength, one must master chakra. However, the means to acquire chakra were monopolized by ninjas, priestesses, monks, and even samurai. Thus, the path for commoners to become powerful had been obstructed from the very beginning. Yet, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, the absence of chakra itself constituted a grave sin. However, today, the unyielding boulder blocking this path would begin to tremble. The Ninja Academy represented the first glimmer of hope for the common folk, who had long been trampled upon by the powerful elite. A throng of people congregated at the academy's entrance. Nearly the entire village of Konoha had come, Under the giant Konoha emblem, a notice displayed the list of the inaugural class of students. The size of the first cohort was not large, yet it consisted predominantly of renowned prodigies. The list, with fewer than 30 names, included not only the illustrious Senju and Uchiha clans, but also lesser-known children from various families, such as Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura. Whispers filled the air as the crowd pointed at the names on the list, and the children gathered at the entrance. From the family crests on their garments and their distinct appearances, it was easy to discern their lineages. The Uchiha children, clad in black high-collared clan attire and adorned with red and white fan embroidery, stood out prominently. Though young, they already exuded the signature aloofness characteristic of the Uchiha, their beautiful faces radiating an aura that deterred approach, prompting the crowd to instinctively part and grant them space. Unbeknownst to them, the Uchiha children were as anxious as ants on a hot stove. With the school year approaching, only 4 of the 6 Uchiha listed were present. Arriving late on the first day of school would be utterly mortifying. The eldest among them, Uchiha Mechi, was in a flurry, her eyes wide as she scanned the crowd for the missing Uchiha. Yet, amidst the throngs of people, monkeys, Byakugan users, and even the dullards of the Senju clan, there was no sign of their Uchiha red-eyed kin. At this critical moment, the adults had all gone to a clan meeting, leaving no one available to assist. Frustrated to the brink of awakening her own Sharingan, Mechi turned to the other children with a fierce glare, demanding, "Where's Lady Shunyue?" "I don't know. I've been with you the whole time," replied her younger sister, Uchiha Inari, shaking her head innocently and glancing at Uchiha Ijin, who had just swallowed a piece of candy. Caught off guard by the collective gaze, the unfortunate child began to choke. "Cough, cough, help. Cough my life." After a harrowing fit of coughing, Ijin finally managed to swallow the troublesome candy and, recovering his composure, retorted peevishly, "Why are you looking at me? I haven't seen her either. What about Jing? Wasn't he just here?" In a state of panic and irritation, Mechi counted the group again. Just moments ago, there had been 5 Uchiha children. Now, only 4 remained, and the one missing was the eldest and most reliable, Uchiha Jing. "I know. He went to find Lady Shunyue," exclaimed Uchiha Huyen, raising his hand. The 4 Uchiha children turned their hopeful gazes toward the direction he indicated, fervently praying for him. "Jing, you must bring Lady Shunyue back." Within the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Jing, entrusted with their hopes, raced toward Huaha's residence. He swiftly leapt onto the second-floor balcony and, with familiar ease, entered Shunyue's room. Inside, Shunyue, clutching a black cat plushie, was nestled comfortably under her blankets, soundly asleep. Sensing someone approaching, she merely cracked her eyes open slightly, recognized the intruder, and returned to her slumber with a sense of security. "Shunyue," Jing exclaimed in exasperation, attempting to combat his drowsiness with noise. He shook her shoulders vigorously, finally rousing her from her deep slumber. Awoken, she squinted at Jing with displeasure and muttered, "Jing, stop making noise. Shunyue, don't sleep any longer. We'll be late." In response to Jing's urgent protest, Shunyue merely pulled the blanket over her head, her muffled voice emanating from within, "I just fell asleep. Just 5 more minutes. I promise I'm not lying." Shunyue's reluctance to rise was primarily due to Uchiha Madara. Half a month prior, the news of Shunyue awakening her Sharingan sent shockwaves throughout the clan. At merely 5 years of age, she was the youngest ever to awaken it, solidifying her status as a prodigy. Before this, many clan members had voiced their concerns regarding the clan leader taking Hua's daughter, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. As his disciple, while Shunyue displayed considerable talent, there were other prodigies among the younger generation, such as Uchiha Jing and Uchiha Mechi, both of whom not only possessed remarkable gifts but also came from reputable lineages. Who could compare to Hua's illegitimate daughter? For the Uchiha clan, who place immense value on emotions, the idea of having children without marriage is indeed a terrifying prospect. Even though Uchiha Hano, a revered elder, is respected, it does not prevent others from covertly criticizing him behind his back. However, before the Sharingan, their moral scruples can be cast aside without a second thought. Nowadays, anyone who encounters him cannot help but praise his discerning eye, remarking on the quality of the daughter he has raised. Aside from Hano, who boasts incessantly, the most delighted among them is Uchiha Madara. The more talented Shinju demonstrates her abilities, the more likely she is to acquire the powers of creation, particularly her unique Sharingan. Though merely the basic Tomo, possesses tremendous strength. It is this very power that convinces Uchiha Madara that the path to peace and ideals is indeed attainable. Whether driven by a yearning for peace or simply fulfilling his role as a teacher, Uchiha Madara is fervently eager for Senju to grow stronger. Consequently, her training regimen has intensified to unprecedented levels. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara has been exceedingly busy these days, unable to find time during the day to train Senju, as he is occupied with preparations for the upcoming opening of the newly established Ninja Academy alongside Hashirama. This brings immense joy to Senju. However, she soon learns that her perceived escape from training is short-lived, as Uchiha Madara retrieves her from her bed that very night. With no time available during the day, they must train vigorously at night. In Madara's lexicon, the concept of rest does not exist. This grueling lifestyle persists until the academy's opening day. Indeed, Uchiha Madara is such a relentless taskmaster. After training until dawn, Senju finds herself unable to rise from her bed. No amount of coaxing from Uchiha Kagami proves effective. Ultimately, he resorts to invoking Uchiha Madara's name to frighten her into compliance. Senju, Lord Madara will be at school today. If he doesn't see you, won't that be a problem? The moment these words are uttered, their effect is immediate. The previously lethargic Senju's eyes snap open as she hastily grabs her clothes and dashes into the bathroom. On the other side of the village, within the new teaching building, the man who has been a formidable opponent to the Uchiha for a lifetime stands at the podium. Senju Tobarama's vibrant red eyes scan the classroom, taking in each student. He picks up a roster, believing that tardiness is unlikely but recognizing the necessity of calling the roll to familiarize himself with the faces. We will now begin roll call. Saratobi Hizashi. Here, teacher. The called-out Hizashi leaps from his seat, cheerfully greeting Tobarama, eager to ensure he is noticed. Observing his student's exuberance, Senju Tobarama subtly suppresses a smile. Next, Shimura Danzo. Present. Very well. Next. The roll call proceeds smoothly. After all, it is the first day of class, and even the most mischievous children lack the audacity to disrupt. Uchiha Senju. Upon reaching the next name on the list, Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpens. The main event of the day has arrived. This is Uchiha Madara's pupil, the child whom his elder brother, Hashirama, praises highly. According to Hashirama, the proposal to establish the Ninja Academy originated from her. Tobarama raises his head, his eyes honing in with increased intensity. He must seize this opportunity to ascertain what kind of person she truly is. However, as seconds tick away, no response is heard in the classroom. An awkward silence envelopes the air as the children exchange puzzled glances, their breaths rising and falling in unison. Senju Tobarama, incredulously widening his eyes, cannot believe that someone is indeed late, thus contradicting his earlier assumption. Uchiha Senju, where are you? This is bad. Uchiha Mikage, covering her face in despair, collapses onto her desk, while the other three Uchiha children look at each other, their eyes reflecting helplessness and confusion. This is it. They are destined to make a name for themselves at school. Being late on the very first day of the academy, what a bold move. The children, previously intimidated into silence by Tobarama's imposing presence, now huddle together, whispering excitedly, awakening the spirited mischief inherent in their nature. The once quiet classroom erupts into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Silence. Tobarama, veins bulging on his forehead, glares with his crimson eyes, causing the children to collectively hush. He glances again at the name Uchiha Senju, nearly scoffing in exasperation. The Uchiha brat dares to be late on her first day. Remarkable, indeed. What audacity. Chapter 11. The hilarious beginning of elementary life. Senju, hurry up. On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Kagami pulls Senju along in a frantic dash. Under the blazing sun, his unique curly black hair glistens slightly, paired with his innocent droopy eyes, rendering Uchiha Kagami as endearing as an anxious little puppy. Conversely, Senju, dragged along, is utterly exhausted. Her beautiful black eyes fluttering open and shut, resembling a sleepy black kitten. The sight of the two Uchiha children scurrying away with their short legs is quite rare, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Some even recognize Senju from her appearance alongside Madara just half a month prior, wondering, isn't she Lord Madara's daughter? Where could she be headed? The onlookers' gaze follows the duo as they reach the entrance of the Ninja Academy, where ninjas have already leaped atop the rooftops to remove the banner announcing the entrance ceremony. Don't take it down. Kagami cries out in despair, realizing they might miss the entire ceremony, a situation that would be utterly humiliating for the whole village. Still drowsy and in a fog, Senju suddenly feels a sense of deja vu. Pondering for a moment before it dawns on her, how did I end up doing something that Uchiha Kenji would typically do? When the tardy Kagami and Senju finally burst into the classroom, the students regard them with a mix of awe, as if witnessing two valiant heroes rushing into battle. Their assumptions are not unfounded. Provoking Senju Tobarama's ire could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Tobarama does not chastise them. Instead, he gives them a long, penetrating look, as though etching their faces into his memory. As the students finally gather, Tobarama announces, "Let us begin with self-introductions." Though irritated, he is not inclined to take his frustrations out on the two children. He retracts his intimidating gaze and succinctly introduces himself to the bewildered students. "I am Senju Tobarama, your teacher for the next 6 years. My favorite food is grilled fish, and my dream is to protect this village." After speaking, he once again glances at Senju, who appears to be on the verge of dozing off. His piercing gaze acts like a sharp blade, rousing her from her stupor. "Uchiha Senju, you may begin." Under the scrutiny of his fierce eyes, Senju quickly straightens up, the curiosity of her classmates now fixed upon her. Merely bearing the Uchiha surname is enough to pique the interest of many. "I am Uchiha Senju. My dream is to become a formidable warrior and to assist my master and clan. I adore sweet treats, yet I detest natto and dumplings." Tobarama's eyes flicker slightly at her mention of master, which undoubtedly refers to Uchiha Madara. Until recently, this child had been kept under wraps, only beginning to make her presence known in the village half a month ago. At that time, his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, inadvertently encountered the child and conceived the idea of instructing her alongside Uchiha Madara. Though little was known, it was undeniable that Senju Tobarama was an exceptionally rare sensory ninja. His perception of chakra was remarkably acute. At this moment, he could sense the chakra of everyone inside and outside the classroom. Among them, Uchiha Shinkitsu's chakra fluctuations were particularly unique. The vast quantity of chakra she possessed far exceeded that of the other Uchiha present and even subtly surpassed that of her peers from the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Were it not for her appearance and surname, which clearly aligned her with the Uchiha lineage and the distinct chilling aura emanating from her, he would have mistaken her for a prodigy from the Senju clan. When had the Uchiha clan produced such an anomalous child with an abundance of chakra? Tobarama couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the disciple chosen by Uchiha Madara was not an ordinary individual. He was left pondering how this child would develop under Madara's influence. Would her presence be a boon or a bane for the village? At that moment, even Tobarama was uncertain of the answer. He could only hope that the upcoming 6 years at the Ninja Academy would instill a sense of belonging in her and all the children in the class, transcending their clan affiliations. However, that was a matter for 6 years hence. As Tobarama contemplated Shinkitsu's words again, he became aware of the subtle contradictions within them and couldn't help but retort, "Isn't dango a sweet treat? Why would you dislike dango?" Without lifting her gaze, Shinkitsu replied expressionlessly, "I have grown tired of dango." Tobarama sighed inwardly, recognizing the willfulness and innate mischievousness of this Uchiha child. He had a premonition that she would inevitably evolve into a formidable character akin to Uchiha Izuna. Next, Uchiha Kagami, what about you? Uchiha Kagami expressed his fondness for dango, stating he had no particular dislikes, and his dream was to become a powerful protector of his clan. After speaking, the boy with black, curly hair discreetly glanced at the black-haired girl standing beside him. Such a subtle gesture did not escape Tobarama's keen observation, prompting him to reflect. Childhood friends indeed share a beautiful bond. "Both of you, stop dawdling and take a seat," Tobarama instructed. "Saratobi Hizashi, your turn." Finally freed from standing in punishment, Shinkitsu and Kagami hurriedly made their way to join the other Uchiha children. Among the 30-odd students, 6 Uchiha children unconsciously occupied a substantial portion of the space, rivaled only by a small group of 5 from the Senju clan. "I am Saratobi Hizashi. My dream is to become a hero who protects the village, just like my teacher. My favorite foods are seaweed and fish balls." The first batch of students at the Ninja Academy were primarily from renowned ninja clans, with ages varying. Besides older children like Saratobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, who were born before the village's founding, there were younger ones like Shinkitsu and Mikigai, born afterward. Perhaps due to their similar backgrounds, the children's dreams were surprisingly consistent. Except for Hizashi, Most aspired to be as strong as the adults in their clans. Given that the village had been established for only a few years, its influence naturally could not compare to that of the clans. However, hearing such responses repeatedly left Tobarama feeling somewhat discontented, leading him to ponder how to enhance the village's significance in the hearts of its people. My name is Hyuga, and my dream is... The girl with white eyes and a bandage wrapped around her forehead stood up, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her dream, her eyes reflecting a vacant, bewildered light. After pondering for a lengthy moment, she could not continue. The other children, who had lost interest in the nearly identical introductions, turned their attention toward her, causing Kodo to lower her head even further in silence. Is she a member of the Hyuga branch? Noticing the bandage on the girl's forehead, Shinkitsu immediately made this assessment. She scanned the room and realized that the few Hyuga students present all wore white ribbons on their foreheads, indicating they were all from the branch family. It was no surprise, given the exceedingly conservative elders of the main family. How could they allow the children of the main family to attend school? Kodo, whose head seemed as if it might fall to the ground, ultimately could not discern what her dream was. She could only look toward Tobarama, who wore a frown, pondering something. I'm sorry, I can't think of anything to say, teacher. May I refrain from speaking? Of course, you may sit down. For the Hyuga branch, the word dream felt exceedingly heavy, and Shinkitsu gazed sympathetically at the branch girl named Hyuga Kodo. Yakushi Chika, my dream is to become a kind and gentle person like the headmaster, and to grow up well with my younger siblings. I love all types of food. The last student to introduce herself was a brown-haired girl wearing glasses, who spoke with a gentle smile, radiating a warm and friendly aura, appearing to be the eldest among the children. Upon hearing this surname, Shinkitsu's curiosity was piqued. The name Yakushi sounded familiar. Wasn't it the surname of Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nanoko? So, the orphanage in Konoha had existed for quite some time. All right, settle your belongings. Now, follow me to the training ground. After all the students had introduced themselves, Tobarama set aside his books and writing materials, urging the children to quickly put their things down and accompany him. Among the students, Sarutobi Hizashi, who was closest to Tobarama, curiously inquired, Teacher Tobarama, don't we have class? Of course, we will have class, but not at this moment. The Hokage is coming to attend the opening ceremony of the school, and we are going to welcome him. What? Senju Hashirama is coming too? The thought of facing the cunning and shrewd Senju Hashirama, especially with his brother Tobarama observing, caused Shinkitsu's face to turn pale. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office of the academic building, Senju Takumi and Uchiha Hanaharu, both educators with desks placed close together, exchanged cold glares in an atmosphere thick with tension, as if they wished to use their pens as shuriken to pierce each other's annoying faces. Ha ha ha! The two ninjas, laughing so hard they could barely stand, entered the office amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Had Shinkitsu and Kagami been present, they would have recognized these two as the ones who had pulled down the curtain at that time. Teacher Takumi and Teacher Hanaharu, do you know? It's only the first day of school, and already there's a reckless little brat who was late. Whose little rascal dares to be late on the very first day? Senju Takumi fumed, as the Ninja Academy was the result of the Senju clan's tireless efforts over the past half-month. During this time, Senju Hashirama had been busy using wood style to construct buildings, while Tobarama had been racking his brain over lesson plans, and she, Senju Takumi, had been hauling bricks and painting walls, getting covered in dust. Which family's mischief maker dares to disregard my hard work? Just wait and see. I shall discipline them properly. Huh? Who else but you, Senju? Uchiha Hanaharu sneered, interjecting sarcastically. Hey, how dare you make such baseless accusations? It's only the Uchiha who would behave so audaciously. Teacher Takumi's assertion was indeed correct. It was indeed the Uchiha children who were late. The two ninjas chuckled, confirming Takumi's statement. Consequently, it was Takumi's turn to gloat, unleashing a series of exceedingly boastful laughs, while Uchiha Hanaharu's expression darkened as he forcefully snapped his pen in two. Who was it? Hokage's face turned an alarming shade of pale as a premonition gripped him. This incident would undoubtedly reverberate through the streets of Konoha, tarnishing the reputation of the Uchiha clan beyond redemption. The mere thought clenched his fists tightly, and once he discovered the identity of the culprit, he vowed to extract that child and deliver a sound thrashing. As I pondered, I recalled passing by the classroom and noticing her, Uchiha Shingetsu. That was her name. And Uchiha Kagami as well. The moment these names were mentioned, Senju Momoka and Uchiha Hokage's expressions froze, For how could it be that once again, it was their offspring responsible for such mischief? Chapter 12. A lengthy discourse under the blazing sun on the training ground of the Ninja Academy. Senju Hashirama stood atop a remarkably rudimentary platform, clad in a crimson ceremonial robe, delivering a speech on the will of fire. Below him, Shingetsu struggled against the suffocating boredom, desperately attempting to stave off daydreams, yet her efforts proved futile. This was not merely fatigue from a restless night. It stemmed from a deep-seated aversion, regardless of the world. Enduring a leader's address is an excruciating ordeal. Moreover, Hashirama's words, in Shingetsu's eyes, were dull and uninspiring, revolving around the oft-repeated theme of the will of fire, a topic long exhausted in the realm of anime. In the midst of Konoha, the flames of life continue to burn brightly. At first glance, this appears to be a beautiful ideology, heritage, dedication, sacrifice. The ninjas of Konoha would give their very lives to safeguard their village and the next generation, perpetuating this spirit like an eternal flame that knows no end. Yet, this overly idealistic notion harbors a darker reality. For the sake of the village, some individuals would sacrifice everything, even the lives of their closest friends, relatives, and lovers. Conversely, others would resort to the foulest means to obliterate any threats to the village, ensuring its interests at any cost. Is this truly right or just? Ultimately, whether through sacrifice or dedication, this seemingly noble spirit is all too easily exploited by those with ulterior motives. An excessive emphasis on sacrifice can readily be interpreted to mean that any sacrifice holds significance, which can devolve into the oppression of the weak. For the benefit of the majority, compelling a minority to sacrifice and praising such actions is nothing short of disgraceful. Suppressing her disdain, Shingetsu activated her mode of dismissing the drivel, while the younger students around her exhibited expressions of excitement and adoration. Hashirama's warm smile and impassioned rhetoric undeniably possessed a remarkable allure. Such rhetoric may easily sway the children of the ninja school and the adults within the village. Yet it was unrealistic to expect Shingetsu, who had been shaped by an era of information overload in her previous life, to be equally captivated. Despite Hashirama's fervor and passion, it was evident he was not one of those politicians who treat politics as a mere business. He genuinely believed in the lofty ideal of the will of fire and the promise of everlasting peace for Konoha. However, therein lies the tragedy. What a pity it is that a utopia, which embodies beautiful hopes and a radiant future, can give rise to new darkness when realized. Shingetsu had no desire to blame this man. In an age ravaged by war, cultural and intellectual growth is often stifled at its roots. Ninjas, as mere instruments of killing, rarely delve into such esoteric philosophies. Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were the last of the exceptional visionaries. While others remained mired in hatred and conflict, they sought understanding and peace, ultimately bringing an end to centuries of warring states. Yet, this was insufficient. To alter this cruel world, such superficial ideologies are wholly inadequate. With this thought, a sense of inexplicable sorrow and helplessness welled up within Shingetsu. The classmates surrounding her were likely to find themselves on the battlefield of the first great ninja war, with many perishing there, herself included. Although harsh, this was the trajectory of the future. A war that would engulf the entire ninja world would occur 4 times in less than 70 years. Hashirama's will of fire and the system of nations and villages had not genuinely eradicated the endless slaughter among ninjas. It merely escalated conflicts between clans into wars between nations, transforming skirmishes of the warring states into world wars occurring every several decades. Is this what peace truly looks like? The children's crisp applause jolted Shingetsu from her reverie. And perhaps it was the morning sun's intensity that made her realize she was drenched in cold sweat. Turning to observe her classmates fervently clapping, she feigned participation, raising her hands in applause while glancing hopefully at Hashirama, pondering whether this long-winded speech was finally nearing its conclusion. Yet, Hashirama appeared utterly absorbed, grinning at the children's enthusiastic response, and continued his discourse unabated. Frustration surged within Shingetsu, nearly overwhelming her. She harbored an equal disdain for all verbose leaders, especially those who insisted on delivering speeches under the scorching sun. Yes, she was referring to you, the insufferable Hashirama, regaling them with this insipid drivel. As Hashirama's hypnotic rhetoric continued, Shingetsu felt transported back to her high school classroom, with the fatigue from her sleepless night sweeping over her once more. An irresistible drowsiness washed over her, and she could not help but stifle a long yawn. Meanwhile, Senju Momoka and Uchiha Hokage, who had been quietly observing, were taken aback. How could their precious daughter have offended not just Senju Tobarama, but now also Hashirama? The Senju brothers were at a loss as to why she would provoke them. Seeing Shingetsu yawn again, they felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and cover her mouth. Shingetsu, retract that yawn. Did you not see the murderous expression on Tobarama's face? They were not mistaken. Tobarama, who had been watching Shingetsu intently, now wore an expression of utmost displeasure. His lips, devoid of color, were pressed tightly together, seemingly mocking yet also sighing. He was now convinced that Uchiha Shingetsu, that audacious little Uchiha, was undoubtedly a disciple of Uchiha Madara, sharing his arrogant and disdainful demeanor. As the morning sun grew increasingly fierce, Hashirama's seemingly interminable oration finally drew to a close. Thank heavens, for had he continued, Shingetsu might have succumbed to sleep while standing. Amidst a throng of exuberant children, Shingetsu's apparent boredom and weariness made her stand out like a sore thumb. She believed she was hiding her discomfort well. Yet the discerning adults present, particularly the Senju brothers, one possessing extraordinary intuition and the other endowed with formidable perception, were acutely aware of her every action. Tobarama could accurately recount how many times Shingetsu had yawned, and when she had nearly dozed off, meticulously noting these in his mind, vowing to ensure that this audacious and wicked little girl would face dire consequences. Shingetsu, do you harbor a dislike for Lord Hokage and his will of fire? As they walked back to the classroom with the crowd, Uchiha Kagami discreetly tugged at Shingetsu's sleeve. Standing beside her, he instinctively sensed unease as he observed her subtle movements, his onyx-like eyes betraying worry and doubt. How could this be? I wholeheartedly embrace the will of fire. In her heart, Shingetsu's alarm bells rang. She dared not voice her dissent against the will of fire within the village, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Then why have you been so distracted? Lord Hashirama's lecture was not particularly captivating. I am simply too tired. Shingetsu bashfully scratched her head, quickly shifting her gaze elsewhere. Uchiha Kagami noted her unconscious gestures, and a tender feeling quietly blossomed within him. Really, you must go to bed earlier in the future. We cannot be late again. At just 10 years of age, Kagami towered over the 5-year-old Shingetsu, unconsciously adopting a big brother's tone as he gently ruffled her hair. The bright spring sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a soft shadow on his face, creating a breathtaking monochrome tableau with his fair skin, and in that moment, the youth's clear smile radiated warmth and gentleness. Yet this tender Uchiha Kagami would meet his demise at the age of 25, falling on the battlefield of the Great War. Kagami, what is your perspective on the will of fire? Shingetsu swiftly reined in her smile, regarding Kagami earnestly, hoping to elicit a similarly serious response from him. As anticipated, flames of admiration ignited in Kagami's eyes, his noble aspiration to protect the village and its people surging within him, for the fervent will of fire. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. I believe Lord Hashirama spoke truly. I, too, wish to be a hero who protects the village and everyone. Kagami indeed thinks this way. A mocking smile crept onto Shingetsu's face, while Kagami frowned in distress. The relationship between the clan leader and the villagers was already strained, and he certainly did not wish for Shingetsu to feel the same way. Shingetsu, you still do not favor Lord Hashirama, do you? How should I put it? I do not dislike him, nor do I reject his words. Shingetsu shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips as she recalled Senju Hashirama and his tireless dedication to Konoha and the will of fire, along with the sordid deeds carried out by Konoha in the decades following his death. She suddenly felt as if all of this was an absurd comedy that would never end. I was merely pondering, if one sacrifices and dedicates themselves solely for the village, does it not risk losing sight of what truly matters? It is precisely to protect our loved ones and friends that we must safeguard the village. But if one day, a scenario arises where we must turn against our loved ones for the village, what then should we do? That could never happen. The Hokage would never allow such a thing. Kagami instinctively wished to rebuke her loudly, unwilling to accept that such a fate could befall his beloved village. Yet he also keenly sensed the fragility of the will of fire. If the will of fire cannot even respond to the musings and inquiries of a mere 5-year-old child, can it truly serve as a guiding philosophy for all? Is it? A disdainful arc formed at the corner of Shingetsu's mouth as she stood in the shadows, quietly posing the question like a siren leading one to ruin. However, reality is quite harsh, and the human heart exceedingly fragile, is it not? Chapter 13. Teacher Hano's Lecture Time. Shingetsu. How could you think this way? Uchiha Kagami was left speechless, profoundly shaken by her audacious remarks. He understood that beneath Shingetsu's seemingly obedient exterior lay a rebellious spirit, yet he had not anticipated her to transgress to such an extent. In response to Kagami's accusation, Shingetsu merely withdrew her sardonic smile, and in an instant, her expression transformed into one of innocent naivety, as if nothing had transpired. Do not be so tense, Kagami. I was merely joking. Kagami could not fathom the potential consequences if such words were overheard by others in the village. He tightly grasped Shingetsu's shoulders, his originally delicate and gentle features contorted by fear and trepidation as he sternly warned, "Such jokes are far too frightening. You must never speak of such things in front of others. Rest assured, Kagami, I won't tell anyone. I'm not that foolish." Shingetsu deftly extricated herself from Kagami's grip, gesturing towards their classmates who had been left behind, and she pulled Kagami, still somewhat dazed, as they hurried back to the main group. "We must hurry. Otherwise, we will be late again." As Shingetsu and Kagami turned the corner, vanishing from sight, Senju Hashirama, draped in ceremonial robes, suddenly appeared in the very spot where the two had stood moments before. He removed the hat symbolizing his identity as Hokage, his mind replaying Shingetsu's mocking inquiry. At the pinnacle of his faith and passion for the will of fire and Konoha, her words struck him like a shard of ice, extinguishing his fervor and leaving only a chilling void. Having traversed the tumultuous era of the warring states, ninjas possess a profound understanding of the fragility of the human heart and the darkness of reality, truths they unearthed amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Hashirama could not deny the prophetic quality of Shingetsu's words. Rationally, he began to acquiesce, yet emotionally, he found it utterly unacceptable. Could the village he and Madara had painstakingly founded truly reach such a dire state? Shingetsu is indeed an extraordinary child. That little imp is akin to Uchiha Madara, a naturally malevolent being. Do not be deceived by her youthful facade, brother. Leaning against the wall, Senju Tobarama admonished sharply. He had initially thought Uchiha Shingetsu to be a merely willful and troublesome child, yet he had not anticipated her to rebel against herself to such a degree, which directly violated the greatest taboo of ninjas. Ninjas are, after all, tools that spare no means to accomplish their missions. Selfhood and emotion are the very things these tools do not require. The village is paramount. The village is the key. For the sake of protecting the village, any price must be paid. Silence. Senju Hashirama could no longer contain his fury and silenced Tobarama, an astonishing aura of pressure emanating from him, his eyes ablaze with anger. He did not establish the village for such a purpose. The notion of sacrificing what truly matters, as Shingetsu had articulated, inflicted an unprecedented sting upon him. Hashirama suddenly realized that such absurdity was not as distant as he had thought, yet he would not allow such a fate to unfold. Picking up the hat that had fallen to the ground, Hashirama resolved to transform the village. Before departing, he cast a warning glance at his furrowed, contemplative brother. Do not take action against Shingetsu, Tobarama. You would not wish to face the wrath of both Madara and me simultaneously. As Shingetsu and Kagami followed the main group back to the classroom, someone had already been waiting at the podium for their arrival. Upon recognizing the figure standing at the front, the Uchiha children turned pale with dread, especially Shingetsu, whose expression fluctuated dramatically, caught between embarrassment, shock, and a hint of amusement, causing her face to contort. At the podium stood Uchiha Hano, dressed in casual attire, first glaring at the Uchiha youngsters who pretended not to see him, then casting a glance at the Senju children, before finally addressing his curious students with an introduction. I am Uchiha Hano, responsible for imparting physical training knowledge to you. He opened a prepared lesson plan, took up a piece of chalk, and inscribed his name on the blackboard. Once all the students found their seats, he donned the characteristic aloof demeanor of the Uchiha clan, his cold gaze sweeping over the children's faces, ultimately settling firmly upon Shingetsu's head. Shingetsu's heart sank. It seemed her earlier good deeds had all been unveiled. Since we are here, let us commence the lesson. However, there is one thing you must understand. In my class, laziness and shirking responsibility will not be tolerated. Like most courses, the first lesson at the Ninja Academy does not delve into intricate and obscure topics. It focuses solely on the fundamentals. For a ninja, The most essential of these fundamentals is the art of throwing shuriken and kunai. From a very young age, the offspring of the ninja clans begin their training in agility and throwing techniques. It can be said that nearly 90% of the students seated in this classroom possess commendable shuriken throwing skills. Yet, none of them dare to underestimate the teachings of Uchiha Hano, and instead, they listen intently, striving to connect the lessons with their own knowledge. This is not surprising, for aside from the famed Sharingan, the Uchiha clan is renowned for its proficiency in shuriken throwing and fire release techniques. As chalk scribbles across the blackboard, time quietly passes in the rhythm of Hano's lecture, and soon, the theoretical portion concludes. After the explanation, Hano, who believes that practical experience yields results, urges the students toward the training grounds with the enthusiasm of a shepherd herding sheep. Eager to assess his teaching efficacy for the first time, it is no surprise that Shinjitsu becomes the first student called upon. Shinjitsu, Uchiha Shinjitsu, you are up. Yes, father, Hano-sensei. Shinjitsu picks up a specially crafted kunai from the academy, which, unlike the iron kunai used in regular training, is made of wood and lacks sharp edges, ensuring that no harm can come to anyone, even if it strikes them. After a brief calculation of her force, she launches all the kunai, and with a series of thuds, they hit the bullseye in the center of the target. Hano nods in satisfaction, but Shinjitsu remains unimpressed. Having been trained by Uchiha Madara to throw kunai from distances of 800 miles, if she failed to hit a bird in the sky or fish in the river, she would be denied her meals. Next, Uchiha Q is called forward, and he too lands all his kunai on target. The likes of Misaki and Inari follow suit, each achieving commendable results. The Uchiha clan excels in this skill, making such achievements commonplace. In contrast, the Senju clan's offspring also perform decently, with 3 out of 5 hitting the bullseye. After everyone has taken their turn, aside from a few inexperienced civilian students, most from prominent families achieve commendable results. This disparity highlights the difference between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas. The children of ninja clans possess resources that civilians can hardly access, be it ninjutsu, secret techniques, or even the most basic training methods and medicinal diets, privileges that clan ninjas are born into, while civilian ninjas may never encounter in their lifetimes. You miscalculated your wrist force. It should be done this way. Noticing the despondent expression of Yakuya Chika, who had only managed to land a few kunai on the target, Shinjitsu grabs her hand and, together, they throw the kunai, which hits the center of the target with precision. Ah, so that's how it works. Chika, startled by the sudden grip, quickly regains her composure, absorbing Shinjitsu's movements and force into her memory. This time, when she throws the kunai alone, it glides through the air in a straight line and strikes the bullseye firmly. I did it! Chika exclaims joyfully, looking at her kunai in the center of the target, and she excitedly hugs Shinjitsu, who is momentarily taken aback by the sudden affection. Surrounded by the aloof and proud Uchiha clan, she finds it a bit overwhelming to be embraced so warmly. Thank you, Shinjitsu. Next time, I will bring you a gift. No need to be so polite. Chika beams with a gentle, sunny smile that leaves Shinjitsu feeling flustered, especially as she notices Inari and Ichin's mischievous grins directed at her. So, she retreats back to her Uchiha circle, raising her fist, ready to confront the two troublemakers. As time passes, the children continue their kunai throwing training methodically until an unexpected visitor arrives. Hiruzen-sensei, the children are in class. What brings you here? Upon seeing Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Hano's demeanor shifts dramatically, his expression darkening. He glances at the sky, realizing that it is indeed his class time, and wonders what Tobarama intends to achieve by interrupting. These children are not as weak as you think, Hano-sensei. Instead of wasting time having them start over, why not arrange a practical exercise to demonstrate the gap in their abilities? Ignoring Hano's fierce glare, Tobarama strides toward the bewildered students. His piercing gaze sweeps across the group, eventually settling on 2 individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Here, sensei. At the call, Sarutobi Hiruzen springs from the crowd, grinning widely and waving enthusiastically at his teacher. Uchiha Shinjitsu. I'm here. Upon hearing her name called, Shinjitsu realizes that something troublesome is about to unfold. With a sigh, she slowly steps forward. Excellent. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shinjitsu standing beside him, one his disciple and the other the disciple of his rival, Tobarama's face remains inscrutable. You two are the strongest in this class. Let us have a real battle so that the others can witness the disparity in your strengths. Chapter 14. The First Practical Combat at the Ninja Academy, Part 1. You two are the strongest in this class. Let us have a real battle so that the others can witness the disparity in your strengths. This is troublesome. Shinjitsu furrows her brow in distress as she glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stands opposite her, equally bewildered. The future third Hokage is still a mere youth. His features youthful, yet already hinting at a mischievous disposition. Hiruzen looks at the girl before him, who barely reaches his waist, nervously ruffles his hair. Although he does not wish to oppose Tobarama, fighting against such a young girl feels downright unfair. He does not want to bear the reputation of bullying the small. Tobarama-sensei. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I am several years older than Uchiha Shinjitsu. There is nothing inappropriate about it. In the world of ninjas, there are no distinctions between genders or ages. Only strength matters. Tobarama maintains his stoic expression, seemingly resolute in his decision to have the two fight. His fierce red eyes, when they meet Shinjitsu's, reflect a chill and a hint of caution. Underestimating her will only lead to a quicker defeat. While he speaks truthfully, Shinjitsu is bewildered by the situation, shifting her gaze between Tobarama and Hiruzen, struggling to comprehend why he would target her so relentlessly, even dragging Hiruzen into this predicament. Could it be simply because she is Uchiha Madara's disciple, a member of the Uchiha clan? No, that cannot be the reason. Shinjitsu dismisses this notion immediately. While Tobarama is indeed a cunning and deceitful individual, he is also a rational and pragmatic politician. It makes no sense for him to act against someone from the same village. Moreover, it has been 6 years since the village was established. If he intended to settle family grievances, he would have acted long ago, not waiting until now. But if it is not due to family enmity, then what could possibly be the reason? It could never be the case that Tobarama harbored a grudge against her and thus targeted her incessantly. She was not akin to some overpowered protagonist from a certain family, endowed with an aura of ignorance and animosity. Shingetsu pondered deeply but failed to comprehend the rationale behind it all. She even went so far as to include trivial matters, such as being late on her first day of school and yawning during Hashirama's speech, in her list of reasons for Tobarama's disdain. Suddenly, a thought struck her like a thunderclap. She recalled her excessively forward statements made in front of the mirror, and it dawned on her that the ultimate reason for Tobarama's animosity might stem from her transgression against the political correctness of Konoha, questioning the will of fire. Tobarama-sensei, I cannot condone this. Such competitions can be held again in the future. Let this one pass. Uchiha Onoka fumed, suppressing his rage, enunciating each word with palpable tension, especially when uttering Tobarama-sensei, as if he wished to devour him whole. Onoka already harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Senju clan, particularly for the calculating and ruthless Tobarama, who had even caused the demise of Izuna. Now, with his sights set on his precious daughter Shingetsu, Onoka was determined to thwart any of Tobarama's schemes, regardless of what machinations he was plotting. Since this is a contest for the children, why not listen to their thoughts? Tobarama remarked indifferently, his calm demeanor unruffled even by Onoka's retort. His gaze shifted to the students caught between two teachers, encouragingly focusing on an unassuming boy in the crowd. Do you wish to witness this contest? I want to. The boy stuttered, lowering his head under Tobarama's gaze. After a moment of struggle, he surrendered to his true feelings, realizing he need not participate directly. He simply wished to observe the spectacle, for the pain of defeat would not be his to bear. Moreover, the contenders were the disciples of the strongest in the world. Who wouldn't want to witness an exhilarating duel? Me too, I want to see. The crowd erupted. As more students joined the chorus of support for the battle, their cheers echoing like an avalanche or a tidal wave, excitement evident on each youthful face. Caught in the fervor, even the Uchiha and Senju children found it impossible to maintain their composure, swept away by the tide of enthusiasm. The strong-willed Uchiha Miki raised her tiny fist, flames of determination igniting in her eyes as she shouted, Shingetsu-sama, go for it. Make that filthy monkey regret it. Go, Nichiren. A certain younger version of the king of Konoha exclaimed, his cross scars on his chin standing out as he blushed and yelled, send that arrogant woman flying. Observing the children lost in their frenzy, Onoka's face turned ashen. The contest felt akin to a rope slowly roasted over flames. An inevitable clash that would determine the honor of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Yet, the more Tobarama remained composed, the more uneasy Onoka became. He began to suspect that Tobarama might have uncovered the truth about Shingetsu's origins. However, this could not bode well. Perhaps it would be better to call off the match. Watching the chaotic scene around him, Sarutobi Nichiren swallowed hard. Amidst the cacophony of cries, he resolved to make one last attempt to intervene. However, upon meeting Tobarama's gaze, he immediately changed his mind. I suppose we should have a match, but I will go easy on you. Surrounded by the fervor of the enthralled crowd, Shingetsu let out a soft sigh. She glanced at the flustered Uchiha Onoka and then at the inscrutable Tobarama. Manipulating public sentiment to coerce a few individuals was reminiscent of the tactics employed against Madara, enabling Hashirama to ascend as Hokage. What merit did a mere 5-year-old child possess to garner the favor of such a formidable figure? Well then, it seemed the match was inevitable. Nevertheless, she would not shy away from the challenge. Very well, let us proceed, but I will not hold back. The crowd silently parted, creating a space for the two contenders. In the suddenly vacant training ground, Shingetsu and Nichiren stood facing each other, solemnly forming their respective hand seals under the watchful eyes of Onoka and Tobarama. Before the match officially commenced, Tobarama signaled Nichiren with a glance and gesture. Unleash your full power and corner her. Onoka lightly patted Shingetsu's shoulder, turning his back to Tobarama and silently mouthing, "Never reveal your Sharingan." Shingetsu understood. She must keep her Sharingan concealed until the very last moment. Let the battle begin. As the words fell, Shingetsu swiftly launched 6 wooden shuriken, executing the Uchiha clan's unique throwing technique. With exquisite precision akin to an art form, the shuriken darted from 6 distinct angles, targeting Nichiren's vital points with such speed that they nearly tore through the air. Gasps from the onlookers filled the air as Nichiren found himself unable to evade, becoming a pincushion. Yet, in the next instant, Nichiren's form transformed into a puddle of mud. A mere earth clone, Shingetsu gripped her kunai defensively, scanning for any sign of her opponent. Behind her, Nichiren's body quietly sank into the earth, stealthily closing in on Shingetsu. Just as he could reach her shadow, he struck, hurling several kunai at her unguarded back. The situation took a dramatic turn. At such close range, evasion was nearly impossible. The kunai struck fiercely into Shingetsu's back, eliciting anguished cries from the observing Uchiha children. However, in the next moment, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the training ground, and a wooden stake replaced Shingetsu's figure. Using the cover of smoke, Shingetsu leaped high into the air, her gaze following the swiftly moving Nichiren in the earth below. With nimble hands, she rapidly formed seals, channeling chakra into her throat. Soon, her chest dramatically expanded and contracted, and then she locked onto her target. Unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball descended from the heavens, crashing down towards the ground where Nichiren lay hidden, as if to obliterate everything in its path. Though Shingetsu intentionally controlled her chakra to prevent any fatality, to the watching children, the searing flames appeared as an apocalyptic force. The Uchiha clan's signature fire release instantly captivated everyone's attention. A child of the Uchiha capable of wielding advanced ninjutsu at such a young age was indeed a remarkable prodigy. As the fireball neared the ground, Nichiren did not remain hidden any longer, but instead leaped onto the surface. He understood that evading the great fireball's range of attack was nearly impossible. This technique was renowned for its immense destructive power and wide area of effect. Rather than flee recklessly and risk being caught, he decided to gamble on the possibility of defending against it. Water release, water barrier. Nichiren swiftly formed the necessary seals, unleashing a torrent of water to counter the fireball's assault. Given that water release naturally counteracts fire release, and with Nichiren channeling a significant amount of chakra, Shingetsu's fireball was soon extinguished by the water barrier. In the realm of ninjas, only a select few individuals possess multiple chakra attributes, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is one such prodigy, gifted with all 7 attributes. Not only that, but he is also a paragon of talent and understanding, excelling in all aspects of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Chapter 15. The first real combat at Ninja School, Part 2. On the training grounds, the duel between Shingetsu and Sarutobi Hiruzen continues. After employing the great fireball technique, Shingetsu refrains from using ninjutsu for further offense. She realizes that against Hiruzen, who possesses all 7 attributes, any ninjutsu she employs would be suppressed. Recklessly using ninjutsu would only grant him the upper hand, placing her at a disadvantage. Hiruzen's teacher, the legendary Senju Tobarama, is also a wielder of all 7 attributes. And Shingetsu dares not gamble on her own ninjutsu prowess surpassing his. Having come to this conclusion, Shingetsu retrieves several shuriken from her ninja tool pouch and swiftly launches them at Hiruzen's vital points. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. Facing the fierce onslaught of shuriken, Hiruzen chooses not to evade. Instead, he forms hand seals, channeling earth chakra into the ground before him, and in an instant, a towering earthen wall erupts, successfully blocking all incoming shuriken. Moreover, as the wall obscures Shingetsu's line of sight, Hiruzen seizes the opportunity to employ another earth technique, burrowing underground. This unique technique, known as the heartfelt decapitation technique, allows the user to ambush from below, ensnaring the enemy and leaving only their head exposed for interrogation or assassination. However, this tactic seems ineffective against Uchiha Shingetsu. Hiruzen's repeated attempts to draw her into the earth are deftly evaded by her, seemingly by chance. Hiruzen has speculated whether Shingetsu possesses the same sensory abilities as Senju Tobarama, yet she shows no signs of perceiving his movements. Yet, each of his ambushes is effortlessly dodged by her, leaving Hiruzen perplexed. If Shingetsu were indeed a sensory ninja, he should have been caught off guard. But if she were not, how could she evade all his attacks? Ultimately, he concludes that Shingetsu must simply be exceptionally lucky, or perhaps he is merely unfortunate. After several failed attempts, Hiruzen, having lost all patience, abandons stealth and leaps directly from the ground behind Shingetsu. Fiery chakra gathers in his throat, and an orange flame erupts from his mouth, transforming into a long serpent of fire that lunges ferociously toward Shingetsu. Fire Release, Great Flame Technique. Though few are aware, the Sarutobi clan is also skilled in fire techniques. The Great Flame Technique is a secret art passed down through generations, rumored to possess the power to incinerate a person alive. As the fiery serpent charges, Shingetsu rolls to the side, barely evading the initial onslaught. Hiruzen maintains the Great Flame Technique, his gaze fixated on Shingetsu as she maneuvers in midair. The fire serpent relentlessly chases her, scorching the newly constructed training ground, leaving behind charred black marks that resemble a child's chaotic scribbles. The children observing from outside the training ground are left speechless in awe. For them, this battle is nothing short of spectacular. Whether it is Hiruzen, who executes multiple high-level techniques without showing signs of fatigue, or Shingetsu, whose agility and reflexes surpass her peers, their prowess far exceeds that of their contemporaries, reaching a level typically reserved for adult ninjas. On the training ground, Hiruzen's Great Flame Technique soon catches up to Shingetsu, and her slender form vanishes within the flames. Such a brutal scene sends shivers down the spines of the students, who hitherto had known nothing of the ninja world's savagery. Before they could cheer for the match, they had not anticipated the confrontation escalating to this extent. Enough. Everyone, stand down. Uchiha Haken, filled with rage, gazes at the merciless flame serpent that threatens to obliterate Shingetsu, his chest swelling with fury and bloodlust, losing all semblance of reason and calm. Just as he is about to intervene, Senju Tobarama suddenly extends his hand to halt him. Haken, determined to overpower the obstructive Tobarama, finds himself caught in the latter's grip, unable to escape. You should not act so impulsively, Teacher Haken. If you were to remain calm, you would realize that Uchiha Shingetsu is unharmed. Tobarama's words send a chill through Haken's body. He dares not contemplate what Tobarama knows or has inferred. Clenching his fists, he hesitates, but Tobarama remains composed, though his cold gaze betrays a curiosity regarding the relationship between Haken and Shingetsu. Ultimately, his attention returns to the training ground, focusing on the duel between the two, particularly Shingetsu's every move. They have yet to unleash their full potential. This contest is far from over. With a thud, a charred wooden post collapses to the ground. The combination of body flicker technique and the substitution technique allows Shingetsu to evade another of Hiruzen's attacks, reappearing behind him. Though the body flicker technique is a basic skill known to all, it proves invaluable as a life-saving technique for a ninja with high offensive and low defensive capabilities. Shingetsu's fist lands squarely on Hiruzen's head. She channels all her strength into the blow, causing him to stagger, blood streaming from his nose, as the heat from his fire chakra scalds his mouth, forcing him to cease the Great Flame Technique. Yet, true to his lineage as a disciple of the Senju brothers, he grits his teeth against the pain and swiftly retaliates. He spits out a mouthful of blood, seizing Shingetsu's attacking fist and delivering a powerful kick that sends her flying. Just as she is about to crash face first into the ground, Shingetsu expertly uses her hands to push against the earth, springing upward to kick at Hiruzen. The two engage in a fierce exchange, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon one another. After several minutes of combat, Shingetsu finds herself gradually falling behind. In close quarters, she is at a distinct disadvantage against Hiruzen, whose strength and stamina far surpass her own. The difference between a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old is akin to a chasm. And without her usual short blade, she cannot utilize her adept Uchiha swordsmanship. Shingetsu vows to always carry her weapon from now on. The ninja world is perilous, and who could have imagined that her first day at school would involve fighting a classmate, struggling against the relentless onslaught of Hiruzen's attacks? Shingetsu feels her body crying out in protest. She realizes clearly, she cannot prolong this. She must end it swiftly. Phantom Netherworld technique. Just as Hiruzen prepares to capitalize on his advantage and defeat Shingetsu, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through, forcing him to close his eyes momentarily. When he opens them again, Shingetsu has vanished without a trace. How can this be? Is it an illusion? Hiruzen quickly regains his composure, rapidly assessing the situation. The Uchiha clan's Genjutsu is renowned in the ninja world, yet he is astonished that someone as young as Uchiha Shingetsu has mastered it. Genjutsu is not a skill that just anyone can learn. Shuriken fly. A familiar, warm voice, now hoarse and weak from exhaustion, resonates with Hiruzen, stirring his heartstrings and compelling him to follow the sound. The sight before him nearly shatters him, and in his overwhelming grief, he loses himself, completely forgetting his current predicament. Before the blazing flames reduced Konoha to ashes, the broken bodies of the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, lay there. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a frenzied state, rushed forward, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the charred remains of his mentors. He desperately attempted to staunch their wounds, but their bodies disintegrated into particles beneath his trembling hands, vanishing entirely. The village was destroyed, and his teachers were gone. An overwhelming sense of despair, a tidal wave of hopelessness and fear, ravaged Hiruzen's heart, plunging him into an illusory world from which he could not escape. The illusion known as the Naraka vision technique allowed its victim to confront their deepest fears. For Hiruzen, the most harrowing sight was the annihilation of his village and the downfall of his beloved mentors. It was over. Gazing at the hollow-eyed, silently weeping Hiruzen, Kamizuki could only sigh in relief. The future third Hokage was indeed a formidable opponent. Just as she prepared to leave the training ground, the seemingly incapacitated Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and rose once more. Kamizuki was taken aback, for she had not perceived that her illusion had been breached. In truth, Hiruzen had not truly escaped the confines of the illusion, but as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the Senju brothers, a thought incessantly flickered in his mind. No, this cannot be. Hashirama is the strongest ninja in the world. He cannot simply perish like this. With a surge of determination, Hiruzen shattered the shackles of fear, transforming it into fury, which in turn fueled his resolve. He forcefully disrupted the flow of chakra within him to break free from Kamizuki's illusion. Upon regaining full awareness, his eyes sparkled with a blend of rage and madness. Unperturbed by the tears on his face, he lunged forward like a ferocious wolf. Kamizuki, you wretched foe. I should have knocked you out earlier. Kamizuki lamented, overwhelmed with regret, yet she steeled herself to endure Hiruzen's onslaught, which came relentlessly like a tidal wave, leaving her no chance to counterattack. If this continued, she would surely lose. Observing Kamizuki falter in close combat, Uchiha Kagami felt a rush of anxiety and anger. Remembering how he had rushed out that morning without any weapons, he dashed to a nearby box containing wooden weapons. After a hasty search, he finally unearthed a wooden short sword. Kamizuki, catch. Upon hearing Kagami's call, Kamizuki braced herself against Hiruzen's punch and evaded his sweeping kick, managing to escape the onslaught and securely grasped the wooden sword thrown by Uchiha Kagami. Thank you, Kagami. As she held the sword, her aura shifted to one of cold determination. Shimura Danzo, sensing the impending danger, mimicked Kagami's actions and rifled through the box. But he could not find the wooden staff commonly used by Hiruzen. In a moment of desperation, he noticed a broom in the corner, dashed over, broke off the bristles, and tossed the makeshift weapon to Hiruzen. Monkey! Hiruzen leaped to catch the staff, instantly adopting a fighting stance. Opposite him, Kamizuki gripped the sword tightly, its tip aimed at his vital points. Chapter 16. The First Combat at Ninja School, Part 2. The clash of blade and staff generated sparks that danced upon the training ground, only to fade into the dust. Yet, as the fierce confrontation resumed, the radiant sparks reignited. Kamizuki tightened her grip on the slightly trembling wooden sword, her dark eyes locked onto Hiruzen, who relentlessly pressed forward with his staff techniques. She skillfully dodged all his attacks, seizing the moment to strike his elbow with the hilt of her sword. As he recoiled in pain, she thrust the wooden sword toward his throat. The dulled edge of the sword, intentionally worn down, sank into the soft flesh of the youth. And had it been a real blade, Hiruzen would have been a corpse. Watching the cold sweat trickle down Hiruzen's face, Kamizuki smirked, loosening her grip slightly to grant him a moment's respite. Believing the farce had gone on long enough, she lowered the sword, avoiding a fatal blow to Hiruzen. "We've fought enough. Shall we end this here?" "No." Hiruzen vehemently rejected her offer, his frustration boiling over into a loud protest. His expression one of indignation at the thought of surrendering. Kamizuki's gesture of goodwill inadvertently became the catalyst for his counterattack, as he seized the moment to swing the wooden staff back at her, forcing her sword away. "I am a disciple of the Hokage. I will not concede." "Humph." A pointless and trivial sense of competition. Kamizuki scoffed, repositioning the sword at her chest to withstand Hiruzen's strikes. Their duel had reached a stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand. Despite her superior speed and technique, Kamizuki found herself unable to subdue Hiruzen, whose resilience was akin to that of a battle-hardened bull. Each of his strikes carried tremendous force, and even when successfully parried, Kamizuki's arms trembled from the impact. Facing Hiruzen, she finally understood the sense of helplessness felt by Madara against Hashirama and Sasuke against Naruto. High damage and powerful attacks meant little if one could not finish them off. Hiruzen would recover in moments. Comparatively, Hiruzen was somewhat easier to deal with. His robust constitution lacked the infinite recovery abilities of Sage Mode users, yet his sheer durability was more than enough to exhaust the young Kamizuki. At that moment, Kamizuki's arm muscles were already aching and fatigued, but she suppressed her discomfort and continued to attack, an endless torrent of anger and frustration surging within her. "I am just a 5-year-old child. Why must I engage in a life-or-death struggle?" Cursing the cruel world of ninjas and the Senju Tobarama. Her gaze caught the latter watching intently from a distance, fueling her resentment and wariness. She was determined not to let him succeed in whatever he sought to learn. This tiresome farce ends now. Kamizuki turned the blade with resolve, releasing the constraints on her chakra, infusing it into the wooden sword. Brilliant flames entwined the blade, dancing as if alive. Uchiha Tobarama's cold, stone-like visage suddenly cracked, his pomegranate-red eyes narrowing as Kamizuki's stance evoked memories of his former rival, Uchiha Izuna. In his mind, Kamizuki's figure overlapped with that of Izuna. Every angle of her draw, every force of her strike, and her exceptional swordsmanship reminiscent of the legendary swordsman who once commanded the battlefield, seemed to resurrect the long-lost genius. For Tobarama, this revelation was unfathomable. Uchiha Madara had not imparted his favored taijutsu to his disciples, yet had chosen to pass down the techniques of his deceased brother to her. How extraordinary! The fervent love and hatred of the Uchiha clan once again struck him with profound shock, sending a chill through his body. Yet, this was not the time for reflection. He was well acquainted with Uchiha Izuna's swordsmanship, the Uchiha style, solar eclipse dance, a powerful technique that combined body flicker with a 3-hit sword leap, capable of inflicting tremendous damage in an instant. Given Hiruzen's current speed, he had no hope of evading it. This ends here. With a swift motion, Kamizuki brandished his wooden sword entwined in flames, appearing abruptly behind Sarutobi Hizashi. The searing aura of fire-style chakra erupted with a heat akin to molten lava. Yet the arc of his strike was as resplendent as a sun halo dancing in the air, captivating and hypnotic. The blazing light of the blade intertwined with flames, reflected in the rapidly contracting and then expanding pupils of Sarutobi Hizashi, who unwittingly released the wooden staff he clutched tightly, fully aware that he could no longer resist. "No, I have not lost yet. I am still capable of fighting." Recalling the command of Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression hardened once more. He decisively discarded the wooden staff and slammed his bloodied palm forcefully onto the ground. Summoning technique. A swirling cloud of white smoke engulfed Kamizuki, who was poised to strike. As the smoke dissipated, a small, slender monkey with white fur and dark skin stood defiantly before Sarutobi, its petite arms bracing against Kamizuki's sword strike. The lethal blow left no mark on the monkey, instead producing a resounding clang, akin to metal colliding. With that sharp crack, Kamizuki's wooden sword shattered into two pieces. "Oh, Lord Kamizuki!" The Uchiha children cried out in terror, glaring furiously at the monkey summoned by Sarutobi, their hearts chilled as if submerged in icy water. Compared to fire-style ninjutsu, the true renown of the Sarutobi clan during the Warring States era lay in their summoning beasts, particularly the indestructible Monkey King. "This is cheating." Miki, flustered and enraged, tugged at her hair in frustration. The Sarutobi clan's summoning beasts were not merely resilient. They possessed the ability to utilize ninjutsu, rivaling the strength of J-Nin, and were known as formidable foes among the strongest summoning creatures. The tide of battle had once again turned, faced with a 2-to-1 disadvantage. Kamizuki could only grip the remaining half of his broken sword tightly, crouching and leaping several meters back. Sarutobi Hizashi discarded his shattered staff and advanced alongside the summoning beast, closing in on her relentlessly. "Uchiha Kamizuki, concede. You have no chance of victory." Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened, his usually comical features now set in a steely resolve. The typical ruthlessness and strength of a ninja were not diminished by his youth. After being pushed to the brink several times, he certainly would not underestimate his opponent again. While urging her to surrender, he strategically blocked her escape routes, encircling her with the monkey. Confronted with Sarutobi's relentless advance, Kamizuki wore a stoic expression, yet fine beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation, but the pride of the Uchiha clan forbade her from uttering any words of surrender. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips. It seemed she too possessed a futile and unhelpful desire for victory. Transform into the indestructible rod. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the monkey transformed, becoming a long rod entirely black with golden ends, crashing down towards Kamizuki's head. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly formed hand signs and unleashed the water-style technique favored by Senju Tobarama, expelling a torrent of water that took the shape of a dragon, surging toward Kamizuki. Kamizuki, Uchiha Kagami emitted a terrified shriek, his fear infectious, causing the other children to display expressions of dread. A pale-faced civilian student even collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "This is too much. Teacher, please stop them." In desperation, he clutched the nearest Senju Tobarama's clothing, pleading with tear-filled eyes. Senju Tobarama, never having imagined he would be besieged by a child from the Uchiha clan, felt a swirl of complex emotions. His gaze swept towards Kamizuki, besieged by the Monkey King and the Water Dragon, fully aware that she was merely holding on by a thread. Her chakra and stamina were nearly depleted. Did I misjudge? Tobarama furrowed his brow, knowing that if this continued, even if he refrained from intervening, Uchiha Hano would charge in to separate the two. Let this be the end. Closing his eyes briefly, he contemplated the details of this match. Uchiha Kamizuki, this 5-year-old child exhibits remarkable prowess, truly deserving of the Uchiha clan's title of genius. However, such talent pales in comparison to her teacher, Uchiha Madara, and his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Just as Senju Tobarama had surmised, Kamizuki was acutely aware that she had reached her limit. Whether it was her aching body, the looming indestructible rod, or the aggressively approaching water dragon, all converged to trap her in a dire predicament. As the rod sliced through the air and the water dragon surged toward her, a chilling dread enveloped her. What would happen if I were struck by such an attack? Would I die? An unsettling sensation crawled from her feet, ascending her spine and engulfing her entire being. Uncontrollably, she closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, her irises were a shocking crimson, a black tomo swirling amidst the blood red. Moreover, the world around her was once again veiled by countless intertwining threads of death, cruelly separating all beings from the realms of life and death. The unique insight of the Sharingan, capable of perceiving the flow of chakra, combined with the ominous gaze of the deadly eye, allowed Kamizuki's vision to slow down as if time itself had decelerated. She observed the encroaching indestructible rod and water dragon, and after a moment's contemplation, chose to align her remaining sword against the formidable water dragon. In this slowed world, Kamizuki extended her hand leisurely, her half-broken wooden sword gliding effortlessly along the water dragon's crimson threads, slicing through them with the ease of cutting through tofu. As she effortlessly severed the entire thread of death, she took a step forward, positioning herself before Sarutobi Hisashi, while the massive water dragon formed from chakra disintegrated into nothingness. What just happened? Sarutobi Hisashi's expression turned incredulous. To him, it seemed as if, in an instant, Uchiha Kamizuki had severed his entire water dragon with merely a half-broken wooden sword. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Gazing into the blood-red eyes of the girl before him, sparkling like gemstones, Sarutobi Hisashi was taken aback. Even as Kamizuki once more positioned her sword at his throat, he stood frozen, utterly captivated by her mesmerizing gaze. Chapter 17. The time for Tobarama's deduction humph before the illustrious Uchiha clan Sharingan. Even the indestructible Monkey King is but a trivial scrap. Amidst the stunned children, Uchiha Miki was the first to regain her composure. However, it was not wisdom or intellect that stirred her, but rather the glory and pride of the Uchiha clan, a bond coursing through every Uchiha's veins. Inseparable from their dark hair, Sharingan, and fervent spirit. Imitating the adults, Uchiha Miki burst into exuberant laughter. The bewildered Uchiha Hano and the curious Uchiha Ichizu stared at her in awe before joining in the raucous merriment. Their trio, believing themselves to be boisterous and audacious, produced a childlike chorus of Uchiha laughter that echoed across the silent ninja academy, hovering above every bewildered and astonished young face. A solitary black crow flew overhead, cawing hoarsely as if mocking their folly. "Sister, please stop laughing. Have you forgotten what the clan leader and elders instructed us?" Unable to endure any longer, Uchiha Inari's forehead throbbed with tension, her playful visage turned icy. Uchiha Miki, who seldom witnessed her sister in such a state, chuckled a few times before finally stifling her laughter. Yet, with her notoriously thick skin, she was unable to recall what the clan leader and elders had instructed regarding the matter. How could Inari, who had seemingly inherited the entirety of their intelligence, be oblivious to her sister's thoughts? Observing her sister's vacant expression, Miki sighed in exasperation, lamenting once more the unfortunate fate of having such a foolish elder sister. It was imperative, after all, to conceal the fact that Lord Kamizuki had activated the Sharingan. Indeed, the old man had mentioned something along those lines. Memories long buried resurfaced, relentlessly assaulting Miki's unrefined mind, causing her smile to freeze upon her face, her rosy complexion turning pallid as she incredulously stared at Kamizuki, who was manifesting the Sharingan in the training ground. She clasped her head in despair and wailed, "No, no, this cannot be. Lord Kamizuki, how could you activate the Sharingan?" The secret that the elders had emphasized must be guarded with utmost vigilance had been revealed on the very first day. "What are we to do now? Sister, your voice will surely alert those outside the school," Uchiha Inari exclaimed, rolling her eyes in desperation as she covered Miki's mouth with her hand. Her gaze swept across the bewildered students, the terrified Uchiha children, and the petrified Uchiha Onoka, ultimately landing on Senju Tobarama, who stood resolutely before the crowd, fixated on Kamizuki. To her dismay, she realized she had inadvertently exposed their secret in front of this man, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her. At that moment, Senju Tobarama's emotions were beyond description. A singular thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Indeed, Uchiha Kamizuki had activated the Sharingan half a month prior. Upon receiving news that a member of the Uchiha clan had awakened the Sharingan, prompting celebrations throughout the clan, Tobarama had speculated about the identity of this individual. The matter was peculiar. Although the Uchiha clan's activation rate was not particularly high, especially when compared to the Hyuga clan, which boasted near-universal proficiency in Byakugan. Awakening the Sharingan was undeniably challenging. However, a mere one-tomo Sharingan paled in comparison to the three-tomo and Manjiki variants, leaving Tobarama perplexed as to what warranted such a celebration. The notoriously loose-lipped Uchiha had surprisingly kept the identity of this individual under wraps, leading him to conjecture that the person who had awakened the Sharingan must possess an extraordinary status. Soon, he set this matter aside as he grappled with numerous responsibilities, village affairs, school matters, clan issues, and a mountain of work and troubles piled high. Relying on Senju Hashirama to handle these matters was simply unrealistic. It was only upon encountering the Uchiha children at the Ninja Academy that Tobirama rummaged through the clutter of his mind for any relevant information regarding the Uchiha clan, including this seemingly insignificant detail. However, upon meeting Uchiha Kamizuki, a bold hypothesis proliferated in his mind like a malignant cell. Could this pivotal figure who awakened the Sharingan be none other than the 5-year-old Uchiha Kamizuki? For the Uchiha clan, the awakening of a single Tomo Sharingan by an ordinary adult member might not be remarkable. But for the clan leader's apprentice to achieve this feat at the tender age of 5 was entirely different. A 5-year-old prodigy with a Sharingan meant that, if she were to mature smoothly, she would likely, or rather inevitably, unlock the Manjiki Sharingan in the future, and perhaps even ascend to greater heights, akin to her master, Uchiha Madara. As moments ticked by, seated in his office, Senju Tobirama found himself unable to dismiss this seemingly absurd conjecture. Uchiha Madara. These two words had haunted his thoughts like a nightmare, an indelible mark left on one who had witnessed the battle prowess of that demonic figure on the battlefield. The god of shinobi and the Shura of the shinobi world manifested as deities upon the battlefield, their pace unmatched by anyone, even their bloodline descendants. As Hashirama's brother, and having witnessed the birth and growth of Hashirama's son, Senju Riki, Tobirama regrettably noted that none of the new generation of Senju exhibited potential comparable to Hashirama. The most disappointing among them was undeniably Senju Riki, who not only failed to inherit his father's wood release, but also displayed exceedingly mediocre potential in training, showcasing none of Hashirama's remarkable qualities, thus shattering the dreams of the Senju elders who hoped to perpetuate the legend of the god of shinobi. The only consolation was that Uchiha Madara had no intentions of marrying or fathering children, and the Uchiha clan had yet to produce any extraordinary talents, as it seemed that the legends of the two great clans would come to an end with this generation. Tobirama had once speculated that perhaps this was a form of balance. The majority of people would ultimately remain mere mortals, while deities would fade away like fleeting shooting stars. Yet, just as he was about to come to terms with this truth, the Uchiha clan unexpectedly produced a genius who might very well become the next Uchiha Madara. What a jest! This indescribable sense of collapse reached its zenith after Tobirama listened to Kamizuki's audacious speech. He discerned a shadow of someone within her, yet could not immediately identify who it was. It was only when he stood on the second floor, observing the little ones laughing and playing, that he suddenly recognized the resemblance. It was strikingly similar. This insufferable child bore an uncanny likeness to Uchiha Madara. This resemblance did not stem from physical appearance or personality, but from something far more intrinsic. When Tobirama realized this, his mind momentarily went blank, and by the time he regained his thoughts, he found himself on the path to the training ground. Whether as the Senju Tobirama of the forest or the Senju Tobirama of Konoha, he needed to ascertain whether Uchiha Kamizuki possessed the potential to become the next Uchiha Madara. Returning to the present, when Senju Tobirama beheld those blood-red, resplendent eyes, it felt as though his worldview and common sense had been forcefully shattered against the ground, crushed into countless fragments. This sensation was reminiscent of the astonishment he felt as a youth when he first witnessed his elder brother Hashirama inexplicably wielding wood release, unprecedented and unparalleled. Before Hashirama, no one in the Senju clan had utilized wood release. Before Uchiha Kamizuki, no one in the Uchiha clan had possessed such eyes, whose Sharingan gleamed with iridescent hues. Drawing upon his profound composure and mental fortitude, Senju Tobirama stifled his urge to change his expression and the desire to eliminate. His mind raced, replaying all the information he had gathered about Uchiha Kamizuki, and a colossal question began to burgeon in his consciousness. Whose daughter is Uchiha Kamizuki? As the de facto power holder of Konoha, Senju Tobirama was well aware that Uchiha Onoka was Kamizuki's father. However, this did not preclude him from immediately disqualifying Onoka from consideration. What a farce! After years of conflict on the battlefield, how could he still be unaware of Uchiha Onoka's capabilities? If even Hashirama could not father a child with wood release, what could possibly account for Onoka producing such a genetically anomalous daughter? Then, he also crossed Uchiha Madara's name off the list. While this seemed like the correct answer, given Madara's emphasis on family and his domineering arrogance, if he were to have children, he would surely proclaim it to the world rather than relinquish her to another. Of course, Tobirama could hardly fathom what kind of woman might capture Uchiha Madara's affection. Calculating the time and surveying all eligible male members of the Uchiha clan, Upon eliminating all improbable options, the final answer, though it may seem incredulous, is unequivocally Uchiha Izuna, the father of Uchiha Kamizuki. At this moment, Senju Tobarama felt he was inching closer to the truth. On one hand, it was exceedingly peculiar that a man without a wife could have a daughter, given the Uchiha clan's well-known emotional purity. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara's exceptional kindness towards her and his teaching of Izuna's swordsmanship could be entirely explicable if she were indeed Izuna's daughter, given Madara's profound attachment to his brother. Even a fraction of that sentiment bestowed upon Kamizuki would be more than sufficient for him to love her deeply. Yet, who was the mother of Uchiha Kamizuki? Tobarama speculated that she likely was not a member of the Uchiha clan. The peculiar nature of her eyes instantly reminded him of the Hyuga clan. As one of the two prominent clans in Konoha and the shinobi world known for their ocular techniques, perhaps the merging of the Byakugan and Sharingan bloodlines could result in such an anomaly. Tobarama's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, with countless implausible conjectures flashing through his head. The child possessed too many peculiar traits, so strange that they defied logical explanation regarding her origins. Bloodline clans traditionally adhere strictly to internal marriages to preserve their lineage. However, if Uchiha Izuna, a man accustomed to sacrificing himself for the sake of his elder brother and clan, were to marry an outsider for a stronger bloodline, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Those eccentric red-eyed beings were capable of any manner of actions. Chapter 18. The first withdrawal since the establishment of the school. With her resplendent and enigmatic Sharingan eyes, Kamizuki successfully became the focal point of attention on the battlefield. Although it may not be entirely accurate to say so, prior to activating her Sharingan, she had already divided her gaze as a participant in the conflict. Yet once the Sharingan was awakened, all eyes converged on her mesmerizing gaze, whether it was the beleaguered Sarutobi Hiruzen or the returning Saru King. Even Kamizuki herself found herself subconsciously overlooked. Those beautiful, gem-like crimson eyes, adorned with tomo, were so captivating that it was difficult to tear one's gaze away. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a wooden sword pressed against his throat, found it impossible to divert his attention from her radiant eyes. This was not a wise decision for a ninja, as any ninja with a modicum of common sense would know not to gaze into the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. Yet he was utterly unable to resist, greedily surrendering himself to the allure of her eyes. The beauty of those eyes was simply unparalleled. In stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere of the battlefield, Kamizuki, appearing calm and composed on the surface, was internally in turmoil, her mind buzzing painfully like a beehive. At that moment, she truly felt nauseous. This nausea was not merely a physical discomfort, but stemmed more from a psychological revulsion. Upon activation, the Sharingan bore a chilling ocular power and a shadowy chakra, and with Kamizuki's eyes, which had consumed the mystic eyes of death perception, the threads of demise flowed chaotically across all beings and objects. The situation was exacerbated by the inherent insight granted by the Sharingan. Thus, the world as perceived through her eyes was fragmented and distorted, an amalgamation of countless intertwined death threads tainting her vision with a dark crimson hue. With the destruction and death of all things replaying in that dreadful blood-red realm, the world reflected in her eyes was utterly nauseating. Regrettably, she had fainted the first time she activated her eyes. During her second attempt, she managed to endure 5 minutes without losing consciousness, only to succumb to vomiting afterward. Reflecting on the experiences of the previous two holders of the mystic eyes of death perception, one who attempted to gouge out his own eyes and another whose mind nearly burned out, Kamizuki could truly empathize with their plight. Were it not for the fact that she could only experience such a perspective when activating her Sharingan, she might have suffered a mental breakdown. She did not consider herself capable of the fortitude displayed by the two predecessors. This bizarre experience of witnessing the world disintegrate was an immense psychological burden on a human being. Additionally, Kamizuki often experienced bouts of sharp pain in her head, a toll exacted for attempting to comprehend the concept of death. Strangely, the unique ocular power of the Sharingan seemed to alleviate this anguish, despite its myriad drawbacks. The power of the mystic eyes of death perception was undeniably formidable, as demonstrated during her training and combat over the past fortnight. She was immensely grateful for the devilish training imparted by her mentor, Uchiha Madara. Since Kamizuki awakened her eyes, he had devoted significant time and energy to honing her abilities. She could not fathom how he managed to review documents in the Hokage building with Hashirama by day and drag her from her warm bed for training at night. He seemed to require neither rest nor sleep. Forced to adjust her schedule, Kamizuki often found herself exhausted, struggling to stay awake at night after catching up on sleep during the day. Each time she observed Uchiha Madara, who appeared invigorated and lively despite seemingly never sleeping, she could only marvel at the terrifying capabilities of this man. Although she had seen Karen no Kyukai and was familiar with Shiki, that knowledge was from before her transmigration. As for the exact powers of the mystic eyes of death perception, Kamizuki could only say she was not particularly well informed. However, it mattered little. As the great educator of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara was there to clarify her doubts. After she vaguely described her perception of the world post-awakening, Madara promptly handed her a blade and urged her to cut. The esteemed educator believed that only through practice could true knowledge be attained. During the past fortnight, she had systematically sliced through nearly everything except for living beings. Initially targeting stones and trees, then progressing to animals and buildings, were it not for her vigorous objections. Uchiha Madara would have even volunteered to be cut through the death threads himself. After numerous experiments, it became evident that regardless of the nature of the entity, whether inanimate like stones and trees, living beings like animals, or imposing structures such as buildings and stone tablets, Kamizuki could sever them as effortlessly as slicing through paper. Moreover, Madara had attempted to use medical ninjutsu to heal the animals that had been sliced through the death threads, but those creatures she had killed met with irrevocable demise. Forever beyond the reach of healing, it appeared that she possessed a unique ability to effortlessly bring about death. Madara had also tried to follow the death threads Kamizuki indicated to make his cuts. Yet he could not access those threads and was unable to dismantle objects as she did. The things he destroyed were merely damaged or attacked. Such an enigmatic ability was difficult for even Uchiha Madara to comprehend. Kamizuki, however, had some insight. The so-called death threads were manifestations of the concept of lifespan. When she severed the death threads, it appeared as if she was disassembling the object, but in reality, she was exhausting its lifespan to bring about death. This exploration of abilities involving causality and conceptualization was indeed complex, and with her own understanding being limited, she wisely chose to forego further inquiry, redirecting her focus entirely to adapting to her eyes and developing her skills. Meanwhile, the god tree that birthed her mystical eyes once again fell silent in her consciousness. After absorbing vast quantities of chakra and resonating with Senju Hashirama's would-release chakra, this still juvenile god tree finally bore fruit. After the fruits were plucked by Shinue, the divine tree appeared to have lost much of its vitality. The once vibrant green leaves began to wither, and the supple branches drooped as if autumn were approaching. Observing the desolate state of the divine tree, Shinue felt an intuition. Once the tree absorbed enough chakra from her again, it would bear new fruits to present to her. This resembled a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. It drew sustenance for its growth from her, and in return, she would gain even greater power. Although she did not understand why the fruits produced by the divine tree manifested as eyes. Once more, a sharp pain throbbed in her brain as memories of her recent brush with death flooded back. The knife she held against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck wavered slightly. Heaven knew how desperately she wanted to slice through that thin line between life and death, severing his head from his body. Having faced death twice, almost perishing before birth and struggling on the brink of death numerous times, she had developed an intense fear of dying. Anger, fury, and even resentment brewed deep within Shinue, and under the influence of her Uchiha bloodline, these emotions generated a peculiar, dark chakra that coursed through her optic nerves. The tomo in her eyes spun ever faster, inciting a desire for slaughter and destruction. Various extreme feelings coalesced, making it increasingly difficult for her to suppress the impulse to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. This instinct seemed only natural. Humans possess an innate propensity for destruction. Yet, for Shinue, taking a life felt exceedingly effortless. When one could face the death of all things, and killing became as simple as tearing through a blank sheet of paper. The desire to obliterate would accumulate indefinitely. Only after she had truly extinguished a life would that longing dissipate. At that moment, Shinue could no longer restrain her restless hand. She tightened her grip around Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck, yearning to slice through that delicate line of death. Tobirama Senju's pupils widened suddenly. In his perception, The dark and destructive chakra emanating from Uchiha Shunyue surged to unprecedented heights, akin to an unfathomable abyssal creature. He could not allow her to strike. On the opposite side, Uchiha Heinekage, who was keenly observing Tobarama's every move, also sensed the unfolding situation. His pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately assumed a combat stance. He could not allow him to harm Shunyue. Just as Shunyue was about to sever Sarutobi Hiruzen's line of life, both Uchiha Heinekage and Tobarama Senju moved almost simultaneously. "Release Shunyue, Lord Tobarama," declared Uchiha Heinekage, his arms firmly locking Sarutobi Hiruzen's body in place, the atmosphere thick with impending hostility. Held fast by Tobarama's grip on her wrist, Shunyue found herself utterly immobilized, compelled to relinquish the wooden knife she had clutched. She lifted her gaze. Unlike the Sharingan, Tobarama's naturally red eyes reflected a cold, glass-like brilliance. And that icy stare fixed upon her, scrutinizing her peculiar, enchanting eyes. "Let go together, Heinekage-sensei," he said, barely breaking his silence, tilting his chin slightly toward Uchiha Heinekage, who stood merely a step away. The only two adults present exchanged glances, each detecting the heavy disdain and murderous intent in the other's eyes. After silently counting to 3, they simultaneously released their hostages. Rubbing her reddened arms, Shunyue quietly retreated behind Heinekage, completely shutting her Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his head hung low, also moved behind Tobarama, dispelling the summoning technique that had brought forth the Monkey King, though he couldn't help but steal furtive glances in Shunyue's direction. "Are you all right, Shunyue?" Heinekage, vigilant, positioned himself protectively in front of her, shielding her from all malevolent and probing gazes. The young Uchiha gathered around him, glaring at Tobarama Senju and Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I am fine, father," Shunyue reassured him. After the skirmish, she bore no physical wounds, yet she felt utterly drained, not merely from physical exertion, but emotionally exhausted as well. "I'm just a bit tired. Let us go home and rest." Heinekage immediately bent down, enveloping her in a tight embrace. One arm securely wrapped around her waist to ensure she would not fall. The Uchiha children gathered at his feet, eagerly gazing up at him. "Do you want to go home?" he asked. "Yea, let us go home." The children chorused, exchanging glances before erupting in cheers, with Mikey and Kaze being the loudest. Thus, under the bewildered gazes of the other ninja school students, Uchiha Heinekage strode purposefully toward the school exit, leading all the Uchiha children. After experiencing the inaugural lesson and the first fight of their newly established school, they now faced their first withdrawal. With the Uchiha newcomers, already scarce in number, departing en masse, the remaining students dwindled to a lamentably low count. Heinekage resolved that upon returning, even if he were to be used as a punching bag by Madara, he would never allow Shunyue to set foot again in this school, which the detestable Senju held dominion over. As for the so-called ninja school teachers, Uchiha Heinekage would no longer bear the burden of that role. "This match was won by you, Uchiha Shunyue," Tobarama's voice echoed from behind Heinekage. Resting her head on Heinekage's shoulder, Shunyue gazed at him with an impassive expression. "So what? You were the one who discovered everything you wanted to know, Tobarama-sensei." Shunyue let out a light scoff. Ever since she had activated her Sharingan, Tobarama had achieved his goal. Throughout the ordeal, he had sought only to confirm one thing, whether she had indeed awakened the eyes he so dreaded. Now, in terms of the outcome, Tobarama could be deemed exceedingly satisfied. Forced to reveal her unique eyes, Shunyue was consumed by fury as she nestled in Heinekege's arms, gritting her teeth in silent resentment. "That detestable Tobarama Senju. Our enmity has just escalated." Chapter 19. The argument of the Senju brothers after returning from the ninja school. Shunyue fell gravely ill. Once again, she experienced a significant depletion of chakra accompanied by a persistent high fever. The medical ninjas within her clan found themselves at a loss, attributing her condition to a bloodline illness. For bloodline users, awakening their powers at a tender age was not necessarily advantageous. An immature and unrefined body often struggled to withstand overwhelming strength, ultimately becoming consumed by it. However, Shunyue was not truly unwell. She understood that this was merely the divine tree demanding its rent once more. It was indeed disheartening. She was the rightful owner of this body, yet she was being extorted by the divine tree, the unwelcome tenant. Consider Naruto and the Nine Tails dwelling within him, setting aside other matters. The prideful Kurama paid his dues rather readily. In contrast, Shenyue found herself at the mercy of a divine entity resembling a capitalist in its demands, inciting envy. Thanks to the rigorous training from the esteemed educator of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, and the Senju clan's remarkable chakra lineage, Shenyue had grown sufficiently strong. She was no longer as reliant on others as she had been at birth. Now, she could barely endure the divine tree's exploitation herself. Yet, the consequences of having her cellular and mental energies drained were that, regardless of her actions, she felt persistently exhausted, lying in bed in a daze. In the hazy border between sleep and wakefulness, Shenyue sensed numerous individuals entering and exiting her room. Though her consciousness was hazy, she could still vaguely discern who was present. The one wiping her sweat with a damp towel to cool her down was Hua, while the one stealthily entering the room to feed her honey water was Taohua. The one, filled with concern, who added another blanket and tucked a rabbit plushie into her arms, was Jing. The ones who rushed in, shrieking incessantly, only to be expelled, were Meichi and Inari. As for the one periodically transmitting chakra to her, that was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. For some reason, she had the impression that Madara, when visiting her, seemed to be wielding a scythe and a fan, exuding an air of menace as if preparing to go on a killing spree. After languishing in bed for several days in a half-conscious state, the once withered divine tree within her consciousness space finally regained its vitality. In a jubilant display of rebirth, it joyfully unfurled its branches, swaying with newly sprouted tender leaves, reminiscent of the arrival of spring, an embodiment of thriving life and prosperity. In return, it bestowed a surge of energy into Shenyue's body. This refreshing energy emanated from between her eyes, unfurling like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, slowly and steadfastly transforming her physique, purifying her bloodline, and making her body better suited for her unique eyes. Both the Sharingan and the Eye of Death require the support of one's bloodline and body. Without the bloodline's backing, one cannot deactivate the Sharingan willingly, without the body's support. The operation of the Eye of Death relies solely on the brain, leading to the inevitable consequence of excessive use resulting in cerebral hemorrhage. The Divine Tree's modification sought to bring Shenyue's bloodline closer to that of the progenitor, allowing her body to develop functions compatible with the Eye of Death. However, its nature was as miserly as a capitalist, making it clear that such transformations could not be accomplished in a single attempt. It intended to exploit Shenyue further, requiring several more chakra harvests before it would leisurely complete its task, in contrast to the nearly week-long extraction process. The Divine Tree's bestowal abruptly concluded in just half a day. Nevertheless, Shenyue had no desire to rise from her bed. Lying there, she was spared from the grueling 12-hour training sessions and could luxuriate in a life of ease, where food and comfort were effortlessly provided. If given the choice, she would gladly remain in bed a little longer. While Shenyue languished, wishing to be a lazy fish, Konoha village was beset by a series of unfortunate events. First, inexplicable explosions erupted both within and beyond the village, suspected to be the work of a master of fire release. However, the locations razed were neither homes nor forests, but rather deeply concealed and highly suspicious experimental bases. Nonetheless, this news soon faded into the background. Overshadowed by another shock, the newly established Ninja Academy, barely a week old, was on the brink of closure. Just days into the term, students from prominent families began submitting their withdrawal applications. Unlike the Uchiha, who boldly departed, these students were less audacious. Should all applications be approved, the student body would dwindle from nearly 30 to less than 5, predominantly comprised of commoners. To put it bluntly, what necessity is there for a school with such a meager enrollment? The Uchiha clan's mass withdrawal clearly agitated the delicate nerves of several other clans. These families, already closely monitoring the village's every move, were keenly involved in the establishment of the academy. The moment they learned that the Uchiha had returned to their clan's territory, they heard from their children about the events that transpired. The Uchiha's rising star had bested the talented and potential-laden heir of the Sarutobi clan in a one-on-one battle. Both were undoubtedly rare prodigies, with Sarutobi Hizashi capable of utilizing multiple high-level jutsu at a young age and forming a summoning contract with the Monkey King, thus earning his reputation as a genuine ninja genius. However, when compared to the 5-year-old Uchiha Shenyue, who awakened her Sharingan, Hizashi seemed to pale in comparison. The power of the Sharingan was deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. During the Warring States period, Those crimson eyes loomed ominously over all ninjas. Moreover, Shinyue's Sharingan appeared exceptionally unique, both in appearance and capability, suggesting extraordinary potential. However, what truly concerned the ninja clans, provoking widespread withdrawals, was Senju Tobarama's overt hostility and targeting of Uchiha Shinyue. The ninja clans, adept at survival, began speculating whether this was a signal of a rift between the Uchiha and Senju clans, fearing that continued tensions could lead to the village's disintegration. Some even covertly prepared for a mass exodus. The perceptive ninjas sensed a dangerously ominous signal in this situation. Although the Senju and Uchiha clans were indeed bitter enemies, with brothers from both families having perished at each other's hands, it was precisely because of such profound enmity that the Uchiha and Senju's ability to set aside their grievances and cooperate fostered hope for peaceful coexistence. The belief that ninjas could unite under the banner of Konoha was predicated on the notion that both clans could transcend their hatred. Yet, now that the village was established and everyone had joined the collective, continuing to target the Uchiha was nothing short of absurd. In the Hokage building, Senju Hashirama was fraught with anxiety over the situation, clutching the newly submitted withdrawal applications, his fingers trembling like a desperate gambler facing ruin. Fully aware of the unfolding circumstances, he looked helplessly at his brother, Senju Tobarama, standing beside him, filled with frustration and confusion. Tobarama, it has been so long since the village was founded. Why can you not let go of your biases against the Uchiha? This issue is indeed due to my excessive actions. Tobarama, arms crossed and brow furrowed, surveyed the stack of withdrawal applications on the table, lowering his head slightly, an unusual display of compliance and acknowledgement. Observing his brother's apparent willingness to concede, Hashirama felt a flicker of hope, but Tobarama swiftly redirected the conversation. However, the immediate priority is to prevent students from withdrawing and to ensure the school continues to operate. I suggest you apologize to Shinyue and Madara at the Uchiha clan's territory. With a resounding thud, Tobarama slammed his fist on the table before Hashirama, interrupting his words. I told you before, Uchiha Shinyue is inherently malevolent like Uchiha Madara. She not only rejects your ideals of the will of fire, but possesses such potential. If she becomes the second Uchiha Madara, who will be able to stop her within the Senju? Madara isn't all that bad, is he? He hasn't done anything threatening to the village. In response to Hashirama's bewilderment and disbelief, Tobarama merely scoffed coldly, his tone resolute. Not yet. Who knows what schemes they may devise in the future? Tobarama. At this, Hashirama, usually of good temperament, became thoroughly enraged. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Yet he glared at Tobarama with suppressed fury. Confronted with this expression from his elder brother, Tobarama felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were suffocating, and chose to remain silent. Hashirama fixed his gaze on Tobarama, each word heavy with authority. Do not speak to me in that manner again. In the dedicated office of the Hokage, the Senju brothers exchanged silent glances, both lost in contemplation for an extended period. It was not until Tobarama recalled something that he abruptly questioned. Brother, it was you who disclosed the location of the experimental base to Uchiha Madara, wasn't he it? The expression on Hashirama's face darkened instantly, his once imposing aura dissipating completely. His gaze began to dart around, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, unmistakably betraying his guilt. Oh, you mean that a sense of dread washed over Tobarama as he contemplated the painstakingly established and meticulously concealed experimental base that had been obliterated by Madara's fire techniques. His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. The ruins held the culmination of his years of effort. Heaven knows how desperately he wished to confront Madara when he saw the base reduced to cinders. If it weren't for your leak, how could my laboratory have been thoroughly destroyed? In a fit of rage, Tobarama seized Hashirama's collar, appearing as though he might commit fratricide. He had sensed something amiss. If no one had informed Madara, how could he have located and annihilated all the bases without leaving a single one intact? But had I not divulged the information, you would have been killed by Madara. Hashirama wanted to shout his innocence. At that critical moment, had he remained silent, Madara would have wielded his scythe and fan to obliterate Tobarama, who had been tormenting his disciple. Everything he did was for Tobarama's benefit. Would you not have stopped him? But I did try to stop him. Meanwhile, far away in the Uchiha clan's territory, Kamizuki, lying in bed like a sloth, couldn't help but sneeze several times, entirely unaware of the conspiracies swirling around her. After the sneezing fit, she flipped over to cuddle her cat Plushie, blissfully ignorant of the chaos she had unwittingly instigated. Chapter 20. The farming plan of the simpleton. As Kamizuki lay in bed under the pretense of recuperation, her devised Uchiha farming plan was steadily set in motion. A remote area, initially intended for training, was cleared for cultivation, and after eradicating the surrounding beasts, it was ready to be leased to civilians willing to farm. The transformation from primeval forest to arable land occurred within a mere month. This was accomplished with the clan's minimal attention, merely selecting a few ninjas skilled in water and earth techniques. Had they dispatched higher-ranking ninjas, the time could have been reduced even further. During the Warring States period, ninjas were forbidden from owning land and strictly prohibited from engaging in agriculture, relying solely on noble patronage for their livelihoods. Although this prohibition was lifted in the era of hidden villages, the centuries-old habit of neglecting agriculture was ingrained in the subconscious of every ninja. Even decades later, during Naruto's time, ninjas continued to sustain themselves by accepting missions, let alone during the nascent period decades prior. In truth, if not for Madara's habitual domineering nature, this cultivation endeavor might not have come to fruition. The arrogance and pride of the Uchiha clan made it exceedingly difficult for them to lower themselves to engage in such menial tasks. The muscle-bound warriors among them swiftly rejected the idea of converting the designated training grounds into fields. Yet, under Madara's iron fist, their refusals were rendered futile. However, Madara could only assist to a certain extent. He could provide funding and manpower, but was not responsible for determining what type of civilians should be engaged in farming, what agreements to establish with them, or the scale of land to cultivate. Relying on Madara to tackle these issues was akin to dreaming. The dilemma was that Kamizuki herself was equally at a loss in resolving these complications. Kamizuki, the Uchiha Kamizuki, had never set foot in the countryside in either of her lifetimes. Her knowledge of farming was derived solely from novels, and she could not even distinguish between grains. Hand her a pot of cactus, and she would likely kill it. Expecting her to handle these matters was tantamount to courting disaster. However, compared to the majority of Uchiha who were equally ignorant of agriculture, Kamizuki at least had read hundreds of farming novels. Walking along a secluded path away from the clan's territory, Kamizuki trudged dejectedly behind the brooding Madara, a comically exaggerated bump on her head resembling a cartoonish caricature, a result of Madara's displeasure at her feigned illness. Farewell to my blissful lazy days. Unaware of the hardships awaiting her upon returning, Kamizuki felt tears welling up but straightened up immediately under a single glance from Madara. As they departed the broad gravel path between the clan's territory and the village, the ground beneath them grew increasingly muddy, revealing a more tangible reality before Kamizuki. Good day, esteemed Uchiha. The civilians, who had awaited their arrival, recognized the duo clad in the black clan attire embroidered with the fan emblem and quickly bowed, their faces nearly brushing the dirt, their spines trembling with trepidation. Rather than their expressions, Kamizuki's attention was drawn to their emaciated forms and tattered garments. They resembled refugees more than mere civilians. Given the Uchiha's notorious reputation, who would dare seek refuge with such a fearsome clan unless utterly desperate? Madara frowned as he surveyed the frightened civilians nearly bowing to the ground. He held no affection for the weak and despised their lack of dignity, yet he understood that this was the reality of civilian existence. Beneath his exterior bravado and strength lay a heart acutely aware of suffering and sorrow. He comprehended the world's distortions and cruelty, where civilians were trampled beneath the feet of the powerful and the nobility, enduring endless cycles of misery. The mighty ninjas, despite their power, were manipulated and exploited, becoming mere fodder on the endless battlegrounds. He yearned for a permanent solution to the world's suffering, fully aware of the folly and unattainability of such a dream. Yet he knew that this hope would never wane. Kamizuki, pursue what you wish to achieve. A slight smile graced Madara's lips. As long as Kamizuki also desired to change this suffering world, he would support her in realizing her ambitions, no matter how audacious or implausible they might appear. Let me witness how far you can go. Before the cultivation commenced, this land, designated under the Uchiha name, was merely an endless expanse of primitive forest. However, following the initial clearing by Uchiha ninjas, vast swathes of trees vanished, stones and weeds disappeared, and the uneven terrain was transformed thoroughly through earth techniques. It now resembled a proper farmland. For civilians lacking tools, felling the tall trees of the Land of Fire could take over a year. However, for ninjas, it was merely a task that could be completed in half a day. As for the subsequent clearing of roots and weeds, that was even simpler. If one fireball was insufficient, another could easily be conjured. Of course, when it came to the actual farming, one could not expect this band of ninjas, skilled only in destruction, to manage it. The most common crop in the land of fire was rice, a notoriously delicate crop that could perish with the slightest misstep, necessitating the expertise of farmers who had spent their lives tending the fields. Professional matters should indeed be entrusted to professionals. Standing before the quaking and timid commoners, Shinyue's gaze traversed their sunken cheeks and the rough, calloused hands that bore the marks of years of toil. This group was not merely a random selection from the bustling streets of Konoha. Rather, they were meticulously chosen from the ranks of the impoverished populace, the vast majority of whom were farmers. They had been forcibly displaced from their lands by the nobility and merchants, reducing them to the status of vagrants. The number of such individuals was significant, as the chaos of the warring states period inevitably impacted those who relied on agriculture for their livelihoods, leaving them unable to escape the ravages of war. Regardless of how diligently these farmers tended to their fields, their aspirations of survival could be shattered by a single attack from a ninja or by the whims of natural disasters such as droughts or floods. Such misfortunes could obliterate an entire year's harvest with ease. In these dire moments, the exorbitant taxes imposed by the nobility and the artificially inflated grain prices set by merchants would ruthlessly compel them to sell their last remaining plots of land, or even themselves. Ultimately, vast tracts of land and wealth coalesced in the hands of the nobility, while the affluent merchants reaped substantial profits. They would then employ a fraction of this newfound wealth to hire ninjas to continue the cycle of violence, thus completing a perfect loop. Shinyue sighed inwardly. Compared to the ninjas, it was perhaps the nobles who truly held dominion over this world, possessing the majority of wealth and land. This situation must be rectified. She resolved silently that to achieve this goal, it was imperative to endow the ninjas with sufficient productivity. As Shinyue scrutinized the crowd, they too were observing her. They could not fathom why the esteemed Uchiha clan would send forth such a young girl, yet they dared not underestimate her. This child possessed a grace and beauty akin to that of a noble lady, a rare encounter for them in their lives, and they hesitated to meet her gaze. Intimidated by her obsidian-like eyes, the divide between ninjas and commoners was stark and profound. In this moment, both parties felt a palpable anxiety. Shinyue feared her ability to manage the agricultural concerns effectively, while the commoners dreaded the possibility of incurring the wrath of the ninja, who might unleash a devastating fireball to incinerate them all, a fate not uncommon in the past. In this regard, the commoners were undoubtedly more pitiable, making it exceedingly difficult for them to voice their concerns. Taking a deep breath, Shinyue closed her eyes and mentally revisited the countless treatises on agriculture she had perused before her transmigration. Upon reopening her eyes, she had regained the composed and aloof demeanor characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Please, follow me. The accommodations prepared for you are just ahead. Accommodations? The commoners exchanged bewildered glances. Astonished by such a notion, they had come prepared to face death, yet now, the once fearsome ninjas were providing them with shelter? This was an unprecedented act of mercy. A row of modest houses stood not far from the fields. Given the remoteness of the area, Shinyue had thoughtfully arranged for the construction of several small dwellings, complete with basic furnishings and essentials. In addition to the ordinary housing, there was also a communal warehouse. After assigning living quarters based on family units, Shinyue led them into the warehouse, where gleaming new iron farming tools awaited them, the newly crafted plows glistening with a cold sheen. These individuals were adept farmers, yet few possessed decent implements. The sight of the new tools ignited a longing within them. However, they were cautious, fearing that these pristine tools might become part of a debt they could never repay, that the shining edges might one day be stained with their blood. These tools are for you, and the plow oxen will be delivered in the coming days. Shinyue continued, these farming implements were not easily obtained. As a ninja village, Konoha is primarily a large military entity. Acquiring quality farming tools is no simple feat. I sought the assistance of the Uchiha clan's summoned beasts and the cat matriarch of the Nico clan, spending a considerable sum to commission their creation. The matriarch even jested that one would search the entire ninja world in vain for a fool like me, willing to procure iron farming tools. Shinyue smirked inwardly. When the harvest comes, we shall see who has the last laugh. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over her. It was indeed amusing that while kunai and shuriken could be casually displayed for sale in Konoha, a simple farming implement was nearly impossible to procure even after digging deep into the earth. The seeds are also prepared. Come, take a look. Shinue gestured toward the large sacks piled in the corner. A few of the bolder commoners stepped forward to open the bags, revealing plump, high-quality seeds within. Acquiring these seeds had been no small feat, especially in a destitute village like Konoha, where even the most basic sustenance was a luxury. Through countless trials and tribulations, Shinue had come to understand the adage, those who know the taste of rice know the toil behind every grain. The intricate preparations had nearly cost her life, but now, she could finally pass this monumental burden on to others. The land will be allocated based on the number of individuals. Each of you will have land to cultivate. Exiting the warehouse, Shinue pointed to the fields just beyond the entrance, steering the conversation towards the eagerly awaited topic of land distribution. After thoroughly discussing the allocation and pertinent details until her throat was parched, she finally broached the matter that concerned her most, the distribution of the harvest and other labor requirements. Each of you must cultivate certain crops as requested by our Uchiha clan each year. We will provide the seeds, and the produce will be purchased by us at market value. The training of ninjas necessitates the nourishment provided by medicinal herbs, which represent a significant expense. Even worse, under the merchant's price gouging, such items are often scarce. After a moment of contemplation, Shinue concluded that if she could encourage the farmers to cultivate a batch of medicinal herbs each year, it would save a considerable amount of money. Even if she did not extract tribute like the nobles, purchasing the harvest with coin would alleviate concerns over exorbitant pricing. Of course, if you prefer, any surplus grain can be prioritized for sale to our clan. We can negotiate the price. The commoners exchanged glances, some incredulous at Shinue's generosity and kindness. Nobles had never offered a single coin when they desired something. Is there anything else you require? Gazing at the modest houses, tools, seeds, and prepared land, Shinue felt that she had fulfilled her obligations. Her duty had been completed. Now, she could return home and await the arrival of autumn, anticipating the bountiful harvest that would fill her pockets. Soon, she would show those arrogant, muscle-bound ninjas, who often went hungry, just how astute and capable she truly was. Excuse me, might I request that you dig a few more wells and excavate additional channels? A steady female voice interjected, breaking Shinue's reverie and daydreams. Before your arrival, I surveyed the area, and while everything else is satisfactory, the terrain is level, and there is ample sunlight, the water supply is inadequate. Without sufficient water, how can we irrigate the rice paddies? How could I have overlooked that? Shinue sheepishly scratched her head. Clearly, rice required water. I will arrange for this work to be done soon. By the way, who are you? A slender woman with determined eyes and chestnut hair stepped forward from the crowd, standing before Shinue. Unlike her timid companions, this woman exuded a resolute and unwavering spirit. My name is Kazuko, and as you can see, I am but a humble farmer. Chapter 21. This world is an endless hell. Kazuko is a remarkably courageous and insightful woman, the leader of a group of refugees who have fled their homeland. She was among the first to propose seeking refuge with the Uchiha clan. Contrary to her aged and emaciated appearance, she is only 30 years old. Yet, in her brief life, Kazuko has endured unimaginable suffering. Born in a remote village within the land of fire, she once lived a tranquil agricultural life with her husband and children. However, one fateful spring, rival ninjas invaded her village, marking her first encounter with these warriors. Witnessing the dazzling ninjutsu for the first time, and also witnessing the horrific death of her husband. That same year, after the ninjas departed, calamities struck her land, resulting in her rice seedlings failing to thrive. When autumn arrived, the tax collectors came, demanding tribute without a hint of compassion for her misfortunes, leading to the loss of her fields and home. Thus, Kazuko and her family were cast into the life of refugees, enduring the myriad agonies and separations that followed. It is difficult for others to imagine the once happy family she had, now reduced to her solitary struggle for survival. Please accept my condolences. Upon learning of Kazuko's tragic past, Shingetsu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to console this woman whose life had been so ravaged. Although she was already aware that commoners in the ninja world live precariously, teetering on the edge of despair, the stark reality of such a bloody tragedy left her speechless. Those sorrowful events belonged to the past. Kazuko managed a faint smile, her face, weathered by relentless suffering, betrayed a hue of melancholy, her eyes glimmering with unspoken bitterness, making it evident that her words were not sincere. One must always look forward. The assembled commoners shared a hauntingly similar tragic past, touched by war, losing homes and loved ones, wandering aimlessly across the vast land of fire, enduring a life steeped in deprivation and hardship. While suffering may evoke lamentation, an excess of it can render one numb. Kazuko, why did you choose to come to Konoha? Reflecting on the early days of the month, Shingeki had anticipated a surge of applicants lured by the promise of fertile land. Yet she had grossly underestimated the notorious reputation of the ninjas and the Uchiha clan. During that period, not a single outsider dared approach the Uchiha territory. She had once wondered why no one was willing to come. But now she understood that what appeared to her as an innocuous plan was perceived by the commoners as a poisoned pie, uncertain whether it would bring nourishment or ruin. The first to take risks are the brave, and the first to seek refuge with the Uchiha is the bravest among them. Kazuko's courage and resilience earned her deep admiration from Shingeki, yet also raised doubts. After all, she was a victim who had lost her husband and home to the ninjas. Logically, she should harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. Yet she chose to abandon her animosity to seek refuge with her enemies, an unfathomable decision. To survive, Kazuko replied calmly, lifting her gaze to the distant clouds, tracing back to her home now reduced to ashes by fire. Reflecting on the sorrow and pain of her forced departure, her heart sank. Lady Shingeki, I believe you have never left Konoha, have you? Shingeki nodded. At merely 5 years of age, she had indeed never ventured beyond Konoha's borders. Even if she wished to explore, Uchiha Madara would never permit her to leave his domain. In the capital of the daimyo, there are few like me among the refugees. Most either cannot escape or perish along the way. The land of fire is rife with bandits and rogue ninjas, making escape nearly impossible for people like us. Kazuko spoke with a serene tone, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, yet her words were chilling. The commoners are not allowed to leave their homeland. But once stripped of their land, the only alternative is to become a serf to the nobility. Yet, a noble serf is not regarded as human, merely a beast of burden. To avoid such a fate, one must flee, navigating through thieves and rogue ninjas while enduring hunger. Only the fortunate survive without succumbing to starvation or freezing. Kazuko turned, her gaze eerily calm, as if reflecting a still pond, her eyes devoid of warmth. Even if one reaches the daimyo's capital, it is merely another hell. Have you seen ordinary people walking along the road, only to be run over by a noble's carriage for obstructing their path? Have you witnessed a samurai standing in the street, killing passers-by one after another for sport? Kazuko's harrowing past merely scratched the surface, causing Shingetsu's stomach to churn, nearly prompting her to retch. The cruelty of the nobility was beyond her imagination. Is that why you seek refuge with the ninjas? For ninjas, killing is merely a means to complete a mission, whereas for the nobility, it is often for amusement. Kazuko silently nodded, observing Shingetsu's face contorted with compassion and shock. When she spoke again, her voice was hoarse, her eyes brimming with boundless sorrow. Whether it is to come to Konoha or to seek your protection, we share but one goal, to survive as best we can. As they spoke of matters incomprehensible to others, Shingetsu and Kazuko unknowingly strayed from the main group, wandering aimlessly along the neatly tended fields. Occasionally, Kazuko would stop, bending down to gather a handful of earth, reverently allowing the black soil to slip through her fingers. In those moments, she would open her palm, pressing her cheek against this sacred earth. Lady Shingetsu, I have a question for you. What inspired you to cultivate these fields? Kazuko lifted her gaze, staring at Shingetsu, who was of the same age as her daughter in her memories. She was now certain that this idea undoubtedly originated from the young girl before her. But why? This was not something a ninja would typically consider. Ninjas are mere tools of the nobility, existing solely for destruction and decay. The millennium-long era of warring states has repeatedly proven this truth. Yet now, they seek to cultivate farmland. How absurd and unfathomable. When have ninjas ever engaged in such endeavors? Upon hearing Kazuko's question, Shingetsu too found herself in a quandary. Until now, she had never pondered the rationale behind their actions. Why? What could be the reason? Gazing at the seemingly endless fields, the doubts within Shingetsu bubbled forth like boiling water, relentless in their emergence. She could not help but question herself. What drives the desire to pursue these endeavors? Is it dissatisfaction with the current living conditions, leading to an instinctual urge to improve life? Or is it a bid to gain the support of the commoners, to earn their trust through tangible actions? Or perhaps, having been born in a prosperous nation and knowing the true essence of peace, she wishes to bestow upon those around her the happiness she once knew? After pondering for a long time, Kamizuki, imitating Wako, simply sat down in the field, rubbing her head as she immersed herself in deep thought. After a while, she muttered dreamily, "No matter what we aim to accomplish, we must ensure that people are well fed first." What kind of answer is that? Ha ha. After a prolonged silence, Wako burst into laughter. It seemed Kamizuki's words had struck her funny bone, as she laughed heartily, tears streaming down her face. "You are indeed a peculiar person." After laughing for quite some time, Wako finally regained her composure. Kamizuki looked at her with some embarrassment, thinking her statement was not that amusing. Is it truly that funny? Such an innocent ideal can only belong to someone like you. Suddenly, the gloomy clouds that loomed over Wako parted slightly, allowing a searing beam of sunlight to pierce through, illuminating her serene and gentle smile. "However, I am genuinely curious to see what such a future would look like." Bathed in the long-awaited sunlight, Kamizuki and Wako cherished this brief moment of harmony. Yet, such moments are always fleeting. The pull of reality constantly tugs at the soul. Perhaps it is this very reason that ideals appear so enchanting. "Kamizuki, when the harvest comes, what interest do you plan to take?" Wako, regaining her composure, directly posed the question that was on the minds of the common folk. Kamizuki was unambiguous. This question had troubled her for quite some time, even occupying her thoughts during sleepless nights. 30%. As someone who had received 9 years of compulsory education in her past life, Kamizuki understood that interest and taxation were critical issues that could determine the survival of a business or even a nation. She could not afford to be careless. On one hand, she certainly needed to increase the income of the commoners, while on the other, the substantial investments made by the Uchiha must yield corresponding returns. Too much would be unacceptable, but too little was equally impermissible. How to balance the rewards of both parties was a daunting task that nearly overwhelmed Kamizuki. It was indeed a struggle. Imagine a mere 5-year-old child shouldering responsibilities typically borne by capitalists, emperors, feudal lords, and Hokages. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that Hashirama Senju and the subsequent Hokages seemingly did not have to endure such burdens. The financial resources of Konoha relied primarily on mission rewards and the economic support of the feudal lords, with the latter being the substantial source. It was no wonder that the ninja world experienced a world war every few decades. With such limited funds, how could they sustain so many ninjas? 30%, not a fraction less. Kamizuki gritted her teeth, vehemently asserting what she deemed a reasonable figure. She had perused the agreement signed between the feudal lords and Hashirama Senju, which stated that Konoha was entirely a territory governed by the ninjas, and the lords and nobles were forbidden from imposing various taxes there. As a gesture of goodwill, they relinquished this power to the ninjas. This meant that on the land belonging to the Uchiha, she possessed the authority to establish new agricultural taxes. Kamizuki was well aware that she could emulate the greedy feudal lords of the Land of Fire and seize all of the farmers' harvests through exorbitant taxes. Such actions would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of blood-stained wealth, and the Uchiha would not have to worry about peasant revolts like those aristocrats. However, Kamizuki had no desire for such ill-gotten gains, nor did she wish to create a life devoid of freedom for anyone. 30% would ensure that the Uchiha would not incur losses, while also allowing the commoners to retain the majority of their harvest. Though this was not a light tax, it remained within the boundaries of her principles. 30%? Wako's eyes widened in disbelief. She first murmured in astonishment, then raised her voice to repeat the figure. Soon, this typically composed woman lowered her guard, grasping Kamizuki's arm to confirm the accuracy of the number. "Are you certain? It really is 30%. Indeed, 30%. The cost of renting the land to you is that you must yield 30% of your harvest." Kamizuki thought Wako was concerned it was too much, and she immediately adopted a serious demeanor, contemplating how to persuade this astute woman. However, in the next moment, Kamizuki was taken aback as Wako's eyes glistened with tears. "Am I dreaming? Only 30% tax. Kamizuki, you are too benevolent." At this moment, Kamizuki was thoroughly bewildered. She could not comprehend how this could be considered a small amount. After all, it amounted to taking away 1/3 of their harvest. Only then did she realize she had neglected a crucial question. In her recent days of recalling historical texts and agricultural literature, She had forgotten to investigate the tax system imposed by the feudal lords. Ms. Wacko, how much tax do the feudal lords collect? Do you not know? The Land of Fire has always operated on a 6-to-4 ratio, and that has never changed. Wacko wiped her tears and cast a surprised glance at Kamizuki, astonished that she was unaware. After all, Kamizuki's initial impression was that she was meticulous in her work and possessed imaginative thoughts. It was hard to fathom how she could overlook such fundamental and vital information. What? 60%? 60% tax? 60%. My heavens, are the feudal lords insane? The foolish and ignorant Kamizuki was once again confronted with the brutal exploitation of the lower classes under feudal society, suffering an almost unbearable blow to her spirit. She gained a new understanding of the ferocity of the feudal lords and nobles. A full 60% tax. No wonder, despite being the richest land of fire. Neither ninjas nor commoners could ever fill their stomachs. It turned out that both money and food had flowed into the hands of the nobility. With such rulers, how could the populace ever survive? Kamizuki pondered, with such unscrupulous lords and nobles, why had no one ever revolted? Oh right, how could I forget? Nobles can also hire ninjas. Suddenly, Kamizuki was struck with a realization. She let out a bitter laugh, comprehending the audacity with which the feudal lords and nobles perpetrated their crimes. In the face of ninjas, any peasant uprising would be futile. If one fireball was insufficient, they could simply unleash another. With 2 fireballs, all opposition would be obliterated. How could anyone ever rebel? Chapter 22. Master and Apprentice's Confidential Discussion and Senju's Visit after nearly an entire day's worth of efforts. The first phase of the Uchiha agricultural project concluded as the sun began to set, amidst the skepticism of nearly everyone involved. Following a farewell to the newly minted Uchiha tenants who remained in the fields, Kamizuki, looking weary, trailed behind Uchiha Madara as they made their way back to the clan's territory. Throughout the journey, her mind was elsewhere, burdened with a weight akin to debt. Wacko's tragic circumstances compelled her to reflect on the fate of ordinary people who merely served as background characters in this drama exclusively for ninjas. Master, how do the commoners manage to survive? Gazing at the fiery sunset that seemed to scorch the horizon, Kamizuki's doubts only multiplied, reaching a level that sent shivers down her spine. This unsettling feeling prompted her to slow her pace, as if Uchiha Madara, who had been walking ahead, was waiting for her to speak. Commoners? Humph, those individuals are as resilient as insects, no matter what hell they are thrown into. They will resort to any means necessary to survive. Uchiha Madara halted, his back still turned to Kamizuki, obscuring his expression from her view. Within this seemingly dismissive response, Kamizuki keenly perceived that Madara held a certain admiration for that reckless desire to survive. Madara had traversed 2 eras as a ninja. In contrast to the still immature and inexperienced Kamizuki, he had first-hand knowledge of the brutal and cold-blooded nature of the ninja world, having lost all his loved ones. Thus, he shared a visceral understanding of the myriad sufferings in this contradictory world. This pain had broadened his perspective, even concerning the common folk, whom most ninjas found neither interesting nor necessary to understand. He possessed unique insights. Was survival worth any means? Reflecting on the commoners oppressed to the point of fleeing, yet still determined to endure, Kamizuki felt a deep admiration. Were she in their position, she knew she would not have such courage. They truly exemplified resilience. Insects wallowing in the mud do not perceive their existence as hellish. Regarding Kamizuki's lament, Madara remained noncommittal. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the sky blazed like a sea of fire, fragments of memories swiftly surfacing amidst the flames, both joyous and sorrowful, streaking across like meteors, ultimately reduced to ashes. The weak cannot choose their destinies. Madara Uchiha's voice was tinged with lament. Just as the people of the day, their fates now rested in your hands, determined by us ninjas. Without Konoha, without your intervention, what do you think would become of them? They would perish. This was not a question requiring contemplation. Without Konoha's protection, without the Uchiha's safeguarding, the commoners would only meet a gruesome end, devoured by the ravenous and brutal nobility. Considering the frequency and permanence of such tragedies, Kamizuki could not help but wonder if those living in the ninja world had lost their final opportunity to alter this unjust society. If Madara and Hashirama had not established a ninja village like Konoha, but instead a brand new nation, would such tragedies need to be repeated? Master, why didn't TU and Lord Hokage simply annex the Land of Fire? The matters concerning the ninjas alone would be enough to give Hashirama a headache. Madara snorted in displeasure. Kamizuki's words struck directly at his heartache. If only he could ally with Hashirama. How could the already decayed and rotten nobility of the Land of Fire possibly oppose them? Not only the Land of Fire, but all 5 great nations and indeed the entire ninja world would bow before them. In such a scenario, they could incinerate all the world's ugliness and then construct a new order from the ashes and remnants. Yet, Hashirama forsook such a vision, choosing instead an entirely different path that contradicted his closest friend's ideals. That naive fellow, instead of looking toward a distant future, cared more about the present. Rather than enabling ninjas to rule the world, he desired a complete separation between ninjas and ordinary people. Separation? Kamizuki gazed at Madara before her in astonishment. But she did not require his answer. She had already unraveled this conundrum herself. So, this is what it means to have one nation, one village. Indeed, what you wish to accomplish is impossible, at least while Hashirama is alive. In his vision, for ninjas and ordinary people to be entirely divided, there must be rulers from both sides. Realizing that Madara had already seen through her intentions, Kamizuki bashfully ran her fingers through her hair, questioning whether her thoughts were so plainly written on her face. How could he have discerned them so easily? Yet soon, she was drawn entirely away by Madara's words. Are ninjas to be regarded as separate from the secular world? Kamizuki sighed, feeling that Madara was indeed correct. Hashirama was too idealistic, and the peace he yearned for was exceedingly fragile. Relying on unparalleled martial prowess during his lifetime, he could certainly maintain this delicate peace with utmost care. However, upon his demise, without a deterrent of equal might, the fragile order he established would inevitably crumble, leaving countless troubles for future generations. How could they remain separate? Ninjas are undeniably a part of the secular realm. Thus, that fellow is hopelessly naive. This statement ignited Madara's fury, the spark igniting the long-suppressed anguish within him, brutally churning his innards. Hashirama, a truth even a 5-year-old could grasp. Why could you not understand? Later that evening, back home and lying on her warm bed, Kamizuki found herself unable to sleep. Her eyes wide open, she reflected on the sights and sounds of the day, feeling an unprecedented urgency to eliminate certain individuals. This sensation was peculiar. Even when nearly killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, her urge to kill had been fleeting. Yet upon learning of the tragedy that befell Kazu, and confronting the inhumane exploitation, the impulse within her surged like a roaring flame, seemingly destined to burn eternally. Indeed, the individuals Kamizuki yearned to kill were those high atop the kingdom, the daimyos and nobles. She had come to a realization. The daimyos were neither mad nor foolish to view ninjas as tools and commoners as slaves, manipulating ninjas to control the populace while the commoners ensnared the ninjas. The daimyos were not only sane, they were frighteningly astute. Reflecting on the 4 great ninja wars, which engulfed countless commoners and ninjas in an endless bloodbath, she noted that these conflicts obliterated innumerable lives and happiness, yet spared the nobility entirely. Even in the 4th Great Ninja War, which drew everyone into its chaos, the 5 daimyos were well protected in the rear, aside from the universal infinite Tsukuyomi. They likely suffered not even a scratch. In a battlefield where tens of thousands perished on the first day, this was nothing short of miraculous. Thus, on this moonlit night, Kamizuki clarified her objective, to become an unparalleled powerhouse and eradicate the daimyos. However, if Senju Hashirama were still alive then, he likely would not allow her to carry out such deeds. Clutching her black cat plushie tightly, she lazily turned over in her bed, recalling Hashirama's seemingly harmless visage, which made her head throb. Fighting him was undoubtedly futile, and arguing seemed equally ineffective. Madara had already demonstrated that these 2 paths were of no use against Senju Hashirama. Yet, being so young, couldn't she simply outlast him without doing anything? Lying on her bed, Kamizuki's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably until the heavy veil of sleep drew her into dreams. In the last fleeting moment before slumber, she still hazily contemplated that to hasten the demise of the daimyos, she would need to strive diligently upon waking the next day. However, upon rising the next morning, before she could commence her vow from the previous day, 2 uninvited guests successfully disrupted all her plans, plunging the Uchiha clan into chaos. The Senju brothers had arrived. When Kamizuki, who had just gotten out of bed, received this news, she felt a whirlwind of confusion and despair, a torrent of chaotic speculations flashing through her mind. What could they possibly want? Was the night of extermination being moved up? Would there still be time to flee? This sentiment was clearly not hers alone. The Fire Corps, initially intending to escort her to the clan leader's residence, promptly turned back, slamming the door shut with a resounding clatter, as if trying to evade a plague. The Senju brothers, regarded as harbingers of calamity by the Uchiha and various unnamed figures, now sat regally in the living room of the clan leader's grand residence. Facing Uchiha Madara across the tea table, under Madara's piercing gaze, Hashirama lay prostrate on the table, his face pressed against the surface as he dutifully demonstrated the utmost form of apology. With his free right hand, he firmly grasped his younger brother's head, attempting to force him down onto the table as well. Tobirama apologized to Madara. Yet, Tobirama stubbornly resisted, refusing to bow his proud head before Uchiha Madara. A moment of tension arose as Hashirama's immense strength clashed with Tobirama's obstinacy, neither yielding an inch. Senju Hashirama, release him. Tobirama was nearly driven to exasperation by his unreliable elder brother. Had he been an Uchiha instead of a Senju, he might have been pushed to awaken his Sharingan in sheer frustration. Hashirama, too, was incensed by his brother's defiance. Why had he traveled so far to apologize if not for Tobirama's initial transgression that had embroiled them both? Now that he was present, Tobirama had no choice but to express his contrition. Tobirama, apologize. Madara, seated opposite them, leisurely sipped from his teacup, relishing the unfolding farce. Only after he had savored the last drop of tea, as Tobirama's face reddened and he seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed by his elder brother, did Madara gracefully set down his cup. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? Upon hearing Madara's inquiry, Hashirama cautiously lifted his head, revealing eyes like dark glass orbs, and articulated the purpose of their visit. Madara, could you allow the Uchiha children to return to school? Madara coldly retorted, prompting Hashirama to lower his head once more. His spirit visibly deflated. He understood this as a resounding refusal. Madara, I. Stammering, Hashirama, filled with shame, thudded his forehead against the wooden table, cracking it with a loud noise, yet suffering no injury himself. I am truly sorry. Tobirama, beside him, was at a loss for words, wishing he could roll his eyes to the heavens if not for Madara's presence. I could forgive you, but only if you agree to one condition. Observing Hashirama's comical demeanor, Madara smirked with a hint of mockery. Really? Speak, Madara, I will accept any terms. Hashirama instantly regained his spirit, thumping his chest in a display of resolve, agreeing to Madara's terms without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tobirama's expression darkened considerably as he hastily attempted to dissuade Hashirama from his folly, but alas, it was too late. Brother, wait. It was evident that Tobirama was ill-suited to remain as a teacher. He needed to leave the school. The spacious Uchiha estate fell into an oppressive silence, so quiet that even the faintest breeze could be heard. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Hashirama and Madara, Tobirama's already pale complexion grew even more ashen. Master, I suspect the Hokage will seek you out regarding the school soon. Last night, after escorting Kamizuki back to the Uchiha residence, Madara was about to depart when Kamizuki grasped his sleeve. Are you referring to the matter of returning to school? I already granted him one opportunity. Reflecting on this, Madara's brow furrowed in disdain. He had initially trusted Hashirama, allowing Kamizuki and the clan's children to attend school. But the despicable Tobirama had dared to employ such underhanded tactics against Kamizuki. Had Hashirama not intervened, Madara would have torn that vile individual to shreds. Establishing a school in itself was not problematic. The issue lay in allowing those with prejudice to control it. Kamizuki shook his head nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned by the targeted animosity. Master, if the Hokage truly comes to speak with you, please acquiesce. At this point, Kamizuki mischievously winked, his deep black eyes sparkling with a brilliance that outshone the moon hanging in the night sky. However, there must be an additional condition. Chapter 23. The victims of the cunning Hashirama. Kamizuki had long schemed to expel Tobirama from the ninja academy, harboring no guilt whatsoever. Setting aside their previous grievances and the power struggle between the Uchiha and Senju, these 2 points alone were sufficient motivation for Kamizuki to target him. However, beyond personal vendettas, it was essential to emphasize the questionable educational standards upheld by Tobirama. Consider the disciples he produced: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tintin, and Mido Gate. Frankly speaking, Every single one of them was a veritable monster. Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu were merely members of the Hokage's bodyguard and not his students. Each of these four was a heavyweight contender, riddled with numerous flaws, epitomizing the antagonists of fan fiction, and all were laughable figures devoid of charm or charisma, earning them the moniker Konoha for from readers. Under their influence, Konoha's future could not be described as anything but bleak. Even if one were to expel the indecisive Sarutobi Hiruzen, who straddled the line between black and white, and eliminate the inconsequential Tintin and Mido Gate, leaving only Danzo, the actions of this initial Hokage would be enough to tarnish Tobarama's reputation in the educational realm for eternity. To prevent the emergence of another such ultimate troublemaker as Danzo, the future second Hokage should focus on the development of forbidden techniques and administrative duties, rather than wreaking havoc on the future of Konoha's youth at the Ninja Academy. Kamizuki could confidently assert that no matter who manages the Ninja Academy in the future, they would surpass Tobarama. At the very least, Konoha now had individuals of Tobarama's caliber without his prejudices, while those harboring similar biases lacked his capabilities. Even if someone sought to antagonize the Uchiha, they would not be as formidable as Tobarama. Of course, it would be ideal for the Uchiha clan to oversee this crucial position, though Kamizuki himself deemed this unrealistic. Inside the Uchiha clan leader's residence, the stifling atmosphere became unbearable. Just as the three were locked in a stalemate, Hashirama, who had been silently contemplating, suddenly seemed to come to a resolute decision, lifting his head with unwavering determination. His smooth black hair cascaded like a flowing river with the movement, and his ebony eyes radiated sincerity and earnestness as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Madara. Madara, I accept your terms. Brother. Tobarama's eyes widened in astonishment, his red glass-like irises reflecting disbelief and disapproval, but Hashirama raised his hand to silence him, continuing. However, I have a request of my own. Under the quizzical gazes of Madara and Tobarama, Hashirama earnestly articulated his request to his lifelong friend, Madara. Let us teach together at the school. Bang! At this moment, Tobarama completely erupted. He slammed his palm against the beleaguered tea table, disregarding Madara's presence, and shouted furiously at Hashirama. Brother, has your mind finally gone astray? Rest assured, Tobarama, we will educate the children well. That is not the issue, you fool. Konoha's Senju Tobarama was in a state of exasperation as he grasped his brother Hashirama's collar, his pallid face flushed with anger. The Ninja Academy was an institution he held dear, one in which he had invested countless efforts. Tobarama had intended to maintain a firm grasp on the school. Yet now Hashirama wished for Uchiha Madara to take his place, a notion Tobarama found utterly unacceptable. How infuriating! Why did his elder brother always seem to side with Uchiha Madara? Who truly was Hashirama's brother? How persistent you are, Hashirama. Ignoring the conflict before him, Uchiha Madara's thoughts drifted back to a conversation from a month ago atop Hokage Rock, stirred by Hashirama's somewhat familiar request. It was a moment of reflection. What he had dismissed as mere jest had evidently been etched in Hashirama's memory. I have always been serious. Senju Hashirama pushed Tobarama's head away with one hand, covering his mouth with the other, his innocent eyes eagerly turning towards the contemplative Uchiha Madara. So, are you planning to join us, Madara? No. In an unexpected turn of events, Madara promptly rejected Hashirama's proposal. This abrupt refusal left both Hashirama and Tobarama in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at him, completely unprepared for such an answer. Particularly Hashirama, who gazed at Madara's indifferent expression, feeling a twinge of grievance, akin to a puppy scorned by its master. Why, Madara? I am quite busy and have no time to babysit a group of children. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Besides, you know children do not take to me. That is merely because they do not understand you yet. Hashirama hastily explained, Madara, if you were to express even a fraction of your feelings for Shinju, the children at the academy would surely come to adore you and see you as the finest teacher. That is even less likely. This familiar exchange gradually drained Madara's patience. He did not care who managed the academy, as long as it was not Senju Tobarama. Madara. As Tobarama sensed he was on the verge of being dismissed as superfluous, he took a deep breath, ready to unveil his final gambit. If you become a teacher, you would be able to watch over Shinju, wouldn't you? I have heard that she has a penchant for daydreaming and slacking off. Uchiha Madara fell silent, his intention to eject the Senju brothers halted. After a brief pause, he returned to the tatami mat, gesturing for Hashirama to sit. Sit. He was intrigued. In light of Madara's concession, Senju Hashirama donned a cunning smile, while Tobarama clicked his tongue, reaffirming his earlier suspicion that Uchiha Shinju was indeed Izuna's illegitimate daughter. Just look at this indulgent demeanor. It was more doting than that of a biological parent. Thus, the matter was settled. Just as Tobarama thought everything was resolved and was eager to leave the Uchiha compound. He stood up, intending to drag along his treacherous elder brother for a heart-to-heart. He could hardly wait to discuss their brotherly bond, the academy, and Madara's affairs, each pressing issue hammering against his heart. However, Hashirama's hand pressed firmly on Tobarama's shoulder, anchoring him in place. Don't rush off yet, Tobarama. There are still matters to attend to. What more do you wish to accomplish? Tobarama barely managed to squeeze out those words through gritted teeth, his temper nearing its peak. Yet, oblivious to his brother's ire, Hashirama continued to stoke the flames of Tobarama's frustration. You still need to apologize to Shinju. At some point, Uchiha Madara had positioned himself behind Tobarama, his crimson Sharingan sealing off any escape routes. Trapped in the encirclement of the Senju brothers, Tobarama's fury reached its zenith, prompting an involuntary laugh to escape his lips. Senju Hashirama, you treacherous scoundrel. Unbeknownst to Shinju, who was having breakfast with Hano, a calamity was brewing. She was currently lost in thought, staring at a small bowl of natto placed before her, pondering how anyone could willingly consume natto so early in the morning. Quietly pushing the natto aside, she reached for a piece of salmon, only to notice a large hand reaching for her bowl, grasping a hefty serving of sticky natto. No. In that critical moment, Shinju swiftly lifted her bowl to evade Hano's natto onslaught. Yet Hano was relentless, wearing a mischievous grin as he brought the bowl of natto closer to her mouth, attempting to coax her into trying it. Come on, just a little. You might find you like the taste. No way. I refuse to eat natto. Shinju resolutely defended her bowl, exuding an air of stubborn defiance. Hano narrowed his eyes, opting for an emotional appeal. Did you not just tell me this morning to cherish food? Have you forgotten already? That does not apply to natto. Remembering her earlier words, Shinju felt her cheeks flush slightly, but she quickly reaffirmed her position, determined to keep natto out of her diet. Absolutely not. I cannot eat natto. Hano, intent on correcting his daughter's pickiness, was undeterred. He rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a small bag that emanated a delightful aroma, from which he produced a round, dark piece of black sugar to place beside the natto. How about this, Shinju? If you finish your natto, you can have some candy. The sight of the seemingly radiant candy stirred something within Shinju. In the impoverished village of Konoha, even such black sugar was a rare treasure. The only sweets she could typically enjoy were dumplings, and the black sugar syrup from the village's sole dumpling shop was thin, barely providing any sweetness to satisfy her sweet tooth. Now, with an entire piece of black sugar before her, Shinju found it hard to resist such temptation. She knew it was merely a trick to entice children, yet she was shamefully drawn to it, longing for the candy. Father, I really want to eat candy. Shinju tossed her bowl aside, beaming up at Hano with a charming smile, clinging to his leg and gazing longingly at the candy in his hand. Her soft, sweet voice was drenched in honey, as if it would drip with nectar any moment. Shinju, this is cheating. Hano could hardly withstand such an appeal. He quickly shut his eyes, striving to harden his heart. Yet how could his heart, now softened to honey, remain steadfast? His daughter was simply too adorable, rendering him unable to refuse her. Eat the candy. Shinju's smile widened, as she had always found Hano utterly helpless against her charms. This time would be no different. As for dignity and pride, she tossed those trivial concerns aside in her quest for candy. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the front door. The Senju brothers and Uchiha Madara appeared, pushing the door open and stepping inside, witnessing Shinju's endearing antics. In that moment, Shinju was utterly taken aback. What was happening? Why were these three together in her home? Wait, did that mean they had seen her just now, acting all cute and charming? As she contemplated this, the face of Shinju flushed in intense crimson, and in a moment of panic, she hid behind Huohua, feeling utterly embarrassed. Oh no, help me, I am mortified. Ha ha. Shinju is simply adorable. Leading the group, Senju Hashirama chuckled heartily, his eyes crinkling with delight. He strolled over, crouched down, and with a swift motion akin to catching a kitten, gathered Shinju into his embrace. This seamless operation occurred so swiftly that neither Huohua nor Shinju had time to react. For Shinju, it was as if the world spun for a fleeting moment before she found herself nestled in Hashirama's arms. The soft, delicate form of the child felt like a feather, and Hashirama instinctively adjusted his hold, ensuring her neck and back were supported. Once he confirmed that Shinyu was comfortable, he retrieved a small glass jar filled with golden candies from his pocket and placed it into her hands. This fellow truly knows how to charm a child. Gently shaking the jar of candies, Shinyu heard the delightful sound of glass clinking against the golden treats. Encouraged by Hashirama's warm gaze, she eagerly opened the jar, pouring a few colorful candies into her mouth. The crisp, sweet taste of the candy was indescribably delightful. After such a long time without indulging in sweets, Shinyu squinted her eyes in pleasure, her expression reminiscent of a little squirrel nibbling on pine nuts, exuding a charming innocence. How adorable! Unable to resist the allure of her animal-like cuteness, Hashirama impulsively pressed a kiss to her fair, radiant cheek, rubbing his face against her soft profile. Shinyu's candy-eating moment froze, her expression momentarily stiffening. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's furious gaze darted towards them as he snatched Shinyu from Hashirama's embrace. Yet, Hashirama did not take offense. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, "I wish I could have such a lovely granddaughter someday." Master Clan Leader, Hokage, and Lord Tobarama. Uchiha Hoho's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions as he glared at the three unexpected guests in his home, grinding his teeth in frustration. "What business do you have in my house?" Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's eyes shifted to the farthest corner, where Senju Tobarama stood, looking as though he wanted to flee at any moment. Under their piercing gazes, Tobarama could only silently retract his foot. "Tobarama, you can do it." Encouraged by Hashirama's cheers, Tobarama advanced step by step, as if marching toward the gallows, resolutely approaching Shinyu. Chapter 24. The Unfortunate Day of Uchiha Shinyu. As Shinyu observed Senju Tobarama inching closer while addressing her in such an endearing manner, a chill crept up her spine, causing goosebumps to rise. If she were to name the person she feared most at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Senju Tobarama. Merely watching him approach sent shivers down her spine. If not for Uchiha Madara and Hwahua's presence, she would surely have turned and fled without a backward glance. What is he planning to do? The eerie scene before her ignited a sense of dread within Shinyu, and she swallowed hard, feeling frightened. "I truly apologize for what happened earlier." Tobarama's expression, usually devoid of emotion and as rigid as a masked face, twisted slightly into a faint, sardonic smile under the mocking eyes of Madara and the encouraging gaze of Hashirama, alongside the horrified looks from Hwahua and Shinyu. Oh no! Shinyu felt as if struck by lightning, her entire being bristling with alarm at Tobarama's unsettling smile. Instinctively burrowing deep into Madara's embrace. His smile is so terrifying. With a whimper, Shinyu's thoughts raced to iconic scenes from horror films. If she were to describe the feeling this smile evoked, it would be akin to the chilling grin of a lurking murderer, a demon, or a butcher, just moments before unleashing carnage upon unsuspecting victims. Oh no, am I going to have nightmares tonight? Tobarama's smile was so chilling that it sent shivers not only through Shinyu, but also left Hashirama momentarily speechless, retreating a step. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, let alone Uchiha Madara and Hwahua, who already harbored disdain for him. Senju Tobarama. Madara's murderous gaze shot daggers at Tobarama. And if looks could kill, he would have perished countless times. Protectively cradling Shinyu, he gently caressed her trembling back, moving slowly and softly in an attempt to soothe her fear. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hwahua quietly retrieved a large set of shuriken and explosive tags from a nearby cabinet, his blood-red Sharingan gleaming ominously. "Madara, Hwahua, calm down. Give him one more chance." Hashirama quickly seized the weapons from Hwahua's grasp, striving to restrain the fury of both Madara and Hwahua while shouting at Tobarama, "Tobarama, please, no more of that smile." Tobarama's lips quivered, his frozen muscles contorting involuntarily. To onlookers, it seemed they could hear the creaking of his joints. After a painful transformation, his cement-like face finally managed to form a semblance of a sincere, albeit stiff, smile. In a voice as rigid and cold as his expression, lacking any sincerity, he said, "Shinyu, I truly am very sorry. I forgive you, Teacher Tobarama." Shinyu buried her head deep in Madara's embrace, lacking the courage to meet Tobarama's gaze. She hurriedly interrupted his remaining words, mechanically offering her forgiveness. This display seemed less like genuine forgiveness and more like a desperate attempt to escape trouble. In truth, Shinyu was indeed thinking along those lines. If she did not forgive him, would Tobarama not continue smiling in that bizarre manner? How could she possibly sleep? Please, no more of that frightening smile. This way, everything is resolved. I said all it took was an apology. Now, everyone is on good terms again. How wonderful. Hashirama released his grip on Huahua. Glancing at Tobarama and Shinyu, who had at least verbally agreed to reconcile, as well as Madara, who consented to allow the children to return to school. He felt quite satisfied with this outcome and burst into hearty laughter. Where exactly is the resolution? Where has harmony been restored? Shinyu and Senju Tobarama simultaneously twitched their lips, finding Hashirama's ridiculousness utterly baffling. However, when their eyes inadvertently met, they both quickly averted their gazes, silently cursing each other in unison. The cunning old thief of the Senju. Bah, the wicked Uchiha brat. 3 days later, after enduring a brief hiatus from school, news that the Uchiha clan would once again return to the Ninja Academy spread throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha. Those keenly perceptive clansmen, akin to weather vanes, upon hearing the news, hastily withdrew their withdrawal applications before school commenced the next day, as if nothing had happened, allowing their children to return to school. The audacity of this was astounding to Hashirama. Yet regardless, this crisis had been navigated successfully. Of course, for Shinyu, who was once again entering elementary school life, none of this mattered. All she had to do was arrive at school on time, a feat not easily accomplished for someone who struggled with waking up, given that someone has proven to be a habitual offender in this regard. Uchiha Huahua and the Uchiha youngsters have reached a consensus. It is imperative that someone keeps an eye on her. This foresight has indeed proven to be remarkably astute. On the day of school, Shinyu, as expected, once again indulged in the luxury of sleeping in. However, under the devoted supervision of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Huahua, she managed to avoid being late. As the Uchiha children returned to the classroom in a group, the attention of the other students from the ninja clan was drawn towards them, particularly towards Shinyu, who became the focal point of their whispers and pointed fingers. Ever since her victory against Sarutobi Hisashi, the name Uchiha Shinyu has gradually entered the public consciousness, heralded as the leader of a new generation of prodigies. Having awakened her Sharingan at the tender age of 5, being a disciple of Uchiha Madara, and adorned with such illustrious labels, Shinyu found it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. The other children from the ninja clan understood the weight of these titles, casting glances filled with jealousy, envy, or admiration towards Shinyu, yet none dared to approach her, preferring to observe from a distance. Their reticence allowed Shinyu to enjoy a degree of solitude. Shinyu, you've arrived. At the entrance of the classroom, a brown-haired girl with glasses stepped in. Her gaze swept around the room, and upon spotting Shinyu, her eyes lit up as she hurried over, greeting her with a smile. Good morning, Chinxia. Shinyu recognized her as the girl named Yaoshi Chinxia, who was born in an orphanage, and nodded in acknowledgement. This is for you, the gift I promised. Chinxia said, disregarding some unfriendly glances as she approached Shinyu, pulling out a grasshopper crafted from woven straw from her patchwork bag, presenting it with a flourish. Ah, thank you, Shinyu exclaimed, pleasantly surprised as she accepted the gift. She marveled at the lifelike appearance of the grasshopper, her eyes widening in wonder as she reached out to gently touch its intricately woven wings and body. Did you make this? It's amazing. Hee. I usually make these toys for my younger siblings, Chinxia replied, a soft expression gracing her features as she spoke of her family in the orphanage, clearly cherishing them deeply. Do you like it? I can make other designs for you if you want. Watching Shinyu playfully manipulate the grasshopper, Chinxia beamed with delight. As the oldest student in the class, she instinctively felt a desire to care for her younger classmates. Is that really okay? I wouldn't want to trouble you. Not at all. It's quick for me to make. Just as Shinyu chatted animatedly with Chinxia about the grasshopper, the previously lively classroom fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes suddenly converging at the entrance, then swiftly shifting to Shinyu. Surprised by the collective reaction, Shinyu turned to see a very familiar, yet equally unwelcome figure appear at the door, Sarutobi Hisashi. The moment he entered, the Uchiha youngsters collectively glared at him, their faces darkening with displeasure, while Shinyu herself frowned in irritation, turning her face away to avoid his gaze. She had not forgotten the terrifying smile of Senju Tobarama nor the near-death experience at the hands of Hisashi, yet she had no desire to provoke a confrontation. Therefore, she chose to act as though she had not seen him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Hisashi seemed oblivious to the Uchiha children's hostile glares and Shinyu's deliberate avoidance. With a serious countenance and heavy footsteps, as if resolved to accomplish something, he strode directly to Shinyue's desk, slamming his hands down with determination. Do you need something? Shinyue turned her head, casting a cold glance at Hizashi. Her lovely face now etched with frostiness. Although she was unsure of his intentions, she had no fear of this defeated opponent. Amidst the tense, curious, yet suppressed excitement of the onlookers, Hizashi took a deep breath, his face turning crimson as he boldly declared, Uchiha Shinyue, I like you. Let us get married when we grow up. Have you lost your mind? Ever since being defeated by Shinyue 2 weeks prior, Hizashi had discovered that whenever he thought of her, his mind buzzed like a beehive, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This overwhelming sensation, akin to being scorched by flames, convinced him entirely that he had fallen in love. He, Sarutobi Hizashi, a boy just over 10, was at the tender age when feelings begin to blossom, particularly in the precocious world of ninjas. In vanquishing him, Shinyue had also unlocked the door to his heart, her striking figure wielding a blade indelibly etched in his memory, rendering him restless and sleepless, as though he were possessed. As for Hizashi's newly discovered emotions and peculiar behavior, his friends had their own assessments. Shimura Danzo, oh, Hizashi has lost his mind. Mito Gate Kane, setting aside everything else, are you not afraid of being beaten to a pulp by Tobarama-sensei? Xuanqi Xiaochun, you've fallen for a 5-year-old? Disgusting, you're truly revolting. In response to his friend's remarks, Hizashi retorted, bah, a bunch of clueless fools who don't understand the essence of love. He was well aware that the path to pursuing Uchiha Shinyue was fraught with countless challenges, foremost among them being his teacher Tobarama, who harbored a disdain for the Uchiha clan, alongside their shared mentor, who also bore a contempt for Senju Tobarama. Yet for Hizashi, this merely stoked his determination, fueling his desire to surmount these formidable obstacles and enact a romantic tale akin to that of Romeo and Juliet. This was the idealistic pursuit of love for a boy on the cusp of adolescence and rebellion, to traverse mountains and overcome trials, ultimately to win the hand of the most beautiful and noble princess after vanquishing all dreadful dragons. Whenever his curious friends inquired about why he liked Uchiha Shinyue, Hizashi would blush slightly, shyly confessing, don't you think her eyes are particularly beautiful? They sparkle like gems. So you only like her for her looks? How superficial. Xuanqi Xiaochun could not help but mock him, recalling how Hizashi would stare dreamily at Shinyue's Sharingan, acknowledging the beauty and brilliance of those eyes, having herself gazed at them for quite some time. Mito Gate Kane could also begrudgingly agree. Those enchanting yet unattainable eyes possessed an inexplicable allure. However, Shimura Danzo remained perplexed, unable to comprehend how others could so easily accept what he found to be a nonsensical reason. Whenever he recalled those eerily mesmerizing Sharingan, he instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. What was so beautiful about those eyes? He only found them terrifying. Chapter 25. The Love Tragedy of Sarutobi Hizashi Uchiha Shinyue, I like you. Let us get married when we grow up. Hizashi's youthful face flushed crimson, his equally youthful heart pounding wildly. He shyly closed his eyes, standing before Shinyue, proclaiming his feelings without reservation. The previously boisterous classroom was suddenly enveloped in silence, as if the very air had solidified. Yet 3 seconds later, an eruption of excited voices drowned the small classroom in a cacophony of exhilaration. At this moment, regardless of their backgrounds, everyone was merely a spectator. Students gathered together, whispering and pointing at the newly minted protagonists of a melodramatic love story, Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kamizuki. Their expressions grew increasingly animated, their faces flushed with excitement. Even those who were least inclined to attend the Ninja Academy felt grateful for their presence here. Had they remained in their clans, they would have missed witnessing such a riveting scene. The experience was truly invaluable. The abundance of gossip was overwhelming, far more than one could consume. Nearly everyone in the classroom shared this sentiment, as the revelation of the Senju brothers' disciples expressing their affections to Uchiha Madara's disciples was utterly explosive and captivating. Regardless of the outcome, it was indeed a moment of historical significance. This gossip was not only plentiful, but also exceedingly delightful. The only individuals present who did not share this enthusiasm were the members of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Monkey, you're courting death. Uchiha Mikage slammed her fist on the table and stood up, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. However, just as she was about to unleash a fireball, her sister, Uchiha Inari, managed to pin her down, successfully averting a calamity that could have set the classroom ablaze. Sister, even if you're furious, don't unleash fireballs in the classroom. Just hold on for a bit, and after dark, we'll go deal with him together. Inari used all her strength to keep her sister subdued. But her efforts were proving inadequate. She quickly signaled to the still-dazed Uchiha Ichin and HN, and without a second thought, they rushed to pile on top of the now-raging Mikage, forming a human barrier. With the combined weight and strength of the three, Mikage was finally restrained. Yet she still had energy to struggle and scream, while Inari, pinned beneath her sister, was nearing exhaustion. There exists a curious law in this world where individuals lacking in intellect often possess considerable strength, while those who are clever tend to be weaker. Inari and her sister Mikage exemplified this perfectly. After a few minutes of standing in shock, Uchiha Kagami, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, finally snapped back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, positioning himself between Sarutobi Hizashi and Kamizuki. At that moment, Kagami's typically gentle face was replaced by an icy glare. His glass-like black eyes brimming with fury, a heat that radiated from him, turning his face crimson. Under the weight of Kagami's silent yet ferocious gaze, even Sarutobi Hizashi felt a chill and took a step back. Yet, driven by the allure of love, he bravely approached, facing Kagami's intimidating stare. "Have you lost your mind?" Kamizuki, feeling as though she had been struck by a heavy blow, finally regained her composure and stood up, glaring fiercely at Sarutobi Hizashi, her voice filled with exasperation. "Does he even understand what he is saying? Marriage is something I've never considered, and there's absolutely no way I could ever marry Sarutobi Hizashi. If I were to be with this monkey, what would become of my standing in the Uchiha clan? Madara and HN would surely be furious. And that scoundrel Tobarama would likely resort to assassination. No, if Tobarama finds out about this, he might act immediately to eliminate me." The thought of Tobarama's charming smile sent shivers down her spine, and her face twitched with anger, her eyes sparking with a fierce light, directed at the two troublesome figures before her. That infuriating Sarutobi Hizashi. Even if he has lost his mind, why must he drag me down with him? There's nothing wrong with my mind. Sarutobi Hizashi's face was as red as a sunset, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. Witnessing Kamizuki's indifference to his confession, he could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering like glass. At that moment, he realized that the greatest obstacle in his pursuit of love was not Tobarama or Madara, but Kamizuki herself. If the leading lady of a romantic tale harbored no feelings for the male lead, there was no need for antagonists to intervene. Nor was there any necessity for a wicked father-in-law to appear. However, he was determined not to give up easily. Since Kamizuki had yet to fall for him, he would strive to win her heart. The men of the Sarutobi clan were resolute in love. With this resolve, Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath, intending to push past Kagami and stand before Kamizuki, but his elbow was firmly grasped, preventing his advance. "Do not come any closer." Kagami's voice was low but laced with threat and intensity. Sarutobi Hizashi refused to back down, pressing against Kagami's hand in an attempt to free himself. Their glares locked in a fierce battle, sparks almost flying between them. Realizing he was unable to break free, Sarutobi Hizashi turned to Kamizuki, his black eyes gleaming with determination, and shouted, "Kamizuki, I truly like you. Let us get married when we grow up." "What did you just say?" The textbooks and materials were hastily discarded as Uchiha Madara, clad in casual attire, ominously materialized behind Sarutobi Hizashi. A long, powerful hand, clad in a black leather glove, gripped the top of Sarutobi Hizashi's head, tightening with the owner's rising anger, as if ready to crush his skull like a fruit. The pain radiating from his head served as a grim reminder to Sarutobi Hizashi that he might truly be on the verge of being killed by the furious Uchiha Madara. Aya, the greatest obstacle in Sarutobi Hizashi's romantic endeavor, the fearsome dragon named Uchiha Madara, had made his entrance. It's over. Hizashi is doomed. Cowering in the corner of the classroom, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate, and Tikagake Haru, who had initially joined the audience with excitement, were now trembling in fear. Their faces drained of color and unable to utter a word upon witnessing Madara's sudden appearance. They suddenly recalled that Hashirama had mentioned that Uchiha Madara would also be teaching at the academy. "Oh my goodness, it's true. We thought Hashirama was joking. Quick, find Tobarama-sensei." Seeing Sarutobi Hizashi on the verge of being obliterated, Danzo scrambled to his feet, desperately attempting to flee. only to be pulled back by Keiharu. No, we should be looking for Lord Hashirama. Right? Keiharu is correct. Only the Hokage can stop this. Mito Gate concurred, recalling that Tobarama-sensei was likely in the Hokage office at that moment. What are we waiting for? Let us go. However, before the trio could act, the classroom door was flung open, and Senju Hashirama, dressed in casual attire, appeared at the entrance. Seeing Uchiha Madara poised to crush Sarutobi Hizashi, poor Hashirama was drenched in sweat. Madara, please spare him. Tears welled in Hashirama's eyes as he regretted his decision to switch jobs with Tobarama. He should have drowned in paperwork and administrative duties instead. If he had not exchanged jobs with Tobarama, he would never have come to the classroom merely to observe how his dear friend conducted lessons for the children. Had he not entered the classroom, he would not have witnessed the alarming scene where his friend appeared to threaten to crush his disciple. Oh, Sage of Six Paths, how could that impudent brat, Hiruzen, dare to confess his feelings for Shingetsu in front of Madara? What on earth could I do to save this audacious little monkey from Madara's wrath? Madara, I assure you, Hiruzen shall never again pester Shingetsu. Should he dare to do so, I will break his legs first. Hashirama desperately clutched Madara's hand that was poised over Hiruzen's head. Despite the immense strength of the Senju clan, Madara's grip remained unyielding, a testament to his furious demeanor. Madara's gaze was sharp and frigid, fixated on Hiruzen as if he were observing a hapless insect. Yet, under Hashirama's relentless pleas, Madara ultimately relented, releasing his grip on the audacious monkey who had repeatedly provoked him. Hashirama, make sure to keep an eye on this monkey. Do not let him misbehave again. With a loud thud, Madara completely loosened his hold, causing Hiruzen to tumble into Hashirama's embrace. Accompanied by fits of coughing, Hiruzen quickly recovered from his near-fatal state, thanks to his extraordinary vitality and Hashirama's medical ninjutsu. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Madara had no true intention of taking his life. If he had genuinely wished to rid himself of this bothersome little monkey, it would have been a mere instant. He simply wanted to impart a small lesson to the one who persistently troubled Shingetsu. However, no one anticipated that the very first thing Hiruzen would do upon regaining his strength was to rise from Hashirama's arms and glare defiantly at Madara. His voice hoarse yet resolute as he proclaimed, "I will not surrender so easily." With that, Hiruzen's gaze returned to Shingetsu. The moment their dark eyes met in the air, Shingetsu discerned unwavering determination and resolve within his. Men of the Sarutobi clan are known for their steadfastness towards the women they cherish. You should speak less. Hashirama, unable to endure any longer, finally felt the full weight of the troublesome child's mischief and firmly covered his disciple's mouth, silencing him. Chapter 26. Madara Uchiha's history lecture. At this very moment, Tobarama's heart was in turmoil. Just moments ago, he had been submerged in the sea of paperwork and administrative duties when he received an urgent notification from his informant stationed at the Ninja Academy, delivering a piece of news that nearly caused him a heart attack. His most valued disciple, Hiruzen, had publicly confessed his feelings to Uchiha Shingetsu. After reading this message, Tobarama sat in silence within the empty Hokage office, before suddenly covering his face with his hands and bursting into a suppressed laugh. Ha 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 ha. His low, gravelly voice carried no hint of joy, instead revealing a deep layer of mockery and self-deprecation, as if the laughter were escaping from between clenched teeth, sounding chilling and frigid. Wonderful, just when I thought I had one traitorous elder brother, fate now tosses me a traitorous younger disciple. Uchiha Shingetsu. Tobarama murmured this detestable name, as if he wished to swallow both the name and its owner whole, his crimson eyes seemingly ready to bleed. It was her again, that naturally wicked Uchiha girl. Since her arrival, there had been no moment of peace. Having suffered so much at her hands, Tobarama was no longer foolish enough to underestimate this seemingly harmless little girl. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Izuna, meticulously clever yet daring, possessing such depth at a young age that it was unfathomable to consider what kind of person she would become in the future. Even Tobarama, who despised the Uchiha clan, could not help but acknowledge that she was indeed the daughter of his former rival, Uchiha Izuna, and equally as formidable. Given her connection to Madara, it was likely that as she matured, she would emerge as the intellect of the Uchiha clan, much like Izuna. The mere thought of this left Tobarama's complexion pale. He could hardly imagine the difficulties posed by an Uchiha wielding both power and intellect. But the most aggravating issue remained Hiruzen, this insufferable disciple? Tobarama racked his brain, baffled as to why he had developed feelings for Uchiha Shingetsu. There were other girls around him, be it his childhood companion, Sarutobi Pihaku, or his classmate, Haruno Konoha. If Hiruzen had chosen one of them, Tobarama would have felt neither surprise nor anger, even finding solace in his budding maturity. Yet, he had instead chosen the wicked Uchiha Shingetsu. Was this not enough to drive him to madness? This disciple could not be kept. He simply could not. Tobarama could not cast aside Hashirama, his blood brother, born of the same parents. But Hiruzen, this traitorous little monkey, was not his son. Keeping him around was an eyesore. Perhaps it would be best to dispose of this troublesome disciple altogether. With a furious sweep, Tobarama knocked the documents off his desk. His detestable elder brother had left him to handle everything while he frolicked in the academy with Madara, and he could not fathom how he had allowed Hiruzen to humiliate himself so publicly. And as for Hiruzen's confession, why could he not choose a more private setting to declare his feelings instead of doing so in front of a crowd, only to be caught by Madara, that detestable little monkey? Meanwhile, at a different location, Shingetsu, who bore the brunt of Tobarama's ire, was also secretly cursing Hiruzen. Thanks to him, even during class, especially during Madara's class, all eyes in the classroom remained fixated upon her. The curious gazes of her classmates darted back and forth like boomerangs, alternating between her and that troublesome monkey who had been sent outside by Madara. Even though Madara's piercing gaze from the lectern resembled a knife, seemingly capable of carving holes into their very beings, it did little to deter their glances. The audacity of youth had yet to be tempered by experience. These children were blissfully unaware of the terror that was Madara Uchiha. In a few days, however, they would come to realize just how foolish they had been. Experiencing the treatment of a scandal's protagonist, Shingetsu gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could drag each of them out and give them a good thrashing. Yet, she dared not act recklessly in Madara's class, so she redirected her attention entirely to the textbook in her hands, quickly flipping through what was said to be Tobarama's textbook, hastily written over the course of half a month. During her last attempt at education, she had withdrawn before even attending a class, having never touched the book, let alone read it, contrary to her expectations of a text filled with the fervor of the will of fire. The book in her hands was a foundational guide and encyclopedia for a ninja's career. In addition to survival skills and methods for concealing one's identity in the wilderness, it also contained introductions to various ninja tools and techniques, as well as explanations of the major ninja clans and bloodlines. However, perhaps due to limitations in length, the content appeared quite rudimentary to Shingetsu, particularly the ninjutsu section, which only covered the basic transformation technique, abysmally scant, and the historical records of ninjas were nearly non-existent. With a dull thud, Shingetsu closed the textbook with an expressionless face, suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. Could it be that this wretched village would persist with this same curriculum in the future? Reflecting on how Sakura had only been able to utilize the transformation technique upon graduation, and how the younger generation generally lacked knowledge of history, she found this to be quite plausible. Upon the podium, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow as he swiftly perused the textbook, only to discard it as though it were mere refuse. This tome, allegedly compiled by Tobarama through countless sleepless nights. Today, allow me to illuminate the history of ninjas, to unveil the true essence of what a ninja is, he declared. But alas, apart from Kamizuki, the students present were nearly all taken aback by this abrupt turn of events. Soon, disappointment etched itself upon their faces, and murmurs of discontent began to circulate. When one speaks of ninjas, these children typically envision dazzling jutsu and flamboyant techniques. They yearned for Madara to impart a new skill rather than delve into the tedium of history. Yet, despite their reluctance, students ultimately must heed the directives of their instructor. Coupled with Madara's notorious authoritarian demeanor, the classroom quickly descended into silence. In his deep, resonant voice, he began to recount a history not so distant, rife with conflict, suffering, and despair, the tumultuous Warring States period. The narrative of ninja history is, in essence, a chronicle steeped in bloodshed. During the Warring States era, ninjas, organized by clan, relentlessly fought for meager remuneration, engaging in reconnaissance, assassination, theft, and even the eradication of entire families. Just 6 years prior, ninjas were still regarded as pariahs. They were seen as mere pawns by the daimyos and as ruthless demons by the common folk, willing to perform any atrocity for a bounty. Often, the mere promise of a substantial reward incited conflict between ninja clans, leading to annihilation. This brutality and coldness were not without cause. Stripped of most of their rights by the daimyos, ninjas could neither cultivate the land for sustenance nor find refuge in trade. When an entire clan's livelihood hinges upon the bounty of a lord, ninjas are compelled to act, sometimes to the extent of forsaking their humanity. In the past, there were those who sought to alter this distorted reality. The relentless wars often birthed individuals yearning for peace, yet invariably, they met with failure. War gives rise to hope, only to obliterate it. Whenever such outliers emerged, the daimyos would swiftly issue extermination orders, accompanied by generous bounties, ensuring the complete eradication of these anomalies. Thus, as seeds of hope were continually crushed and safety remained an elusive dream, all ninja clans succumbed to a cycle of militarism, even leading their children to the battlefield. As hatred and loss accumulated, nearly everyone found themselves powerless to halt the spiraling chaos. The millennia-long strife of the warring states was but a gruesome spectacle, wherein all yearned for peace, yet could not cease the slaughter, until the names Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara graced the annals of history. To bring an end to the turmoil, it required little more than two hearts yearning for peace and two unparalleled powers. When Madara finally broached the subject of village founding, the students' hearts, momentarily stilled by the dark and bloody history of ninjas, began to thrum once more. Prior to this, most had been oblivious to the true history of ninjas, having received only a sanitized version from their elders, who had lived through the warring states, concealing the bloody and dark past. Thus, these children, born in the Hidden Leaf village, instinctively viewed ninjas as a noble profession. The aspiration to become a ninja is a dream shared by every child in Konoha. Yet now, those seated in the classroom began to grasp what it truly takes to become one. How sincere the teacher is. Unlike the rest, Kamizuki possessed knowledge of the ninja's past. She could discern that Madara did not shy away from recounting that history. It was likely that among these children, some would waver in their resolve, contemplating abandoning their aspirations of becoming ninjas. She thought, surveying the faces of her peers, and noticed the pallor that had settled upon them. Many trembled visibly, particularly the children of commoner descent, their fear starkly evident. Just a few seats away, Yakushi Chiyo appeared especially terrified, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead and nose, her gaze becoming unfocused behind her black-rimmed glasses. Though her demeanor seemed timid, Kamizuki did not perceive her as weak. After all, Chiyo had many younger siblings to care for, and such ties inevitably breed concern. Perhaps after this, she would choose to withdraw from the Ninja Academy. Yet, this decision harbored no negativity. Retracting her gaze, Kamizuki pondered in silence. If Chiyo opted to embrace an ordinary life, living serenely with the orphans of Konoha, it would undoubtedly be preferable to the bewildering demise of a ninja on the battlefield. Not only for Chiyo, but for all the children present, this reasoning held true. Regardless of whether they became ninjas, at the very least, they now understood the essence of being a ninja and could make their own choices. This was far better than surrendering to the whims of their village and fate, becoming entangled in the complexities of the dark ninja world. How gentle the teacher is. In this moment, Kamizuki grasped the intention behind Madara's lesson, to provide these children, blinded by the village's brilliance and the might of ninjas, an opportunity to choose. Throughout history, in every era and place, understanding the past is of paramount importance. Chapter 27. Lunchtime at the Ninja Academy. As Madara's voice flowed calmly, time slipped away like water, unceasingly advancing. In the tranquil classroom, the students' thoughts were drawn to the tumultuous era of village founding, the bloody conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha clans, the friendship and subsequent rift by the Naka River, the unending wars, the loss of loved ones, the yearning for peace, and the weariness of conflict. They pondered how the small village, known as Konoha, came to be established and nurtured. No one could comprehend that era better than Uchiha Madara, a first-hand witness. At this moment, no one lamented the tedium of history. Under Madara's narration, the weighty past became captivating. The children's breaths rose and fell in rhythm with his account, vividly imagining the struggles of ninjas from that time, seeking survival and hope amidst despair. This narrative transcended the tale of Hashirama and Madara, or the histories of the Senju and Uchiha clans. It was a chronicle experienced by their parents and grandparents, entwining countless ninjas and commoners in the tapestry of the warring states. Ding! A until the bell rang punctually, signaling the end of class. The children remained immersed in this historical narrative, their minds still lingering. They gazed longingly at Uchiha Madara on the podium, their innocent eyes brimming with desire, wishing he would continue to elaborate. Class dismissed. However, Madara seemed oblivious to their yearning. He did not even glance at the eager children. Instead, gathering his belongings and turning to leave, leaving behind the cold silhouette of his retreating form, accompanied by Hashirama, who awaited him at the door. As the two instructors departed, the students exchanged glances, communicating silently among themselves. Suddenly bereft of their teachers, they found themselves momentarily at a loss, uncertain of what to do next. In a moment, the classroom was awash with flirtatious glances, each student exchanging meaningful looks, a scene that was quite nauseating. Shunyue silently extended her hand, firmly covering her eyes to escape the onslaught of longing gazes directed at her. She was at a loss, perplexed as to why everyone seemed eager to engage in eye contact with her, and she could clearly see that someone had even discreetly blown her a kiss. Ugh, must these young ninjas be so precociously forward? Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted in the classroom, startling everyone as they briefly believed a storm had struck in broad daylight. Soon after, another resounding boom echoed, and the students, already on high alert, turned their attention to the source of the sound. There stood the chubby Akimichi Chufeng, pitifully clutching his rumbling stomach. Realizing that all eyes were upon him, his face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he shyly mumbled, "Can we eat lunch now?" Shunyue glanced out the window at the still bright sky, then at Chufeng's belly that was growling incessantly. Ultimately, she resigned herself to retrieving the bento box prepared for her by Huokong from her desk. Well, given his state, it was best to eat. In the impoverished Hidden Leaf village, the school did not provide lunch. Everyone brought their own bento, gathered with her Uchiha companions. Shunyue opened her bento box to find 2 rice balls wrapped in seaweed and filled with plums, accompanied by grilled salmon and thick slices of pickled radish, with a small heap of natto nestled in the corner. Upon seeing the natto, Shunyue's expression twisted in disgust, her lovely face contorted as her appetite dwindled significantly. She simply could not comprehend why Huokong was so insistent on making her eat natto. Ugh, natto. Ugh, more fish. Uchiha Inari, opening her own bento, also expressed her distaste, grimacing at the sight of the grilled fish. This mischievous girl, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, quickly used her chopsticks to transfer the grilled fish into her sister Meichi's bento, and without hesitation, she snatched all the tamagoyaki from Meichi's meal. "Sister, I'll give you fish in exchange for your tamagoyaki. Meichi, I'll give you my natto if you give me your radish." Inspired by this exchange, Shunyue promptly transferred all her natto into Meichi's bento, simultaneously pilfering all of the radish from her meal. "Hey, am I your garbage bin?" Meichi exclaimed in outrage, quickly lifting her bento high to prevent these picky eaters from trading any further. "Enough, you two." Shunyue and Inari promptly fell silent, fully aware that provoking Meichi further could lead to her flipping the table in anger, depriving everyone of their lunch. When angered, Uchiha Meichi was capable of anything. Without the natto to further spoil her appetite, Shunyue picked up a rice ball and took a bite, chewing the cool rice with a sense of indifference. Huokong's cooking skills were merely adequate, enough to be edible but not much more. Given that this man had only learned to cook after having her as a daughter, she decided not to hold him to higher standards. As she savored the rice ball, the tartness of the plum and the crispness of the seaweed provided some flavor. Though she still preferred her meals hot, this cold bento was difficult to get used to. After finishing one rice ball, Shunyue looked around, curious about her classmates' lunches. Perhaps due to their shared heritage as ninjas or the scarcity of resources in Konoha, their meals were quite similar. Rice, grilled fish, and pickled radish were the staples. However, 2 individuals stood out among the group. Akimichi Chufeng had a bento that was a towering 3 layers high, while the Nara clan members had deer meat. Wow, deer meat. How tempting. Shunyue's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the succulent, crispy deer meat, swallowing hard. In this wretched place called Konoha, aside from the Nara clan who raised deer and the Oil Woman clan who bred insects, no one engaged in farming. To eat meat, one had to hunt in the forests or purchase from itinerant merchants. Initially manageable, but over the years, the surrounding wildlife had been depleted by ravenous ninjas, and the meat sold by merchants was neither fresh nor economical. Consequently, fish caught from the nearby Managawa River had become the primary source of protein for many ninja families. Nowadays, fish graced nearly every table in Konoha, not out of preference, but rather because it was the only viable option. Not only Shunyue, but many envious glances were cast toward the Nara clan's bento, particularly from Chufeng, whose wide eyes nearly bulged with desire, as if he wished to bury his face in the bento to feast on the meat. The lazy boy, who had been leisurely enjoying his meal, suddenly felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes. He hastily shoved all the deer meat into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Returning her gaze from the envied meal, Shunyue picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the grilled salmon, gnawing on the overcooked, unpalatable fish. Just then, she noticed Yakushi Chika, who had been hunched over her desk, not having touched her lunch. "Chika, aren't you going to eat lunch?" Shunyue quietly moved to sit beside Chika, observing her prostrated form with concern as she gently poked her shoulder. "It's you, Shunyue." Yakushi Chika lifted her head, her brown eyes behind glasses reflecting a gentle light. "Don't worry, I brought my lunch." With that, she retrieved a small wooden bento box from her cloth bag, but made no move to open it. This piqued Shunyue's curiosity, and she eyed the mysterious little box, akin to an inquisitive kitten yearning to sneak a peek at the secrets within. However, she ultimately refrained from prying it open, merely stealing glances, convinced she was discreet. Seeing Shunyue's overwhelming curiosity, Chika sighed softly, furrowing her brow as she opened the small box. "What is this?" Shunyue's expression froze in shock at the sight within Chika's bento, a ghastly mix of yellow and green that resembled vomit. The gloppy substance, only vaguely recognizable as swollen plant grains after being overcooked, made her stomach churn, causing her to recoil in horror. "This is mixed grain rice." Chika instinctively tightened her hands, her fingers interlocking painfully, yet her expression remained calm and gentle. After a moment of silence, she finally answered Shunyue's query. "Mixed grain? Like millet and barnyard millet," she explained. "Barnyard millet? Isn't that something inedible?" Even Shunyue, lacking in knowledge, understood that barnyard millet was a weed typically discarded or fed to livestock. How could humans consume such a thing? Unbeknownst to Shunyue, not only Chika, but also the orphans from the same institution, as well as those in Konoha's lower class, subsisted on meals composed largely of this millet mixed with barnyard millet. Lacking common sense, she could hardly fathom that for the majority of the common folk in the Land of Fire, rice was, in fact, a luxury, a delicacy reserved solely for the nobility, affluent merchants, and ninjas like herself, hailing from illustrious clans. Did the children of the orphanage truly consume such fare? What of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama? Wouldn't they intervene? Gazing into her bento box at what she perceived to be an unappetizing substance, Kamizuki's expression soured considerably. The thought of Chikage enduring such repulsive food made her hastily extract an untouched rice ball from her own lunch, offering it to Chikage. "Chikage, I've just eaten my fill. Please take it, or it will go to waste." "Thank you, Kamizuki, but I cannot accept your kindness." As she regarded the rice ball in Kamizuki's hand, a fleeting glimmer of yearning sparkled in Chikage's eyes. Instinctively, she reached out, yet quickly shook her head in resolute refusal, turning down Kamizuki's generosity. Everyone in the orphanage consumes the same fare. Whether it be the headmaster, the matron, or the children, this is the sustenance we rely upon. Chikage cradled her own bento, extracted her chopsticks, and began to slowly swallow the mush that barely resembled rice. "If I were to indulge in your rice ball now, while I would relish it in the moment, I would undoubtedly feel guilt and regret afterward. My family hasn't had the chance to eat such food. How could I abandon them to feast alone?" Observing Kamizuki's persistent attempts to place the rice ball into her bowl, Chikage offered a gentle smile, but firmly declined her offer. She leaned closer to Kamizuki, their heads nearly touching, and whispered conspiratorially, "Let me share a secret with you. Eating white rice is my dream. Once I become a ninja and earn a great fortune, I shall share it with everyone. When that time comes, Kamizuki, you will join us, won't you?" Chapter 28. The sweet and bitter rock candy. The thought of a future filled with hope and warmth, despite her current circumstances of tattered bags and unpalatable grain, allowed Chikage to nurture a heart full of gratitude, resolutely determined to persevere. In this moment, her smile was soft, her lips curving with gentleness, as she gazed at Kamizuki with a careful yet slightly awkward shyness. Kamizuki was the first outside the orphanage to show her genuine concern, and Chikage longed to befriend this kind-hearted child. Yet she was acutely aware that her lowly status would likely prevent her from being noticed by one of the esteemed Uchiha clan. Would such boldness be met with disdain? The mere thought of Kamizuki possibly harboring dislike for her sent pangs of anguish through her heart. Yet, regardless of how faint her hope might be, she yearned to take a chance. No. Is that truly the case? Indeed, how could someone from a prominent family regard an orphan like me? Chikage's head drooped in despair, tears threatening to spill, as she felt an overwhelming shame and anxiety, her hands tightly clasped, her body stiff as if carved from a decayed tree. Born an orphan, Chikage had endured countless scornful glances and contempt. Without the nurturing and love from the headmaster, she might have perished early, like the multitude of orphans created by the war and poverty of this era. To desire friendship is such greed on my part. With downcast eyes, she felt the heaviness of sorrow and frustration, nearly brought to tears when suddenly, a delicate, snow-white hand grasped her wrist. It won't take long. Kamizuki, wholly oblivious to Chikage's dejection, remained lost in her own world, speaking incomprehensible words as her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly grasped by her wrist, Chikage's mind went blank. She glanced at the hand holding her, then looked up at Kamizuki's serious expression, which betrayed a moment of distraction, and asked in confusion, "What are you saying?" "Chikage, I promise you that before you become a ninja, I will ensure that everyone can enjoy rice." As her wandering thoughts returned, Kamizuki still held Chikage's hand firmly, her voice low and earnest, yet her words remained elusive. In that fleeting moment, she had reflected on her previous misconceptions. Kamizuki had thought she understood the distorted productivity of the lower realms of the ninja world and the plight of the commoners. But now she realized she had greatly overestimated it. The wickedness and depravity of the feudal lords and nobility had escalated yet again. However, understanding this now was not too late, and what did it signify? It underscored the paramount importance of cultivating land, illustrating how prescient she, Uchiha Kamizuki, truly was. Given the current scarcity of food in the ninja world, once harvest season arrived, possessing an abundance of grain would grant her unparalleled power. At this moment, Kamizuki conceived a preliminary plan. In a few months after the bountiful harvest, she would first allocate a portion of grain to assist the orphanage and the impoverished citizens of Konoha, simultaneously expanding her influence while rallying a group of the disenfranchised, then enabling them to cultivate larger fields. It must be said that the instinct to cultivate the land was deeply embedded within the soul of every farmer. And even in her new life, Kamizuki felt an innate desire to tend to the earth. Yet for now, she would have to be patient, as seeds sown today would not yield fruit by tomorrow. In the fields, under the nurturing hands of laborers, the favorable weather, and the enriching fertilizers, the seasons would turn, and the green sprouts would eventually bear heavy fruit. This was an unyielding law of nature, with the singular exception of a certain Senju Hashirama. In such moments, Kamizuki would feel an intense jealousy toward Hashirama, consumed by envy. "You possess the Senju bloodline. I possess the Senju bloodline too. Why do I not wield wood release? Is it merely because I lack Ashura's chakra? Yet I have Uchiha lineage and a divine tree as well. This is utterly unjust." The thought of waiting several months for a harvest that Hashirama could effortlessly obtain with a mere clap of his hands ignited her frustration. But what bewildered her most was indeed this. How could that insufferable Senju Hashirama cultivate without wood release? Is that not a tremendous waste? Though her mind grasped Kamizuki's words, the emotions and logic eluded Chikage, who after a prolonged silence emitted a confused sound. "Soon, you will understand. Do not worry. It will not be long." Kamizuki patted Chikage's stiff shoulder, then, after a moment's thought, tossed her bento beside Chikage and dove back into her original spot to rummage through her small black bag emblazoned with the clan crest. Found it. After a thorough search, Kamizuki retrieved the jar of rock candy gifted to her by Hashirama. As she gently shook the glass container, savoring the delightful sound of the candies colliding, she reluctantly opened the jar, selecting a red candy to place upon her tongue. With the promise of grain comes the assurance of sugar and greater wealth. But it is only through people that all these things come to fruition. Without human cultivation, the land remains barren, yielding no grain. Without human refinement, the sea remains mere water, yielding no salt. Wherever one may go, it is the people who hold the utmost significance. "Mirror, have some candy." She tugged at Uchiha Kagami's sleeve, carefully placing a blue piece of rock candy in his palm. "Ah, is this for me?" "Thank you, Kamizuki." As he received the precious candy, Q couldn't help but smile shyly, his cheeks flushed with color. However, His smile quickly turned rigid when Kamizuki presented two more candies, one orange and one purple, to the Miyuki sisters. Miyuki, Inari, here you go. Ichin, HN, these are for you. In the blink of an eye, Kamizuki distributed two yellow candies to Uchiha Ichin and Hon. Such generosity, Kamizuki-sama. Are you plotting something nefarious? Oh, please, Inari. This is merely a gesture of sharing. After distributing candy to all the Uchiha youngsters, and amidst the bewildered gazes of the increasingly uneasy Uchiha children and the entire class, Kamizuki continued to hand out candies along the row. Koto, this is for you. I actually get one too. Holding a white candy, Hinata Koto blushed and smiled shyly, savoring the delightful sweetness that washed away the bitterness lingering in her heart. Soon, more than half the class had received a small piece of candy, with the remaining students eagerly awaiting their turn. Yet, Kamizuki found herself in a dilemma. It wasn't due to a shortage of candies, but rather the three individuals she had intentionally overlooked, excluding members of the Senju clan, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikamaru, and Mido Gate. If possible, I really don't want to give them any candy. After a moment of hesitation, Kamizuki reluctantly retrieved 3 green candies and tossed them in front of the trio. Had there been black candies, she would have chosen those for the 3 individuals whose hearts were as dark as soot. What if these candies are poisoned? Danzo glared at the green candy in front of him, terrified it might contain some deadly toxin that could end his life with a single bite. Beside him, Mido Gate, who was happily munching on his candy, rolled his eyes silently. Just eat it already. If you don't want it, I'll gladly take it. No way. Danzo immediately took the candy back, cradling it carefully in his palm, torn between the desire to enjoy the treat and the fear of being poisoned. Something still feels off, Nara Shikamaru remarked, exasperated, as he snatched the candy and popped it into his mouth, relishing it. Ah, my candy. After a round of sharing, the entire class joined the candy-eating frenzy, and the once full jar of candy was now reduced to a mere shallow layer. Shaking the pitifully empty candy jar, Kamizuki returned to her seat beside Yakushi Chika, selecting a golden candy and presenting it to her without room for refusal. Now that everyone has had some, you should join in too, Chika. Chika stared blankly at the candy in her hand, her eyes reflecting shock, disbelief, and confusion. She wondered if Kamizuki had gone through all this trouble just to ensure she had a piece of candy. The thought left her momentarily frozen, her hand trembling slightly as she held the candy. No, how could something so absurd happen? How could there be such a foolish person? Observing Chika's dazed expression, Kamizuki gently nudged her shoulder. Hurry and eat it. Otherwise, I'll get upset. All right. Still in a daze, Chika instinctively placed the candy in her mouth, cautiously savoring it with her tongue. The rich sweetness seeped into her senses, and unable to resist, she took another lick. So this is what people mean by sweetness? For the first time in her life, realizing the essence of sweetness, Chika felt her eyes welling up. She silently moved her lips, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Instead, she could only breathe heavily, her chest rising and falling with suppressed sobs. This is so strange, Chika thought helplessly. The candy in my mouth is so sweet, yet why does my heart feel so bitter and wronged? Why are tears streaming down my face? I mustn't cry. If this goes on, what if my candy absorbs the bitterness of my tears? How can I waste such a precious treat? How can I let down Kamizuki's goodwill? Yet the more she thought this, the faster the tears flowed, like a flood that had burst its banks. Watching Chika weep, Kamizuki said nothing, instead pulling out her handkerchief to gently wipe away Chika's tears. There will be plenty of candy in the future for everyone to enjoy, I promise. She continued to offer her incomprehensible reassurances, taking the remaining candies along with the handkerchief and placing them in Chika's hands. Take this back for your younger siblings. It's a gift from me to them. Thank you, thank you. Chika grasped the jar and handkerchief tightly, biting her lip, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart. Breathing became laborious and painful, yet hope and light began to rise from this suffering. Her tear-soaked vision blurred the figure of the girl before her, and as she gazed at the indistinct silhouette, an overwhelming desire surged within her. Gathering her courage, she cautiously asked, "Can you hug me?" Kamizuki did not respond verbally, but answered through her actions, opening her arms and enveloping Chika in a warm embrace. Feeling the gentle warmth of the girl, Chika felt as if she were basking in the comforting sunlight of early spring. She hugged Kamizuki tightly, feeling an infinite sense of security. Summoning her courage once more, Chika sincerely asked, "Can we be friends? We are already friends." Ultimately, on this bright and sunny afternoon, Aside from being expelled from the classroom by Uchiha Madara and deliberately ignored by Kamizuki, the students of the Ninja Academy and the children from the orphanage all enjoyed the golden candies shared by Kamizuki. Chapter 29. Campus life and bountiful moments. Time flowed slowly yet swiftly, the lingering heat of summer still palpable, while the autumn sun above grew increasingly warm. During this period, Kamizuki's schedule was almost entirely filled with tedious study and training. By day, she attended classes under the watchful gaze of Uchiha Madara until the end of school, then trained under his supervision from afternoon until night, living in a state of constant torment. Since Madara became a teacher, his intense pressure and the terror of a history class had resulted in some students dropping out. However, due to the presence of both Madara and Hashirama, many new students had also enrolled. Kamizuki could only regard this phenomenon with a sense of schadenfreude, wishing for even more students to come and experience the devilish training she endured daily. Let them feel my pain. However, she soon realized that her suffering surpassed that of others. The three teachers at the Ninja Academy were her mother, her master, and her mother's superior, who was also her master's close friend and her distant cousin. For Kamizuki, nothing could be more detestable than this. This arrangement was no mere familial connection. It was akin to a family reunion, and regardless of who experienced it, it was a hellish ordeal. Whenever it came time for roll call or test scores, she was always the first to be called upon to answer questions or compete. During class, these three individuals would deliberately and inadvertently keep their eyes on her. Whenever Kamizuki began to slack off or zone out, she would immediately be called out. If it were just Taohua and Hashirama keeping an eye on her, that would be manageable. However, if it were Uchiha Madara, then sleep would be a distant dream for her, as he would push her to the brink of exhaustion with his relentless training. Under such a terrifying and scrutinizing watch, Shinyue had no choice but to muster her spirit and attend classes diligently. Over time, being the one frequently called upon, she surprisingly became recognized as an outstanding student. Regarding this unexpected turn of events, Shinyue could only lament, "I never intended to be the top scholar, yet here I am, driven to excel by relentless pressure." During this period, Sarutobi Hisashi seemed intent on proving his sincerity, persistently pursuing her and seizing every opportunity to profess his feelings, often slipping poorly written love poems into her desk, nearly driving Shinyue to the brink of annoyance. Yet, each time he acted thus, he would inevitably face a thorough beating from Uchiha Madara, followed by a scolding from Taohua, and later, a double dose of punishment from the Senju brothers after school. By the time he returned home, he would find himself on the receiving end of a combined assault from his father, Sarutobi Isuma, and his mother, leaving him thoroughly battered. To top it off, the Uchiha youngsters would relentlessly tease him at night, adding up to 5 beatings in a single day. Yet, this fellow seemed remarkably resilient. Every time Shinyue witnessed Sarutobi Hisashi, bruised and battered from the previous night's altercations, bouncing back the next day to confess his feelings, she was left astounded by his audacity and tenacity. Of course, accepting his affections remained an impossibility for her, now and forever. Over the past few months, her bond with Chinxia had deepened significantly, evolving into a friendship where they shared everything. It must be said that the Yao Shi clan truly possessed remarkable skills. Although Chinxia had never undergone ninja training prior, through the lessons at the Ninja Academy and Shinyue's extra tutoring, she not only caught up to her peers from ninja families, but also exhibited astonishing talent in medical ninjutsu and information gathering. As Shinyue reveled in the overly abundant campus life, for months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and finally, the season she had eagerly anticipated arrived. Autumn, a season synonymous with harvest, had graced them at last. This season, blessed by the heavens, promised bountiful yields for the land of fire, known for its temperate climate, fertile soil, and industrious farmers. For the farmers of this land, as long as the weather cooperated, they rarely encountered a harvestless season. By investing effort and energy into the fields, they reaped rewards, often working tirelessly day and night until they collapsed from exhaustion. However, while the land was generous, whether their harvest would be seized by the nobility was a different matter altogether. In this moment, Shinyue wandered through the golden rice paddies, and as the gentle breeze caressed her, she felt as if she were floating upon a sea of rolling gold. Cautiously reaching out to touch the heavy ears of rice, her heart swelled with emotion, realizing that in the blink of an eye, the seedlings sown in April and May had matured. This was a bountiful harvest. Hako, you are truly remarkable. Shinyue's cheeks flushed with excitement, She had initially thought a return of 40 to 50% would be commendable, yet now, the endless expanse of golden rice seemed like a carpet of gold. No, it was gold, more precious than gold itself, because while gold cannot sustain life, grain can. Thanks to your support, along with Hayato and Yoda, clad in clean and tidy attire, Hako appeared equally exhilarated, gazing at the scene before her, even more thrilled than Shinue. From seeds to seedlings to mature rice stalks, she had witnessed the gradual growth of these precious crops and had personally experienced every step of the journey. The crops, nurtured with love and sweat, had finally reached this moment of harvest, a joy intertwined with bittersweet memories that words could scarcely convey. Hako felt tears welling up, uncontrollably recalling lost loved ones and her forsaken homeland. They had all perished in the flames before her eyes, and each day thereafter had been spent engulfed in that fire. Yet now, gazing upon the fertile fields and the joyous faces of the people, all past sorrows seemed to dissipate in the light of this moment's happiness. At last, she could confidently declare that after enduring a lifetime of hardships and upheaval, she had found a new home. Just as Hako's tears began to fall, Uchiha Hayato and Uchiha Yoda, whom she had mentioned, were also staring blankly at the bountiful rice fields. These two Uchiha, lacking the Sharingan and possessing only the strength of a Chunin, had been relegated to the fields to assist, each possessing the elemental affinities of water and earth, respectively. They took on the tasks of cultivating farmland and warding off wild beasts, and at Shinue's request, they visited the fields every few days to handle issues that the farmers could not resolve, whether it was driving away animals that stole seeds, irrigating the rice paddies using water release, or digging drainage ditches. They were involved in every conceivable chore, as ninjas who would willingly partake in such trivial matters. Although they were frustrated, lacking the strength to oppose their clan leader, they complied with these duties and worked diligently. Initially, the farmers feared them, but as they became more familiar, they realized that the two were merely typical, proud Uchiha. Under Hako's guidance, they endeavored to ingratiate themselves, and through this exchange, they grew surprisingly close, developing a good rapport. Invited by the farmers, Hayato and Yoda ventured into the familiar fields to witness the grandeur of the harvest. At this moment, they gazed across the endless expanse of ripening rice, their hearts swelling with pride. Although they were merely ninjas with little knowledge of agriculture, their involvement had fostered a connection to the land. Witnessing such an astonishing harvest, they could not help but feel a sense of pride. After all, this was farmland they had personally cultivated. They had turned the soil and dug the ditches, and this bountiful yield bore a portion of their effort. The reasons for such a smooth and abundant harvest were twofold. Firstly, the farmers here were experienced and diligent, well-versed in the techniques of planting rice and pest control. Moreover, these farmers, having endured the tribulations of turmoil, cherished this hard-won land and worked tirelessly. Cultivating land is a technical endeavor that requires not only skill, but also immense patience and strength. Secondly, Shinue's preparations were remarkably thorough. The tools she had procured were crafted from the finest materials by skilled blacksmiths, proving to be exceptionally effective. The seeds she purchased at a premium from the cunning cat granny were meticulously selected. Although the merchant had nearly emptied her coffers, the quality of what she obtained was truly exceptional. One could only say that you get what you pay for. Furthermore, unlike the stingy noble lords, Shinue generously provided her farmers with rice instead of mere chaff. Over the past few months, what she delivered was none other than high-quality grains, ensuring that the farmers were well-fed and deeply grateful for her generosity, which in turn led to their more diligent and efficient work. In addition to Hayato and Yoda being occasionally summoned to utilize their ninjutsu to resolve issues that the farmers could not tackle themselves, such as employing earth-style techniques to excavate ditches and ponds, tilling the fields, or employing water-style techniques to transform dry land into fertile ground, tasks that would ordinarily demand immense time and effort from ordinary individuals. These two could accomplish everything with just a few ninjutsu. With such considerable dedication, sweat, financial investment, and toil from so many individuals, the bounteous land of the Land of Fire would naturally bestow upon them immeasurable rewards. Shingetsu casually plucked a stalk of rice from the nearby paddy, its golden grains drooping heavily, laden with tightly clustered rice kernels from top to bottom. This was merely one of the most ordinary stalks in the vast expanse of rice fields. Chapter 30. The Cat and the Elderly Woman of the Ruins of the Empty District in Anticipation of the Harvest. Shingetsu urgently ordered several fan carts from the elderly catwoman. A fan cart is a farming implement that utilizes wind to separate the husks from the grains of rice that have been milled, eliminating chaff and inferior grains. When in use, one simply pours the milled rice from the feeding hopper above. An individual shakes the handle on the side to activate the fan. And under the influence of the wind, the plump rice grains fall into the basket below due to gravity, while lighter chaff and debris are blown away, effectively separating the rice from the husks. Compared to traditional manual winnowing methods, this tool not only saves time and effort, but also eliminates the need to await windy weather. The autumn harvest season is inherently a race against time. Every moment is precious as tasks such as harvesting, drying, and processing cannot afford any delays. If misfortune strikes with inclement weather, a significant portion of the harvest might be lost. Thus, even if it meant being subjected to another round of exorbitant pricing from the catwoman, Shingetsu resolved to endure the pain and purchase several carts. This remarkably useful agricultural tool had actually emerged long ago in the lands of the ninja world and had received widespread acclaim among farmers. Yet, even in the most affluent land of fire, such a straightforward technology was gradually fading from existence. Shingetsu could not fathom why this practical technique and implement had fallen into obscurity in her mind. Such a convenient and advanced tool should have been embraced by all and rapidly disseminated among the populace. Unbeknownst to her, the farmers, heavily burdened by steep taxes, could not even afford basic tools for sustenance. They were forced to pawn their hoes, plowing oxen, iron plows, and even themselves, leaving no spare funds to acquire such items. That night, within the Uchiha clan's territory, countless cats continued to occupy the rooftops and streets. The vast majority of these felines were ninja cats bound by a summoning contract with the Uchiha clan. While they appeared to lazily groom their paws, they were, in fact, vigilantly observing their surroundings, ever watchful for potential intruders. One should not underestimate these pampered and capricious kittens, though they were of little use in combat. They exhibited extraordinary prowess in gathering intelligence and concealing their movements. A large black cat, bearing a massive scroll on its back, stealthily entered the Uchiha territory. It emerged gracefully from the shadows, its agile and keen body darting among the eaves, deftly bypassing its languid companions. The Uchiha ninja cats merely raised their heads cautiously to regard the intruder before returning to their grooming. With the poise of a proud and noble queen, every movement of this black cat was infinitely graceful and captivating. As it raised its head high, silently traversing the rooftop, it resembled a sovereign surveying her domain. Ultimately, its steps halted before the residence of the fire corps. When the black cat elegantly leaped through the already opened window, Shingetsu was quietly seated on the tatami, awaiting the arrival of this diminutive messenger. Upon spotting the familiar black feline, her beautiful dark eyes instantly sparkled with delight. "Kanai-chan, you've come. Meow, Shingetsu. Have you prepared my gift?" The black cat, referred to as Kanai by Shingetsu, nimbly leaped onto the tatami, gazing at the small human before her, proudly parting her little feline lips to speak not in meows, but in human language. This cat was indeed one of the ninja cats, but she belonged not to the Uchiha clan, but to the elderly woman of the empty district ruins. Each time they met, she would demand a gift, and if denied, she would not only sulk, but also refuse to be held. Shingetsu felt a surge of indignation, thinking to herself how Kanai was truly a superficial and selfish cat. Yet, her body was honest, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a bottle of catnip she had prepared in advance. "Here, it's your favorite kind of catnip." Meow. Hooray. I love Shingetsu. Once confronted with catnip, even the most aloof of cats would instantly melt into a puddle of affection. Watching Kanai wobble as if intoxicated, Shingetsu seized the moment to reach out and stroke Kanai's sleek and silky black fur. The sensation was absolutely delightful. Caressing the fur, as smooth as satin, Shingetsu experienced a profound sense of satisfaction akin to consuming 100 candies. She promptly enveloped the dazed black cat in her embrace, contentedly petting her. In a state of blissful fulfillment, Shingetsu exclaimed, "Petting cats is truly a source of immense joy. Hey, Kanai-chan, why not abandon Shuko and become my summoning beast? I can give you catnip every day." Upon hearing that she could enjoy catnip daily, Kanai, who had been swaying like a tipsy cat, suddenly widened her golden eyes, her tail wagging incessantly, clearly intrigued. However, her tail soon drooped, and the entire cat began to look dejected. "Meow, that won't do. The elder and Shuko would be angry. Just the thought of the elder and Shuko being upset made Kanai's fur bristle, instinctively triggering her to escape from the cozy trap woven by catnip and Shingetsu's gentle strokes. She swiftly recalled her purpose for coming. If she lingered too long, Shuko, the jealous one, would surely explode with rage. Meow, let me go? I must return. Huh. There's still time. Kanai-chan, stay a little longer. With no regard for the enjoyment of petting, Kanai sprang from Shingetsu's embrace, deftly leaping and dodging. Her forepaws severing the binding ties as she shook off Shingetsu, while tossing the scroll she carried onto the ground. Perched atop the wardrobe, Kanai looked down condescendingly at the diminutive human below, her aloof demeanor restored in the absence of catnip. What a temperamental and capricious cat. Shingetsu thought to herself, exasperated. What do you want, and where's my payment? All right, here it is. Shingetsu produced the prepared payment and scroll, counting it out before Kanai, indicating that she had provided the full amount. She then deposited the money into the scroll, finally fastening it to Kanai's back and hanging the stringed catnip around the neck of the ninja cat. Just as the black cat was about to leap onto the windowsill, preparing to depart with the nightfall, Shingetsu gently patted its furry head, reluctant to say goodbye. Farewell, Kanai. Please send my regards to the elder. If you decide to abandon Shuko, you can always come find me. In the ruins of the empty district. A girl adorned with black cat ears and a nose colored like a cat's pressed her bloodied palm against the cement ground. Nearby, an astonishing number of cats affectionately clustered around an elderly woman, also sporting cat ears, playfully clawing at her sleeves and arms as if they were toys. In the desolate ruins, an elderly woman known as Cat Granny and her granddaughter Shaoling operate a clandestine business. They are black market traders who have forged a pact with the ninja cats, specializing in providing weapons, intelligence, and various tools to ninjas, particularly the Uchiha clan. Although their prices are steep, the quality is assured, and they have maintained a close collaborative relationship with the Uchiha for generations. After a cloud of smoke dissipates, Kanai, who had just appeared in the Uchiha territory, finds herself within a summoning array. Shaoling unties the scroll from her and tosses it to Cat Granny, while anxiously circling around Kanai, seemingly investigating whether this treacherous cat has betrayed her for the embrace of Kamizuki. Indeed, Kamizuki is quite generous. After extracting the money from the scroll and counting it meticulously, Cat Granny exhales a puff of white smoke, satisfied. After all, it is not her money being spent. It is the Uchiha Madara's. At that moment, Shaoling discovers a bottle of wood mint sent by Kamizuki hidden on Kanai, her face flushing with anger. With her hands on her hips, she chastises the traitorous Kanai while simultaneously speaking ill of Kamizuki in front of her grandmother. That wretched girl is always trying to steal her cat. Yet, her grandmother continues to speak highly of her and assists her at every turn. Grandma, why do you help that silly girl? I am not helping her, Cat Granny replies with a disapproving squint, tapping Shaoling's head with her smoking pipe. She merely procured what Kamizuki desired, fulfilling her duty as a merchant. Have you forgotten? Ensuring quality, selecting clients, and never flattering them is the way of our trade. Then why did you give her that precious seed? You could have sold it to merchants or directly to nobles for a much higher profit. Shaoling retorts, holding her throbbing head, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Oh, you mean that? Cat Granny takes a deep puff of smoke, recalling that she had indeed sold Kamizuki a large quantity of rice seeds 4 to 5 months ago. After calculating the time, she realizes that the harvest season for that batch is approaching. Kamizuki must be on the verge of discovering that those seeds are among the rarest of the rare. What Kamizuki does not know is that the rice seeds, for which she spent a fortune, were actually cultivated by a secluded clan of ninjas. This clan is attuned to nature but possesses a unique constitution that causes them to go berserk when emotionally agitated, their bodies transforming uncontrollably into terrifying forms akin to monsters, evoking fear and disdain in others. To evade the masses, they have lived in seclusion, leading self-sufficient lives. Despite being isolated from the world, they successfully avoided the turmoil of the warring states and have lived a pastoral life distinct from other ninja clans for many years. Although feared and discriminated against, the textiles and crops they produce are highly valued by nobles, with their rice being particularly sought after. It is unknown whether this is due to their unique constitution or their close relationship with nature, but over generations, the rice they have cultivated is not only plump and crystal white, but also remarkably sweet and delicious, boasting extraordinary yield and vitality. However, due due to the clan's isolation. This type of rice rarely appears on the tables of ninja society, and it has virtually vanished from farmlands. Yet, this scarcity and uniqueness make it highly coveted by the upper echelons, to the extent that even feudal lords scramble for it. Originally, Cat Granny procured this precious batch of seeds because merchants in the Land of Fire offered high prices for rice seeds intended for noble consumption. However, just before the transaction, when Kamizuki expressed her desire to purchase a batch, Cat Granny pondered for 3 days before ultimately deciding to hand over the entire batch of hard-won seeds to Kamizuki. Indeed, Kamizuki did pay a considerable sum to acquire the seeds from Cat Granny, but compared to the offer from the merchant, Cat Granny couldn't claim a substantial loss. It was more of a painful sacrifice that Xiaoling still laments. She cannot understand what special quality Kamizuki possesses that would make her grandmother, a merchant, forsake profit. Well, if those seeds were still here, they would either end up in your belly or in the nobles' bellies. Compared to that, giving them to her seems far more interesting. After taking a deep puff of smoke and exhaling a cloud of white mist, Cat Granny suddenly chuckles softly, her raspy laughter causing the cats around her to bristle. Who would have thought that one day I would see the Uchiha clan farming? The world has truly changed. Chapter 31. The super invincible farming idiot far away in the desolate ruins. Cat Granny evidently overestimated Kamizuki, who knows nothing about farming and fails to recognize the uniqueness of these seeds. When Hako, astonished by the yield, inquires about the source of the bountiful rice, Kamizuki's first reaction is a foolish retort. Isn't this just a normal yield? This farming novice has only encountered rice through the images seen on the internet in her previous life, where farmers joyfully embraced their golden harvest under the sun, their faces radiant with the joy of abundance. This gave her the illusion that all rice in the world must yield such bountiful crops. However, the reality is starkly different. The modern rice cultivated is beyond the imagination of the ninja world. In the country where she lived in her previous life, the yield of rice per mu consistently ranged from 900 to 1,000 jin, while hybrid rice, known for its high yield, could reach 1,500 jin. In contrast, in the ninja world, aside from the suitable temperatures, climate, and terrain of the Land of Fire, which practices double cropping, most regions still only cultivate once a year, and the yields are dismal. Even in the most fertile regions of the Land of Fire, if the weather is favorable, a harvest of 300 to 400 jin in a year is considered quite good. Moreover, hybrid rice not only boasts high yields but also features a short growth cycle, strong resilience against disease and pests, and resistance to drought and low temperatures. In contrast, the rice in the Land of Fire is exceedingly delicate, often suffering from illness and pests. As for the Wind Country, which is plagued by sandstorms and desertification, it is perhaps better left unmentioned. There are many reasons for this disparity. For instance, cultivating hybrid rice in the highest yield experimental fields is quite complex, requiring ample fertilization and water, manual transplanting, long-term pesticide application, and tailored fertilization techniques. Without large machinery, pesticides, fertilizers, and breeding technologies, the farmers of the ninja world, relying solely on their hands and strength, often lack even basic plows and tools. How could they possibly compare to modern agriculture in terms of production efficiency and yield? Thus, when Hako and the other tenants witness the astonishing harvest in the fields, they almost believe they have encountered a miracle, having toiled in the fields for half a lifetime. They certainly understand better than Kamizuki, the farming novice, what a normal yield of rice in the Land of Fire should be, even before the rice has undergone meticulous harvesting and threshing. These experienced farmers can already estimate that this rice is at least 30 to 40% more productive than ordinary rice. This variety of rice, unlike hybrid rice, cannot be compared, yet it has already surpassed the agricultural standards of the Land of Fire. Was it true that Granny Cat did not deceive me? Those rice seeds are indeed worth such a fortune. It was only after some reflection that Shangyue realized the absurdity of the high price of that batch of rice, which caused her heart to ache, far exceeding the cost of anything else she had purchased. Initially, she believed that Granny Cat was merely exploiting her as a regular customer, not realizing that she had stumbled upon a treasure. In a spirit of foresight, Shangyue had taken the initiative to have Hayato and Yoda, her 2 free laborers, construct the granary. Standing in the fields, watching the jubilant tenants joyfully deliver the processed rice into the granary, she often felt a strange sense of melancholy. A nature rooted in greed lingered in her heart, causing her to feel lost and to sigh repeatedly, lamenting, How unfortunate it is. If only I had imposed a higher tax back then. This thought frequently crossed her mind after she meticulously studied the various tax laws of the Land of Fire, making her feel as though she had squandered a fortune. To be candid, Shinue was filled with regret. She realized that the 30% land tax she initially demanded was far too low. The so-called tax system of 6 for the lords and 4 for the commoners in the Land of Fire was merely a pre-assessment of the agricultural productivity of a piece of land, followed by a predetermined figure that the commoners were required to pay. Those who did not rely on the land for their livelihood, such as fishermen living by the coast, were subjected to the same methodology. At first glance, this seemed reasonable, yet in reality, such a vague tax system inevitably gave rise to countless loopholes and underhanded operations. Firstly, the tax officials would assert how much produce a field could yield if it fell short. It merely indicated that the wretched peasant was lazy and had not met the expectations set by the lord. The amount of grain to be collected was dictated by the tax officials representing the lord. However, in unfortunate circumstances such as wars or natural disasters, when no grain was harvested, the obligation to pay remained unchanged. Failure to deliver grain meant surrendering other assets, homes, land, or even themselves could be mortgaged. In dire situations, the wrath of noble lords could lead to execution. Timely tax payments were an obligation of every citizen of the Land of Fire. Failure to comply raised the question of their citizenship. And if they were not citizens, what purpose did their existence serve? Furthermore, the various additional taxes imposed by lords beyond the annual tribute, the demands of the nobility for half payment in rice and half in money, and various forms of labor, were not accounted for in the 6 for the lords and 4 for the commoners. This so-called 6 for the lords and 4 for the commoners sounded appealing. But after layers of exploitation, if commoners received even 1/10 of their dues, it was considered a generous act by the lords and nobles, allowing them a mere chance at survival. As for the remaining 4 great nations and numerous smaller states in the ninja world, well, have you heard of the 7 for the lords and 3 for the commoners, or the 8 for the lords and 2 for the commoners? After thoroughly understanding the complex yet simplistic tax system of the Land of Fire, Shinue was not only profoundly shocked by the predatory nature of the lords, but also consumed by frustration and regret, wishing she could physically remove the version of herself that had proposed the 30%. If the lords collected so much tax, why couldn't she demand a little less? If she could collect 50%, no, even 40% would suffice. Regretting her decisions, Shinue lamented, feeling she had foolishly relinquished countless benefits. Yet, she overlooked one crucial detail. As a ninja, did she even have the standing to compare herself with the lords? To the commoners, the lords, despite their flaws, held a noble status and were a revered lineage, whereas ninjas were viewed as malevolent spirits, cloaked in human guise, responsible for widespread destruction. When it came to social hierarchy, they were often regarded as lower than even the most destitute commoners. In fact, the ninja class had only been stripped of its lowly status a mere 6 years ago, a time too short for society to forget their long history of ignominy and the devastation they wrought. If given the choice between the predatory lords and the demonic ninjas, even after enduring relentless oppression, commoners would still prefer the nobility. Regardless of the lords' cruelty and greed, they were still human. If circumstances became dire, commoners could find ways to escape their grasp, even if it meant risking death on the road to exile. But how could commoners hope to survive beneath the feet of ninjas capable of unleashing fireballs and cleaving mountains with a single hand? Escape? How could ordinary people outrun ninjas or their techniques? Let us not forget that in the aftermath of a millennium of warfare, very few commoners remained untouched by the strife among ninja clans. The vast majority bore deep-seated grudges against ninjas, having lost loved ones to their violence, their livelihoods destroyed, and their homes reduced to ashes, sometimes even their entire hometowns vanishing beneath the might of ninja jutsu. For those already precariously balanced on the edge, ninjas were simply demons seeking to push them further into the abyss. Without sufficient incentives, why would anyone commit to serving her? Relying on the infamous name of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha were notorious among the worst of the worst, the demons among demons. What reputation did ninjas have? What reputation did the Uchiha hold? And what of Uchiha Madara? Truth be told, only someone with a twisted mind or a death wish would choose to work under a band of demons and fiends. In fact, it was precisely the promise of substantial rewards and minimal taxation that compelled the desperate commoners to risk their lives for her. arriving with a resolve to face death, fully aware they might be subjected to torturous fates at the hands of these ninjas. After all, aligning with ninjas meant handing over their lives and futures to these formidable beings. Though Shinue herself had not contemplated this truth, the commoners, such as Hako, had begun to grasp it. The disparity in their strengths was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Their relationship was inherently unequal. Thus, it could be considered a fortunate misstep. It is evident that Shinue is indeed a naive agricultural novice. Her seemingly perfect farming plan is riddled with flaws, and a single misstep could lead to complete disaster. Even after perusing countless agricultural texts, her ignorance remained unmitigated. Yet, it was precisely this ignorance that emboldened her to take that most challenging first step. And it was this very step that transformed her into a beacon of hope for many, garnering their unwavering support. Without the backing of Uchiha Madara, her agricultural aspirations would have been unfeasible. Without Granny Kata's superior seeds, she could not have achieved such bountiful harvests. Without the tireless labor of Hako and the other tenants, her current yield would have been impossible. Without Hayato and Yoda's constant enhancement of production efficiency through ninja techniques, the tenants could not have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their toil. Now, it is September, 6 years after the founding of Konoha. In this season, the rice waves roll, and the fragrance of grain wafts through the air, with radiant smiles adorning every face in the fields. Each person is eagerly calculating what they can acquire after the harvest, discussing delectable foods and fine garments that they had previously dared not hope for. It is clear that everyone is genuinely happy, and this heartfelt joy and elation cannot be feigned. The faces of these long-suffering individuals now radiated vitality and vigor, as if they had finally transcended from mere shells of existence into true humanity. The first tentative step taken by Kamizuki, though crooked, was finally steady enough to continue onward. Yet the path ahead remained exceedingly long and arduous. Chapter 32. The sweet-toothed Uchiha clan freshly harvested rice, after undergoing a series of complex and tedious processes such as threshing, drying, and husking, transforms into pearl-like grains, revered as silver rice, a precious staple only afforded by the nobility and wealthy shinobi. However, within the granaries of the fields, it was piled high like a small mountain. Such a bountiful harvest was unparalleled throughout the Land of Fire, and indeed the entire shinobi world. Although Kamizuki had reduced many of the land rents, it seemed as though she had incurred great losses. Yet, she had effectively expanded the overall pie, ensuring not only the satisfaction of her tenant farmers, but also a substantial portion for herself. These once destitute tenant farmers, filled with gratitude for her kindness and yet awed by the power of shinobi, voluntarily gathered the finest quality rice, all of which was polished and ready for consumption. In the Land of Fire, this was a rare occurrence. Until the very last moment, commoners would not easily relinquish the fruits of their labor. They would devise numerous means to safeguard their meager supplies, including but not limited to hiding their harvests in concealed caves or mixing coarse grains into their rice. It is worth noting that during this season of abundance, one of the common tasks for shinobi was to assist tax officials in uncovering the hidden stores of grain, subsequently eliminating these wretched peasants with merciless efficiency. Yet now, without Kamizuki pressing for rent, these farmers, having just harvested their crops, spontaneously filled carts with the finest polished rice, and early in the morning delivered it directly to the Uchiha clan's domain. At dawn, the streets of Konoha were sparsely populated, and the Uchiha compound, enclosed by tall, green brick walls, remained as desolate as ever. Even after 6 years, the villagers still regarded the Uchiha clan with a mixture of respect and trepidation, and few dared to tread upon this territory that belonged solely to the Uchiha. Compared to the Senju clan, who had seamlessly integrated into the village, the perpetually stoic and aloof Uchiha were unlikely to garner the affection of the average villager. Nor were they welcomed by other shinobi clans that viewed them as weak. Moreover, rumors of the Uchiha's unstable spirits and volatile emotions perpetuated a vicious cycle, further isolating them from both commoners and shinobi alike, creating an impression of a clan enclosed within its own fortress-like compound. As the wheels of the cart rolled across the earth, emitting a rhythmic creaking sound, the onlookers cast envious glances towards the laborious procession of Hako and her companions, who struggled to push the cart filled to the brim with rice towards the Uchiha domain. Assigned as guards by Hako, Hayato and Yoda were munching on large rice cakes, fiercely glaring back at anyone who dared to cast covetous looks at their laden cart. In usual circumstances, such fierce gazes, coupled with their signature Uchiha cool demeanor, would effectively intimidate others, but now, as they stuffed their cheeks like hamsters, their fierce expressions took on a rather endearing quality. Observers could hardly stifle their amusement at the rare sight of the two Uchiha presenting such foolishness, with bolder souls unable to contain their laughter, which only provoked more fierce glares from the duo, though their attempts at intimidation were considerably diminished. Gradually, a crowd gathered, captivated by the nearly overflowing cart of rice, their eyes wide with envy and awe. They gazed hungrily at the pristine grains housed within the humble basket, seemingly oblivious to the menacing Uchiha watching them. The villagers stood transfixed, their expressions reverent as if beholding some invaluable treasure. In an era where most struggled to find enough to eat, the sight of such an abundance of grain felt like a surreal dream. As the cart vanished from sight, the villagers awoke from their reverie. Yet even in their waking moments, the image of the piled white rice lingered in their minds, likely to haunt their dreams that night. "So much grain, how wonderful!" exclaimed one villager, lost in a daze. Little did they know that the rice they beheld was merely a fraction of the Uchiha's rightful harvest, as Hako and her companions had only a few carts at their disposal. Upon reaching the Uchiha domain, the group of grain bearers found themselves followed by an entourage of curious Konoha villagers. As they observed the clean, rosy-faced farmers aided by the two Uchiha in delivering the laden carts into the clan's territory, they began to believe that indeed, this was food destined for the Uchiha. With their heads held high, Hayato and Yoda, previously seen as the family's disgrace, now entered the clan's domain with genuine pride. When the clan members were astonished to see the carts brimming with grain and rushed to gather around, the two young men could hardly suppress their smiles, their attempts to appear stoic failing as their eyes sparkled with pride. Their contribution to such a bountiful harvest was undeniable. They seized hold of a passerby and inquired about the whereabouts of the clan leaders, only to learn that it was a day of classes at the Shinobi Academy, and both had already departed for school. "Where are Lord Madara and Lady Kamizuki?" they asked. "They have gone to school," came the reply. "Lord Hayashi should be here. Call for him." "Never mind. We shall go find him ourselves." With that, Hayato and Yoda dashed towards Hayashi's residence, leaving Hako and the others by the cart, surrounded by a throng of intrigued Uchiha. Honestly, these Uchiha, clad in black and exuding an aura of coldness and silence, could indeed appear intimidating at first glance. Any ordinary person would be frightened into submission. However, Hako and her companions had long since interacted with the Uchiha, as Hayato and Yoda frequently visited the fields to lend a hand. Over time, a bond had formed between the two groups. Astute as always, Hako had anticipated this situation and had prepared a secret weapon. Drawing upon the experience of having previously delighted Hayato and Yoda, she retrieved a large basket carefully tucked away in the corner of the cart. Lifting the thick cloth that covered it revealed a treasure, the magically delightful rice cakes that were sure to enchant the Uchiha. The rice was ground into flour using a mortar and pestle, meticulously kneaded to remove clumps, placed into molds, and filled with a sweet concoction made from persimmon or wild fruit jam mixed with wild honey. After layering more rice flour on top and steaming it until fully cooked, the result was a fluffy, fragrant rice cake that, upon biting, released a sweet, gooey filling. The first two to taste it, Hayato and Yoda, praised it highly, deeming it an irreplaceable delicacy. The Uchiha clan members were notoriously difficult to resist when it came to sweet treats. Once Hako began offering the rice cakes to the seemingly fearsome Uchiha, they hesitated for barely 2 or 3 seconds before eagerly sinking their teeth into the delicious morsels. With the luscious sweetness of honey and the fragrant aroma of fruit, the jam paired perfectly with the fluffy rice cakes. As one takes a bite, the moment it touches the tongue, it is soft and sweet, reminiscent of flowing syrup, far surpassing the taste of the designated dessert, dango, from the Hidden Leaf Village. Such a delightful flavor naturally captured the hearts of the Uchiha clan, eliminating the need for Kazu to distribute the rice cakes individually. The moment the aroma wafted through the air, the Uchiha clan members instinctively formed a line before her, eagerly awaiting their turn for the rice cakes. In the blink of an eye, the dignified Uchiha clan, known for their striking beauty and charm, collectively transformed into squirrels, their cheeks puffed out as they indulged. Some even rushed home to awaken sleeping friends and family, fearing they might miss out on the treat. When Hano, accompanied by Hayato and Yoda, hurriedly arrived. He was met with a most astonishing sight. By a cart piled high with provisions, a woman resembling a farmer cheerfully distributed rice cakes, while nearly the entire Uchiha clan encircled her. From the elderly to the young, men and women clad in black clan attire formed a quiet throng, their line extending from the ground to the rooftops, creating a serpentine silhouette of a great black dragon. Those who had already received their rice cakes quietly retreated to the side, engrossed in their treats, oblivious to everything but the morsel in their hands. What on earth is happening? Hano was initially struck dumb by the scene, only to be overwhelmed by a mix of anger and amusement, feeling that the dignity of the Uchiha had been utterly compromised. These individuals, usually so composed and prideful, were reduced to childlike eagerness in the face of something sweet, a sight that was both infuriating and amusing. Quickly, it's Elder Hano. Everyone scatter. Upon seeing Hano's irate expression, the Uchiha members immediately dispersed. They nimbly jumped in different directions, resembling blackbirds hastily returning to their nests, each one heading homeward. Those who had already secured rice cakes carefully tucked away their half-eaten treats, while those who had not occasionally glanced back at Kazu and the basket of rice cakes, their expressions tinged with regret. Watching the Uchiha clan finally disperse, Kazu let out a silent sigh of relief. She had prepared an ample amount of rice cakes, but not enough to satisfy such a ravenous crowd. Are you here to deliver provisions? Thank you. Hano looked at the cart brimming with food and nodded in satisfaction. Although the supplies could not entirely meet the clan's needs, they would suffice for a time. While these provisions could not compensate for the expenses incurred from the fields, as long as his dutiful daughter Shingetsu's plan bore some fruit, he could quell any dissenting voices and allow her to continue her endeavors. My lord, this is only a portion, the rest will follow shortly. What? There is more. Hano was taken aback. He had assumed this was all there was, only to discover additional supplies awaited. Indeed, Elder Hano, there is much more. It will take several trips to transport it all, Hayato and Yoda affirmed, prompting Hano's eyes to widen in disbelief. Could Shingetsu's agricultural initiative truly be flourishing? With this thought in mind, he resolved to inspect the fields himself. He then called upon Hayato and Yoda, along with a few passing Uchiha, instructing Kazu, lead the way, we shall retrieve the supplies ourselves. Chapter 33. A curious day in the Hidden Leaf Village today. A peculiar scene unfolded in the Hidden Leaf Village. To the astonished gazes of the villagers, several black-clad Uchiha swiftly navigated the streets and alleys of Konoha. They carried baskets filled with rice and slung bags of grain over their shoulders, hurrying to return the provisions to the Uchiha compound. Moments later, they re-emerged, once again clutching empty baskets, retracing their steps. This bizarre spectacle naturally drew the enthusiastic attention of the villagers, who watched the Uchiha, resembling diligent worker bees, ferrying supplies back to their clan. A wave of envy and even jealousy surged within them, igniting a burning question. Where did the Uchiha procure so much grain? In the afternoon, as the Ninja Academy dismissed its students, and after finishing his duties, Dan, accompanied by Shingetsu, was on their way back to the Uchiha compound when they encountered another strange sight. As they walked, they found themselves the target of envious and resentful glances from both civilians and ninjas alike. In the brief distance they traversed, the gazes of passers-by were unyieldingly sharp, making it impossible to ignore. Shingetsu, taken aback, raised her head and cautiously scanned the surrounding villagers. She noticed a glimmer of green light in their eyes, a mix of envy, curiosity, and greed, a complex tapestry of emotions radiating from them. The unsettling intensity of their stares sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to quicken her pace in an attempt to escape. However, as she evaded one group of villagers, she was met by the scrutinizing eyes of a new wave of ninjas, creating an inescapable net around her. Master, feeling the weight of their stares on her back, Shingetsu tugged at the hem of Uchiha Dan's clothing, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Dan bent down, lifting Shingetsu into his arms and gently patting her back in a soothing manner, casting a disapproving glance at the oblivious villagers. His gaze was as cold as steel, as unyielding as rock. Those daring enough to meet his icy stare would experience a suffocating dread, as if their hearts were ensnared. In an instant, the crowd that had been watching scattered in terror. Humph! Observing the chaotic retreat of the rabble, a disdainful smirk curled at Dan's lips, his expression betraying his contempt for the scene. Master? Dan lowered his head, and Shingetsu, looking up from his embrace, revealed a face filled with confusion and curiosity. Nothing. Let us head back. Adjusting his hold, Dan sprang into action, bounding along the rooftops toward the clan's compound. Inside the Uchiha compound, the atmosphere was strikingly different. The clean, orderly streets were populated by Uchiha clan members whose faces glowed with vitality, their smiles betraying an undeniable joy that dispelled the lingering shadows from their eyes. As they spotted Dan and Shingetsu returning to the compound, they eagerly approached, bombarding them with questions, their demeanor reminiscent of the incessantly chatty villagers from the Senju clan. "Welcome back, clan leader. Lady Shingetsu has returned as well. Have you eaten yet? What did you teach in school today? What did you learn, Lady Shingetsu?" Though their conversational skills were quite rudimentary and awkward, this display of warmth and concern was unprecedented for these typically proud and aloof individuals. Under normal circumstances, encountering the clan leader would elicit little more than a stoic nod or a curt greeting, perhaps accompanied by a bow. This unusual behavior left both Shingetsu and Dan feeling a mix of bewilderment and unease. Witnessing the transformation of their familiar stoic peers into seemingly cheerful individuals was indeed a startling experience. This is rather unsettling. It hardly suits the Uchiha. What is going on? Why is everyone so cheerful? Did gold fall from the sky? Cradled in Dan's arms and surrounded by smiling faces, Shingetsu's expression was one of confusion and bewilderment. What she did not know was that in the morning, Hako and others not only delivered an excessive amount of millet, but also brought persimmons, chestnuts, wild honey from the mountains, and freshly harvested radishes, beans, and wild vegetables that they had grown themselves, along with matured herbs and various local produce such as rabbits and mountain chickens. By noon, they presented an abundance of fine rice and jam, borrowed a few steamers from the Uchiha households, and, with the help of the ninjas, set up a makeshift stove to prepare numerous rice cakes for them to enjoy, filling the entire clan territory with the sweet aroma of rice and jam. For the first time, the Uchiha clan, who had always been feared and despised by ordinary people, found themselves overwhelmed by affection, almost floating with delight, though they concealed their joy beneath a composed facade. Certainly, the most elated among them was Hano, the one responsible for managing the clan's finances. Observing the warehouses overflowing with grain, he calculated that such a bounty could alleviate the worries of the entire clan for nearly half a year. In these tumultuous times, food remained the most pressing concern. In the land of fire, money had lost its value, while food had become exceedingly precious. Almost all the grain in the nation was concentrated in the hands of the daimyos and nobles, who, unable to consume it all, allowed vast quantities of fresh rice to rot in their warehouses. Meanwhile, the leftover grain in the hands of farmers was often bought at meager prices by merchants during harvest time and then sold at exorbitant rates when supplies ran low. Not to mention the farmers, the shinobi were victims of this system as well. They required substantial food to sustain their energy, yet the mission fees they earned, seemingly substantial, dwindled significantly once expenses for ninja tools, herbs, and medical supplies were accounted for. The meager earnings were hardly sufficient to procure enough food, compelling the ninjas to undertake high-intensity missions. However, the volume of missions in the shinobi world was limited, leading them to devise ways to eliminate competition and gain the trust of the powerful. Since Izuna's death, Hano, who had been forced to take his place, often found himself overwhelmed by the clan's expenditures to the point of wanting to bang his head against a wall. However, he soon realized that by eliminating the expenses incurred from purchasing food over the past 6 months, the largest expenditure on the books would vanish, leaving behind a substantial surplus. What a brilliant plan! Enlightened by this revelation, Hano was nearly brought to tears. Recognizing the brilliance of this strategy lay in the continuous supply of food rather than a one-time provision. Truly, my precious daughter, Shingetsu, is exceptionally intelligent. Imagining the potential savings from food purchases, he envisioned reinvesting those funds into the clan to enhance the lives of its members. Whether by cultivating the next generation or ensuring a comfortable retirement for the elders, this undoubtedly represented a significant advantage, allowing the Uchiha to outpace other clans. Shinobi were in dire need of money, and food was an even more valuable asset. A full barrel resonates like a fortune. With grain in hand, one remains untroubled. Though existing in different worlds, Hano's understanding mirrored the wisdom of this adage. Upon spotting Shingetsu and Madara finally returning, Hako hurried to greet them. While the perceptive Uchiha children stepped aside to clear the way, no longer obstructing their path. We have delivered the food. So soon? I haven't even finished my tasks yet. Shingetsu, astonished by their remarkable efficiency and fervent tax enthusiasm, widened her eyes, having initially expected to send someone to urge payment like the daimyos. As she followed Hako towards the food storage warehouse, the sweet aroma wafting through the clan territory stirred her cravings as a devoted sweet tooth, prompting her to inquire, "What is that delightful scent?" Hako smiled mysteriously, choosing not to answer, and led the way into the courtyard outside the warehouse, where the stove, hastily set up at noon, had already extinguished, leaving only one pot still warm. Meanwhile, the Uchiha children, who had returned to the clan territory ahead of Shingetsu and Madara, sat obediently on a nearby bench, each munching on a rice cake. Upon seeing their clan leader, who was carrying Shingetsu, appear around the corner, they momentarily halted their snacking, their bright eyes turning towards her, only to quickly resume their feasting. Not even Madara, nor the Sage of Six Paths, if he were present, could deter them from continuing their indulgence. How could there be none for me? This is outrageous. Witnessing her peers enjoying rice cakes, Shingetsu felt an overwhelming sense of envy, nearly twisting in frustration at being left out of such delicious treats. Hako promptly retrieved a warm rice cake from the steamer and offered it to the fuming Shingetsu. "My lady Shingetsu, you certainly have one too. Wow, such a large piece," Michiki exclaimed, enviously eyeing the generously sized rice cake, which was evidently made especially for her, nearly as large as an adult man's hand. Noticing this, Madara set Shingetsu down, and she eagerly accepted the rice cake from Hako. "It's so hot." As expected, the steaming rice cake burned her tiny fingers, causing them to turn red and nearly bring tears to her eyes. She blew on the cake and her fingers for a while, gradually dispersing some of the heat. Once her fingers adjusted to the temperature, Shingetsu split the large rice cake in half, revealing a warm, enticing orange-red filling that wafted a delicious aroma. "Master, this is for you." Shingetsu beamed, returning to Madara's side and offering him half of the cake with a sweet and playful smile, carefree like a blooming flower, exuding an irresistible charm. "Let's eat together." "All right." Accepting the warm rice cake from Shingetsu's hands, Madara took a bite, the sweetness flooding his senses. Setting down the half-eaten cake, he quietly observed Shingetsu as she enjoyed her treat, her expression reminiscent of a content little creature. "Goodness, do you really enjoy sweet things so much?" he mused. Yet he couldn't resist taking another bite, savoring the delightful flavor. In truth, he did not despise such sweet foods. On the contrary, he found himself quite fond of them. Chapter 34. Today, Master is quite strange after sharing the entire large rice cake. Shingetsu, Madara, and a gaggle of curious Uchiha children followed Hako into the warehouse designated for storing food within the clan territory. The Uchiha granaries had always been rather empty. Although intended for grain storage, they often contained very little, ultimately serving as a repository for worn-out shuriken, weapons, and various odds and ends. Were it not for the cats scattered throughout the clan territory, this place would likely have been overrun by some bothersome little creatures, turning it into a den for rats or a nest for sparrows. However, the once neglected old warehouse now appeared revitalized. All the accumulated clutter had been swiftly relocated by the Uchiha clan members, and any holes or damaged walls had been promptly repaired. After a thorough cleaning, the space was now utilized for storing precious grain. At this moment, pearl-like grains of pristine white rice lay stacked in the clean, spacious granary, piled high to the ceiling, forming little hills of rice that emanated an enticing fragrance. Wow, so much rice! Cautiously standing at the entrance of the warehouse, hesitant to step into the pile of rice, the children's eyes widened in astonishment as they collectively erupted in joyous cheers. This was their first encounter with such an abundance of white rice. In this era, even the youngest of children deeply comprehend the preciousness of food, a truth imparted by hunger. Even the children of the noble Uchiha clan, though never facing starvation, seldom experienced the satisfaction of a full meal. The youngest among them, Uchiha Heian, tugged at Uchiha Madara's pant leg. When Madara bent down to look at him, Heian gazed up with hopeful, sparkling eyes reminiscent of stars, asking, "Leader, may I have an extra bowl today?" The innocence of this tender request inexplicably pierced Madara's heart. Long ago, at a once bustling dining table, his younger brothers had posed the same question. How had he responded to them? Though memories had faded, in that far more impoverished time, all he could do was urge them to endure. Such was the reality of an unfulfilled, hungry childhood. Madara's eyes gradually grew distant and sorrowful. He had once vowed to protect his younger siblings, yet ultimately, he had failed in that duty. Whether it was his prematurely deceased brothers, or Izuna, who fell to grievous injuries and the loss of his eyes, or those clansmen who perished on the battlefield believing in him, he had been unable to safeguard anyone. The essence of a ninja is to endure all suffering, a belief he once held dear. Of course, you may eat as much as you wish. Madara extended his large hand, gently ruffling the children's hair. As he beheld the carefree smiles of the new generation of Uchihas, his previously stern and somber features softened with a hint of warmth. Receiving the leader's affirmative response, the children erupted in cheers, joyfully circling around Madara. For them, the simple privilege of eating as much as they desired was an immense blessing. Nearby, Kamizuki and Kazuko were discussing matters related to their fields, deliberating on how to handle the byproduct of rice husks, ultimately deciding to use this batch to raise chickens, ducks, and pigs. Lord Kamizuki, Lord Madara, I would like to propose a task. May I offer food as compensation? Kazuko abruptly remembered something mid-conversation and quickly changed the topic to this seemingly odd question. While there were employers seeking to hire ninjas as bodyguards, most were wealthy nobles, making Kazuko's inquiry quite unusual for a farmer. Certainly. Kamizuki turned to Madara, receiving a nod of approval before giving an affirmative answer. However, what sort of task do you wish to propose? Could you send a few Uchiha ninjas to guard the fields? The peculiar situation that Kamizuki and Madara encountered also befell Kazuko, and her circumstances were even more precarious. Carrying a substantial amount of grain as a commoner, the scrutiny she faced was laden with malice. Had she not been accompanied by Hayato and Yoda, she feared someone might have acted on their greed. The memories of those ravenous gazes made her heart tremble with anxiety. During her past escapes, she had witnessed too many faces, bandits, mountain thieves, and rogue ninjas, filled with such avarice. In the world of ninjas, the strong seizing the wealth and lives of the weak was commonplace. She had no doubt that, should she remain passive, a dire fate awaited her. Yet Kazuko refused to succumb to despair. She was determined to avoid such a fate once more. To protect her wealth, home, and life, she made a choice, to firmly bind herself to the Uchiha war chariot. Compared to the land of fire and Konoha, she placed her trust in the Uchiha, or rather, in Kamizuki, the one who brought her hope. Simultaneously, the entire village of Konoha buzzed with excitement over the Uchiha's substantial grain harvest. Villagers who witnessed the precious grains being delivered to the Uchiha clan eagerly shared every detail with friends and family, resulting in this news spreading virally. Within a mere half-day, it became common knowledge throughout Konoha. Commoners, ninjas, merchants, and even nobles, individuals from all walks of life were stirred by this astonishing rumor. They were astonished, bewildered, and curious. How had the clan of battle maniacs amassed such wealth, if not through robbery or a significant mission? Within the Hokage building, the Senju brothers were also discussing this matter. As Hashirama perused various documents detailing intelligence on Kazuko and the newly cultivated fields on Uchiha land, his eyes brightened with each page he turned. Upon seeing the projected harvest, he exuberantly slammed the paper onto the table and exclaimed to his contemplative brother Tobarama, "Cultivating fields and achieving self-sufficiency is truly a brilliant idea." Tobarama, the Senju, no, the village could certainly benefit from this. Brother, it's not that simple. Observing his older sibling's impulsiveness, Tobarama sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Truth be told, he also considered it an excellent idea. However, the repercussions would likely provoke the fragile nerves of the land of fire's daimyo and nobles, shattering them in an instant. He could already envision the anxiety of those high-ranking elders upon hearing this news, speculating on the motives of Konoha's ninjas, whether they sought to usurp their positions. It would not be long before those elders demanded accountability from the ninjas or even proposed budget cuts for military expenses. What a headache. Those red-eyed creatures surely knew how to stir trouble. Tobarama felt a splitting headache coming on, his mind brimming with murderous intent at the thought of having to clean up the mess created by those unreliable Uchiha. Did they not grasp the principle of discretion? With such thoughts, Tobarama couldn't help but let out another deep sigh. Yet, he could not ignore the need to address these troublesome matters. More than the envy and jealousy from the majority, he was curious to discover the mastermind behind this idea. First, he ruled out Uchiha Madara. After enduring a lifetime of rivalry, Tobarama knew Madara well. While adept at destruction, Madara was utterly clueless about construction. Thus, this idea could not have originated from him. If that were the case, who could the true mastermind be? A glimmer of realization and cold clarity flickered in Tobarama's glassy eyes. If he were to say there was no one in mind, that would not be entirely true. The overly clever Uchiha youngsters were indeed irksome. Meanwhile, after reporting the harvest and roughly outlining the task's details, Kazuko, escorted by Hayato and Yoda, began her journey home. Standing at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory, Kamizuki waved farewell to the strong and wise woman until her figure was completely out of sight. The villagers dared not approach, while those within the clan were busy preparing dinner. At this moment, only Kamizuki and Madara remained at the empty clan gates. Kamizuki, suddenly hearing Madara call her name. Kamizuki jolted from her reverie, drawn to his voice. She quickly turned to face Uchiha Madara, her expression filled with curiosity. "Master, is something the matter?" Ban did not provide any response. He merely reached out, gently stroking her hair, his gaze fixed upon her with a seriousness that bordered on solemnity. "In the face of danger, do not be reckless. Flee, relinquish, do whatever it takes to survive." These utterly contextless words left Shunyue bewildered, her mind momentarily stalling. For it seemed entirely out of character for Uchiha Ban to utter such sentiments. Observing her dazed and confused demeanor, Ban's heart was filled with an ache, even a twinge of anguish. He could no longer recall the visage of his youngest brother, save for the haunting memory of his lifeless body, reduced to a mere fragment. Even if you find yourself in peril, do not fear, do not surrender. Persevere, for I shall come for you. I will protect you. Uchiha Ban's voice grew increasingly somber as he grasped Shunyue's shoulders, pulling the girl, who gazed at him with wide eyes, tightly into his embrace. Listening to the erratic, pained rhythm of each other's heartbeats, Shunyue distinctly heard him whisper, "You must live." Chapter 35. A mundane transition. Rest assured, Master, I shall not perish. Shunyue extended her petite hand and encircled Uchiha Ban's back, awkwardly returning the embrace. She leaned against his shoulder, her cheek pressed against his chest, feeling the warmth of his body and the steady beat of his heart through the thin fabric of his dark clan attire. "I will surely live on," she vowed earnestly. Ban said nothing further. He merely held her tighter, his face hidden from view, betraying an unmistakable pain. The warmth radiating from Shunyue gradually seeped into Ban's embrace. And as he felt the child's body, far from cold, and received her gentle affirmation, a fleeting sense of solace and peace washed over him amidst his profound sorrow and regret. He was not destined to be alone from the very beginning. Your life is of utmost importance, no matter the circumstances. Those he had devoted himself to protect had all vanished before his eyes. The once vibrant breaths of life had dissipated, and the memories of shared existence were slowly fading into obscurity. Why were human lives and bonds so fragile, as easily swept away as dust by the wind? Shunyue, you must endure, live on. Do not abandon me, do not die before my eyes. The crimson Sharingan in Uchiha Ban's eyes spun rapidly, emotions of fury, sorrow, anguish, despair, and hatred coursing through him, each one flickering in his vivid gaze. The chakra, brimming with negativity, surged uncontrollably, sending birds scattering from the trees and creatures fleeing from their nests, as all of nature recoiled from Ban's tempestuous emotions. Standing at the eye of the storm, forced to confront the overwhelming tide of chakra, Shunyue's heartbeat quickened, her nerves on edge. She clung tighter to Uchiha Ban, struggling to respond to him, her voice rising in a desperate shout. "I promise you, Master." This declaration seemed to restore Ban's clarity. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually ceased its tumult, returning to its original hue. The chaotic chakra settling into calmness, allowing the two to remain in a silent, firm embrace. "Remember your promise from today, Shunyue." Shunyue responded lightly to this commitment, her expression radiating a sense of ease and reassurance, in stark contrast to Ban's grave demeanor. She did not perceive survival as a daunting challenge. Despite the turmoil of the ninja world, she resided within the safety of Konoha, protected by the formidable Uchiha Ban and Senju Hashirama, who would dare to harm her under the watchful eyes of such titans. Thus, with emotions returning to normalcy, Uchiha Ban lifted Shunyue and turned toward the clan's quarters. As their figures vanished beyond the Uchiha gate, in a hidden corner unnoticed by ordinary eyes, a pool of dark, viscous substance swiftly seeped underground, lurking in the shadows. In that moment of disappearance, the grotesque features of the dark muck, reminiscent of a child's crude doodles, revealed a smile brimming with malice and mockery. Little one, do not make promises you cannot keep. Unaware of the approaching storm, Shinyue continued her mundane daily life. After dinner, she returned home and perused the family ledger that Hua had handed her. The figures within the ledger were not particularly satisfactory. Although this year's harvest was bountiful, it could not cover the earlier costs incurred in the fields. However, this was primarily due to a missed season of harvest. If next year yielded a normal two-crop yield, those expenses could be recouped. Harboring hopes of a future filled with abundance, Shinyue smiled brightly, her eyes squinting with delight as she set the ledger aside, mentally sketching out her next agricultural plan. No one mocked her anymore. After tasting success, the clan now fully supported her continuation of the Uchiha farming initiative's second phase. Yet, what should she do next? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, her pen danced nimbly at her fingertips, a small habit she developed while deep in thought. This year, aside from rice, Shinyue had also harvested a substantial amount of husk, which was currently stored in the fields. The husk, the outer shell shed from rice after it was milled for consumption, could serve as livestock feed. Shinyue had already conferred with Kazuko about raising a batch of chickens, ducks, and pigs, not only to supplement the clan's meat source, but also to provide a steady supply of eggs. Should she consider planting some vegetables, perhaps eggplants? The mere thought of the repetitive trio of dishes, radish, natto, and kelp, on the dining table made her sigh in frustration. How could anyone not grow weary of such monotonous fare? Shinyue thought indignantly. Yet when she attempted to recall any crops from beyond the land of fire, she realized her knowledge was surprisingly scant. Well, aside from eggplant, green onions, and chives, what else was there? In present-day Konoha, even fresh produce was a rarity, apart from the usual radishes and soybeans, as well as the kelp provided by merchants. Seeking exotic vegetables meant either foraging wild greens in the mountains or purchasing overpriced, stale produce from traders. In the current ninja world, enjoying a meal rich in variety was indeed a formidable challenge. After all, even in the most prosperous land of fire, the variety of vegetables was so limited that it could induce tears. Alas, the fruits and vegetables that could grace a dining table required extensive cultivation and domestication. Amidst the prolonged turmoil of the warring states, farmers could barely feed themselves, let alone spare the time and energy to cultivate tastier produce. Realizing this, Shinyue let out a long sigh, lamenting the absurdity of the ninja world. If only there were sweet potatoes, and corn. Reflecting on the bountiful produce from her past life, a sincere longing welled up within her heart. If only she could cultivate a harvest in the ninja world. While it would not fully remedy the pervasive hunger, it might alleviate some of the suffering. And the blueberries, watermelons, and strawberries, her favorite fruits, were now unattainable. Not to mention the cakes, chocolates, and chips she once relished, all of which now seemed like distant memories. A profound sense of regret swiftly enveloped Shinyue's heart. It was the bittersweet sentiment of one who had tasted the abundance of modern life, yet was forced to endure such hardship. Truly, although many tasks appeared feasible, the reality was far from easy. Indeed, Shingetsu harbored many thoughts, yet the limitations of productivity in the shinobi world constrained her actions. The chaotic monetary system and the intricate power dynamics further exacerbated her headaches and dilemmas. Setting aside her pen and ledger, she glanced at the chaotic thoughts scribbled on the blank sheet before her. After a moment's contemplation, she crumpled the paper into a ball and cast it aside. The second step of the Uchiha farming initiative demanded a pragmatic approach. She resolved to have a meaningful conversation with Hano and her younger sibling before consulting her clansmen about their actual needs, finally taking a stroll through the village. Only by understanding the community's requirements and the village's current state could she determine the subsequent course of action. Her solitary musings were, after all, somewhat disconnected from reality. Nevertheless, before all else, she would first send a supply of food to the orphanage. Shingetsu had long since vowed not to let Chika and the other children of the orphanage continue subsisting on meager grain meals. The memory of their unappetizing yellow-green lunch churned her stomach. Moreover, she had promised Chika that she would ensure that she and her younger siblings would have access to white rice, a promise she had never forgotten. Naturally, this action would also help to improve the orphanage's and the commoners' perception of the Uchiha clan. It was high time to amend the clan's notorious reputation. Thus, she resolved to visit the orphanage herself the following day after school. Chapter 36. the director of the apothecary and the prelude to the storm as the school bell rang the next day. The students of the Shinobi Academy eagerly shouldered their bags and hurriedly exited their classrooms in clusters. Typically at this hour, Shingetsu would linger in the school until Uchiha Madara completed his work, allowing them to return to the clan's territory together. However, today, Shingetsu had made up her mind to accompany Chika to the Konoha orphanage. Of course, she had not made this decision unilaterally. She had informed Hano and Madara well in advance, both of whom had consented. Madara merely stated that he would join her at the orphanage after finishing a particularly tedious batch of assignments. The food supplies had presumably been delivered that morning. Walking alongside Chika on the streets of Konoha, Shingetsu observed the disbelief and joy radiating from Chika's eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, akin to a cat that had successfully caught a mouse, eagerly awaiting her owner's praise. "Shingetsu, you are truly amazing," Chika exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as compliments poured forth from her lips without restraint. Words like genius, kindness, remarkable, and intelligent, all the sweet nothings that made Shingetsu blush even deeper. "All right, let's get to the matter at hand." Shingetsu, her cheeks as red as a ripe cherry, quickly interrupted, inquiring about the orphanage. Currently, Konoha had not yet endured the ravages of war, and the number of children in the newly established orphanage was not particularly large. After a brief calculation, Shingetsu estimated that the provisions delivered that morning would suffice for the children for 2 to 3 months. Not that she feared anyone would target the orphanage. After all, who would dare disturb a sanctuary under the protection of Senju Hashirama? Anyone bold enough to attempt such a thing would surely be courting their own demise. As their conversation meandered, they unknowingly transitioned from the bustling street to a quieter dirt path. Gradually, the wild grass on either side of the road grew untamed, verdant and lush, spreading as if it had gone mad. Nestled within the vast forest was the Konoha orphanage. A few simple wooden structures quietly resided in this secluded corner, surrounded by patches of vibrant green vegetables. Children, dressed simply yet neatly, played with makeshift grasshoppers in the open field. A woman, adorned with a white hood and dressed in a black kimono, sat in the sunlight, gently coaxing a baby in her arms to sleep. Upon seeing Chika, the brown-haired woman's eyes brightened, and a tender smile graced her face. "Ah, Chika, you've returned," she exclaimed warmly. "Welcome home, sister." The children abandoned their toys and rushed towards Chika, lowering their voices in unison, fearful of disturbing the slumbering infant. They bounded toward Chika, eager for her affectionate touch on their heads. Despite their hushed tones, their high-pitched voices intertwined, creating a delightful cacophony that was impossible to ignore. "Sister, I didn't cause any trouble today, am I not good?" One little one chirped. "Liar, I just saw you slacking off." Another chimed in. "Sister Chika, look at the grasshopper I made. Isn't it just like the one you made?" Left momentarily forgotten, Shingetsu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having been an only child, she had never before witnessed such a lively scene. What a heartwarming family this was. Watching Chika being enveloped by her younger siblings, happily listening to their chatter and patting their heads, Shingetsu felt a wave of admiration wash over her. She realized that being an older sister was far from an easy task. "Chika, did you bring a friend?" The woman, presumably the director, stood up with the baby in her embrace. Her voice, though slow, was imbued with warmth. In an instant, the children scurried behind her, gazing nervously at the unfamiliar Shingetsu. "Director, this is my classmate from the Shinobi Academy and a dear friend." Chika introduced her to the director, suddenly under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Shingetsu felt a bit shy. "Hello, I am Uchiha Shingetsu." Prior to her visit to the orphanage, Shingetsu had reviewed the director's background. Named Yakushi-han, the director possessed a gentle and nurturing disposition, showing profound love for the children under her care, treating each one, regardless of their circumstances, with deep compassion. However, what astonished Shingetsu was that she was neither a native of the land of fire nor a shinobi, which piqued her curiosity about how a physician like her came to establish an orphanage in Konoha. "Ah, director, are you not from the land of fire?" Shingetsu inquired, her curiosity evident. Chika, equally surprised, had never heard the director speak of her origins and quickly pressed for more information. "My family originally served as court physicians to the daimyo of the land of water, but after being exiled, we sought refuge in the land of fire." As she recounted her once glorious, yet now faded lineage, Yakushi-han displayed little concern. When faced with the children's inquiries, She provided only brief explanations before deftly steering the conversation away from her past. That is all a distant memory. There is nothing to discuss. In fact, long before Konoha was established, Yakushi Han had already begun taking in orphans, with Chika being one of the first children she sheltered. However, relying solely on the income of a traveling physician to support so many children during the tumultuous Warring States period was no small feat to earn more. She sometimes found herself negotiating with shinobi, providing them with simple treatments. Medical shinobi were scarce in those days. Ordinary shinobi either treated their injuries themselves or sought help from regular physicians like Yakushi Han. Over the years, she honed her medical skills, yet as an ordinary person, she could only reach certain limits. Not mastering medical ninjutsu, and thus being unable to heal more patients remained one of Yakushi Han's significant regrets. Why did you decide to open an orphanage in Konoha? Noticing that the director's mood seemed to dip, Shingetsu quickly shifted the topic, inquiring about the establishment of the orphanage. Upon mentioning this, Yakushi Han's demeanor brightened, and her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It was Lord Hashirama who sent me here. According to Lady Tsunade, it was Hashirama Senju himself who sought her out after hearing of her deeds. Initially, she was quite apprehensive about this uninvited stranger, yet, in order to ensure that Tsunade could establish an orphanage in Konoha, Hashirama not only agreed to provide the land and construct the building free of charge, but also promised that the expenses of the orphanage would henceforth be borne by Konoha. Indeed, this rudimentary wooden house, which appeared quite shabby in the eyes of Shingetsu, along with its wooden furniture, was entirely crafted by Hashirama Senju using his wood-release technique. Observing this simple abode, noting the modest attire of the inhabitants, and recalling the so-called grain porridge served by Chika, Shingetsu's expression darkened. She felt she might have somewhat overestimated Hashirama's noble character. Was he truly so miserly? Shingetsu had wrongfully judged Hashirama. She was unaware that, amidst Konoha's persistent financial deficits, he had managed to rally support and allocate a substantial piece of land for Tsunade's orphanage, personally constructing the building and furniture, and covering the orphanage's expenses with his own salary, while occasionally visiting to deliver supplies and check on the children. Indeed, Hashirama was single-handedly shouldering all costs associated with the orphanage, a financial burden that, alongside his penchant for gambling, had significantly drained his purse. "Have you all tasted the food delivered today?" Tsunade inquired. The children had some for lunch, and everyone was delighted. When mentioning the provisions received that morning, a profound gratitude illuminated Tsunade's face. At that moment, she abruptly halted, bowing deeply to Shingetsu. "Thank you so much, Lord Shingetsu. With such an abundance of food, the children will no longer have to subsist on grain porridge." Startled by this display of gratitude, Shingetsu hastily pulled Tsunade back up, unable to bear such an overly sentimental gesture. It made her feel quite uneasy, and she noticed that Tsunade seemed somewhat naive, acting as if she were oblivious to the reality around her. Nearby, Chika could not contain her laughter at the comical scene unfolding between the two. Tsunade, catching sight of her, squinted and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly exclaimed, "Chika, your portion of food has been saved for you." Just then, a loud wail from a baby echoed from within the building, prompting Tsunade to abandon them and dash toward the infant room. "Excuse me for a moment. Chika, please show Lord Shingetsu around." As Tsunade vanished down the corridor, Shingetsu, reflecting on the difficulties of being an orphanage director, suddenly felt a tug at her garment. Looking down, she saw a small girl, no more than 2 or 3 years old, gazing up at her with wide, curious eyes. "Did you bring rice for us, sister?" The moment Shingetsu nodded, the girl erupted in joyous delight, resembling a whirlwind as she sprinted down the corridor, sharing the news with all her companions. "Wow! The sister who brought us rice is here." In an instant, Shingetsu found herself surrounded by a throng of children, all eager to converse with her, their innocent faces radiating curiosity and gratitude. The children spoke over one another, their excitement overwhelming, and the reserved Uchiha could hardly endure such attention. She wished she could flee. "So much rice. Sister, you must be wealthy. Thank you for the toy you sent me, mysterious sister. You're so young, a little sister. Stay and eat with us today." As Shingetsu stood there, encircled by the exuberant children and feeling utterly bewildered, Chika, struggling to suppress her laughter, nearly stumbled to the ground. At that moment, a gentle voice from behind called out to her. "Chika, you're back." A woman, with straw-colored hair and dressed similarly to Tsunade, appeared behind Chika, softly patting her shoulder. Are you hungry? I saved lunch for you. Oh, Momo, I'm not hungry yet, Chika quickly replied, rising from the ground and sheepishly scratching her head, instinctively insisting she wasn't hungry. You always say that, Momo remarked, a hint of exasperation mixed with affection apparent on her face. She seemed to perceive Chika's insincerity, turning away as her tone remained gentle. There's plenty of food, and everyone else has eaten. You must eat too. Oh, is that so? Well, okay. Chika's face flushed crimson, yet excitement sparkled in her eyes. This time, she did not refuse and obediently followed Momo toward the kitchen. Wait, Shingetsu suddenly called out, carefully pushing through the throng of children, retrieving her previously discarded bag, and rushing to Chika's side. I'll go with you. Who is this? Momo inquired curiously upon seeing the unfamiliar face. Just as Chika was about to introduce her, Shingetsu interjected, Hello, Momo. I'm Chika's classmate. Ah, so you are Chika's classmate. Then let us go eat together, Momo replied, nodding gently as she led the two children to the small kitchen where the food was stored. The orphanage's kitchen was intended for preparing meals for the younger children who could not eat solid food. It was a modest room that typically saw little traffic. To preserve the food from sunlight, even the curtains were drawn. The first to enter, Momo retrieved the white rice she had set aside earlier. The steaming rice emitted a fragrant aroma that filled the room, heightening Chika's anticipation as she followed her inside. With a loud thud, Shingetsu, the last to enter, swiftly shut the door behind her. Hurry and eat. Wow, this looks amazing. Momo handed the rice to Chika, but as she received it, Chika nearly dropped the bowl due to its heat. Yet, her instinct to cherish the food compelled her to hold on. And only after her hands began to redden did she manage to place the bowl on a nearby table. Thank you, Momo. Just as Chika was about to express her gratitude, her smile and voice abruptly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld a shocking sight. A powerful gust of wind surged from behind Momo, and a long knife sliced through the air from an unseen angle. Shingetsu suddenly appeared behind Momo, her brilliant crimson Sharingan spinning rapidly as it sought out vulnerabilities. Though she caught a glimpse of Chika's despairing expression, Shingetsu remained merciless, extending her hand to sever the woman's chest with lethal precision. Thud! Unaware, the woman was effortlessly cleaved in two, her body crashing to the ground. Vacant eyes fixed on Chika, reflecting a hollow, deathly light. Allah! Witnessing the familiar figure perish before her very eyes, Chika's legs buckled, and she fell helplessly to the floor, instinctively wanting to scream and weep. Yet, before she could emit any sound, Shingetsu, fresh from the act of killing, swiftly covered her mouth. She was already dead. Chika, look closely at her wounds. Shingetsu whispered urgently, her expression grave as she restrained Chika's struggles, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the dismembered woman. Such a vast wound, yet not a drop of blood spilled. The woman's blood had already congealed. Long before Shingetsu had disassembled her, she had been dead for quite some time. Slowly, Qianxia ceased her struggles, tears of sorrow continuously streaming from her eyes, her body weakly collapsing in the embrace of Shunyue. Having studied medical techniques and medical ninjutsu, she had come to believe in the veracity of Shunyue's words. Chapter 37. The Approaching Beast Fang Trio. Hidden amidst the mountains and forests surrounding the orphanage, a male ninja cloaked in black suddenly opened his previously closed dark eyes. His voice, deliberately lowered, was deep and hoarse, yet carried an icy malice and suppressed anger. It was that Uchiha brat in black. Perched on the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, an orange-haired ninja pressed a finger to his eye. In the distance, within the orphanage, a sand-formed eyeball lay concealed in the unnoticed shadows, quietly observing the movements within the orphanage while transmitting visual images to the eye that the red-haired ninja kept covered. This eye had previously noted Shunyue, marked with the emblem of the Uchiha clan, as she entered the small kitchen with the matron and the mission target. Thus, the orange-haired ninja easily deduced that she had discovered and destroyed the matron who was under the control of the Dead Soul technique. No wonder she's from the Uchiha clan. Even as a child, one cannot afford to be careless. We've been discovered. Should we retreat? Upon thinking this, the orange-haired ninja turned to his two companions. Their original plan was to quietly abduct the target without raising any suspicion, but now, the unexpected arrival of Uchiha Shunyue had shattered their chances of executing their plan. In light of this, rather than waiting for the elite shinobi from Konoha to arrive, it would be prudent to abandon the mission entirely and flee from Konoha and the Land of Fire. However, His companions clearly disagreed with this notion. We've already accepted the down payment. How can we withdraw? If we miss this opportunity, how can we complete our mission? The cloaked ninja let out a cold laugh, mocking his companions' cowardice and naivety. Their task was to gather comprehensive intelligence on the recently established ninja academy in Konoha, from its regulations and personnel structure to its curriculum. Any information related to the academy must be thoroughly investigated. This bounty, recently posted in the bounty exchange for the entire ninja realm, might seem like a simple intelligence-gathering mission at first glance, but to seasoned bounty ninjas, it harbored a different significance. To acquire complete information, the most straightforward method would be to abduct relevant personnel from the academy and extract the information directly from their minds. Indeed, abducting members of the Ninja Academy was the true nature of this bounty. Since its posting, the reward had gone unnoticed, as no one dared to take action against Konoha or provoke its formidable teachers. Yet, concurrently, the bounty had been steadily increasing, from an initial 50 million to 100 million. And now it had reached the staggering sum of 300 million, the highest reward in the history of the bounty exchange. Under such an astonishing offer, 3 bounty ninjas ultimately accepted the mission. These 3 were known as the Beast Fang Trio, a group of bounty ninjas who had forsaken their families, names, and pasts, relying on their exceptional skills, intellect, and ruthless disposition to navigate the shadows of the ninja world. Faced with such a formidable challenge, they refrained from recklessly infiltrating Konoha, instead remaining concealed on the periphery, blending in among ordinary villagers to gather intelligence on the academy's students. After a prolonged period of stealth, they had meticulously selected their prime target, Shinxia, who hailed from the orphanage. Neither a shinobi nor a civilian of Konoha. She lived in a remote area among ordinary individuals who were not ninjas, making her the ideal breakthrough for their mission. Originally, the plan was flawless, devoid of any flaws or oversights, but Xinyue's unexpected arrival had completely dismantled the Beast Fang Trio's scheme. Now, the exposure of the trio was merely a matter of time. Unless they could seize the target here, they would lose their opportunity to complete the mission. Once Konoha became alert, they would surely not allow them to wreak havoc. However, abandoning the mission was out of the question. Apart from the obligation to complete their mission, these 3 seasoned bounty ninjas understood that the exorbitant bounty of 300 million was likely backed by the involvement of the 5 great nations. And even the daimyo of the Land of Fire might be implicated. If they accepted the down payment but failed to fulfill the mission, they would inevitably face the wrath of several daimyos, leaving them with no path to survival. Sitting cross-legged at the base of a tree, the man referred to as D remained silent, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation. There's no other choice. We must act directly and eliminate anyone who stands in our way. After a moment, the leader of the Beast Fang Trio, D, opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within his emerald gaze. For this operation, they had not intended to sever ties with Konoha completely. They only planned to kill one and abduct another, minimizing conflict. However, given that this was their last chance, they would eliminate anyone who obstructed them, anyone who had seen their faces. What about the mission target and that Uchiha brat? D mused. If the target resists, we'll kill them together. After all, their corpse can yield information. Leisurely rising to his feet, D retrieved a large blade from behind him, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. As for that Uchiha brat, the mere thought of the notorious Uchiha clan and the formidable Uchiha Madara made him tremble. If possible, he wished to avoid confronting that troublesome child. However, fate had dealt her a poor hand by venturing into danger. It would be strange if the Uchiha did not interfere. They must die. And do not forget to extract her eyes. With that, D turned his gaze to the man in black, issuing his first command. Kong, activate your poison. In times like this, it truly falls to me. The man named Kong beneath the black robe revealed a malicious smile, silently gathering chakra to activate the toxins within the orphanage, which had been lying dormant. Since devouring the Eye of Death, Xinyue's perception of death had been steadily increasing. The moment she laid eyes on the matron, despite her rosy complexion, lively expression, and the still beating heart within her chest, her subconscious screamed that this person was already dead. For details on why the matron has a heartbeat, refer to the dead soul technique, which can temporarily revive the heart of the deceased. Trusting her instincts, Xinyue followed closely behind this walking corpse. The moment she closed the door and activated her Sharingan, she confirmed her suspicions. In that instant, amidst a vision reminiscent of apocalyptic doom, The matron's entire body was ensnared by crimson threads of death, as if she had been grotesquely defaced by a mischievous child. Now, Xinyue, with a serious expression, inspected the clearly tampered corpse. There was no stench of decay, nor any rigor mortis. It was evident that this body had undergone meticulous handling by a medical expert, clearly having been prepared well in advance. Is this aimed at me? Xinyue slightly closed her eyes, rapidly recalling every action of the matron, soon realizing that the matron's focus and intent had always been solely on Qianxia. No, they must be after Qianxia. Yet, what could their motive possibly be? Why resort to such heinous actions against a child from an orphanage? Just as Xinyue grappled with these perplexing questions, Qianxia beside her was crying to the point of nearly fainting, as she beheld the tragic demise of her beloved family. Qianxia's body trembled uncontrollably. She stifled her cries, desperately attempting to suppress the urge to wail. Yet, the mere thought of her grandmother, who had been so full of life just this morning, now reduced to a lifeless puppet, set off an uncontrollable cascade of tears. And her heart ached with a pain so deep it rendered her breathless. Witnessing her distress, Xinyue swiftly supported the crumpling Qianxia, though her own mind was in turmoil. She forced herself to think clearly and coldly, calculating how to seek a path to survival. The orphanage was enveloped by dense forests and towering mountains, with only a single road leading in and out of the village. Now, with the enemy hidden and their intentions clear, it was certain they would seal off this lone escape route. Within the orphanage, the only one capable of fighting was Xinyue herself. Qianxia was merely a support, and the others were nothing but a liability. As harsh as it was, this was the reality. She needed to rouse Qianxia from her sorrow. Qianxia, compose yourself. We must protect the children. The orphanage has an underground shelter, does it not? Yes, yes. We must hurry. Recalling her younger siblings and the bewildered headmaster still in danger, Qianxia hastily wiped her tears and struggled to rise from the ground, determined to rush out and usher the children and the headmaster to safety. Clutching her long knife tightly, Xinyue noticed a bowl of steaming rice that had fallen to the floor, a sight that struck her with a foreboding realization. Was the grandmother responsible for cooking? Yes. Why do you ask? In that moment, both women shared a grim suspicion. The midday meal had been poisoned. Oh no. The instant the dreadful possibility dawned on her, Qianxia dashed outside, but upon opening the door, despair washed over her. In the corridor, the children's bodies lay limp on the ground, their pale faces contorted in pain, trembling lips even whiter than their faces, trapped in a nightmare from which they could not awaken. Qianxia staggered, her knees buckling as she collapsed, her gaze unfocused, lost in confusion as she questioned whether she herself was the one entangled in a nightmare. They are not dead. Xinyue's voice resonated like thunder, pulling Qianxia from her endless dread. She gasped for air as if she had been rescued from drowning, using self-inflicted pain to affirm her consciousness and existence. With her crimson Sharingan eyes, Xinyue scanned the fallen children, lifting one and placing him in Qianxia's arms, urging her to check on him quickly. You studied medicine with the headmaster, did you not? You learned some healing techniques recently, right? Qianxia, pull yourself together. Your family needs you. Awakening from her stupor, Qianxia's eyes sparkled with determination as she recalled her studies over the past 3 months. She began assessing the children's conditions one by one, employing her medical ninjutsu to alleviate their suffering. It was undeniable that Qianxia, the pharmacist, was a true prodigy in this regard. Within mere minutes, she identified the type of poison affecting them. They must have been poisoned with a toxin specifically designed to target ninjas, but since they are all ordinary people without chakra, they should be safe for now. However, over time, can you prepare an antidote? The headmaster has collected herbs. I can mitigate the effects of this poison, but... Xinyue was somewhat taken aback by the response. Having already surmised the identity of their enemy, she managed a strained smile, offering a hollow comfort to Qianxia. It's all right. We just need to hold off the enemy for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, Uchiha Madara will finish his duties at the Ninja Academy and come to the orphanage for me. Chapter 38. The Life and Death Duel Within the Orphanage, Part 1. The ninja tool pouch that every ninja carries became Xinyue's most vital lifeline at this moment. Concealed within a shadowy corner, she rummaged through her bag, hastily stuffing useful items into her pouch. Aside from her long knife, shuriken, explosive tags, and food pills, she also discovered a large roll of wire and several smoke bombs. Ever since that fateful duel at the Ninja Academy, both Madara and Hwaha had seemingly developed a paranoia, constantly loading her pouch with supplies. Initially, Shinue had found the weight of the stuffed pouch unbearable, but now, she found herself thinking, to survive in this perilous world of ninjas, one must embrace a bit of paranoia. After inventorying her supplies, Shinue swiftly melted into the darkness, her black eyes tinged with crimson. Yet this time, she did not intend to invoke the powers of her deathly gaze, but rather to utilize the innate abilities of her Sharingan. The Sharingan, with its extraordinary insight, could not rival the Byakugan in the realm of perception, but it allowed her to observe the flow of chakra, making it apt for identifying the spies hidden within the orphanage. With the enemy yet to arrive, she needed to unearth this disgraceful informant. Shinue understood that the reanimation jutsu, which required precision in manipulating corpses, would have its caster lurking nearby. In a space occupied solely by ordinary individuals, the only one capable of using chakra had to be the enemy. Her scarlet eyes spun rapidly as Shinue moved with unparalleled speed, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake, while the silver wire spread throughout the orphanage. She tore off a piece of white paper, mimicking the patterns of explosive tags with hasty strokes, then affixed it to the wire, concealing real explosive tags among a multitude of fakes. Regardless of whether the explosive tags could truly harm the enemy, Shinue hoped the ensuing explosion would attract the villagers. Finally, her relentless pursuit came to an end. Through the lens of her Sharingan, she spotted a minute fluctuation of chakra hidden in an inconspicuous corner. The trio of beast fangs, racing towards the orphanage from the depths of the forest, had their orange-haired ninja abruptly halt, having been using ninjutsu to monitor the situation inside the orphanage. In his vision conveyed by the jutsu, a projectile suddenly shot from the shadows, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his sight, severing his connection to the reconnaissance eye completely. "I've been discovered." The orange-haired ninja's heart sank, his face paling as he relayed the information to his companions. "Calm. My ninjutsu has been disrupted." "How was it disrupted?" The leader, D, continued forward, though his voice darkened ominously. "That brat threw a smoke bomb. I couldn't see anything." "Pathetic." Kong, clad in a black robe, sneered, his tone laced with malicious mockery and disdain. "Huh, I'm the pathetic one. What about you? A genius?" After enduring such ridicule, the orange-haired ninja wore an expression twisted to the utmost degree, abruptly lifting his head to gaze at K, his words dripping with scorn. "You, a mere third-rate character, think you are worthy?" No sooner had he spoken than several poison needles shot towards his face and vital points. The orange-haired ninja swiftly dodged, slapping the pouch filled with sand at his side, infusing it with chakra to solidify, shaping it into shuriken. The sand shuriken, solidified from grains, surged forward like a tempest. As the two, once allies, now clashed fiercely in an instant. Ultimately, these three were indeed fugitives, collaborating solely for mutual gain, devoid of any trust or camaraderie. To them, a companion stripped of utility was nothing more than refused to be dealt with at once. Silence. The cold voice of D, who had been observing the battle impassively, cut through the chaos. The last two words, though brief, resonated with clarity and gravitas, causing the two combatants, who had been intent on annihilation, to halt abruptly, submissively prostrating themselves on the ground, obeying their leader's command. Since they could not ascertain the whereabouts of the other two directly, they resolved to act separately, swiftly extracting them. Rubbing his short white hair, D's bicolored eyes reflected the desolation of the orphanage before him. Time was of the essence. They had little left. As Shingetsu cleared her eyeliner, wiping away her tears and regaining composure, Chika diligently transported the children to the shelter hidden beneath the orphanage. Drawing upon months of rigorous ninja training and the relentless extraction of her potential during this crisis, she successfully relocated the children and the headmaster to the deep, labyrinthine refuge hastily excavated by Senju Hashirama within mere minutes. Hastening to the entrance, Chika meticulously handled the medicinal herbs collected by the headmaster, combining them with the antidotes she had procured from school for practice, crafting a detoxifying elixir. Such poisons, specifically targeting ninjas, were not uncommon. During her studies under teacher Momoka in medical ninjutsu, she had learned the methods of concocting antidotes. However, in this critical moment, the ingredients at her disposal were sufficient for only one dose. This solitary antidote was not meant for the orphanage's inhabitants, but reserved for Shingetsu. At this moment, both Shingetsu and Chika understood that preserving their own lives took precedence over the unconscious crowd. Only if they survived could the others within the orphanage hope for salvation. Sweat trickled down Chika's cheek, her breath quickening, her heart racing with urgency. Anxiety enveloped her. The perspiration in her eyes and her pounding heart made it nearly impossible to maintain her grip on the herbs. Simultaneously, her mind spiraled into chaos as she recalled Teacher Momoka's mention of a medical ninjutsu that could send droplets of water, akin to mosquitoes, into a person's body to draw out toxins and alleviate poisoning. Why hadn't she learned more medical ninjutsu? A wave of regret incessantly battered her heart, and she bit down hard, drawing blood from her gums and lips in her frustration. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed from above the shelter, sending Chika's gaze upward in terror, her heart gripped by fear at the seismic sounds. Explosive tags. The enemy was upon them. Her hands trembled more violently, nearly dropping the herbs. Having lived in Konoha, aspiring to become a medical ninja, this was her first encounter with the darker side of ninjas. So, this is how terrifying ninjas can be. Overwhelmed with fear, Chika felt her vision dim, but the moment she thought of Shingetsu, her trembling hands steadied. I must protect Shingetsu. Resolute, Chika seemed to forget her fear entirely, pouring her focus into the herbs in front of her, skillfully concocting the antidote at a rapid pace. After parting ways with her companion, the orange-haired ninja named Ji opted to commence his search at the main entrance of the orphanage. Ninjutsu, third eye. Unlike his impatient companions, he did not recklessly storm into the orphanage, but rather chose to manifest an eye from the sand, allowing it to scout ahead. His caution proved invaluable. Through the eye's perspective, he observed that the orphanage hall was ensnared by nearly invisible steel wires, resembling a silvery, sticky web, coldly awaiting unwary prey. Suspended within this web were numerous white talismans inscribed with the character for explosion, akin to spider eggs. Explosive tags. Ji's expression darkened as he realized that had he charged in recklessly, he might have been blown to bits. His murderous intent surged. Cunning little devils. At that moment, explosions reverberated throughout the orphanage, the triggered explosive tags erupting with thunderous roars, scattering debris and splintered wood while billowing clouds of white smoke filled the air. Damn it! What a ruckus! The Konoha ninjas will be here in no time. Ji swiftly maneuvered the floating eye to scour for safe passages, following closely behind to avoid traps. It was then that concern for his companion's safety flickered in his mind. Had those two fallen victim? They better not have been killed. As he cautiously navigated around the traps set by Shingetsu, the floating eye suddenly spotted a slender, petite black figure swiftly darting around a corner. Found you. A cold, ruthless smile spread across Ji's face as he pursued the fleeing figure, carefully evading various traps that tested his patience. When he finally cornered Shingetsu, he shouted frantically, Uchiha brat, stop running. Impatient, Ji unleashed his ultimate technique. The sand within his bag surged forth, coalescing into numerous spherical sand bullets that unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, each with the power to pierce through flesh, hurtling toward Shingetsu like a torrential storm. Amidst the chaos, Shingetsu found herself in an unavoidable corner. Yet fear did not consume her, for this aligned with her plan. It was no mistake that she had evaded the explosion sites, deliberately seeking refuge in this seemingly quiet area. With this thought, she calmly closed her eyes. The perceptive ninja opposite her had finally located her. Upon reopening her eyes, the gem-like iridescence of her blood-red gaze absorbed the incoming sand bullets, and in that moment, the world seemed to slow. The flow of chakra, the trajectory of the sand bullets, all obediently reflected in Shingetsu's vision. At the precipice of life and death, her mind processed this information at lightning speed, devising an escape route in the blink of an eye. I see everything. With a speed akin to lightning, Shingetsu evaded the barrage, her strength lying not in brute force but in agility and technique, all the while wielding her long blade to slice through the unavoidable sand bullets. Those crimson eyes, was that the Sharingan? As he beheld the extraordinary scene before him, and the pair of extraordinary Sharingan eyes, an indescribable terror overtook Ji's countenance. In that moment, he finally comprehended the terrifying individual he had provoked. A wielder of Sharingan at such a young age could only be Uchiha Madara's disciple, Uchiha Shinketsu. Could it not? It was over. He would have no place to rest. During his month of lurking in Konoha, the Beast Fang trio had already grasped the immense value Uchiha Madara placed on this disciple. Should they recklessly attack her, they would undoubtedly face retaliation from Madara and the entire Uchiha clan, and that would undoubtedly result in a fate far more harrowing than hell itself. Imagining such a bleak future, Ji stood frozen as if bereft of the will to survive. Just as despair enveloped him, Shinkitsu, having evaded all sand projectiles, hurled several shurikens in his direction. Ji's pupils widened in shock, his body instinctively turning away to dodge the lethal weapons. As the shurikens veered off course, a faint smile graced Shinkitsu's lips. In that moment of distraction, Ji noticed she was firmly gripping wires in both her mouth and hands. Now, she tugged at the wires tightly connected to the shurikens, manipulating the airborne projectiles to spiral back toward him, binding him securely as he ran out of sand. This was the Uchiha clan's secret technique, combining Sharingan with throwing techniques, the Sharingan windmill technique. Fire style, dragon fire technique. In an instant of success, Shinkitsu seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of flames from her mouth. The fire raced along the wires she held, forming a long dragon of fire that quickly opened its maw, incinerating Ji, who was ensnared in the wires, turning him to ash. At this moment, less than 7 minutes had passed. Chapter 39. The Life and Death Duel Within the Orphanage, Part 2. The roaring flames consumed the orange-haired ninja, bound by the wires, and after a brief struggle and desperate screams, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the dim room. As she inhaled this nauseating odor, Shinkitsu's face paled slightly. She glanced at her trembling hands, which appeared as pristine as ever. Yet, these very hands had just ruthlessly extinguished a human life. How revolting. Boom. The nearby explosion jolted Shinkitsu from her nightmare. It seemed G's dying screams had revealed her location. There was no time to linger. She had to flee. Shinkitsu quickly turned and dashed away, taking several deep breaths to suppress the nausea rising within her. Just as she was about to burst through the door, a projectile marked with a poison symbol entered her line of sight. Little girl, I finally caught up with you. A cloud of toxic smoke enveloped her instantly. Even as Shinkitsu swiftly covered her mouth and nose, the poison, expertly concocted by the seasoned medical ninja, Ko, permeated through her skin and into her body. Ugh. Originally poised to strike, Shinkitsu's steps faltered as intense dizziness and pain overwhelmed her. The chakra that should have flowed smoothly within her became stagnant. Any attempt to forcefully channel it resulted in excruciating agony, as if countless needles were piercing her flesh. Even her Sharingan was compelled to close. This poison, specifically designed to target ninjas, spread rapidly with the use of chakra, leading to a swift demise. Soon, darkness clouded Shinkitsu's vision. She, who possessed abundant chakra, found this toxin particularly effective. Struggling to retreat, she could only embed her knife into the ground for support to maintain her stance. Worthless. Ko sauntered into the room, his tattered black robe in shambles, casting a disdainful glance at the struggling Shinkitsu. His contemptuous gaze swept over the charred remains of his comrade, revealing the grotesque visage concealed beneath layers of black fabric, twisted into a malevolent grin. Not even leaving a corpse, how pathetic. Beneath the torn black robe, Ko's battered body was marred with ugly scars from sharp instruments and needle marks from injected substances, each scar protruding alarmingly. Noticing Shinkitsu's gaze, this grotesque figure turned toward her, who, in his eyes, was already a trapped prey. His eyes glinted with extreme jealousy and loathing as they fell upon her fair skin and delicate features. Hey, Uchiha brat, where's the other child? Shinkitsu had no satisfactory answer to provide. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she silently gathered her strength, attempting to awaken her Sharingan once more. Not talking, huh? Then I'll just kill you and find out. Ko cast a dismissive glance at the silent girl before him, his eyes devoid of warmth, as if assessing a corpse. Suddenly, he threw aside his black robe, revealing a syringe filled with a peculiar toxin, aiming it at the immobilized Shinkitsu. Anyone who sees me in this state will die. In this dire moment, having amassed her strength, Shinkitsu abruptly opened her eyes, the brilliant crimson of her Sharingan revealing the weaknesses of all around her. Ignoring the pain that coursed through her body, she unsheathed her knife and surged forth like lightning. Her mind fixated solely on severing Ko's lifeline. Dozens of poison needles hurtled toward Shinkitsu. With agile movements, she spiraled her body to evade the onslaught. However, evading all the needles had drained her energy. Thus, when Ko thrust the concealed dagger toward her forehead, Shinkitsu's pupils constricted, yet her body continued its predetermined path with the blade. At that moment, she was powerless to dodge the impending strike. Shinkitsu, coincidentally, The antidote-prepared Chika had followed the sounds of battle to this very location. Utilizing her familiarity with the orphanage's layout, she successfully navigated the traps to find a safe route. An ominous feeling gripped her heart, but sworn to protect Shinkitsu, she gathered her courage and pressed on. Upon witnessing the black-robed stranger and Shinkitsu engaged in their deadly dance of blades, Chika's mind went blank, yet her body instinctively reacted to shield Shinkitsu, pulling Ko away just as he was about to stab her. Ko, who had focused all his energy on combating the girl before him, was caught off guard by Chika's sudden tug. Not proficient in taijutsu, he nearly lost his footing, his eyes wide with fury as he retaliated with a vicious elbow strike to Chika's abdomen. "Let go, brat." Struck by the adult male ninja's brutal blow, Chika felt as though her organs were shifting, her vision darkening, and blood filling her mouth, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Yet even so, she gritted her teeth, resolutely holding on to Ko, enduring his relentless assaults. Meanwhile, Ko, ensnared by Chika, felt the blade of Shinkitsu drawing ever closer, the specter of death looming over him, sending shivers down his spine. Alongside his fear of death surged an overwhelming rage and unwillingness. "You wretched girl, you'll accompany me to the grave." As Shinkitsu's blade sliced through the line of life, unexpectedly, Ko did not retaliate. Instead, he plunged the dagger ruthlessly toward Chika, who stood behind him. Seeing the panic in Shinkitsu's eyes, even as he realized death was inevitable, Ko's lips curled into a scornful, malicious arc. "I will never let you off so easily." In an instant, Ko's body was cleaved in two, his malevolent eyes forever locked in place. Simultaneously, Chika was pierced through the abdomen, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Chika, disregarding the inevitable demise of the arrogant, Shenhua hurriedly supported the fallen Shinxia, witnessing the blood that seeped forth and drenched much of her clothing. She promptly retrieved a blood restoration pill, placing it at Shinxia's lips, pressing firmly on the wound in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. Yet, ominous purple hues began to spread across Shinxia's skin with each breath, within mere seconds, extending from the wound to her face. "Shenhua, I'm sorry," gasped the weakening Shinxia, summoning her last vestiges of strength to place the prepared antidote in Shenhua's hand. The deep purple blood, foreboding of death, began to crawl up her youthful visage, as if it were poised to claim her life in the next heartbeat. Truly, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, capable of dispatching my two feckless companions at such a tender age, remarkable indeed. A man with short white hair and azure eyes, his forehead wrapped in white cloth and a hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes, leaned against the doorway, observing the peculiar Sharingan with keen interest. This latecomer paid no heed to the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, his indifferent expression and mocking tone revealing a blatant disregard for the demise of his companions, raising questions as to whether he had intentionally abandoned them. Indeed, this was the truth. He had no intention of sharing the bounty of 300 million from the outset. "Shenhua, let us strike a deal. Surrender the nearly deceased woman to me, shall we?" With a flash of silver, D wielded a great blade, slightly shorter than his own height. Though his tone was gentle, his words bore the weight of a threat. "I will ensure that you, the esteemed Uchiha prodigy, continue to live. And the price is merely that dying orphan. Fair deal, no? Go to hell." As if deaf to his inquiry, Shenhua swallowed the antidote Shinxia had given her. Ceasing all superfluous actions, shutting out all thoughts and sights, abandoning all rationality to focus her entire being on the operation of her mystic eyes of death perception. The lines of death within her gaze grew increasingly vivid. "Master, I'm sorry. I fear I may not fulfill our pact." The remnants of her rationality emitted a fleeting lament before being cast aside, blood oozing from her eyes, nose, and mouth, a visceral manifestation of her brain's cries and struggles. Yet, these distractions were swiftly dismissed by Shenhua, including her agreement with Uchiha Madara. She understood Madara's implication that in times of crisis, one must forsake their companions to survive, but she found herself utterly incapable of such an act. D's steps faltered involuntarily, his mind unable to comprehend this behavior, yet his body recoiled instinctively from the impending death. The confidence that had once adorned his face was now replaced by madness, and this seemingly rational, yet truly deranged man, upon feeling fear encroach, resorted to increasingly frenzied actions as self-anesthesia. "Why? Am I afraid? Ha, I am indeed afraid." Shenhua remained oblivious to D's descent into madness. Her sole desire was to become the instrument through which death could be observed. The mystic eyes of death perception, capable of materializing the ephemeral concept of death, priceless, cherished, and lavish, describable by any number of rare terms, rendered its possessor inextricably linked to death itself. The death perceived by these mystical eyes transcended mere biological cessation. It encompassed the obliteration of abstract concepts. To transition from existence to non-existence, that is the true essence of death. In other words, the mystic eyes of death perception can annihilate all, including space, air, and deities, yet Shinyue's physical form and consciousness severely restricted its capabilities. To witness the death of entities, one must comprehend their demise. As a human, Shinyue could easily fathom biological death, but the moment she endeavored to perceive the death of transcendent entities, her humanity would begin to unravel. Thus, she instinctively constrained the power of her mystical eyes. Yet now, she relinquished all mental restraints to grasp the concept of death. Heedless of the consequences, indifferent to her own survival, her mind ignited, emitting a sound akin to a lament of an engine running at full throttle, and soon, Shinyue's body and persona would be utterly dismantled. As if aware of its host's proximity to death, the god tree, parasitically residing within Shinyue's consciousness, wailed and lamented, relinquishing its miserly nature in the face of mortality. It fervently infused Shinyue's body with the primal power of the god tree, constructing functions to harmonize with the mystical eyes, striving to heal her frantically operating brain. Simultaneously, the Senju bloodline that lay dormant within Shinyue began to awaken, resonating with the god tree's power. At the moment of realization, Shinyue precisely swung her blade, piercing Qianxia's abdomen. In an instant, the ominous purple receded from Qianxia's form, her breath returning to normal. At this, Di observed in terror, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. But now, such contemplation became moot. Before him, the small girl raised her head, her pale visage nearly obscured by blood. Yet her expression remained indifferent and frigid, resembling a malevolent specter demanding a life. Her eyes, crimson as blood yet suffused with iridescence, were exquisitely beautiful yet utterly chilling. Fear and instinct compelled his body to retaliate, yet Shinyue did not retreat. Her long blade glided along the death line of Di's weapon, effortlessly shattering the formidable sword forged from rare chakra-infused metal into countless fragments. "Monster! You wretched monster!" Di bellowed in fear and loathing, his facial muscles contorted in anguish, his voice echoing like that of a furious beast. Yet Shinyue's form and blade surged toward him in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Shinyue's instincts seemed solely attuned to slaughter. She understood that her body and mind teetered on the brink of collapse. Before that could occur, she had to eliminate this foe. Following the death line, she descended with her blade. The sound of flesh being cleaved by a sharp instrument resonated. The blade was a mere half-finger's breadth from the death line, yet Shinyue's motion halted as several hardened bone spikes erupted from Di's chest, piercing her body and impaling her hand that clutched the blade. Ha ha ha! As the bone spikes retracted into Di's torso, Shinyue's body fell to the ground. But this was not the end. Di withdrew a sharp bone blade from his back, using it to pierce Shinyue's abdomen, pinning her to the ground as if she were a butterfly skewered by a steel needle. I am indeed a member of that clan. However, since I have cut my hair short, few recognize me. Unwrapping the cloth from his forehead, Di revealed his full visage, crimson dots above his brows, red streaks at the corners of his eyes, and his signature white hair and azure eyes, coupled with the ability to manipulate his bones freely. It was evident that this man before them was a member of the Kagaya clan, awakened to the Shikatsumiyaku. You are all so foolish. Teeth are practically made of bone. After all, madness, frenzy, and arrogance, the cursed bloodline of the Kagaya clan flowed through his mind and body even after his defection. In this moment, Di utterly forgot the terrors of the Uchiha clan and the battlefield's carnage. Or perhaps, the allure of the gift before him far outweighed the cost. His focus was wholly captivated by those eerie yet breathtaking Sharingan. What did it matter if he was pursued by that terrifying man? Those eyes were worth it. Mr. Kamizuki, I shall accept your eyes. Time seemed to slow once more, as the hand of Di approached Kamizuki with excruciating slowness. At such a close distance, her sharp nails appeared poised to pierce Kamizuki's eyelids at any moment, extracting those extraordinarily precious orbs. Yet, despite still being able to perceive the threads of fate, The blood loss and bodily decay had drained Kamizuki of the strength necessary to sever those threads. Die. At this moment, she could hear and see nothing. Her ears filled only with the desperate wails of the divine tree, and the connection with that tree deepened uncontrollably. Die. Accompanied by this furious shout, Kamizuki's chakra surged unexpectedly, causing the grass on the orphanage's ground to tremble with its awakening. Soon, thick roots twisted and coiled like dragons ready to soar, erupting from the earth and swiftly growing into towering trees, even toppling rooftops and walls, transforming the entire orphanage into an ancient forest. Chapter 40. The Victory Gamble of Hashirama. Lord Hashirama, you must have lost again. Wait, I won. I actually won. In an underground casino of Konoha, the dealer let out a smug snicker, glancing at the black-haired gambler opposite him who was holding his breath in anticipation. With absolute confidence, he lifted the wooden cover concealing the dice, ready for today's 50 consecutive victories. In the casino, everyone knew that the illustrious first Hokage was, in fact, a once-in-a-millennium cash cow. There was no need for cheating, nor even for skill in gambling. Simply sitting across from him ensured a windfall, with no possibility of loss. This was a truth firmly established by the countless defeats Hashirama had faced at the gambling table. Who could have imagined that the legendary god of shinobi would be so fond of gambling, and so woefully unlucky at it? However, while such occurrences were rare, miracles occasionally transpired in this world. When the cover was lifted, the numbers on the dice revealed Hashirama as the victor, causing the dealer's smile to freeze. Utterly unable to believe his eyes, he blinked in disbelief, yet the outcome remained unchanged, leaving his mind buzzing as if the very ground had split beneath him. In that moment, the dealer's faith crumbled. Nothing in this world could be trusted anymore. How could such an extraordinary cash cow win at the gambling table? Was there any justice or law left in this world? How could this be possible? What? I actually won. Staring at the two mischievous dice on the table, Senju Hashirama widened his eyes in shock, holding his breath for several seconds. Unsavory memories replayed in his mind, and a sense of foreboding surged from the depths of his heart. Something was amiss. Surely, something terrible was about to occur. Realizing this, the previously carefree smile on Hashirama's face turned serious and alert. He pushed aside the dice and chips on the table, clasped his hands together, and activated his signature would-release jutsu. Would-release, would-clone technique behind Hashirama. Over a dozen would-clones rapidly manifested. These clones bore an identical appearance to Hashirama, and together with the original, they charged through the narrow underground casino, deftly avoiding people and obstacles, racing towards the village. Lord Hashirama, your money. The dealer, momentarily dazed by the spectacle, finally remembered that Hashirama had left without taking his winnings and hurriedly called after him. Yet, not a single one of the now vanished Hashiramas turned to acknowledge him. The bewildered dealer nudged a nearby villager, who was equally stunned, and asked, "What has happened in the village?" The villager scratched his head in thought and replied, "Nothing at all. Why did the Hokage run off without even taking his money? He never acts like this, not even when he loses everything." Perplexed, the dealer sighed and began to collect the chips and winnings left behind by Hashirama, preparing to return them upon their next meeting. On the streets of Konoha, passers-by were startled by the sudden emergence of Hashirama and his clones from underground. Their brows furrowed in confusion, eyes wide with astonishment, as they witnessed the numerous Hashiramas rushing in different directions with various purposes. The fervor of their haste was impossible to overlook. In the Senju district, Hokage Tower, Uchiha district, and Ninja Academy, Hashirama and his wood-clones surveyed the village's condition while racing towards the locations they feared might be under threat. Thanks to their remarkable speed and physical prowess, this large group of Hashirama quickly arrived at their intended destination. Tobarama, something is terribly wrong. Inside the Hokage Tower, Senju Hashirama kicked open the office door with a resounding bang. Inside, his brother, Senju Tobarama, who had been furiously correcting documents, glared at Hashirama with wide, furious red eyes, wishing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to cleave this gambling brother into pieces right then and there. However, Hashirama's next words doused him with cold water, bringing him back to a state of calm. "What? You want?" Tobarama paused, his red eyes betraying an unmistakable shock. While others might be unaware, as the younger brother knew all too well Hashirama's luck at gambling. The last time Hashirama had won, it was the day their father passed away. "I've sent the wood clones to patrol. How long will it take you to find them? Come with me." Tossing aside the documents in his hand, Tobarama closed his eyes and amplified his sensory abilities to the utmost. Noting that there were no unusual chakra signatures nearby, he resolutely placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to travel to various locations marked with his chakra. Meanwhile, the original Senju Hashirama burst into the Ninja Academy, locating Uchiha Madara, who was busy grading assignments in the teacher's office. Glancing at Hashirama, who had snuck off to gamble, Madara's eyes widened with a murderous glare, wishing he could summon his complete Susanoo to pierce this scoundrel right then and there. Yet, when he heard that Hashirama had won, even Madara found it hard to believe. You won? How is that possible? As a close friend, Madara was all too familiar with Hashirama's extraordinary luck at gambling. Whenever Hashirama won, calamity would invariably befall those around him. This is bad, Kamizuki. Recalling Kamizuki's solitary journey to the orphanage with Chika after school, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anxiety and urgency. The pen slipped from his hand, splattering chaotic ink across the paper, a grim omen filled with a bitter, dark foreboding. Hashirama, come with me. With that, Madara dashed towards the orphanage, and Hashirama hurriedly followed, their figures disappearing in a flash. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha and Senju districts, those alerted by Hashirama's wood clones, such as HK and Momoka, became vigilant. They gathered a large contingent of clan ninjas to search and investigate within Konoha village. And after finding nothing, they expanded their search radius. The remarkable speed and searching abilities of the ninjas soon converged on the orphanage at the outskirts of Konoha, where ninjas scattered across various locations moved towards the same objective. Brother, there are powerful intruders in the orphanage. As they approached the outskirts of the village, Senju Tobarama sensed an unusual flow of chakra emanating from the orphanage with his extraordinary perception. He immediately attempted to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, only to discover that the chakra imprint he had left behind at the orphanage had been destroyed. Who could be responsible for this? The thought that the orphanage, which he had painstakingly built with countless hours of dedication and affection, could be invaded by an external enemy, filled him with dread. The kind-hearted director of the orphanage and those innocent, adorable children were at great risk of suffering misfortune. A chill swept through Senju Hashirama's heart, and the sudden surge of sorrow and fury reddened his eyes. However, his expression quickly cooled, revealing the extent of his anger. At that moment, Senju Hashirama was filled with wrath. His gentle nature and innate good temper often led people to remember him for his kindness and compassion. Yet, when provoked, he unleashed a terrifying tempest of fury, akin to a raging storm. Those who angered him would inevitably bear the consequences of his divine wrath. In such a state, even Tobarama wished to avoid provoking him, especially given his own outrage towards the despicable intruder. To target defenseless ordinary people and children was an act of shameful depravity that made one's stomach churn. As the Senju brothers drew closer to the orphanage, they both instinctively halted their steps. In that fleeting moment, shock overwhelmed their anger. Their pupils constricted and their jaws tightened, leaving them momentarily speechless. In truth, there were very few things in this world capable of astonishing them to such an extent, but it was evident that what release was forever among them. Before them, the site that should have been the orphanage had been replaced by an ancient, lush forest, with only remnants of broken walls remaining. The verdant forest exuded an unusual vitality. Had it not been for the faint yet unmistakable presence of chakra that was certainly not Hashirama's wood release, one might not have suspected it to be a product of wood-style ninjutsu. Yet, it was that faint wood-release chakra that captivated and astonished Senju Hashirama, evoking a sense of intimacy that transcended even blood ties, a resonance that seemed to originate from the very soul, drawing him inexorably closer. Such a sensation was something he had only felt from one individual, and that person was. Senju Tobarama closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them again. His crimson pupils widened dramatically as, through his heightened perception, he discerned the source of that peculiar chakra. But how could this be possible? Why was it Susanoo? The blue chakra giant descended from the heavens, wielding 4 long blades, skillfully cleaving through the forest and carefully retrieving the girl hidden deep within. Kamizuki, cradling the bloodied child. Uchiha Madara's red Sharingan shone fiercely, his eyes ablaze with anguish and fury, threatening to incinerate the world around him. He had longed for Kamizuki to awaken her wood release. But now that this wish had finally been granted, his heart was consumed by boundless pain and regret. If this was the cost of awakening wood release, He would prefer that Kamizuki never endure such suffering. In the heart of Konoha, a desperate struggle ensued for the child. Ignoring the overwhelming shock of the fact that the one who awakened would release bore the Uchiha name, the Senju brothers were frantic. Uchiha Madara, fixated solely on the bloodied Kamizuki in his arms, immediately began to assess her injuries. Despite her gruesome exterior, covered in blood, the wounds on Kamizuki's body had already healed. She appeared intact, save for her tattered clothing and the evidence of her harrowing ordeal. Awakened not only by the wood-release chakra, but also by the Senju's renowned vast chakra reserves and remarkable recovery abilities, Kamizuki's body was indeed revitalized. However, this did not imply that her condition was free from peril. Within Kamizuki's consciousness, the withered god tree relentlessly drained her chakra, its roots grasping at her very essence in a desperate bid for survival. The depletion of her cellular and spiritual energy plunged Kamizuki into unconsciousness once more. This time, her chakra was nearly exhausted. Despite the awakening of her sage body, it could not satiate the tree's insatiable thirst. As a ninja's chakra dwindled completely, death loomed ominously. In that moment, Kamizuki's complexion turned ashen, her breath shallow, her body temperature plummeting, rendering her lifeless in Madara's embrace, unresponsive to his frantic calls. Kamizuki, witnessing the child he feared he might lose, Madara's gaze transformed into one of ferocity and madness, as he recklessly poured all his chakra into her. Initially, as his chakra flowed into her, Kamizuki's breathing and complexion improved slightly, but she remained unconscious, her temperature continuing to drop. Her furrowed brow and trembling form suggesting she was plunging deeper into an abyss of nightmares. In his panic, Madara clutched the ice-cold Kamizuki, acutely aware that she required a different warmth, something beyond his chilling chakra, like a freezing soul yearning for the embrace of warm water and sunlight. Hashirama, save her. Realizing this, Madara quickly turned to the stunned Senju Hashirama, who had been lost in the gravity of the revelation. The urgency in Madara's voice jolted Hashirama from his stupor. Yet, upon meeting Madara's pleading and desperate gaze, Hashirama felt as if struck by lightning, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a somber seriousness. He had never witnessed such vulnerability in Madara's expression. The proud Uchiha had never shown such a plea for mercy, even during the darkest times following Izuna's death. Yet now, Madara's eyes were filled with profound anguish and despair, a pain that cleaved through him, resonating within Hashirama's own heart. In that moment, Hashirama grasped the immense significance Kamizuki held for Madara. He could not allow Madara to lose someone so dear again. Determined, Hashirama resolved to save Kamizuki's life at all costs. Madara, what must I do? Transfer your chakra to her, quickly. Senju Hashirama took Kamizuki's lifeless body from Madara's arms, grasping her hand as he channeled his chakra into her. The wood-release chakra, imbued with the essence of life, gradually revived the withering god tree. While it could not entirely replenish its lost essence, it sparked the tree's indomitable will to survive, compelling it to absorb Hashirama's energy to foster the growth of new branches and leaves. As Hashirama's chakra flowed into Kamizuki, the Senju bloodline and would-release chakra within her, newly awakened, responded in a resonant call for kinship, echoing a harmonious resonance. This miraculous would-release resonance enveloped the surroundings. Grass and trees swayed, the forest sang, and vines erupted from the earth, while even the fruits on the branches ripened in response to this vibrant energy. This life-affirming force attracted even the most cautious birds and creatures, creating a scene of harmony and tranquility. As he gazed upon this miraculous sight, Senju Tobarama's expression gradually contorted. Wood release, a force that has driven the Senju clan into a fervor, has captivated him since his youth, leading him to study this power with unwavering dedication until today. It is the only bloodline, acknowledged by the ninja world, that can rival the Manjiki Sharingan. Now, right before him, it awakens within a Uchiha child, someone with whom he has always been at odds. It is a source of both elation and outrage, causing his very lungs to feel as if they might burst from the pressure of his ire. Not only his lungs, but the fury swelling in his mind nearly threatens to explode as Senju Tobarama glares at the unconscious face of Uchiha Shinwa, almost losing himself to madness as he desperately seeks to identify the source of her Senju lineage. That Sharingan is indisputable, and this newly manifested wood release is undeniably genuine. The truth is now abundantly clear. Uchiha Shinue must be a hybrid of Senju and Uchiha. Who would have thought? Tobirama, in all his meticulous calculations, never anticipated the treachery that could unfold beneath his very nose, nor did he foresee that someone could conspire with the enemy right under his watchful eye. Remarkable, indeed. He finds himself humbled by this well-concealed relative. Who could it be? As he watches Hashirama and Madara exerting every effort to save Shinue, Tobirama knows he must suppress his fury during this crucial moment. With his exceptional perceptive abilities, he uncovers the buried children and the director amidst the ruins and forest, along with the corpses of 3 defeated foes. Casting a disdainful glance at the gruesome remains of the enemies, Tobirama swiftly checks the condition of the unconscious director and children. Relieved to find that they are merely poisoned and in no immediate danger, and that the fainted Chika has not even been poisoned, her wounds fully healed, he exhales a sigh of relief. With no combatants in the orphanage, and realizing that it was Shinue who valiantly defeated the 3 assailants to protect everyone, Tobirama concedes that his previous view of her was somewhat skewed. He must admit, now that he knows the child bears the Senju bloodline and has awakened would release, he finds her much more agreeable. Thus, the infamous title of the wicked Uchiha brat can now be discarded. As for the 3 audacious foes who dared to attack the Konoha orphanage, Tobirama has no intention of letting them off lightly. He intends to extract memories and secrets from their corpses using ninjutsu, for they undoubtedly conceal much valuable information. However, the most pressing issue remains when the late-arriving Leaf Ninjas finally arrive at the orphanage, prepared to dismember the invaders. What confronts them instead is the orphanage replaced by the forest, and the sight of Hashirama channeling chakra to Shinue, alongside the undeniable resonance of wood release emanating from the 2. Wood release. The Senju ninjas are stunned, witnessing their lord Hashirama transfer chakra to a Uchiha child. If it were merely chakra transfer, it would be one thing. Everyone knows he has a fondness for children, but what is alarming is the clear resonance between their bloodlines and wood release. The Uchiha clan ninjas are equally astonished, seeing their Shinue not only unconscious but cradled in Hashirama's arms as he generously pours chakra into her. Strangely, a greenish aura surrounds her, which could only be the wood release of the Senju clan. The Leaf Ninjas are also taken aback. The much-anticipated new wood release wielder belongs to the Uchiha clan. Is there anything more ludicrous than this? The Uchiha must provide an explanation to the Senju. An elderly Senju with completely white hair trembles with rage, his eyes reflecting a shattered light. The thought that the wood release, which had been awaited for so many years and cultivated with such effort, has awakened in a Uchiha child nearly sends him into a fit. This statement ignites a powder keg among the Senju clan. A throng of elderly Senju, who had come merely to observe, now rush forward to confront Madara, shouting, "Madara Uchiha? Why has Shinue awakened wood release? She must possess Senju blood. Whose child is she? Don't tell me you don't know." A group of enraged Senju elders shakily points at Madara and Shinue, their voices rising in a cacophony of accusations amidst the pitying gazes of onlookers. Seeing these ancient elders, Tobirama senses impending trouble. These individuals are bound to cause chaos. Yet, their questions align with his own. He hesitates for a moment. But when Madara turns his gaze upon the elders with a chilling intensity, Tobirama realizes it is over. Whether it concerns the child's origins or the fate of these elders, it is all but finished. And so what? A cold smile plays on Madara's lips as he gazes at Shinue, her body returning to normal, warmth flickering in his eyes. However, as he turns to the Senju elders, only malevolence remains. Uchiha Madara. The furious Senju elder cannot contain himself, uttering Madara's full name, but in an instant, Madara responds with a resolute and icy glare that transports the elder back to the battlefields of the warring states, reminding him of the fearsome reputation and strength of the Shura. Simultaneously, the Uchiha ninjas spring into action under the leadership of Hano, forming a wall of black-clad Uchiha ninjas, effectively separating the 2 factions. Under Madara's murderous gaze and the scrutiny of countless Sharingan, the proud Senju elder retracts his defiance, murmuring in a subdued tone, "Since she has awakened wood release, this child should belong to the Senju." At this proclamation, the entire Senju clan erupts in an uproar, disregarding Madara's intimidating presence as they surge forward, confronting the Uchiha clan. Regardless of Shinyu's surname, she is now a treasure of the Senju clan. Having awakened the chakra of wood release, they desperately need a successor for wood release. You Senju clan are resorting to kidnapping children. How shameless. It is you Uchiha who are shameless. With so many Sharingan, how can you begrudge us the few who wield would release? You should return the child to us. Come and take her if you dare. Tensions escalate as the two clans glare at one another, akin to bickering spouses on the brink of conflict. With only a moment separating them from violence. Everyone, cease this at once. As the atmosphere thickens with hostility, Tobirama, Hashirama, and Hano exchange worried glances. Amidst the stunned and perplexed Senju and Uchiha, Takahara pushes through to Shinyu's side. Observing Shinyu's unconscious form, she reaches out with trembling fingers, gently wiping away the blood from her face, cleaning the stains from her body, her eyes brimming with tears. This heartbroken mother can no longer hold back. Tears stream down her cheeks in torrents. More than the coveted would release or Sharingan, she cares for Shinyue's safety above all. Shinyue is my child. Chapter 42. The ongoing battle for the child. Shinyue is my child. This declaration sends shockwaves through the crowd, eliciting gasps akin to a tsunami. No one anticipated that this child, clearly a product of two clans, would have a mother from the esteemed third house of the Senju clan. Senju Tuka, a formidable figure within her clan, held a status and strength second only to the Senju brothers. Even though she had recently transitioned from the Hokage's personal guard to the ninja academy, her authority within both her family and the village remained unscathed. Among the younger female ninjas, Tuka commanded considerable popularity and influence, her reputation and gravitas forged through countless battles, leaving no doubt regarding her loyalty to the Senju clan. This identity was not merely prestigious. The scandal that erupted was nothing short of sensational. The elders of the Senju clan turned a shade of green with fury, glaring at Tuka with the contempt reserved for traitors. The leading elder, his fingers trembling, widened his bleary eyes to the size of saucers, his teeth grinding like iron as he prepared to unleash his wrath. Just when the onlookers feared he might succumb to the shock, he finally steadied himself and shouted, "Senju Tuka, how could you be so shameless? What do you intend to do to the Senju clan with such actions?" His words ignited the tempers of the other elders, who, enraged, cast their scornful glares at the pale-faced Tuka, each eager to contribute to the chorus of condemnation aimed at this audacious traitor. Indeed, what a disgrace. Alas, the misfortune of our household. Senju Tuka, you consort with the enemy clan. From this day forth, you shall no longer be considered one of us. They lamented, we chose a husband for you. And out of respect, we refrained from forcing you into marriage. Yet you betray us by engaging with a member of the Uchiha. Had we known this would occur, we should have bound you to the nuptial chamber. Such venomous slander pierced Tuka's heart like a sharp blade, each word a heavy thrust. Reflecting on how these very individuals had once been her family, whom she fought valiantly to protect on the battlefield, her heart twisted in agony. As if a great force within her sought to tear apart her heart and faith. As she faced a barrage of misfortune, Tuka began to struggle for breath. Her vision darkening. Grasping Shingetsu's hand tightly, tears streamed down her face, the despair within her threatening to overflow. In this era, women were subjected to relentless scrutiny. Even a powerful and esteemed kunoichi like Tuka was deemed unworthy of pursuing her own desires and love, regardless of strength or talent. The obligation imposed upon female ninjas was to marry the husbands arranged by their families and bear numerous children to enhance the clan's strength. This fate had been imposed upon countless women, including the mothers of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Yet, such a destiny was what Tuka deeply abhorred and feared. She had hoped that with the establishment of Konoha, she, as a clan kunoichi, might finally escape this tragic fate, but it seemed she remained ensnared in its grasp. With a powerful fire release technique, 4 fire dragons surged forth from each direction, crashing down upon the incessantly chattering elders of the Senju clan, creating 4 deep craters at their feet. The elders, caught off guard by the intense heat, were knocked to the ground as their finely crafted garments and white hair caught flame, forcing them to douse themselves in water, some even rolling on the ground in desperation. In that instant, these proud elders of the Senju clan, once dignified, were reduced to the appearance of comical, bald beggars. "Go ahead, shout again," roared Uchiha Hayakari, his blood-red Sharingan glaring fiercely, his expression twisted like that of a demon, stepping forward to confront the elders who dared to belittle his kin. Standing protectively in front of Senju Tuka, he shielded her from the hostile gazes of the crowd, his crimson eyes fixed on anyone who dared to scrutinize them. "Shingetsu is also my child. If you wish to harm her, you must first contend with me. Uchiha Hayakari, how could it be you? The elders, thoroughly humiliated, gazed in disbelief at this unexpected revelation. Their decaying minds could hardly comprehend the scene before them. For Uchiha Hayakari was none other than the sworn enemy Tuka had faced on the battlefield. How could one find companionship with their adversary? The onlookers shifted their attention from Hayakari to Senju Tuka, then to Shingetsu, the child in question. The identities of the child's parents were now revealed. And rather than harboring doubts, many in the crowd began to support the pairing of the third heirs of the Senju and Uchiha clans, deeming it rather fitting. In a corner, Senju Tobarama struggled to catch his breath, nearly choking on his own disbelief. His chest felt as if it might explode. Fueled by a mixture of anger towards the elders and exasperation at Tuka's actions, he observed the pained expression and protective demeanor of Uchiha Hayakari, alongside the existence of their child, leading him to rationally suspect that the two had been involved long before the founding of the village. Tuka was his cousin. Raised in their household after her father's death, their bond akin to that of siblings. Yet, how could this beloved sister figure be entangled with Uchiha Hayakari, resulting in the birth of a child? Tobarama looked skyward, grappling with his own existential crisis. He recalled his brother, Hashirama, and his disciple, and now his sister, all entwined in this treacherous web. A profound sense of desolation washed over him. What kind of enchantment had the Uchiha cast upon them, drawing them into such a predicament? However, at this moment, Tobarama had a multitude of pressing questions for his sister. It is one thing to be involved with Uchiha Hayakari, but why bring a child into this world? If you chose to secretly bear a child, why not bring them home? And if you chose not to, why send the child to Uchiha Madara? Given his propensity to raise disciples as daughters, how could you expect to reclaim your child now? In this chaotic world, one could only hope for an explosion. As Tobarama inwardly cursed, he caught sight of Tuka's trembling shoulders and the unconscious form of his niece, and despite his frustration, his heart softened. Enough, cease this uproar, he declared, casting a cold glance at the gathered crowd of spectators and the irate Senju and Uchiha clans. What of your duties? Are you abandoning them? Return to your tasks at once. Upon witnessing Tobarama's stern demeanor, the majority of the villagers, valuing their lives, hurried back to the village. It was not that they lacked interest in the sensational events unfolding, but one needed the strength to partake in such spectacles. Regrettably, those with such self-awareness were few. As the crowd dispersed like a tide, the elders of the Senju clan remained obstinate, unwilling to retreat, and their refusal only further entrenched the Uchiha clan's resolve to stand their ground. With a throbbing headache, Senju Tobarama longed to deliver a swift and lethal strike to this troublesome old man. He had harbored disdain for this pompous elder who flaunted his seniority for far too long, yet he had refrained from acting against him out of familial loyalty. However, this man exhibited an alarming lack of self-awareness. Despite being a relic of the past, he dared to court trouble at every turn. Oh, the misfortune of our clan. What price must be paid for the Uchiha clan to relinquish the child to us? At that moment, Tobarama's feelings were beyond mere frustration. His crimson eyes, bloodshot with rage, glared fiercely at this reckless elder, wishing to flay him alive for all the chaos he had caused. Such a foolish ally. How could one be burdened with such a foolish ally? Oh, sage of six paths, send me an Uchiha to rid me of this insufferable fool. Old man, it seems you have a death wish. Uchiha Honkai bellowed in fury, lunging forward to seize the reckless Senju elder by the throat, his nails digging mercilessly into the flesh, exerting a grip as unyielding as steel. Quickly, the old man's eyes rolled back, froth escaping his lips, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. Tobarama glanced at the spectacle, knowing that Honkai had not truly killed the elder. Once the man had suffered sufficiently, he casually feigned concern and instructed Honkai to release him. Observing the elder's pitiful state, the elders of the Senju clan, though red-faced with indignation, dared not provoke the enraged Uchiha any further. Their sudden silence brought a sense of satisfaction to Tobarama. If only they could maintain such decorum within the clan. He understood the audacity of these elders stemmed from the presence of his brother, Hashirama Senju. Alas, they failed to comprehend the depth of Hashirama's feelings for Uchiha Madara. To expect Hashirama to reclaim the child from Madara was nothing short of a delusion. In a meditative state, Uchiha Madara remained oblivious to Tobarama's inner musings. In fact, aside from the unconscious Shingetsu and her shallow breaths, he could perceive no other sound or movement. much to the fortune of the Senju clan. Had he heard Tobarama's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly reduced these elders to mere pulp, for he teetered on the brink of madness. Indifferent to the bonds of Konoha or the Senju clan, consumed solely by an insatiable desire for annihilation. Master under the infusion of chakra and vitality from Hashirama. Shingetsu's closed eyelids fluttered before she struggled to open her eyes, revealing two swirling black tomo within her crimson irises, reflecting Madara's gaunt figure. Shingetsu. Madara's heart swelled with uncontainable joy as the dimness in his eyes reignited with light. He grasped her small hand, feeling its warmth return, as Taohua and Honkai joyfully rushed to her side. Mother, Father Taohua could not suppress her tears once more, but this time, they were tears of relief and joy. Meanwhile, Honkai, who had maintained a facade of composure, suddenly broke down, covering his face with his hands and weeping uncontrollably. Is everyone all right? Is Chika and the orphanage safe? Straining to recognize the faces before her, Shingetsu blinked in confusion, recalling fragments of her memories before her unconsciousness. She turned to Madara, anxiously inquiring about their well-being. They are all unharmed. You protected them. That wonderful, a fragile smile graced her lips, but as memories of their prior agreement resurfaced, the smile vanished. Sensing Madara's unease, she spoke softly, filled with remorse. Master, I'm sorry. You have done nothing wrong. It is I who failed to protect you, Shingetsu. I am the one who should apologize. Shingetsu gently shook her head, seemingly disagreeing with his sentiment. A weariness that threatened to unravel her being washed over her. She felt herself slipping away, as if descending into the depths of darkness. Before she closed her eyes once more, she mustered her remaining strength to ask, I'm so tired, can we go home? Yes, we shall return home. Chapter 43. The tragic first defeat of wood release farming as her consciousness teetered on the brink of complete oblivion. Shingetsu's final sensation was that of Madara lifting her into his arms. Though the voices of Honkai, Taohua, and some unfamiliar individuals echoed around her, they sounded muffled, as if drowned by the noise of passing carriages. She was uncertain how she had endured, her awareness fragmented, part of her still present, while another part was lost. Her body felt cleaved in two. One half was endlessly extracted, while the other was subjected to relentless shattering and reconstruction. Even in the depths of her unconsciousness, pain persisted. Amidst this seemingly endless agony, her consciousness sank deeper, falling, until it reached the very bottom of her soul. When her disordered awareness regained clarity, Shingetsu found herself standing at the bottom of a consciousness sea, seemingly abandoned by time. In this desolate expanse, a singular, peculiar tree firmly rooted itself. Unlike before, Shingetsu could now distinctly sense the tree's growth. It had transformed from a mere sapling into a small tree. Measuring it with her hand, she realized that the once diminutive tree now towered over her, yet it was not particularly dense or tall. Instead, it stood upright, resembling the nascent form of a towering tree. After absorbing sufficient chakra and life force from Hashirama, the tree had entered a new growth cycle, basking in the gentle light. Its branches adorned with lush green foliage. As Shingetsu approached, the stillness of the consciousness space was punctuated by the rustling of leaves, as if welcoming her presence. Gazing upon this vexing plant that had caused her so much hardship, Shingetsu found that her animosity had dissipated. She no longer felt the urge to fell it. Through the trials of this crisis, she discovered a newfound kinship with this annoying tenant. Though the tree was miserly and often stirred up trouble, it had undeniably saved her life and bestowed upon her formidable power. In that regard, this stingy tree was far more benevolent than any capitalist, for it had offered her substantial returns for her efforts. Moreover, their lives were inextricably intertwined. Contemplating this, Shingetsu reached out, gently caressing the tree's rough bark, reminiscent of fish scales, and reflected on this companion that shared her roots and grew alongside her. A sense of vague sentimentality welled within her. You've grown as well. When Shingetsu finally awoke from her prolonged slumber, she found herself back in her bedroom, covered by a blanket and cradling a black cat plushie. A warm, damp cloth rested upon her forehead. Outside, a gentle breeze flowed, and the sun shone brightly. Everything seemed peaceful, as if the brutal battles lingering in her mind had merely been a nightmare. Lying in bed, Shinua felt as though she had withered away. Her mind clouded and her eyes hazy, resembling a pear blossom on the verge of wilting in a storm. Yet, her chest heaved violently, and in that moment of awakening, She could not discern whether she was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. Her unfocused gaze struggled to fixate on the air above, revealing only a vast expanse of grayish-white. After some time, she finally recognized that the ashen void was, in fact, the ceiling above her. After a moment of labored breathing, Shinue summoned some strength to attempt to rise from her bed. However, when her scattered vision refocused, she was startled to find herself surrounded by a crimson haze. These ominous markings, more vivid and distinct than ever before, seemed to taint her sight with darkened blood. Alongside the wave of dizziness that crashed over her, a piercing pain returned to her body, churning her insides into chaos. As blackness threatened to engulf her vision, the world spun wildly, and her limbs, having mustered some strength, now felt utterly drained, as if they could no longer support her own weight. Instinctively, she wished to cry out, but her feeble body could not muster a whisper, her throat too raw to produce sound. At this critical juncture, an unfamiliar yet profoundly comforting force surged through her veins, emanating from her very core, alleviating the pain, dispelling the dizziness, and suppressing the sudden upheaval of her Sharingan. With astonishing swiftness, Shinue's body, which had seemed on the brink of disintegration, was revitalized as if every part had been replaced anew. When she opened her eyes once more, the apocalyptic landscape before her had entirely vanished. The cool energy within her veins not only healed her weakened body, but also dispelled the lethargy in her limbs, enabling Shinue to rise from her bed. Vague memories of the moments preceding her unconsciousness floated back to her, and she gazed down at her hands with a sense of bewilderment. Have I truly awakened my wood release? The mere thought of this rare and powerful bloodline manifesting within her felt akin to winning the lottery, filling her heart with joy, disbelief, and an exhilarating sense of elation. The Senju clan had long yearned for the awakening of wood release, and now it had manifested in her. How delightful it would be to share this news with Tobarama, who might find it quite vexing. With a chuckle, Shinue prepared to experiment with her newfound powers, her gaze sweeping across the room before settling on a few wilting plants on the balcony. Wood release is a technique that allows one to channel their chakra as nourishment, hastening the growth of dormant plants. Approaching the balcony, she reached out toward the ailing greenery, channeling her chakra into them. Upon feeling the flow of chakra, she was taken aback by its vibrant warmth, a stark contrast to the chilling sensation she had previously experienced. This warmth confirmed her realization. She had indeed awakened her wood release. Soon, the lively chakra coursed through her hands and into the once dying plants. Controlling her chakra, she urged the plants to grow rapidly, shaping them according to her subconscious desires. In no time, the feeble plants shed their desiccated leaves and branches, sprouting lush vines and vibrant green foliage, stretching joyfully toward the sunlight. What had once been small plants confined to their pots now overflowed, threatening to dominate the entire balcony. Not only that, but tiny fruits began to dangle from the branches, soon transforming into plump, enticing berries. This is a strawberry. Shinue's eyes sparkled at the sight of the radiant red berries, and she could not suppress her salivation, her sweet tooth igniting at the delightful temptation. Unsure of how long she had slept, she felt ravenous, unable to resist plucking a strawberry to savor. Yet, as she beheld the delectable fruit, a moment of hesitation washed over her. Could the fruits born of wood release truly be edible? Pondering the unnatural growth process of the strawberries, she shook her head in concern, thinking she ought to test them before indulging. However, as the sweet aroma wafted to her nostrils and memories of strawberry's sweet tart flavor flooded her mind, her consciousness snapped back just in time for her to pop a large strawberry into her mouth, instinctively biting down. The sweet and tangy burst of flavor overwhelmed her senses, pushing her worries aside as she savored the strawberry's delightful taste. The fragrance enveloped her, awakening her appetite, and she became utterly engrossed in devouring the strawberries, oblivious to the fact that they were the fruits of wood release. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and the figures of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama appeared. Upon seeing Shinue awake at last, their expressions shifted from shock to pure joy. Madara dashed forward, disappearing in an instant before reappearing before Shinue, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Caught off guard by the force of his hold, Shinue felt as though she might be crushed. Yet sensing his trembling form filled her heart with remorse. She extended her free hand, struggling to pat Madara's shoulder. "Master, I'm all right." Madara offered no response, merely tightening his embrace. Tobarama, having witnessed his niece awaken after nearly a month of slumber, felt a swell of happiness. However, upon noticing the peculiar fruit in her grasp and the juice glistening at the corner of her mouth, as well as the unmistakable signs of wood release, he let out a cry of despair, rushing forward to interrupt the touching scene. "Shinue, you cannot eat those fruits produced by wood release. Spit it out. Cannot eat." Staring at the visibly anxious Tobarama, Shinue felt her mind go blank. She turned her head to glance at the half-eaten strawberry she held, recalling that she had already consumed the others. Her stomach churned, and it felt as though the world were collapsing around her. No wonder Tobarama had never used wood release for agriculture. It turned out he simply could not cultivate it. Chapter 44. Kitchen Alchemy with Tobarama the Chef. The fact that the fruits born of wood release were inedible was something Tobarama had confirmed through personal experience, and the painful memories still haunted him. In his youth, upon awakening his wood release, the first thing he did was to cultivate a vast field of rice-like grains. Though Tobarama had teased him about resembling a farmer rather than a ninja, to him, filling his belly with food was far more enjoyable than using wood to harm others. If wood release could truly nourish, he would gladly spend his life as a farmer. Regrettably, the subsequent events dealt a devastating blow to Hashirama, shattering his dreams of becoming a farmer completely. After the exuberant young Hashirama and his equally joyful Senju companions toiled to harvest rice, they found that the grains, though resembling rice in appearance and cooking smoothly, turned out to be inedible. Upon consuming this rice, they discovered it to be dry and hard, akin to the bark of ancient trees, with a texture that was utterly maddening. Despite the horrid taste, the group persevered, compelled to eat for several days. In the midst of the chaos and poverty of those times, having anything to eat felt like a luxury, leaving them no room for further desires. Unfortunately, this led to dire consequences. After several days, the most affected, Hashirama, was diagnosed with malnutrition, while the ordinary Senju clan members fared even worse, suffering not only from malnutrition but also from an excess of yang energy and would release chakra, which dangerously activated their bodies, nearly incapacitating them. According to the meticulous investigation conducted later by the esteemed scientist Tobarama Senju, the plants cultivated through wood release were confirmed to possess only the semblance of fruit. While they temporarily alleviated hunger, they were devoid of any nutritional value and could not be digested, essentially akin to consuming dirt or air. Even more alarming was the fact that Hashirama had infused these fruits with a significant amount of chakra and yang energy, while he himself suffered only mild malnutrition. The consequences for others consuming them could be catastrophic. It was evident that even the Senju clan members struggled to endure, making it clear that the fate of ordinary people consuming such food would be grim. In essence, consuming the wood release-produced grains was akin to ingesting chakra, ineffective in small amounts and intolerable in excess, rendering the experience utterly futile. Having learned from Hashirama's misfortune, Shinjitsu resolved to expel the strawberries she had just ingested to avoid the adverse effects of wood release. However, this left her in a precarious state, barely clinging to life. Weakly resting her head on the dining table, she awaited whatever culinary concoctions the diligent Uchiha Madara and Hashirama could muster, her heart fluttering with a mix of hope and anxiety. Shinjitsu was acutely aware of Madara's lack of culinary skills. His ignorance was profound, leaving her to place her hopes solely on Hashirama. As seconds turned to minutes, the duo in the kitchen grew increasingly fervent in their efforts. The sound of chopping echoed like thunder, and the sizzling of oil erupted in a cacophony. Gradually, an acrid burnt odor wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by billowing black smoke and erratic flames that sometimes leapt higher than a person, mingled with murmurings of fire and wood release. Shinjitsu was taken aback, startled by the chaos, wondering if their kitchen was on the verge of explosion. The commotion made her feel as though they were conducting alchemical experiments rather than cooking. Fortunately, Shinjitsu's kitchen withstood the culinary antics of these two formidable individuals, emerging intact, though the food they produced was far from fortunate. When the charred remnants were finally presented at the table, resembling a mushy mess, Shinjitsu couldn't help but grimace. Consuming such a dish might well send a person soaring into the afterlife. Reluctant to hasten her departure from the world, Shinjitsu quietly pushed aside the failed concoction. Gazing up with wide, innocent eyes at the soot-covered Madara and the perspiring Hashirama, her expression conveying a singular thought. "You intend to serve this to a patient?" The three exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. It was hardly fair to blame the two, Their willingness to attempt cooking was already commendable. In the Uchiha clan, it was customary for the cook to prepare meals for them, and no one would dare allow the clan leader, Madara, to enter the kitchen. As for Hashirama, household chores and cooking were traditionally managed by Tobarama. Wait a moment, I shall return shortly. Spotting the charred food, Hashirama suddenly had a brilliant idea. If he couldn't cook, he should summon someone who could. With that thought, he stepped outside and clapped his hands, summoning a colossal wooden dragon that coiled upwards from the ground. The dragon soared into the sky with remarkable speed, and Hashirama leaped onto its head, racing toward the Hokage building amidst the astonished gasps of the Uchiha clan. Before long, Hashirama returned atop the wooden dragon, astonishingly accompanied by Tobarama himself. In the incredulous stares of Madara and his apprentice, Hashirama beamed with delight, clapping Tobarama on the shoulder and pushing him forward, exuding confidence in his abilities. Tobarama was indeed an excellent cook, so there was no doubt he would succeed. With a face as dark as the charred food on the table, Tobarama snapped a brush in half in frustration, his tightly furrowed brow appearing ready to crush a fly. You pulled me from the Hokage building just to cook for this little brat? However, the awakening of Shinjitsu from her stupor was significant news, and Hashirama's idea turned out to be quite astute. Shinjitsu, visibly distressed at the sight of Tobarama, was on the verge of tears, feeling that having him cook for her was a fate worse than eating strawberries. Please, Hashirama, spare me. I'm just a child. Madara's expression twisted in exasperation. It was undeniable that Hashirama possessed a peculiar talent for creating chaos, an ability to elicit frustration from everyone around him. With Tobarama reluctantly thrust into the role of caregiver, he deftly handled the ingredients and prepared porridge, simultaneously tidying up the kitchen that had been left in disarray. His domestic prowess was astonishing, leaving Shinjitsu wide-eyed with amazement. Soon, the warm aroma of the porridge enveloped the room, filling it with a comforting essence. Curiosity piqued, Shinjitsu leaned in to observe as Tobarama meticulously chopped green onions. That is a bit odd. Returning to her seat, Shinjitsu sat up straight, only to glance over again after a moment. Tobarama was now adding seasoning, which struck her as peculiar. Really strange, just one more look. As Tobarama prepared to fry an egg as a side dish, he caught sight of Shinjitsu's gaze, which resembled that of someone witnessing a divine miracle. His forehead tensed, and his face paled before turning green. The egg cracked in his hand, plopping into the pan with a sizzle. Indeed, even with his wood-release abilities, this child had an uncanny knack for inciting irritation. But despite his thoughts, Tobarama skillfully maneuvered the kitchenware, precisely controlling the heat. Though he was the son of the Senju clan leader, he and Hashirama did not lack for servants. However, cooking was a passion of his, and due to his fastidious nature, he preferred to handle his own affairs without outside interference. The members of the Senju clan were often rather careless, and compared to him, their cooking was subpar and their cleaning inadequate. These reasons ultimately led Tobarama to assume the majority of household responsibilities. However, if one were to question who reaped the most benefits, it would undoubtedly be Senju Hashirama. Whether it was the delectable meals or the pristine surroundings, all these advantages ultimately culminated in Hashirama's enjoyment. Amidst the enticing aromas, perfectly fried eggs and velvety hot kanji were presented before Kamizuki. The egg whites were tender, the yolk rich and runny, cooked to sheer perfection, while the kanji was smooth, each grain distinct, releasing an alluring rice fragrance that made one's mouth water just from the scent. The culinary skills praised highly by Senju Hashirama were indeed well-deserved. After a prolonged period of hunger, Kamizuki could hardly contain her anticipation. Yet the consideration that the chef was Senju Tobarama made the decision to eat or abstain a significant dilemma. With no poison present, she decided to indulge. Senju Tobarama, with his striking blood-red eyes, perceptively noted Kamizuki's inner turmoil, subtly shaking his head before retreating to the kitchen, where he proceeded to wash all the utensils, regardless of their previous usage. Uchiha Madara, taken aback by the unexpected sight of the troublesome Senju engaging in household chores, could not help but contort his expression, staring at Tobarama with a look of disbelief. Meanwhile, Kamizuki, after much mental struggle, could not resist the allure of the food or the pangs of hunger. Cautiously, she scooped a spoonful of kanji and brought it to her lips. It was delightful. The kanji was perfectly simmered, each grain smooth and refreshing, while the fried egg, lightly drizzled with soy sauce, was golden and offered a savory and crispy sensation. In the face of such culinary delights, Kamizuki momentarily forgot that this meal was prepared by Senju Tobarama. Joyfully, she paired the fried egg with the kanji, savoring each bite. However, after only a few mouthfuls, she encountered a mushroom-like substance. Upon inspecting the kanji, she indeed discovered sliced shiitake mushrooms within. Ah, shiitake! Kamizuki, how could you be so picky? Just as she contemplated discreetly spitting out the mushrooms, Senju Hashirama unexpectedly patted her head, a familiar expression of gentle coaxing gracing his features. Aren't shiitake mushrooms delightful? Come, try a bit. Ah, why are both of them intent on remedying her pickiness? This is a terminal condition, one that cannot be cured. Chapter 45. The misfortunes of nobility and the pressure of marriage. Kamizuki sipped the hot kanji, while beside her, Senju Hashirama observed her with keen interest, his bright eyes fixated on her much like a devoted caretaker watching over a beloved pet. Under his expectant gaze, she reluctantly consumed a slice of shiitake, swallowing it with great difficulty, clearly indicating her unwillingness to take another bite. Do you truly despise shiitake so much? Senju Hashirama muttered in confusion, noting Kamizuki's furrowed brows. Reminiscent of an unhappy cat, he felt an urge to tease her, but just as he reached out to pat her head, the heated exchange between Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama, which resembled more of a quarrel than a discussion, captured his full attention. Their argument undoubtedly revolved around Kamizuki, whose mixed heritage posed a significant concern. However, as the topic shifted to her future, the atmosphere grew tense, charged with a palpable sense of conflict. Are you planning to confine her? What about the Ninja Academy? Are you denying her the chance to continue her education? Realizing that Uchiha Madara intended to restrict Kamizuki to the Uchiha clan's domain, Senju Tobarama's brow furrowed tightly, his discontent evident as he glared at Madara with eyes sharp as a hawk's, as if he could slice through the air with a mere glance. Uchiha Madara, let me remind you, it has been quite a while since you attended school. Say what you will. However, this line of reasoning had no effect on Uchiha Madara, who merely curled his lips in a cold, sarcastic smile. Only when his gaze fell upon the obediently sipping Kamizuki did his expression soften, revealing a tenderness akin to that of one gazing upon a fragile infant. This affection sent a shiver down Senju Tobarama's spine, as he sensed the depths of Madara's madness intensifying. Kamizuki will only be safe by my side. Having already lost Izuna and nearly lost Kamizuki, Uchiha Madara, now beset by severe anxiety, longed to confine her within his possession, taking her wherever he went. Yet, Senju Tobarama could not possibly agree with this notion. He could not allow the next generation of the Senju clan to fall under Uchiha Madara's complete control. As for Senju Hashirama, he did not wish to witness his dear friend's growing obsession. May I interject a word or two? Observing the imminent clash between his beloved brother and dear friend, Hashirama felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as he meekly attempted to mediate, only to be met with the simultaneous rebuke from both a furious Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara. Eldest brother, step aside. It's none of your business, Hashirama. With a resigned sigh, Senju Hashirama obediently stepped back, sulking as if he were a large mushroom crouched in a corner. Kamizuki, sitting beside him, regarded this scene with surprise, inwardly criticizing him. How can this man, the god of ninjas and the first Hokage, possess no authority whatsoever? After consuming a few spoonfuls of hot kanji, Kamizuki gradually regained her strength and cognitive faculties, finally gathering the energy to fully recall the details of the attack. She remembered the unconscious children from the orphanage and the severely injured Chika. Although she felt she had already inquired about this, her heart remained uneasy, prompting her to hastily set down her bowl and anxiously ask, "What happened to the orphanage? Is Chika all right? And those 3 individuals who sent them? Do not worry. Thanks to you, everyone is safe." Observing the substantial amount of kanji still left in her bowl, Senju Hashirama quickly urged her back into her seat, placing the bowl and utensils back in her hands while patiently answering her questions. The orphanage is fine. The building was rebuilt long ago. Chika's injuries have healed. She is back at school now. As for those 3 individuals, as he spoke of the trio responsible for the attack on the orphanage, a cold glint flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a warm and gentle smile. Rest assured, we have already dealt with it. Following the attack on the orphanage, the Leaf Village, functioning as a formidable military entity, showcased extraordinary capabilities. Utilizing the intelligence networks of various ninja clans and interrogating the corpses of the 3 attackers, they swiftly uncovered the financial exchange and its employers lurking behind the trio. Of course, they also unveiled the prominent daimyos of the 5 great nations hidden behind them. During the month of Kamizuki's unconsciousness, the furious Uchiha Madara led a group of red-eyed Uchiha, dismantling all money exchanges within the Land of Fire. He even personally visited the capital of the daimyos. His loyalty was evident as he orchestrated a change of power within the Land of Fire in the span of just a week. And during the inauguration ceremony of the new daimyo, he summoned the complete Susanoo to demolish the entire castle as a form of congratulation. It is believed that, having experienced the might of the Shura of the ninja world, the new daimyo of the Land of Fire will not follow in the unfortunate footsteps of his ill-fated father, who met his demise in a mysterious fire. As for the daimyos of the other 4 great nations, they too faced unfortunate mishaps, with the severity of their misfortunes corresponding to the amounts they had paid in the bounties. The most unfortunate met their end, while the luckiest were merely ousted from their thrones, losing their grasp on power, a fate likely more tormenting for a daimyo than death itself. Within this month, under the wrath of the 2 strongest individuals, the daimyos of the 5 great nations finally grasped the true meaning of living on borrowed time and the shifts of eras. The tactics that once filled them with pride, using monetary gains to incite conflict among various clans, were rendered utterly ineffective in the face of the newly formed Ninja Village Coalition. Given that nearly the entire nation of ninja clans has been integrated under the formidable leadership of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no matter how generous the daimyo may be with their offerings, the remaining ninja clans dare not provoke this colossal entity. Moreover, with these 2 titans in place, only the aristocratic daimyo, whose minds have been clouded by power and arrogance, would dare to challenge their authority. However, the consequences of such folly are evidently beyond their comprehension. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have inadvertently ushered in a new awakening. Whether established or in the process of being founded, the ninja villages have undergone a profound transformation in their understanding of the system of one nation, one village, and the aristocratic daimyo who have long held dominion over them. In the past, under the inertia of a millennium of deference to the daimyo, they might have willingly bowed their heads in submission. Yet now, each shadow must contemplate whether to approach the daimyo armed with fists and ninja tools, and whether to eliminate him should he prove disobedient, subsequently installing a more compliant leader. As Hashirama pondered the myriad events of the past month, the discord between Madara and Tobirama reached a new juncture. The village's borders would soon be fortified with dedicated barriers for protection. In an effort to convince Madara, Tobirama revealed the future plans for the village. Even prior to the assault on the orphanage, he had conceived the idea of establishing barriers, but had been hindered by the village's mundane matters. However, the current circumstances necessitated the establishment of such barriers. Over the past month, the village had become too ostentatious, incurring countless enemies. To shield the civilians and prevent spies from infiltrating the village, Konoha urgently required a protective barrier. Amongst the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques, stood out as the optimal choice for erecting these barriers. Our allies and relatives from the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, would come to Konoha to establish and maintain the barriers, with the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido, also making an appearance. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki Mido, Hashirama's complexion paled instantly. He slumped onto the table, gesturing weakly towards Tobirama. Could we possibly have someone else? What are you so troubled about? Mido is the strongest of the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan, both publicly and privately. There is no reason to refuse her. Tobirama's forehead twitched with irritation as he shot a fierce glare at his brother, having mentally berated him countless times. Madara has not opposed this. Why are you, Hashirama, so hastily rejecting it? Ugh, you traitorous fool. But Tobirama, as a widower with a son, how could I possibly wed the princess of the Uzumaki clan? Wouldn't he that be wasting her time? The Book of Formation explicitly states that Mido came to Konoha to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, based on the timeline. She should be Hashirama's second wife, though specific details depend on the author's discretion. Upon hearing the gossip, especially when it involved Hashirama, Kamizuki's interest was piqued. She lifted her head from her bowl, listening intently, particularly when the name Uzumaki Mido was mentioned, leading to a flurry of questions in her mind. Isn't Mido Hashirama's wife? Why does it seem like he hasn't married her at all? Then who is his son's mother? This matter traced back to half a month prior when Hashirama, under the guise of the clan leader, sent a letter of appeal to the Uzumaki village in the land of whirlpools. Within a week, he received a response from the clan leader, Uzumaki Erasure. The Uzumaki clan readily agreed to the Senju's request, yet concurrently sent a marriage proposal. Princess Mito, with her exceptional prowess and beauty, is a worthy match. Dear brother, your late wife has been gone for many years. It is time for you to remarry. In contrast to his brother's reluctance, Tobirama saw great potential in Mito, who could very well become his future sister-in-law. The Senju and Uzumaki clans had a long-standing tradition of intermarriage, and as he stated, Mito represented the pinnacle of female ninjas in this era. Welcoming such a formidable ally into the Senju and Konoha through marriage would undoubtedly be advantageous. Furthermore, if this could relieve him of the responsibilities of caring for his brother, it would be even better. Who knows, perhaps the union of these two powerful figures could yield the next heir to wood release. But I have never favored political marriages, Hashirama exclaimed in frustration, rising from the table. He truly disliked Tobirama's transactional tone when discussing people, especially regarding his deceased wife. The thought of Mito, who was only a few years older than his soon-to-be adult son, seemed absurd. My son is already this old. How could this possibly be appropriate? In what was supposed to be a heated debate about marriage, it was Hashirama who found himself blushing with indignation, while Uchiha Madara, left to the side, let out an irritated huff. If you two wish to discuss family matters, then go back to the Senju clan. Watching the Senju brothers bicker over marriage, Madara's expression darkened. This man, who held no interest in matters of love and marriage, promptly lifted his foot and kicked them out. Madara, at least allow my brother to teach Kamizuki about wood release. Tobirama, unyielding even after being kicked out, narrowly dodged Madara's fierce onslaught while shouting back into the room. Only the Senju clan, no, only Hashirama, can teach Kamizuki how to wield the power of wood release. Uffed. Kamizuki, having just swallowed a mouthful of porridge, immediately spat it out upon hearing this. Wait, hold on. So everyone knows I've awakened wood release now. Having been unceremoniously expelled, the kind-hearted Hashirama, still embroiled in the marriage debate, casually responded to her question. Yes, everyone now knows that you are the daughter of Tachibana and Hano. What? Chapter 46. Domestic Life and Wood Release Examination Results. Everyone now knows you are the daughter of Tachibana and Hano. This revelation struck Kamizuki like a bolt from the blue, the spoon in her hand clattering into the bowl as she let out an uncontrollable gasp. What? The realization that her complex and perilous lineage was now public knowledge, known by all, left her feeling dizzy. This was disastrous. She would undoubtedly be caught in the ceaseless power struggles between the two clans, possibly becoming the focal point of conflict. No. Considering she had been unconscious for nearly a month, she likely found herself already ensnared in the quagmire of intricate disputes. Just the fact that the Senju clan was aware of her awakening of wood release was enough to give Kamizuki a headache. The Senju's obsession with wood release had reached a frenzied level, a consensus shared throughout Konoha and even the ninja world. Some Uchiha elders, who had opposed the Senju clan throughout their lives, even spun terrifying tales of their adversaries' dark experiments to frighten young children like Kamizuki, only to laugh heartily at their terrified reactions. Having grown up listening to these Senju horror stories, the thought of the Senju clan directing their fanatical fervor toward her made Kamizuki's face turn pale, her eyes wide with dread. Wah! I want to stay at home forever and never go out. With tears unshed, Kamizuki abandoned her porridge, pouting in worry about her future. The more she pondered, the more uncertain her prospects appeared, plunging her into despair. She simply slumped over the table to escape reality. Hee. Kamizuki, you should really call us uncle, said Hashirama, who had been lingering in Kamizuki's courtyard, effortlessly dodging Madara's torrential attacks, and now leaned in with a smile, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the listless Kamizuki. It is evident that he is eagerly anticipating the moment. However, the dejected Shingetsu has no desire to acknowledge him. She silently turns her head away, disregarding Hashirama's words and lost in her own thoughts. Beside Hashirama, Tobirama, who had barely escaped disfigurement from an earlier kick by Madara, has completely given up on resisting. Covering his injured nose, he scurries out of the courtyard, hastened by the fear of incurring Madara's wrath after hearing Hashirama's remark. Hashirama. Madara's fury erupts. Even though Hashirama is his closest friend, Madara disapproves of him getting too close to Shingetsu, perceiving such familial favoritism as utterly intolerable. The complexities of blood relations in a prominent clan are indeed intricate. He and Shingetsu could be considered relatives, and if scrutinized closely, Shingetsu could even call him uncle. It must be said that generational ties are truly a fascinating concept. Please let us take that pot of fruits. After dodging yet another attack from Madara, Hashirama gestures towards a pot of unusually lush greenery on the balcony. Tobirama, initially poised to use the Flying Thunder God technique to flee, halts his movement, following Hashirama's pointing finger. Is this wood release? Gazing at the strange fruits he has never seen before, Tobirama's eyes widen in disbelief. Even though he has surmised that this is a product of wood release, his heart inexplicably races. It is astonishing. To his perception, this appears to be merely an ordinary plant. Having dealt with Hashirama's wood release for many years, he instinctively senses the unique qualities of Shingetsu's wood release, igniting his insatiable curiosity. These fruits were generated by Shingetsu's wood release. You should take them back for examination, right? Madara? Is that acceptable? Just take it and leave quickly. Ultimately, with Madara's reluctant consent, the Senju brothers decisively carry the entire pot of greenery away. Watching the two disappear from her sight, Shingetsu feels a sense of loss over the pot of plants, but soon, she hears hurried footsteps approaching. The footsteps are light yet urgent, conveying the owner's anxious heart. For a ninja, who places immense value on stealth, such behavior is exceedingly rare. For those whose senses surpass the ordinary, even the faintest sound of footsteps can be unbearable. A figure, almost invisible, darts across the courtyard and envelopes Shingetsu in a tight embrace, catching her off guard. Pressed against the shoulder of her unexpected assailant, she feels the warmth of a rapidly rising chest. Mother? Momoka grits her teeth, remaining silent as she gazes down at Shingetsu, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon hearing her daughter's call, the tears burst forth like a dam finally giving way. Her cheek soon presses against Shingetsu's, carrying a familiar and cherished scent, warming her heart like a spring flowing through her chest, calming her anxious spirit as she savors this blissful moment. Drenched in bloodstains from a recent skirmish with the Senju, the stoic Hai no Kaze stands in the courtyard, entranced by the heartwarming scene of mother and daughter embracing. For the past month, he has been tormented day and night, whether by Shingetsu's unconscious state or the ever-watchful Senju clan, leaving him in a state of anguish. Unable to awaken his unconscious daughter, he resorts to wielding his weapon against those with ill intent, be they Senju or nobles, using them as outlets for his pent-up rage and sorrow. These days, spent teetering on the brink of bloodshed and solitude, have nearly suffocated him. For one who has tasted happiness, the agony of loss is unbearable. Yet now, the long wait has finally borne fruit. In the days that follow, Shingetsu remains within the clan's territory, refraining from visiting the village. During her coma, Momoka faced numerous tribulations within the Senju clan, even being instructed by certain elders to exploit her maternal ties to bring Shingetsu to their compound. Disheartened by such events, Momoka sought refuge in the home of her old rival, Hai no Kaze, where she could better care for her comatose daughter. Now that Shingetsu has awakened, she has no plans to leave. For Hai no Kaze, it feels akin to the time when Momoka was pregnant, as he devoted day and night to caring for her. He is astonished to find that, despite nearly 6 years having elapsed, he still remembers her preferences and habits vividly. Although the clumsy Senju clan is a disaster when it comes to household chores, he has grown accustomed to tending to their needs. In addition to family, the Uchiha children frequently visit her, sharing tales of school and village happenings. Kagami comes daily with treats, while Midori and Inari deliver letters from Chika, lamenting how the Senju keep pestering them about when she will return to school. As for Kazuma and Kane, these two lively youngsters incessantly clamor to see wood release in action. To satisfy their playful demands, Shingetsu ultimately indulges them, using wood release to create vines that dangle them upside down from a tree, while she watches from above, thoroughly entertained by their cries. Thus, time passes in this tranquil manner, although she once claimed she would remain indoors for a lifetime. The monotony of such a mundane existence soon leads Shingetsu to feel as though she is on the verge of growing stale. During this period, the results of the wood release examination also arrived. In the newly constructed underground laboratory of Konoha, an array of cutting-edge instruments is displayed, while scrolls filled with forbidden techniques and experimental data are meticulously arranged on the shelves according to a pattern known only to Tobirama, instilling a sense of dread. In the center of the laboratory, Tobarama stands with a grave expression, his gaze lowered in deep thought. Before him lies the pot of greenery brought back from Shingetsu's home, connected to numerous tubes and devices. Tobarama, is there a result? Hashirama, having been summoned by his brother's message, treads cautiously through the eerie laboratory, observing the room's even more foreboding atmosphere compared to his last visit, as well as Tobarama's increasingly somber demeanor, his face tinged with pallor. Indeed, he still detests the sterile scent of disinfectant that pervades Tobarama's laboratory. Under normal circumstances, he would never venture into such a place, but Shingetsu's would release is undeniably significant, compelling him to muster his courage and calm. In response to Hashirama's inquiry, Tobarama nods slowly, his gaze fixed on the still vibrant plant within the apparatus. His eyes reflect both gravity and amazement. She is indeed unlike any other. The plant, placed in an environment simulating optimal growth conditions with sunlight and soil, has not only retained its vitality without the infusion of chakra, but continues to thrive as if it were an ordinary plant. However, ordinary plants do not bear fruit in such a short span. Astonishingly, this plant has produced a second yield in no time at all. Tobarama, though not an expert in botany, having only dabbled in it while researching wood release, is nonetheless profoundly impacted by this plant transformed by Shingetsu's wood release. If he were to describe it, he would say it is a superior specimen, boasting remarkable vitality, a shorter maturation period, and abundant nutrition and energy. Furthermore, its taste is exceptionally delightful. These fruits are indeed consumable, unlike the insipid fakes one often encounters. Tobarama gestured towards a nearby basket filled with freshly cleaned strawberries, all newly harvested. He tossed a few into Hashirama's hands, while he himself clutched one tightly in his palm. After a moment's hesitation, he finally popped the peculiar fruit into his mouth and began to chew. Soon, the sweet flavor of the strawberry enveloped his palate. Tobarama's brow furrowed involuntarily. The sweet and sour taste was undoubtedly one that a young girl would relish, yet it was not to his liking. After just one, he decided against consuming more, whereas Hashirama appeared to be thoroughly enjoying them, eagerly devouring the strawberries Tobarama had tossed him before rushing back to the basket to indulge further. As he savored the overly sweet flavor, Tobarama found himself lost in contemplation. What made Uchiha Kamizuki's wood release so extraordinary? To him, Kamizuki's technique exuded an essence of vitality that transcended mere chakra. It could almost be described as a creation of nature itself. This was truly remarkable. Both her unusual eyes and the exceptionally vibrant wood release. Was it merely because she was a hybrid of Uchiha and Senju that she possessed such extraordinary traits? Countless questions flickered through Tobarama's mind, ultimately crystallizing into a singular realization. Uchiha Kamizuki was inherently extraordinary, defying conventional understanding. A profound sense of regret emerged within him. Unlike his easygoing elder brother, Kamizuki would never casually offer him a vial of her blood or allow him to extract muscle tissue for cell cultivation. Should he dare to attempt such a thing, the enraged Uchiha Madara would ensure he never saw the light of day again. Yet, the frustration of having such an exceptional subject to observe from afar gnawed at him, akin to countless insects biting at his insides. He needed to find a way to approach her. With this thought, he glanced at Hashirama, who was engrossed in consuming the strange fruit, and urged, "Brother, it's time for you to teach her wood release." Chapter 47. The Special Bracelet and Wood Release Instruction. Tobarama, do you truly harbor no ill intentions? Hashirama, who had been enjoying the strawberries, halted his eating upon hearing Tobarama's words. He knew his younger brother all too well. It was evident that he had some mischievous scheme in mind, and this time, Kamizuki was the target of his intrigue. In an effort to safeguard his brother from Madara's wrath, Hashirama found himself in a state of constant worry, dreading the inevitable disputes over Kamizuki that lay ahead. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought of the turmoil he would endure in the middle. With this in mind, Hashirama crossed his arms over his chest, mimicking Tobarama's stance and tone as he cautioned, "Whatever your idea may be, abandon it at once. If you dare to make a move against Kamizuki, Madara will surely take your head." Tobarama remained silent, eventually shifting his gaze to the green plant within the equipment. Hashirama paid little mind to his brother's quiet resistance. After years of brotherhood, he had developed a thick skin in front of Tobarama. As Tobarama chose to ignore him, Hashirama continued to ramble on. "Kamizuki is our niece. As her uncle, you shouldn't be speaking of that inherently malevolent Uchiha brat all the time. It's quite hurtful. Can you persuade her to change her surname to Senju? How could that be possible? Hashirama was nearly startled into a jump by this whimsical notion, his eyes widening in horror as he glared at Tobarama. If I dared to do that, Madara would also take my head. Humph, Tobarama scoffed softly, disdain and mockery evident in his crimson eyes. Hashirama, not to be outdone, returned the glare, and the two brothers engaged in a prolonged, stubborn stare-off, reminiscent of their childhood squabbles, until their eyes grew dry and weary. As was customary in their sibling disputes, Hashirama eventually conceded. Generally, as long as it did not involve the Uchiha clan or Madara, Hashirama would heed Tobarama's counsel despite their differences. All right, I will discuss teaching Kamizuki would release with Madara. However, be warned, he will keep a close watch on you. If he lays a hand on you, I want to intervene. After a series of intricate negotiations fraught with conflicts of interest and Hashirama's relentless pleas, Madara ultimately consented to allow Hashirama to instruct Kamizuki in wood release. Having spent a prolonged period at home, Kamizuki felt both anticipation and apprehension about the upcoming lessons. However, with Madara by her side, she felt a sense of security. Before departing to meet Hashirama, Madara presented Kamizuki with a small box. Inside lay a silver bracelet adorned with a red gemstone, intricately engraved with a lotus-like design. Its petite size was perfectly tailored to fit snugly around Kamizuki's arm, ensuring it would not impede her movements. Master, I already possess many pieces of jewelry, Kamizuki remarked, a hint of frustration crossing her brow as she beheld the exquisite bracelet. Ever since Madara had purchased jewelry for her during their last outing, he seemed to have opened the floodgates, frequently acquiring beautiful garments and accessories for her. Now, Kamizuki owned a cabinet brimming with jewelry and lovely clothes. Yet for the sake of practicality, a ninja's attire should remain as simple as possible. For training purposes, she typically wore her clan's clothing, relegating the beautiful garments and jewelry to mere collectibles. However, this is different. Madara lifted the bracelet from the box and fastened it onto Kamizuki's slender arm. The craftsman's precision ensured that this bracelet, custom-made for Kamizuki, fit perfectly around her delicate forearm. This bracelet, forged from chakra-infused metal at a high cost, housed a gemstone formed by Madara's earth release, imbued with his chakra. Wear it always, and I will know your whereabouts. This specially crafted bracelet served the dual purpose of locating and protecting her. As long as she wore it, Madara could sense Kamizuki's approximate location through the chakra embedded within. Seeing Kamizuki nod obediently, a rare smile spread across Madara's face as he lifted her and made his way to their prearranged meeting place. Along the way, passers-by cast curious glances at the conspicuous pair, their whispers impossible to ignore. Though she anticipated such attention, Kamizuki disliked being the center of scrutiny. She buried her head into Madara's embrace, choosing to ignore the unwelcome gazes and murmurs. Kamizuki, Madara, you've arrived. At the designated spot, the Senju brothers had been waiting eagerly. Upon spotting Madara approaching with a scowl while carrying Kamizuki, Hashirama waved enthusiastically. Hashirama, couldn't you have chosen a more discreet location? Hey, Kamizuki hasn't he been around the village in a while? In response to Madara's reproach, Hashirama merely chuckled, gently taking Kamizuki from Madara's arms and setting her down carefully. Madara, you can't keep Kamizuki confined to the clan grounds. Staying in one place for too long will only lead to stagnation. Humph. Madara snorted disapprovingly at Hashirama's suggestion. And you shouldn't carry her around all the time. You're spoiling her. Tobarama, glancing at the bracelet on Kamizuki's wrist, chimed in, prompting Madara's expression to darken as he shot Tobarama a fierce glare. Get lost. In close proximity to the village center, amidst the open space rumored to be designated as a public training ground, under the watchful gaze of Madara and Tobarama, Hashirama commenced his training in wood release. Is it enough to form the snake hand seal first, then channel my chakra directly before forming the snake hand seal again? Senju tilted her head, mimicking Hashirama's stance as she executed the hand seal, yet Hashirama remained silent regarding the next steps. She felt compelled to inquire, what comes next? Then the technique will be completed, Hashirama proclaimed earnestly, as though his words held profound wisdom. If it weren't for the sweat beading on his forehead and the flush creeping across his face, one might have been deceived by his confidence. No need for excessive thought. Intuition and instinct will suffice. In that moment, the three others present fell into silence, their unfriendly gazes fixated on the perspiring Hashirama, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. Shinju's mouth twitched. If given the chance, she would pry open Hashirama's mind to uncover the mysteries within. Just where was the adequacy in this absurd teaching method? Both Madara and Tobirama were deeply shocked by the unorthodox approach, their facial muscles twitching in disbelief. Madara regretted entrusting Shinju to Hashirama, while Tobirama, cursing his elder brother in his mind, worried whether Madara would permit Shinju to continue learning would release under Hashirama, and whether the children of the ninja school were receiving proper instruction. He could not help but chastise his unreliable brother. A sentiment echoed in the thoughts of both Madara and Shinju. This guy is utterly untrustworthy. Ahem. In any case, ninjutsu can only be mastered through repeated practice. And wood release is no exception. Deep down, Hashirama recognized the unreliability of his teaching methods. His face was as red as a ripe shrimp. Nevertheless, Tobirama's assessment was correct. He indeed lacked a structured approach, as he had relied solely on instinct and intuition when utilizing wood release. Desperate to regain some semblance of normalcy, he urged Shinju to practice more vigorously. Imagine trees growing wildly. Yes, they must be laden with fruit. Is that truly feasible? Hearing this highly dubious request, Shinju felt increasingly exasperated. Nevertheless, she complied, envisioning trees brimming with various fruits as she slowly formed the snake-hand seal. Her chakra surging forth towards the vacant space before her. The ground trembled, roots surged like waves beneath the surface, and in an instant, towering trees burst forth from the earth. Not only that, but the branches soon bore clusters of small fruits, and before long, an array of plump fruits hung heavily from the soft branches, delighting in their ripeness. In a mere moment, the once barren ground transformed into a bountiful orchard, reminiscent of an autumn harvest. Wonderful! The people of Konoha will be able to enjoy the fruits here, Hashirama exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling as he beheld the peculiar yet charming fruits. Eagerly, he pulled Shinju into the grove, hastily stuffing his arms with the fruits. Incredible, Shinju! This is the true power that brings happiness to everyone. For Hashirama, free from the burdens of destruction and solely focused on creation. This was the essence of his aspiration since awakening would release, echoing the purest dreams of his youthful self. I feel a bit dizzy. Overwhelmed by Hashirama's exuberant praise, Shinju failed to process his compliments. Though her chakra had not been overly depleted, she felt a wave of dizziness, as if she had sacrificed something essential while creating those fruit-laden trees. After a brief moment of disorientation, she suddenly realized something was amiss. She glanced at Hashirama, who was gleefully picking fruits, and a question arose. Wait, can the fruits from wood release actually be eaten? Indeed, Shinju, your wood release fruits are edible. Then why did you make me spit out the strawberries? Remembering the traumatic experience of nearly losing her life over that incident, Shinju felt a surge of anger, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. This guy is utterly untrustworthy. Just as Shinju was still seething over the strawberry incident, Hashirama plucked a bright yellow fruit from a tree, curiously sniffing it. After inhaling its refreshing aroma, he unwittingly popped it into his mouth. Shinju, catching sight of this moment, hurriedly attempted to intervene. Don't eat that. Alas, her warning arrived too late, as Hashirama had already bitten into it. It's so sour. Watching Hashirama's expression upon consuming the lemon, Shinju felt her own teeth ache in sympathy, as if she were the one tasting the sour fruit. Yet, as she reflected on the situation, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. This is divine retribution for that unreliable fool. How sour. Chapter 48. The lemon bomb and the wood release basket before him lay a fruit remarkably vibrant and enticing, its skin thin and soft, the flesh plump and smooth, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Hashirama immediately recognized it as a delectable fruit, and without hesitation, he bit into it, taking in nearly half the fruit in one go. Shinju referred to this fruit as a lemon. Generally, she would slice fresh lemons to steep in her freshly brewed tea or chilled cola, relishing the unique refreshing scent that enhanced the flavors of both beverages. Lemon-flavored cakes and cookies were also among her favorite treats. However much Shinju adored lemons, she would never dream of consuming one whole like Hashirama did. As Hashirama chomped into the lemon, an extraordinarily sour, almost bitter taste overwhelmed his palate, washing over him like a tidal wave, rendering him speechless, his face contorted in agony. How sour! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through Konoha, resonating loudly, startling the crows that had been peacefully perched on branches, sending them flapping into the sky. Witnessing Hashirama's plight, Senju felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Her expression cold as she observed him bouncing around the orchard like a monkey, stuffing every fruit he encountered into his mouth. The esteemed god of ninjas, bested by a mere lemon. Such a spectacle was beyond the realm of embarrassment. Should the villagers of Konoha witness this, it would surely induce heart attacks from sheer shock. Beside them, Madara and Tobirama wore equally expressionless faces, watching Hashirama's humiliating antics with tightly pursed lips, their eyes reflecting deep disdain, as if they were observing a grotesque spectacle. Senju, why did you create such a sour fruit? Am I to blame? Wasn't it you who instructed me to grow fruit trees? Hashirama continued to lament, berating Senju for producing such an atrociously sour fruit. Hearing his absurd complaints, Senju rolled her eyes, her cheeks puffing up like a balloon. Senju, let us go. Very well, master. Having had enough of Hashirama's antics, Madara turned away without hesitation, with Senju obediently trailing behind, eager to distance herself from this circus of chaos. The master and apprentice strode purposefully away from the orchard, decisively abandoning the Thousand Hands brothers. Their steps resolute and swift as they made their way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon witnessing this, Hashirama let out a mournful cry and rushed forward to intercept them, pleading with the cold-hearted Madara. Uchiha, please don't go. Just wait a moment. Grant me another chance. Sitting cross-legged beneath the fruit tree from which he had just plucked the fruits, Hashirama glanced at the dusty ground, a slight frown creasing his brow. It was evident that not bringing a tablecloth or basket for their picnic was a grave mistake. However, as a resourceful ninja, he could easily remedy the situation. Shingetsu, use wood release to weave a basket. A basket? Shingetsu tilted her head, uncertain about how to proceed, yet she clasped her hands together, forming the hand seal. Several vines sprouted from the ground, twisting and intertwining under her control, striving to take on the shape of a basket. However, it quickly devolved into a tangled mess resembling a snake's nest, impossible to untangle. This won't do. I can't manipulate wood release with such finesse. Disheartened, Shingetsu shook her head as she discarded the knotted mess. Since awakening her wood release, her chakra had become significantly more abundant, yet her control over it had not improved, leaving her often feeling overwhelmed in situations requiring precision. Observing her frustration, Hashirama chuckled softly. Without forming any seals, he merely placed his hand on the ground, causing slender vines to erupt from the earth, dancing and weaving with effortless grace. In no time, he had fashioned a beautiful little blue basket, adorned with delicate white flowers interspersed among the tender branches, enhancing the basket's charm. When I first awakened my wood release, I often crafted such baskets, and sometimes even made straw sandals. I find myself nostalgic for those times, he mused as he filled the basket with the fruits he had gathered, then handed it to Shingetsu. Clutching the basket, Shingetsu felt a pang of envy and curiosity at the remarkable control he had exhibited while weaving. What should I do? There are no shortcuts. Come, keep weaving, Hashirama encouraged gently, stroking her head with a soft touch. However, he quickly stood up, leaving Shingetsu to continue her work as he cheerfully ventured back into the orchard. I'm going to gather some more fruits. It would be wonderful if you could have a basket ready when I return. The more Shingetsu attempted to weave the flower basket, the more she realized it was no simple task. The precise control of chakra was paramount. To successfully create a basket, the thickness and length of the vines utilized must be meticulously managed from the outset, and the force and direction applied during weaving could not afford a single miscalculation, lest all efforts be in vain. After producing over 10 failed attempts, Shingetsu concluded that her most successful basket thus far merely resembled a rough shape, utterly unimpressive when compared to Hashirama's elegant floral creation. Prodding the unsightly basket in her hands, she consoled herself, acknowledging that at least it somewhat resembled a basket and could serve to hold something. As long as it could contain items, it was a satisfactory basket. As time passed, Shingetsu was astonished to discover that her control over wood release and chakra had indeed improved, just as Hashirama had stated. Wood release was a power more reliant on instinct and intuition than mere experience and reason. Even Hashirama himself could scarcely articulate the principles and patterns governing it, highlighting the chaotic and untamed nature of this ability. In light of this, Hashirama believed it was far more prudent for Shingetsu to hone her foundational skills rather than recklessly pursue more powerful techniques. For Shingetsu, though weaving baskets was somewhat tedious and troublesome, It was infinitely preferable to the abstract teachings she had endured prior. To avoid Hashirama's sudden clapping of hands, she persevered, diligently crafting the flower basket. Meanwhile, the first batch of curious and intrepid villagers from Konoha gradually approached the orchard. The verdant forest that had mysteriously materialized in the heart of the village had captured the attention of many since its inception. The distinct characteristics of wood release were unmistakable, and given Hashirama's frequent displays of it during the village's early construction, even the uninitiated villagers could easily surmise that this forest was a product of wood release. Out of respect for the cautious nature of ninjas and their reverence for Hashirama, the villagers had refrained from intruding, merely observing from a distance. However, as time passed without any signs of tumultuous battles, some grew bolder and ventured closer. The initial group consisted predominantly of the Senju and Uchiha ninjas, along with a few intrigued ninjas interested in wood release, while a small number of audacious villagers trailed behind. Expecting to encounter a showdown of formidable powers, they were instead greeted by towering fruit trees laden with an array of unfamiliar, exquisite fruits, their vibrant colors dazzling the eye. The fragrant sweetness wafting through the air heightened their appetites, making it nearly impossible to resist the temptation of indulging in the delectable offerings. Wow, so many fruits. Can we eat them? The rotunda Kimichi, clad in a shirt emblazoned with the character for food, inquired loudly of the surrounding Yamanaka and Nara ninjas. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the plump, juicy fruits, a grin spreading across his face as he unconsciously drooled, his hands itching to pluck the fruits. Just then, Hashirama burst forth from the forest, a cheerful demeanor illuminating his face. His booming voice resonated clearly. They're all edible. Feel free to enjoy. Hooray! With Hashirama's endorsement, the eager Akimichi transformed into a whirlwind of motion, charging into the orchard to feast. Inspired by his example, many others, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to their favorite fruit trees, plucking and devouring the fruits with abandon. So sweet. These fruits are delicious. Why is this one so sour? Ugh! In an instant, joyous exclamations filled the air, creating a wave of happiness, while a few unfortunate cries indicated yet another victim of the sour lemon's sting. Watching with the satisfaction of a benevolent elder, Hashirama beamed as he observed the villagers delighting in the fruits. One of the Senju, brimming with excitement, hurried over, repeatedly questioning him. He understood that Hashirama's wood release was difficult to master and typically inedible, yet the luscious, sweet fruits being shared among the villagers could only lead him to conclude that Hashirama had grown even stronger. Lord Hashirama, did you plant these fruit trees? Has your wood release become even more powerful? I could not achieve such feats. You are well aware of that. Then how could this be? Observing how the clan member had arrived at his own conclusion, Hashirama smiled and nodded, his expression radiating understanding and warmth. He raised his voice intentionally, ensuring that his next words would reach every villager relishing the fruits. This is all the work of Shingetsu. Chapter 49. The Fruit Feast and the Child of Hashirama. Beneath the fruit trees, the diligent Shunyue was entirely absorbed in weaving a basket of blossoms, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Unbeknownst to her, a mountain of awkwardly woven flower baskets had accumulated around her. A vine had sprouted from the ground, securely binding this petite mountain of baskets, preventing them from tumbling down again. Several slender vines clumsily twisted under Shunyue's guidance, shaking awkwardly at times, occasionally entangling with one another. Yet ultimately, these delicate vines obediently formed a rather respectable little blue basket. This is quite well done. Shunyue beamed with delight as she held the newly crafted basket. Rising slowly, she finally took the time to observe the fruit orchard she had painstakingly created. Each fruit tree was laden with a variety of large fruits, their ripeness bending the branches, glimmering in the sunlight, golden yellows, vivid reds, lush greens, and deep purples. A dazzling array of colors transforming the vast orchard into a dreamlike paradise. The fragrant scent of lemons wafted in the air, the apricots tasted sweet and tangy. The grapes were crystalline and delectable, and the peaches were tender and palatable. Even the tiny blueberries appeared irresistibly charming, their intoxicating aroma enveloping her senses, causing a light-headed euphoria with just a whiff, and a single bite left a lingering sweetness on her palate, filling her heart with joy. Shunyue marveled at the expansive orchard, genuinely surprised that she could conjure up such a multitude of fruit trees in one go, let alone create a vast forest like Hashirama. She glanced down at her hands, feeling as if this was beyond her wildest imagination. Am I truly this remarkable? As the sun slipped behind the clouds, a refreshing breeze, imbued with the enticing fragrance of fruit, swept through, lulling Shinyue into a drowsy state, as if she could simply lie down and take a nap. Suddenly, a small blueberry was dislodged by the wind, landing atop her head, dispelling her drowsiness. Shinyue looked up and noticed the branches were heavy with blueberries, prompting a question to surface in her mind. Do blueberries grow on trees? Her thoughts momentarily stalled. Shinyue stiffly turned her neck, surveying the surrounding fruit trees, her questions multiplying. Do grapes grow on trees? Do raspberries grow on trees? Why do I feel this isn't quite right? This clearly touched upon Shinyue's knowledge gap. As someone who only ever indulged in eating, she had never contemplated the origins of fruit. Oh well, this is the ninja realm, not Earth. If I say they grow on trees, then they must. Grabbing the blueberry from her head and popping it into her mouth, Shinyue was engulfed by its sweetness, which cascaded down her throat, nourishing her deeply. As a longtime sweet enthusiast, she felt like a parched seedling suddenly blessed by a gentle rain, yearning for even heavier downpours. One blueberry after another disappeared into her mouth, reminiscent of candy, as she munched eagerly, not stopping until she felt delightfully stuffed. Once satiated, Shinyue remembered she ought to seek out her companions. However, with neither Tobarama nor Hashirama in sight, the dense depths of the orchard seemed deserted, leaving her utterly alone. She raked her fingers through her hair in frustration, realizing she had been too preoccupied with fruit to pay attention to the path beneath her feet. I should have never created such a vast orchard. Where could my master have gone? Shinyue, hidden behind a tree, Uchiha Madara sighed upon hearing her call, before stepping out from his concealment. Master! Shinyue exclaimed joyfully, dashing back to Madara's side and opening her arms for a hug. Initially inclined to embrace her, Madara hesitated, recalling something Tobarama had mentioned earlier. However, sensing Shinyue's eagerness as she tugged at his sleeve, her large, innocent eyes shimmering with a hint of sorrow, he promptly discarded the memory of Tobarama and lifted her into his arms. Content, Shinyue snuggled against Madara's cheek, then turned her gaze towards the towering pile of wooden baskets, pondering the whereabouts of Hashirama, who had vanished after claiming he would gather fruits. Where on earth has Lord Hashirama gone? As villagers of the Leaf began to spread the word, more and more inhabitants flocked into the orchard. Upon witnessing this seemingly ethereal haven in the heart of the Leaf, their hearts raced with wonder and joy. In a village where resources were scarce, the fresh, sweet fruits were a rare delicacy, serving as a vital source of sustenance for those who toiled daily for their livelihood. In that moment, ninjas and civilians, Senju and Uchiha, individuals once divided by class and conflict, set aside their differences, converging in the orchard to relish the delectable fruits and share in this precious joy. This rare bounty offered solace to those burdened by hardship or peril, and for many, it marked the first time they truly understood the essence of sweetness. Astonished by the lusciousness of the fruits, some remarked that this was a divine blessing bestowed upon the Leaf, only to be informed that it was the masterpiece of the second wielder of Wood Release, Uchiha Shinyue. As gratitude for her name spread among the villagers, the name Uchiha Shinyue was enveloped in an aura of awe. Previously, people only associated her with Wood Release and Madara, but now, the bountiful orchard would become the first image that came to mind when they thought of her. From the depths of the orchard to its entrance, watching the villagers gather fruits and listening to their expressions of happiness, Madara's typically stern visage softened. The happiness and contentment of these people acted as a gentle balm, slightly alleviating the burdens of a man worn down by the darkness of the ninja world. In his arms, Shinyue was diligently peeling a green grape, revealing the translucent flesh beneath the skin, which she eagerly devoured. Master, for you. After peeling a second grape, Shinyue remembered that Madara had yet to taste any. Like a treasure, she presented the fruit to his lips. Observing his carefree disciple and the grape in her hand, Madara pursed his lips slightly before indulging in the grape. As he savored the delicate, sweet flesh, the juice flowed like honey in his mouth, and upon witnessing Shinyue's smile, a thought crossed his mind. This life isn't so bad after all. Madara, Shinyue, there you are. Just as the master and disciple were sharing grapes, Hashirama, having just escaped the throng of his clan, hurriedly followed their trail. In his eagerness to flee, he had abandoned all the fruits he had picked, utterly exhausted and feeling as though he might be stripped of his skin by the exuberant members of his clan. Lord Hashirama, here's one for you. This basket is splendidly woven. Shunyue, thank you. Upon witnessing the arrival of Hashirama, Kamizuki promptly relinquished the basket she had been holding. Hashirama accepted it and wandered around, filling it with freshly picked fruits until it brimmed with abundance. After Hashirama returned with the harvest, the three of them settled around the fruit basket, reminiscent of a picnic. Hashirama reached into the basket, carefully selecting a piece of fruit. He cautiously opened his mouth and took a tentative bite, savoring the flavor. Ever since his unfortunate experience with a lemon, he had become wary of consuming fruits indiscriminately. However, this mango evidently suited his palate, prompting him to devour it with delight. Tobarama soon escaped the persistent throng of clan members and, observing the picnic-like atmosphere, unceremoniously sat beside Hashirama. Despite the basket overflowing with fruit before him, he surprised Hashirama by pulling a lemon from his pocket. "Tobarama, don't touch that. I will not eat it," Hashirama exclaimed, attempting to intervene. Tobarama coldly replied that he had only picked the fruit for experimentation. He would not consume any peculiar fruits produced by the wood release until they had undergone thorough examination. Yet, while passing by the lemon tree, the refreshing scent had captivated him, leading him to casually pick one. At that moment, as the gentle breeze rustled through the orchard, a black-haired Senju clansman emerged, heading directly toward them. Kamizuki was astonished to find that this individual bore a striking resemblance to Hashirama. As the newcomer approached, the foolish grin on Hashirama's face gradually faded, and to Kamizuki's surprise, the man displayed a perplexed and somewhat obsequious expression. This only heightened her curiosity about the nature of the person who could evoke such a reaction from Hashirama. "Ryu, you have arrived," Hashirama said, addressing the lightly dressed Senju clansman, who was none other than his son, Senju Ryu. Unlike his brother, who appeared at a loss in navigating his relationship with his son, Tobarama seemed to share a closer bond with his nephew, greeting him amiably and inviting him to sit down. Yet, Ryu remained awkwardly standing, feeling unworthy to join them due to his perceived lack of strength. "Father, uncle, Lord Madara," Ryu addressed them respectfully, yet his words betrayed a sense of distance. Observing Hashirama's rigid demeanor and expression, it was clear to everyone that the relationship between father and son was fraught with tension. "Good day, Lord Kamizuki," he offered, his gaze on the newly awakened wood release user revealing a complexity of emotions: envy, curiosity, and a hint of sorrow, the depths of which only he could comprehend. Kamizuki glanced up, intrigued by the figure that had only existed in whispers, and was struck by how remarkably similar Ryu was to Hashirama. However, compared to his father's amiable demeanor, Ryu exuded a more melancholic and despondent aura. This nuanced difference in temperament allowed Senju Ryu to stand out as a striking young man, possessing both charm and elegance, unlike his father, whose smile often rendered him comical. "Ah, so Hashirama's son is quite handsome," she mused. Chapter 50. The Senju father and son and the recitation of a poem. It was evident to all that the distance between Senju Hashirama and Senju Ryu, a father and son duo regarded as the most esteemed in the current shinobi world, was profound. Yet this did not imply animosity. Rather, Hashirama held a deep affection for his sole son, and Ryu harbored a profound admiration for his father, yearning to become a formidable warrior like Hashirama. This desire was not merely personal, it was a burden imposed upon him by the entire clan. From the moment of his birth, Ryu had been regarded by the Senju clan as the future of their lineage, bearing the weight of his elders' expectations. He was afforded the finest resources and subjected to the most rigorous training, enduring amid the chorus of encouragement and anticipation from the clan, striving to catch up to Hashirama's formidable shadow. In those moments, Ryu yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father, yet this dream was swiftly shattered. In a clan where bloodlines reigned supreme, the most fortunate were those blessed with an invincible father. Conversely, the most unfortunate were those burdened with the legacy of a great man. Ryu, unable to awaken his wood release, soon faced scorn and resentment from his clan, relegated from the favored child to a source of shame. His lackluster talent and disappointing abilities even led some to question the fidelity of his long-deceased mother, wondering how the god of shinobi could have produced such an ineffectual son. This unprecedented humiliation deeply wounded Ryu, transforming his once sunny disposition into a dark and bitter one, fueling an uncontrollable resentment toward his father. Yet it was Hashirama who stood by him, defending him against the clan's vitriol. Upon learning of the rumors circulating in the clan, Hashirama, usually mild-mannered and forgiving, erupted in rare fury, unleashing his wrath upon the entire Senju clan. While Ryu, consumed by despair and seclusion, was unaware of the events unfolding. He soon found those who had disparaged him coming to apologize and seek his forgiveness. In contrast to the clan's obsession with wood release and bloodline, Hashirama was primarily concerned with Ryu as an individual. He did not care about Ryu's strength or his ability to inherit the wood release. As a father, he was solely focused on his son's well-being. However, the more Hashirama disregarded Ryu's shortcomings, the more tormented Ryu felt, growing increasingly self-loathing and resentful of his own inadequacies. The mere thought of having once harbored hatred for such a loving father drove Ryu to the brink of despair, compelling him to distance himself entirely from Hashirama. This self-destructive behavior caused him immense pain, leading him to realize that for Senju Ryu, his father represented an insurmountable mountain, the entirety of his world. Yet for Senju Hashirama, Ryu was merely a sapling in need of nurturing. The wood release feels like a curse. Standing amidst the orchard birthed from the wood release, Senju Ryu gazed at Uchiha Shingetsu cradled in Uchiha Madara's arms. The small girl, nestled like a fledgling in the nest woven by Madara, basked in the soft light, her alabaster skin radiating a gentle glow, her delicate features resembling budding flowers, exuding an almost otherworldly beauty. When confronted with this child who had awakened the wood release, Ryu, who had once desperately yearned for it, expected to feel jealousy that would shake him to his core. Yet, upon truly facing her, empathy welled in his eyes. The wood release was not merely a source of power, it was a curse, akin to the Uchiha clan Sharingan. He had briefly experienced the burden of this curse, and though he had since found release, the specter of his nightmares continued to haunt him. The beautiful child before him remained blissfully unaware of this truth. Ryu understood all too well that the curse had silently entwined itself around the girl's very essence. For his presence here was driven by the clan elders' insistent urgings, or rather, their coercion. Since the revelation of Shingetsu's lineage, Hashirama has made every effort to protect Tuka, tacitly allowing her to move from the Senju clan territory to the Uchiha clan's domain, and even forbidding clan members from harassing the Uchiha. However, the elders, who have long coveted wood release, would not comply so easily. They covertly manipulated the intelligence network of the Senju clan and the hidden spies scattered throughout the village, swiftly uncovering every detail about Shingetsu. Unlike Ryushin, Shingetsu's astonishing talent and exceptional intellect left the elders lamenting. Compared to the mediocre Ryushin, she was truly the heir Hashirama deserved. Yet such a prodigy had been snatched away by Uchiha Obito, which filled them with regret. However, beyond her remarkable abilities, it was another characteristic of Uchiha Shingetsu that truly captured their attention. She was the only female wood release user. Perhaps unlike Hashirama, Shingetsu's offspring might naturally inherit this exceedingly rare bloodline, even if the possibility was minuscule and fraught with peril. The Senju clan, having sacrificed so much for wood release, could never forsake such an opportunity. Ryushin, forcibly brought to interact with Shingetsu by the elders, was acutely aware of their intentions, understanding that in their eyes, he had become a mere pawn, valued only for his bloodline and potential marriage. It was utterly revolting. Observing the innocent child before him, Senju Ryushin clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising in his chest. How could such a young child understand the concept of marriage? Why should the aging elders burden her with such filthy thoughts? Ryushin, what's wrong? I'm fine, father. The moment he sensed his son's emotional turmoil, Hashirama quickly inquired, genuine concern etched on his face. This concern snapped Ryushin back to reality. He instinctively stepped back, firmly resolving never to approach Shingetsu again, and hurriedly made his way home, leaving only a fleeting farewell in the air. I'll take my leave now. Watching the hasty departure of Senju Ryushin, Shingetsu blinked in confusion, sensing that he had been watching her intently just moments before. It seemed that while he bore a resemblance to Hashirama, his personality was entirely different. Quickly pushing Ryushin from her mind, Shingetsu felt drowsy after a satisfying meal, a heavy sleepiness weighing down her head. She yawned deeply and nestled her head softly against Obito's arm, drifting off to sleep in his embrace. She truly was utterly spoiled. Gazing at her defenseless sleeping face, Tobirama shook his head in defeat. How could a child born of the ninjutsu clan sleep so unguarded? If it were a child of the Senju clan, he would have scolded them thoroughly. But with Shingetsu casting a glance at Uchiha Obito, whose expression had softened unconsciously, Tobarama realized that reasoning with him would be futile. Annoying him could even lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, she was his creation. When Shingetsu dreamily opened her eyes again, it was already afternoon, coinciding with the end of classes for the Ninja Academy children. These energetic kids would not miss the village's latest gossip, especially the Uchiha and Senju children. Upon hearing Shingetsu's name from the villagers, they dashed into the orchard, munching on fruits while searching for her. "Shingetsu, are you here?" Through the dense trees, Uchiha Kagami, clutching a bundle of rice balls, brightened at the sight of Shingetsu and eagerly rushed over. Kagami?" Still groggy from sleep, Shingetsu rubbed her eyes, confused as she rose from Obito's embrace. She waved at Kagami and took a few steps in his direction when suddenly, a brown figure collided with Kagami, sending him tumbling aside. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shingetsu's sleepiness vanished, a chill running down her spine, goosebumps prickling her skin. She could only curse her misfortune. "Not this monkey again. Shingetsu, it's been so long." Sarutobi Hizashi, clutching a thick stack of letters, had also snatched the rice balls from Kagami's hands. Spotting Shingetsu, he rushed over joyfully, while behind him, his summoning beast held down the fallen Kagami, covering his mouth to silence him. "While you were away, I wrote many love poems, and now I want to give them all to you. Ah, Shingetsu, my beloved, you are more lovely than the moon. Please, just be quiet." Shingetsu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Her face flushed crimson as heat rushed from her neck to her ears. Listening to the embarrassing declarations that sounded straight out of a soap opera, she felt an overwhelming urge to split Hizashi's head open. Where on earth did he learn such cheesy lines? Vines erupted from the ground, directed at the obnoxious monkey. But thanks to the training from Hashirama, Hizashi skillfully evaded all the wood release attempts, leaping gracefully while continuing his dramatic recitation. "You are my everything. I truly cannot live without you." As Hizashi delivered his overly sentimental poetry, Obito's expression darkened. Tobarama's face was equally grim, while Hashirama wore a stiff smile. Caught between embarrassment, anger, and exasperation, finding it utterly ridiculous. "You are the moon in my heart. Even in darkness, your smile illuminates my world." When Hizashi finally finished another cringeworthy love poem, he noticed the three adults glaring at him from behind the fruit trees, their gazes brimming with a menacing intensity. Obito-sensei. Hizashi's heart raced. Uchiha Obito was the one who had hit him the hardest, especially after nearly crushing his skull last time, leaving a profound psychological scar. Merely seeing Obito now made him tremble. And Tobarama-sensei. Having endured countless beatings, Hizashi had learned to abandon all semblance of pride in order to save his own skin. Faced with the terrifying trio, he promptly fell to his knees, bowing deeply in the dirt. "Please spare my life." Chapter 51. The monkey's escape and the arrival of Chika. Silence enveloped the orchard, the three adults, 2 children, and 2 monkeys frozen in an awkward stillness, rendering the air icy with embarrassment. Shingetsu's ears and neck flushed red as she covered most of her face with her hands, overwhelmed by shame. Why did she, a mere 5-year-old, have to endure such a mortifying confession in front of so many people? Were children in the ninja world really this mature? She was just a child. Why couldn't they let her be? Observing his disciple prostrating himself in front of everyone, Tobarama's brow furrowed tightly. His expression darkened, and the mere thought of Hizashi's excruciatingly cringeworthy poetry made him wish to toss this disgraceful fool into the trash. It was utterly humiliating. Tobarama sighed in despair, regretting his past folly. How had he ever deemed this insufferable monkey worthy of being his successor alongside his brother? If that wretched monkey truly becomes the next Hokage, would it not tarnish the reputation of Konoha entirely? Tobarama could not help but envision that scene. A brown-furred monkey draped in a ceremonial robe reciting a painfully kitsch love poem with exaggerated intonations, only to then prostrate itself before Uchiha Shingetsu, gazing at her with infatuation. The mere thought sent a chill from his toes to the crown of his head, eliciting goosebumps all over his body. The hellish image made him break into a cold sweat, echoing in his mind. No, this absolutely cannot happen. A relentless tide of dark energy began to spread, now visibly palpable. Tobarama looked up to see Uchiha Madara enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Though his expression remained inscrutable, the oppressive atmosphere around him clearly conveyed his wrath. This man was seething with rage, ready to kill. Tobarama understood. It seemed Madara would not allow Sarutobi, this loathsome monkey, to survive the day. Faced with such a threat, he instinctively wanted to protect his disciple, but recalling that nightmarish image, he ultimately resolved to remain seated, waiting for Madara to reduce his beloved pupil to a pulp. Ha ha ha. Watching the dark aura surrounding Madara, Hashirama swallowed several times, yet decided to step forward to save his unfortunate disciple's life. He awkwardly chuckled, beads of cold sweat soaking through his clothes. The sight of Madara frightened him to the point of trembling, but he bravely stood before him, feigning ignorance. Ha, ha. This is just a playful jest among children, right, Madara? Madara remained silent, slowly rising with a heavy, dark aura that loomed over him, causing both Tobirama and the still kneeling Sarutobi Hizashi to shudder. Countless painful experiences of being struck by Madara warned them that staying put would surely lead to disaster. In a panic, Sarutobi Hizashi scrambled to his feet and fled, exclaiming, "Oh, Hashirama-sensei, save me." As Madara closed in, Hizashi cried out, dragging his monkey king along in a frantic escape, pleading for mercy. "I swear, I won't dare again. Madara, please spare him." Over the years, Hashirama had come to realize that Madara was indeed serious. He intended to annihilate this audacious monkey who dared to covet his precious student. Caught between his pupil and his dear friend, Hashirama shed tears of desperation, grasping Madara's arm, desperately attempting to halt his advance. However, even as he was pulled along, Madara remained resolute, pressing forward. In a desperate bid for survival, Sarutobi Hizashi glanced back and nearly lost his wits, seeing Madara dragging Hashirama along, his expression dark as a demon. Despite Hashirama's attempts to resist, his legs left long trails in the dirt. Yet, Madara pursued relentlessly, determined to not relent until his quarry was vanquished. "Spare me, please." Soon, as Sarutobi Hizashi was thoroughly overwhelmed by fear and bolted into the depths of the forest, Madara and Hashirama followed closely, disappearing in pursuit of the monkey. Amidst the chaos, Uchiha Kagami finally managed to rise, brushing off the dust and debris, straightening his rumpled clothes before retrieving the dumpling that Hizashi had dropped during his hasty retreat, returning to Shingetsu's side. "Shingetsu, are you all right?" "No." The curled-up Shingetsu replied glumly, peeking out from her knees, casting a wistful glance at Uchiha Kagami before retreating into her shell once more, leaving only her flushed ears exposed to the air. Indeed, it had been a trying ordeal. Just imagining Shingetsu's feelings made Kagami sigh heavily, feeling both awkward and helpless. Had he been in her position, he might have even shared the sentiment of wishing to perish alongside Sarutobi Hizashi. Seeing Shingetsu descend into a state of withdrawal, Kagami hurriedly opened the battered package he had brought, carefully extracting the slightly misshapen dumpling wrapped in oiled paper. The familiar, delicate aroma of rice wafted through the air. Shingetsu lifted her head toward the source of the fragrance. Kagami seized the opportunity to present the dumpling to her. "Shingetsu, this is for you." "Another dumpling?" Seeing her discontent with the dumpling she had long grown weary of, Shingetsu pouted, murmuring her dissatisfaction. "There is nothing else in the village but dumplings." Kagami smiled, gently ruffling her hair and bringing the dumpling to her lips. When she finally took a bite, he gazed at her with tenderness and satisfaction, watching her chew in annoyance. "If they ever sell sweets, I'll bring you some every day." Across from the two young Uchiha, Tobirama's expressions transformed dramatically, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, his facial muscles spasming as if afflicted by an ailment. This was remarkable. At such a tender age, she could incite jealousy among others. When she grows up, she might very well turn the entire Konoha upside down. No, perhaps the entire shinobi world. Tobirama was perplexed. Given the rough and reckless personalities of both Toka and Uchiha Hano, how could they have produced such a beloved daughter? Even if it were a genetic mutation, there must be some limits. "Shingetsu." A voice filled with surprise and joy echoed through the orchard as a brown-haired girl with glasses rushed over. Resembling a mother reuniting with a long-lost child, disregarding everyone else around her, her eyes solely fixed on the long-absent Shingetsu. Kagami stepped aside, creating space for this heartfelt reunion, while Chika enveloped Shingetsu in a tight embrace. "Chika." Shingetsu gently patted Chika's shoulder, soothing her emotions, though Chika struggled to contain her trembling feelings. The pauses and quivering tones in her voice betrayed her current state. "Shingetsu, oh, I'm so relieved you're safe." Chika rambled on, her body shaking, tears streaming down her face, dripping onto Shingetsu's shoulder and soaking her dark clan attire. "I really am fine, please don't cry." Shingetsu tenderly stroked Chika's head, offering her comfort. After some time, Chika finally managed to control her tears, wiping her face and grasping Shingetsu's hand to discuss recent events. Having stayed within the Uchiha clan grounds, Shingetsu had not been able to see Chika, but despite their separation, they had maintained correspondence through letters, allowing Shingetsu to learn of the orphanage's circumstances during the attack by the trio known as the Beast Fangs. Both the head of the orphanage and the children had succumbed to poison and lost consciousness. However, as that toxin was specifically designed to target chakra-wielding ninjas, the ordinary individuals among them recovered swiftly with the help of medical ninjas, suffering no lasting effects. Fortunately, the orphanage's most severely injured member, Yakuza Chika, escaped critical harm and soon returned to school after a brief period of recuperation. The medical ninjas who treated her were astonished, for she had been exposed to lethal poison from the weapon that had wounded her, yet she appeared to have suffered no ill effects, as if someone had cleansed the poison from her body. It could be said that Shingetsu's presence had spared the entire orphanage from disaster. But such luck was a rare and precious occurrence. In an effort to prevent a recurrence of such attacks, Hashirama Senju, in a rare display of authority befitting his roles as both Hokage and clan leader, commandeered a parcel of land within the village. While not located in the bustling heart of the village, it at least ensured that the orphanage would no longer be situated in an isolated area where seeking help would be exceedingly difficult. Have you settled into your new home? Where do you live now? We have moved into the village, Chika replied, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she spoke of the orphanage's relocation. After enduring the trials of battle and the purifying essence of wood release, the house brimming with memories and warmth was no longer suitable for the children. Without Hashirama's persistent assistance, the orphanage, having faced such calamity, would likely have struggled to relocate. Lord Hashirama built us a new house and provided us with many gifts. She excitedly recounted how he crafted their home and furniture using wood release, as well as delivering funds and provisions. During the time of Shingetsu's coma, the Uchiha clan had also sent a fresh supply of food. With the support of both clans, the children's lives had improved significantly compared to the past. However, the shadow of the elders' passing and the trauma of the attack lingered heavily upon them. Yet, the head of the orphanage had been tirelessly working to bring joy back to the children. Chika believed that perhaps only time could truly help the children emerge from their fears and sorrow. School is so much more convenient now. I can even indulge in a bit of morning slumber. As she spoke of her schooling, her earlier excitement shifted as she turned to Shingetsu. When will you return to school? Shingetsu sighed. It wasn't that she didn't want to go back, but being confined to her clan's territory left her unable to roam freely. In truth, even if she remained in her clan's grounds, members of the Senju clan would still dare to block the paths outside Uchiha territory, clamoring for the return of the children. Foreign spies were also lurking, attempting to infiltrate Konoha to gather intelligence on her. During her coma and subsequent awakening, her father, Haken, would spend his idle moments at the clan's gate, battling with the Senju. He was fierce and formidable, triumphing over numerous opponents, and after more than a month, he had nearly become the champion of Konoha. As for her mother, Momoka seemed to be handling matters concerning the spies. Each day, Haken and Momoka returned with the scent of blood clinging to them. Even after washing up before contacting her, Shingetsu could still detect the faint aroma. Despite her absence from the village, the turmoil continued unabated. Had she been attending school as before, the Senju might well have ambushed her at every corner, waiting to ensnare her. Furthermore, since the last attack, Madara Uchiha's protectiveness over her had escalated to an almost absurd degree. The traumatic memories of Shingetsu's bloodied unconscious form had deeply stirred something in him, leading to a period of near-obsessive vigilance. If he could not ascertain her safety promptly, he would become agitated and restless. There were times when Shingetsu would awaken from a deep slumber to find Madara standing beside her, gazing at her with a mixture of tender affection akin to that of a parent toward a fragile infant, and at other times, with a profound sorrow that sent chills down her spine. Such expressions were both unsettling and heartbreaking, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Truth be told, the mournful and haunting presence of Madara Uchiha was quite fearsome, and Shingetsu felt compelled to tread lightly around him. I see, Chika said, thoughtfully refraining from probing further. She hesitated, then managed a somewhat lonely smile. I wish we could see you at school soon. Feeling slightly deflated, Chika diverted her gaze from Shingetsu, finally recognizing the presence of others beside them. Ah, teacher Tobarama and classmate Kagami, "Good afternoon," she exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment as she greeted the individuals she had overlooked. Uchiha Kagami smiled gently, seemingly unperturbed by being ignored, as he pulled a rice cake from its wrapping and offered it to Chika. "Chika, let us share some rice cakes. And there's fruit too." Shingetsu pushed forward a basket brimming with an assortment of delightful fruits, which quickly captured Chika's attention. Tentatively, she reached out, her fingers dancing among the fruits before finally grasping a persimmon the size of an egg. Encouraged by Shingetsu's gaze, she took a small bite, her eyes lighting up. "It's so sweet." The crisp and sugary flavor of the persimmon brought a radiant smile to Chika's face, her eyes narrowing in delight as the sweetness spread across her tongue and heart, surpassing even the golden candy she had tasted previously. Observing the three children as they chatted and enjoyed their rice cakes and fruits, Tobirama felt as though he were witnessing three hamsters hosting a delightful tea party. Nestled closely together, entirely oblivious to the divide between shinobi and civilians. This was precisely what his brother Hashirama had envisioned when founding the village, for the people to unite under the banner of Konoha, rather than remain confined to their clans. Stripping away the layers of prejudice against the Uchiha, Tobirama could not help but acknowledge Shingetsu's profound kindness and sensitivity, her innate ability to perceive the suffering of others vividly evident in her demeanor. Yet, gazing at her innocent and carefree smile, he understood that she had grown amidst love and happiness, naturally extending genuine affection toward others. However, the more he comprehended this, the more his concerns deepened. For the Uchiha, an overwhelming love could easily spiral into chaos. Take Madara Uchiha, for instance. After losing Izuna, he had undergone a transformation so drastic that even his own kin turned against him, as love morphed into intense hatred. Had Shingetsu not appeared to fill the void within him, it would not have surprised Tobirama if he had succumbed to darkness. If, one day, Shingetsu were to face misfortune, would her heart's love also be eclipsed by hatred? Acknowledging that this was a trivial possibility, and with Hashirama and Madara's vigilant oversight, the child should remain unscathed. Yet Tobirama could not help but ruminate on such scenarios. He was acutely aware that in this perilous shinobi world, tragedies and unforeseen events lurked around every corner. May such a day never come, Tobirama thought, his head throbbing as he watched the children's joyous laughter, his furrowed brow reflecting his distress. Just imagining that future sent a chill of terror through him. Despite Shingetsu's seemingly harmless and adorable facade, her remarkable potential and talents foretold unparalleled achievements and power in the future. Should such a person succumb to darkness, the entire shinobi world might very well be engulfed in her wrath, whether driven by the immediate consequences or a flicker of familial affection. Tobirama sincerely wished for her to maintain her happiness indefinitely. As dusk fell, the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue upon the orchard, enriching the scene with poetic beauty. At this moment, the adults of Konoha concluded their day's labor and returned home to rest, having long heard the rumors. The lively villagers of Konoha eagerly picked up their baskets, boxes, and bags, rushing into the orchard to gather fruits to bring back home. Some parents, accompanied by their children, not only sought to harvest fruits, but also to retrieve the little ones who had ventured deep into the woods, ensuring they returned home together with their bounty. As the sky darkened, though reluctant to leave, Chika knew she had to hurry back to the orphanage. Ever since the matron's passing, the burden of cooking had fallen upon the head of the pharmacy director, who, despite being more adept at concocting potions, struggled to prepare meals that were merely edible. To prevent her younger siblings from being poisoned by the director's culinary misadventures, Chika felt compelled to return and assist with the cooking. Should she gather more fruit to take back? Shingetsu and Kagami helped her pick an abundance of fruit, filling her small cloth bag. However, even when brimming, it was evident that such a quantity was insufficient for the entire orphanage. Pondering for a moment, Shingetsu extended her hand, summoning several vines that swiftly intertwined, forming a large basket. Wow, is this would release? It's truly impressive. Chika's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands in delight. Although she was already aware of Shingetsu's awakening of wood release and how she saved the orphanage, witnessing it firsthand filled her with awe. Flattered by the praise, Shingetsu smiled proudly and placed the freshly woven basket into Chika's arms. Accepting the basket, Chika's smile blossomed further, and her gaze towards Shingetsu grew warmer. As if she had countless words to express, yet ultimately, she lowered her head and spoke with a hint of emotion. "Thank you, Shingetsu. I truly wouldn't know what to do without you. With their combined effort, the large basket quickly filled to the brim with fruits, and Chika effortlessly cradled it as she walked away, attributing her strength to the practice of carrying her younger siblings since childhood. As she departed, Chika looked back reluctantly, waving goodbye to Shingetsu, both of them acutely aware that their next meeting might be a long time coming. After bidding farewell to Chika, Shingetsu, feeling somewhat discontent, lost her appetite for dango and fruit, drifting into a daze as the weight gnawed at her. Ever since Uchiha Obito had pursued Sarutobi Hiruzen away, a considerable amount of time had passed. Shingetsu pondered gloomily, wondering if even the Ten Tails had been defeated by now. Was that stubborn monkey truly so resilient? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the ominous figure of Uchiha Obito appeared at the edge of the orchard. Behind him, Senju Hashirama bore a battered Sarutobi Hiruzen, who trudged forward, looking dejected. Hiruzen's face was a comical array of bruises, one eye swollen, the other squinted, his chin swollen grotesquely, a sight that seemed both absurd and pitiable. Strangely, despite his disheveled state, Hiruzen exuded a comedic charm, and instead of feeling sympathy, Shingetsu found herself wanting to laugh heartily. Serves him right. Let us see if he dares to recite those cheesy love poems to bother her again. Yet, somehow, he had managed to return from Obito's clutches with his life. And although it was Hashirama who had fought to preserve him, Shingetsu couldn't help but commend him. Truly, the future third Hokage had an extraordinary tenacity for survival. Master. Shingetsu cheered, joyfully running to Obito's side, who lifted her effortlessly, his typically stern face softening with a gentle smile. He glanced up at the darkening sky, noticing an increasing number of villagers approaching, realizing it was time to head back. Shingetsu, let's return. Upon hearing this, Kagami hurried over to join them, stealing a glance at Shingetsu before looking up at Obito with hopeful anticipation to accompany them. However, Obito mercilessly dashed his hopes, having already noticed Kagami's subtle actions. He raised an eyebrow in disapproval and turned to Hashirama, who was discreetly tending to Hiruzen with medical ninjutsu, instructing, Hashirama, ensure you bring Kagami back later. Chapter 53. The love of a father, a mother, and Mitoheim. On the way back to the clan's territory, Shingetsu nestled comfortably in Obito's embrace. Being just a child, her delicate features and soft form made her appear like a proud little kitten resting against his chest. To Obito, this young girl seemed as fragile as a delicate flower, requiring his utmost care to thrive. From the tiny, soft infant that fit in his palm to the exquisite little girl she had become, it felt as though she had grown within his embrace. Upon reflection, even Izuna had not lingered in his arms for such a lengthy time, in the faded memories. The small Izuna soon broke away from his protection, rushing towards the bloody battlefield. Although he had never established a family, Obito often found himself experiencing the solitude of parenthood. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a big brother or a mentor, embodying a fatherly role. Observing Shingetsu's quiet and understanding demeanor, a trace of melancholy involuntarily flickered in Obito's eyes. How much longer could he hold this child in his arms? Perhaps this was the concern that every parent inevitably faces. Shingetsu, do you wish to return to the Ninja Academy? Really? Is that possible? The unexpected question startled Shingetsu. She had contemplated whether to return to school but had ultimately decided to remain within the clan, instinctively sensing that Obito would disapprove of the idea. Yet now, he was encouraging her to pursue her education, surprising her beyond measure, prompting her to instinctively respond. But wouldn't that be dangerous? Do not worry, I'll be there. Obito gently caressed her silky hair, his gaze revealing a tenderness and compassion. Shingetsu curled up against him like a young beast, feeling a sense of peace and contentment in his presence. Shingetsu's assumptions were not entirely unfounded. Obito indeed yearned to keep her sheltered under his protective wing forever, his embrace serving as her eternal sanctuary, warding off all dangers. However, he understood that even the smallest of children must eventually grow up, and that one day Shingetsu would leave his embrace to forge her own path in life. I had a brief conversation with Hashirama. During the time Obito and Hashirama had disappeared, the incident of Hiruzen's beating was merely a small fraction of the events that transpired. Though irked by the monkey's incessant pursuit of Shingetsu, Obito recognized that no adult would truly be angry with a child. Thus, he had merely taught Hiruzen a lesson, delivering a sound thrashing until he was knocked out. However, just as Obito was preparing to turn back and find Shingetsu, Hashirama, who had been pleading for mercy on Hiruzen's behalf, suddenly called out to him, his expression shifting from a pitiful plea to a serious, determined demeanor, indicating he was ready to discuss something important. Obito, have you been watching over Shingetsu too closely lately? Don't you think it's a bit excessive? Obito's expression gradually hardened. He did not wish to engage in this conversation and opted for silence, turning away to leave. Yet, Hashirama pursued him relentlessly, as if determined to extract an answer, trailing after him with the question, is it because of Izuna? In an instant, Obito's fury erupted. He spun around, seizing Hashirama by the collar and delivering a powerful punch to his face. Do not mention Izuna. When it comes to Izuna, the depths of Madara's eyes ignite with an uncontrollable blaze. This roaring fire dances wildly, clamoring to engulf the despicable being before him. Yet Hashirama neither struggles nor flinches. His black eyes, as bright as a mirror, fixate unwaveringly on Uchiha Madara, faithfully reflecting his presently fearsome demeanor. Madara, Kaguya is not Izuna. We cannot revive those who have already departed. Shut up. Madara howls in a frenzy, his voice akin to the wretched howl of a wolf driven to desperation. A growing sense of suffocation gnaws at his heart, as if his chest were being torn apart. In a fit of rage and turmoil, he unleashes his full strength upon Hashirama, who stands there unyielding, as if only through violence could he alleviate the agitation and suffering within. Yet, with each strike, his inner torment intensifies. After delivering several blows, a calmer Madara is reluctantly compelled to acknowledge that he is, in fact, in the wrong. Hashirama, battered yet more pitiable than Sarutobi, who lay unconscious nearby, quickly rises. His remarkable recovery allows him to return his swollen visage to its original form, save for a lingering bruise on his forehead, a testament to the fury of Madara's fist when discussing Izuna. Children must grow up, and Kaguya will too, blossoming into a remarkably beautiful and capable adult, gently patting the shoulder of his friend, who seemed to have solidified like a statue. The once violated Hashirama offers solace to the conflicted Uchiha Madara. Madara, we have grown old, yet the children of Konoha remain young. Hashirama reflects, his sincere hope lending clarity to his gaze and comfort to his voice, gradually calming Madara's tumultuous heart. One day, they will surpass us, becoming even greater than our generation. As two old men, let us simply watch in silence. That night, as Kaguya finished her evening routine, cradling a black cat plushie, she nestled sleepily in bed, preparing to conclude the day. Suddenly, a soft click echoed, and the door to her bedroom swung open. In slipped Toka, clad in her pajamas. Seeing Kaguya still asleep, she swiftly laid down on the sole small bed in the room, the mingling scents of soap and lingering blood pervading the air, tainting the bedclothes. A warm hand gently draped over Kaguya's shoulder, pulling her into an equally warm embrace. Toka's cheeks soon pressed against Kaguya's, radiating tenderness and a familiar scent that evoked nostalgia. Unconsciously, Kaguya extended a small hand, resting it upon Toka's arm, as if responding to the embrace. Lying in the exceptionally warm blankets, Toka hesitated to sleep, contentedly gazing down at Kaguya, her heart brimming with affection. Just the sight of that adorable face made even the most agonizing experiences seem bearable. Casting aside the pain of being targeted and exploited by her clan, the discomfort of bloodshed in executing a spy, Toka affectionately nuzzled Kaguya's cheek and gently kissed her forehead. Whispering in a volume only she could hear, Kaguya, let's sleep together tonight. As their breaths gradually settled into a steady rhythm, Uchiha Kamizuki, standing silently at the door, could not help but smile. A warm, radiant feeling ignited within him. From being alone to now a family of three, the place had unknowingly begun to resemble a home. Just as Kamizuki prepared to return to his own room, a thunderous thought flashed through his mind, compelling him to halt in his tracks, unable to move another inch. Wait, this is my home. Why should I leave? Cautiously, he cracked open Kaguya's bedroom door, peeking inside. Noticing the tiny space left on the bed, his heart stirred with excitement. Devising numerous justifications to persuade himself, what if that wicked Senju suddenly attacks Kaguya? Yes, this is all to protect her, not out of envy. Countless rationalizations tempted him to approach, and ultimately, with boldness akin to a large cat, he squeezed into the room, settling into the remaining small gap on the bed. It was no simple feat. Half his body rested on the edge while the other half protruded out. Yet, when he extended his arm to embrace both Toka and Kaguya, even in such an awkward position, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Thus, on that tiny bed, 2 adults and 1 child were crammed together. Kaguya, nestled in the middle, felt as if she might be squashed, yet after a long day, she remained blissfully asleep. Otherwise, she might have witnessed her parents struggling to fit in. In her dreams, it felt as though 2 great bears were playfully pushing and squeezing her. Struggling, Kaguya slowly raised her hand to push away the bear-like arms obstructing her, desperately trying to shift her weight from the leaden pressure. However, suddenly, a powerful paw propped her up, and the 2 bears enveloped her tightly. Thus, ensconced between 2 fluffy, warm, and strong bears, Kaguya felt not only the threat of suffocation, but also the impending heat of being smothered. Oh, why is it so hot and cramped? After a brief struggle, she ultimately surrendered, either from exhaustion or from being overwhelmed, drifting into a deep slumber. Moreover, in the later hours of the night, she dreamt of sharing fruits and playing with the 2 bears, a most peculiar experience. The following morning, having slept relatively well, Kaguya recounted her strange dream at the breakfast table, eliciting awkward expressions from both Hyakkiku and Toka. However, an urgent piece of news soon shattered the tranquility of their breakfast, rendering the dream and embarrassment irrelevant. After a month-long journey, the princess of the Uzumaki clan had finally arrived in Konoha. Chapter 54. The 2 princesses and the brewing storm. The majestic carriage rumbled over the smooth gravel road, resonating with a thunderous sound. The red-haired driver cracked his whip upon the steed, guiding the carriage into Konoha, ushering its occupants into an uncertain future. Inside, a beautiful woman adorned in crimson attire wore a frown upon her brow. In the dappled sunlight, her vibrant red hair, akin to flames and blooming flowers, cascaded down. Yet her eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. Uzumaki Mido, a princess of the Uzumaki clan and the strongest of her generation, found herself trapped in a political marriage at an age that should have been carefree and filled with pride. She despised confinement, yet felt compelled to endure it. For many years, the Uzumaki clan had resided on an island off the coast of the Land of Fire, shielded from the turmoil of the Warring States era by their natural isolation. Due to their remarkable vitality and longevity, this small island was regarded by the world as a paradise away from strife. Imitating the innovative system of one nation, one village, established by the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the Uzumaki clan also founded their own ninja village at an early stage. However, unlike other nations, the daimyo of the Land of Waves and the Hokage of Uzumaki village belonged to the same individual, Mido's father, the clan leader, Uzumaki Erasure. It can be said that, distinct from Konoha and the Land of Fire, and unlike any other ninja village or nation, the Land of Waves actually practices a system of one village, one nation. Currently, Uzumaki Mido stands as both the princess of the Uzumaki clan and the princess of the entire Land of Waves. Mido had once taken great pride in her family and country, her youthful arrogance allowing her to look down upon others, with her stunning beauty, exceptional talent, and noble lineage affording her a sense of untouchable confidence. Yet now, she has come to understand that the stability of the Uzumaki clan is largely due to the support of their allies and relatives, the Senju clan, who have drawn all the firepower in the Land of Fire, rather than the boundless ocean safeguarding the Uzumaki clan. It is the formidable strength of the Senju clan that has shielded them. In terms of power, the Uzumaki clan is certainly not at the pinnacle. However, the sealing techniques they possess are coveted treasures, and coupled with their clan members' remarkable vitality and unique physique, they would undoubtedly face malicious attacks and attempts at plunder without the Senju clan's esteemed protection. In such a scenario, the isolated Uzumaki clan would likely face extinction. With this realization, the once haughty Mido ultimately accepted her family's decree, deciding to forge a marriage alliance with Hashirama Senju. No one can fall in love with a stranger they have never met. Mido does not love Hashirama, who is merely a legendary figure to her. When Uzumaki Erasure informs her that Hashirama has requested the establishment of a protective barrier for Konoha, and that this presents an opportune moment for the marriage, Mido feels no genuine connection to the situation. The era of warring states has long passed. The time when the Uzumaki clan could retreat to a corner and watch the conflict unfold is over. In this ever-changing ninja village era, Uzumaki Erasure, sensing the shift in times, can only tighten the bonds of intermarriage with the Senju clan, even at the cost of sacrificing his most gifted daughter. Thus, the engagement with Hashirama is set, with the expectation that she will quickly bear a child with the Senju bloodline, forging a strong alliance between the Uzumaki and Senju clans. and linking Uzumaki village with Konoha. This path undoubtedly presents itself as the most reasonable choice for Princess Mito. Even though Hashirama has had a wife, and his son is only a few years her junior, she is willing to comply. For her father, for her family, and for her country. No, Mito quietly exclaims. Her fists clenched tightly, her meticulously painted red nails digging sharply into her palms, drawing a small trickle of blood. Her brows furrowed in a tight knot. Even as reason and responsibility tell her that accepting her family's arrangement is the best option. Her proud heart and self-esteem refuse to allow her to resign herself to such a fate. No, there must be another way. Suddenly, with her brow still furrowed, Mito's eyes gleam with a flicker of inspiration. She realizes that while familial ties are indeed unbreakable, there are also other, more suitable relationships based on mutual benefit. She has been sent to Konoha under the pretense of constructing a barrier, which serves as the perfect opportunity for her. If she can create a barrier that satisfies the people of Konoha, she will demonstrate the Uzumaki clan's exceptional sealing techniques. With this thought, Mito feels as if a light has been ignited within her, her entire being transforming into a vibrant and confident blossom, akin to a bold red peony. She believes that, with her proud sealing techniques, she can undoubtedly win the favor of many families in Konoha. Compared to an elusive and unestablished marriage, this is a far more pragmatic approach. Uzumaki Arashi's vision remains confined by tradition, rather than placing all their bets on the Senju clan and Hashirama. Mito feels that forging a relationship with Konoha in the name of the village is the more suitable choice. The Senju clan, after all, is merely a part of Konoha. Even if the Senju were to one day fade away, Konoha would persist. And while Hashirama may indeed be a godlike figure, he cannot perpetually protect the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Perhaps she can carve out a new path for herself and her people. With this realization, Uzumaki Mito resolves to make one final stand on this unfamiliar land, fighting for herself. If she fails, she will relinquish her wings and pride, obeying her family's commands and becoming a caged bird. With this thought, the depths of Mito's eyes shimmer with unwavering determination, even if hope appears dim. She is still willing to make this last desperate gamble for her fate and the future of her family and nation. At the same time, in a different location, another princess of the Land of Fire is likewise troubled by her fate of political marriage with the same man. Dressed in 12 layers of ceremonial robes and holding a bat-wing fan, Princess Aoi, the cherished jewel of the newly appointed daimyo of the Land of Fire, contemplates the political union that awaits her. Unlike the defiant Uzumaki Mito, who seeks to break free from her constraints, Aoi is pondering how to facilitate this marriage. The nobility of the Land of Fire no longer possesses the arrogance of the past. Ever since Uchiha Madara effortlessly eradicated nearly all of the daimyo's guards with a mere wave of his hand, and mockingly trapped the former daimyo in a fire to meet his demise, the noble families have come to realize the caliber of the individual they have provoked. Even after much time has passed, the memory of the towering, godlike figure, the Shura giant, who crushed the castle with a single step, and wielded a blue blade that obliterated the very symbol of the daimyo's power, sends shivers down their spines. The nobility, once self-assured, have lost their courage to scold the shinobi, now looking up to these beings of extraordinary strength. The shinobi, in turn, have begun to reflect on the reasons for venerating these feeble nobles. In a brief moment, not only in the Land of Fire but across the ninja world, noble families have faced, to varying degrees, attacks from so-called wandering shinobi. As time progresses, more high-ranking nobles have become victims of these assaults, an occurrence that would have been unthinkable in the past. It can be said that the hierarchy established over a millennium during the Warring States, where nobles held shinobi in disdain, has been utterly dismantled by a wrathful man in mere days. Aoi understands that to maintain the nobility's rule, she must seek the strength of the shinobi. Her sole mission now is to travel to Konoha and unite in marriage with the shinobi god, Hashirama Senju. Unlike Uzumaki Mito, the powerless Aoi has no avenue for retreat. If she cannot win Hashirama's favor, she must settle for marrying his son, Senju Taijima, sister, Aoi's younger brother. The 7-year-old Prince Sojin excitedly bursts into the princess's chamber, throwing himself into Aoi's embrace with childlike affection. Just like Aoi, Sojin possesses the most striking looks and demeanor among the daimyo's children, and due to their similar ages, he is also among those destined to travel to Konoha. Once we arrive in Konoha, you must win the favor of that esteemed gentleman. Gently caressing her brother's hair, Akiheim tirelessly admonished. That lady is the earthly embodiment of Inari. The goddess said to summon bountiful harvests with a mere wave of her hand. You must treat her as the most exalted of deities. Humph. To such mundane rumors. Sojin scoffed contemptuously, his lips curling downward, his gaze unmistakably laced with derision, disdain, and even a hint of displeasure. How absurd. We are the true descendants of the gods. This Inari's avatar is merely a lowly ninja. A resounding slap struck Sojin's face, and in disbelief, he beheld his usually dignified and gentle sister. Now contorted into a visage as fierce as a demon, her beautifully painted nails, stained with the juice of the balsam flower, digging painfully into his arm. The pain was unbearable, yet with reddened eyes, Sojin dared not weep, for Akiheim glared at him with fierce intensity. Her once gentle and beautiful countenance now transformed into one of wrath. He could not comprehend why his sister would erupt in such fury over a mere lowly ninja. Listen, once we arrive in Konoha, if you continue to speak carelessly, not only will you endanger us, but also our father and mother, along with all our siblings. Yes, I will not dare again. After being chastised and schooled by his sister, Sojin wept silently, lowering his head in despair as tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing her brother in such a pitiful state, Akiheim sighed and returned to her usual gentle demeanor, enveloping Sojin in her fragrant, resplendent garments. You must win the heart of that woman, as long as you make her fall deeply in love with you and willing to do anything for you. Our father will make you the next lord. Then, you can avenge our grandfather. Akiheim's words, steeped in resentment, penetrated Sojin's very being, taking root and burrowing deeper. Meanwhile, her seemingly gentle expression twisted into one of malicious intent as she envisioned the absurdity of the situation. The one who had caused the demise of their kin and shattered their dignity would be betrayed by his most cherished disciple. What an amusing spectacle it would be. Chapter 55. The Fat Sheep Lord and the Guide. Though Akiheim plotted exquisitely from afar in the capital of the Land of Fire, her so-called brilliant scheme was doomed to fail before it even began. The arrogant nobles never anticipated that Konoha would be anything but welcoming to them. Inside the Hokage building, the high-ranking envoy, adorned in lavish attire, stood nervously before the impassive Senju Tobarama, respectfully delivering a letter of greetings penned by the Lord himself. In stark contrast to the envoy's impeccable noble etiquette, Tobarama casually tore open the envelope and swiftly skimmed the contents, returning the letter to the envoy's hand. Due to certain individuals meddling, our village has been attacked by invaders, and we are currently in a critical phase of strengthening our defenses. Regrettably, we cannot accommodate esteemed guests at this time. Please take your leave. Aside from the meaningless formalities and polite greetings customary among nobles, the only substantive request in the letter was the new lord's desire to send his beloved princess and heir to Konoha as a bridge for communication between the nobility and the shinobi. Without a moment's hesitation, Tobarama declined this seemingly sincere proposal. What nonsense! The Lord of the Land of Fire would collude with external forces to undermine Konoha, even stooping so low as to harm the children of an orphanage. Such vile actions were intolerable even to the usually forgiving Senju Hashirama, who not only allowed Uchiha Madara to retaliate against the Lord in the capital, but also personally traveled to the other 4 great nations to hold the noble families accountable. If Tobarama were to casually agree to such a dubious request, he would likely find himself at the mercy of Hashirama and Madara, who would not hesitate to eliminate him. The envoy's face turned pale, confusion etched across his features, as he had never encountered a shinobi who dared to refuse him before. Lord Tobarama, this is the command of the Lord. Years of accustomed arrogance surged within the self-proclaimed noble, and he felt an urge to vehemently curse at the lowly shinobi before him. Yet, he swiftly recollected that times had changed, and the nobility could no longer act with impunity. With this realization, the envoy's intended fury was replaced by a fawning demeanor. Tobarama observed the duality of emotions frozen on the envoy's pale face, his eyes and brow revealing anger, yet his lips twisted into a servile smile, rendering him a pitiful spectacle. Please reconsider. It is the command of the Lord, and we must fulfill it. Oh, it seems the princess and heir are indeed determined to come. At this remark, a barely perceptible cold smile crept across Tobarama's lips, his blood-red eyes narrowing. If Hashirama were present, he would instantly grasp that his scheming brother was about to pull a fast one. Indeed, that is the command of the Lord. Then I must ask the Lord to allocate additional funds. Upon saying this, Tobarama deftly extracted a document from the array of papers on the desk. It was a report Konoha had previously used to request funds from the Lord. He swiftly filled in an extensive series of numbers. And upon seeing what was written on that page, the envoy began to tremble, cold sweat cascading down his back, soaking his ostentatious yet cumbersome official attire. Please understand, only with ample funding can Konoha's shinobi maintain their formidable combat prowess, ensuring the safety of both lords. The envoy's heart raced, clearly on the brink of breaking under pressure. But the ordeal was far from over. Tobarama quickly produced a map of the Land of Fire, circling several precious resources under the names of the noble families with red ink. Each location marked was either a vital resource Konoha desperately needed or a strategically significant military stronghold, including the most fertile lands in the Land of Fire. Each site was of immense strategic value, worth more than mere gold could describe. And these resources, please allocate them to Konoha as well. A sardonic smile played on Tobarama's lips, his voice laced with both temptation and mockery. This is also to ensure the safety of both lords. The envoy, now ashen-faced, trembled as he attempted to grasp the map and documents, but under Tobarama's teasing gaze, his proud head finally bowed in submission. I shall return to seek the Lord's approval. Accepting what was essentially a shakedown, the envoy steadied his breathing, feeling faint, and humbly pleaded with the despised shinobi he had always looked down upon. If your conditions can be agreed upon by the Lord Tobarama, please do not refuse any longer. Certainly. Tobarama nodded non-committally at the envoy's request. If the Lord of the Land of Fire was genuinely willing to part with such substantial sums, why would he let this golden opportunity slip away? After the unfortunate envoy left the Hokage's office, trembling, Tobarama quickly retrieved information regarding Akiheim and Sojin, the children sent by the Lord to Konoha. The 18-year-old princess and the 7-year-old heir. The intentions of the Lord were glaringly obvious. Tobarama sneered coldly, finding these individuals utterly foolish. Having been chastised by Uchiha Madara yet remaining obstinate, it seems the Land of Fire is poised for yet another change in its feudal leadership. One cannot deny that Madara's audacious assault on the royal capital has undeniably opened the door to a new realm of possibilities. While he once contemplated restraining the power of the daimyo, he had never envisioned so brazenly eliminating a daimyo outright, seizing all authority and wealth for himself. The constraints of his era limited his vision, yet they did not confine Madara's ambition. Despite Tobarama's persistent apprehension and prejudice towards Madara, he is now compelled to acknowledge the singular nature of Madara's actions. To be candid, this sensation is exhilarating. Those noble lords, regardless of their lofty status, are ultimately powerless mortals. Soon, Tobarama cast aside the recent envoy and the two noble sons from his mind, immersing himself fully in the day's responsibilities. These two individuals scarcely warranted his attention. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the village, Uzumaki Mito was being warmly greeted by the villagers as she entered Konoha. The Senju clan had long awaited her arrival at the village gates, led by the illustrious Hashirama Senju. Besides the Senju, various shinobi and commoners had gathered to witness the arrival of the princess from the Uzumaki clan, who was to construct protective barriers for the village. Following the traumatic incident at the orphanage, this matter had become a thorn in everyone's side. Konoha had significantly tightened its security policies and implemented strict curfews. Yet the shinobi were still able to uncover numerous spies from other nations. In light of this precarious situation, although no further severe invasions had occurred, the citizens of Konoha felt suffocated by the looming threat, naturally yearning for a safer environment. Mito's arrival was a timely relief for the populace. However, alongside their gratitude and acceptance, there was an undeniable curiosity. After all, the Uzumaki clan had long remained an enigmatic group, seldom interacting with anyone outside the Senju. Particularly intriguing was the fact that this esteemed visitor was a princess, rumored to be the betrothed of Lord Hashirama, thus heightening the intrigue surrounding her. As the carriage finally came to a halt amidst the gazes of the curious crowd, a throng of red-haired guards surrounded the vehicle, assisting the noble princess as she descended. Upon stepping out, Mito's breathtaking beauty elicited gasps and whispers, her fiery red hair shimmering brilliantly under the sun, vibrant and fervent. The crowd fell momentarily silent in awe before erupting in excitement, akin to oil igniting in a hot pan. It is Princess Mito. My goodness, her hair is stunning. She and Lord Hashirama are truly a perfect match. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's body stiffened, frozen in place like a fool, utterly reluctant to approach her. The more extraordinary Mito appeared, the more resolute he became in his desire to avoid marriage. In his view, such a talented and beautiful girl should not squander her future in a political union. Regrettably, it seemed that no one in the Senju clan would share his sentiments. Observing Hashirama's awkward stance, an elder standing behind him rolled his eyes in exasperation and promptly gave him a shove, propelling the bewildered Senju forward to greet the unfamiliar, yet stunning Mito. "Princess Mito, welcome to Konoha. Please, just call me Mito, Hokage-sama." An awkward silence enveloped the two strangers, their brief exchange of pleasantries leading to a mutual, perplexed gaze as they struggled to find further conversation. To outsiders, the pairing of the talented Hashirama and the enchanting Mito seemed perfect, yet they were complete strangers to one another, standing stiffly together under the weight of their clan's expectations. In this peculiar atmosphere, an unspoken understanding began to blossom between them. Hashirama and Mito exchanged glances, silently contemplating a shared thought. "So, you two abhor political unions. You don't wish to marry, and I don't want to marry either. How splendid." A sense of camaraderie ignited in their hearts, their common ground drawing them closer. Ahem. The elder, eager to promote their union, coughed loudly, interrupting the silent exchange of these reluctant allies. "Hashirama, why don't you take Princess Mito on a tour of the village? But I have duties to attend to. As the clan leader, are you really going to neglect your guest?" The elder's face flushed with frustration, nearly scolding Hashirama outright. With a quick glance, the clever Senju clan members understood his intent, swiftly dispersing to clear the area, ushering away any villagers hoping to linger. "Isn't your work already delegated to Tobarama? The academy has plenty for him to handle. You needn't worry about village matters, just extend your hospitality." "Very well." Thus, on Mito's first day in Konoha, Hashirama took her to the Uchiha compound. Standing at the entrance, gazing at the striking red and white fan emblem on the wall, Mito felt somewhat lost. As far as she knew, this was indeed the Uchiha clan's symbol. A Senju leading an Uzumaki to the doorstep of the Uchiha. Was this truly appropriate? Within the Uchiha compound, Hashirama, relying on his instincts, dashed into the training grounds and clung desperately to Madara's leg, interrupting his rigorous training with Kamizuki. In response to Madara's murderous glare, Hashirama lamented, "Madara, Kamizuki, you must help me." Chapter 56. The Master of Breakups and the Nature Park. "So, you truly wish to avoid marrying Princess Mito?" An agitated Hashirama gestured animatedly, recounting his troubles. After listening intently, Kamizuki tilted her head, a knowing smile gracing her youthful face as she incisively discerned the root of Hashirama's distress. "Then you must clarify your intentions with the Uzumaki clan." Madara, nearly boiling with frustration, shot a fierce glare at the now gloomy Hashirama, wishing he could land a few punches on this sulky fellow hiding in the corner. "Are you not a man? Don't dawdle. Resolve this matter swiftly." "But that would be inappropriate. What would become of Princess Mito?" Hashirama half closed his eyes, brows knitted in contemplation. For a moment, he was swayed, but ultimately, he sighed and shook his head in resignation. He was acutely aware of the weight of his identity and understood the urge of the Uzumaki clan to deepen ties with the Senju. If Hashirama were to heed Madara's words and directly approach the Uzumaki, declaring that a widower like himself had no desire for a wife, then Mito would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule and face scorn from her family. Such an act would be a humiliation for her. Regardless, Hashirama did not wish to let his selfishness implicate Mito. "How infuriating. I will undoubtedly deal with those old fools from your family." Madara Uchiha, having lost his patience, irritably raked his fingers through his hair. He despised the entangled matters of family affairs. Whenever such issues arose, he felt a fierce urge to incinerate those who annoyed him. The thought of the bothersome Senju elders, who were even more tedious than his own, ignited his anger. He still had not settled the last incident involving Shingetsu, and now they were meddling with Hashirama. It was utterly ridiculous. Observing the agitated Madara and the despondent Hashirama, Shingetsu too felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, she gently tugged at Hashirama's sleeve. "Why not speak directly with Mito?" Hashirama lifted his gaze, his bright, bead-like black eyes resembling a puppy's, looking up at Shingetsu with a pitiful expression. "You don't think she wishes to marry me either, do you? Perhaps you should talk and discern her true feelings." This was indeed a splendid idea. Hashirama's eyes sparkled with realization, and he quickly sprang to his feet, heading towards the clan's gate. After all, the elders had permitted him to take her on a private tour, and now no one was watching. Where's Mito? Upon hearing this, Shingetsu's expression turned perplexed. She hadn't noticed anyone accompanying Hashirama when he rushed over. She is waiting by the gate. How could you leave her there alone? Mito, who had been patiently standing at the Uchiha compound, awaited the return of the Hokage who had left her there. Nearby, members of the Uchiha clan passed by, their curious glances directed at the red-haired princess of the Uzumaki clan, wondering why she had chosen to wander the Uchiha territory instead of remaining in the Senju compound. Unbeknownst to her, Mito had lingered at the Uchiha compound for quite some time, with more and more Uchiha stealing glances at her, their numbers swelling to the point that some were forced to squeeze against the walls and trees. With her clan's exceptional sensory abilities, Mito was acutely aware of their positions and movements, and she found the attention of this renowned warrior clan quite disconcerting. Having ruled the land of whirlpools with an iron fist during her youth, the princess had never endured such humiliation. Exercising her refined upbringing, she suppressed the impulse to storm into the Uchiha territory and confront Hashirama for abandoning her. Of course, if she could have bested him in a fight, she might have acted on that impulse. At long last, he has arrived. As the Uchiha observed in astonishment, Mito suddenly opened her eyes, taking a couple of steps towards the entrance, as if to greet someone. Their speculation was correct. She was indeed awaiting the tardy Hashirama, along with two others accompanying him. With her unique sensory technique, the Uzumaki's Kagaya heart, Mito was able to distinctly sense three powerful chakra signatures approaching, one of which belonged to Hashirama. Lady Mito, I apologize for the wait, Hashirama exclaimed as he hurried over, flanked by two Uchihas. Mito understood immediately and bowed respectfully to the two Uchiha. Lord Madara, good day. Her gaze cautiously shifted to the legendary figure of the shinobi world. The tall, dark-haired man emanated an intimidating aura, his disdainful gaze akin to that of a proud lion, instilling both fear and fascination. Mito could sense the potent, destructive coldness of his chakra, yet it bore the warmth and intensity of flames. A contradictory, yet harmoniously unique trait that was unforgettable. As Mito observed Madara, he scrutinized her in turn. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for their formidable sealing techniques and unique physique, and upon seeing her, Madara was surprised to find that she was not merely a figure of renown lacking substance. His instincts, honed through years of battle, informed him that this woman was no feeble adversary. With this realization, Madara regarded Mito with a hint of respect. Though not on par with him or Hashirama, she was certainly a formidable presence. It seemed he must experience the Uzumaki clan's celebrated sealing arts in battle one day to ascertain if they were indeed as formidable as their reputation suggested. Lady Shingetsu, good day, Mito greeted, her gaze quickly shifting to the beautiful child trailing behind Madara. She had long been aware of the child who bore both Uchiha and Senju blood. The name Shingetsu Uchiha was well known throughout the shinobi world, and even the secluded Uzumaki clan had been diligently gathering intelligence about her. The combination of Senju and Uchiha, Wood Release and Sharingan, was formidable enough on its own, but Shingetsu, embodying both legacies, was an awe-inspiring figure indeed. Mito's gaze lingered on Shingetsu. Her chakra felt remarkably unique. It was unlike Madara's chilling energy and different from Hashirama's fiery presence, blending the two in a delicate equilibrium. Gentle and natural, it bore no trace of aggression, which was Mito's first impression of Shingetsu's chakra. Ahem, Lady Mito. Hashirama cleared his throat, pulling Mito's attention back to him. His face flushed with embarrassment for having left her waiting. After a brief silence, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, clearly uncomfortable with the prospect of conversing with her. Madara and Shingetsu will be joining us for a tour. I hope you do not mind. Of course not. It is an honor to accompany both of you. Thus, what was meant to be a simple outing for two became a gathering of four, with Shingetsu serving as an adorable little light bulb and Madara as a formidable presence, making it quite challenging for Hashirama and Mito to cultivate any romance. However, this development alleviated much of the awkwardness lingering between them, allowing for a more natural exchange. Having departed the Uchiha compound, the newly formed quartet casually explored the territory of Konoha, marveling at the quaint Hokage building and the newly established ninja academy, sites that were entirely foreign to Mito, who had lived in the secluded land of whirlpools for so long. The Leaf Village presented a stark contrast to what Mito had encountered throughout her life, igniting her youthful curiosity. Gradually, she unconsciously shed the rigid adherence to etiquette, revealing her natural vivacity and exuberance. This splendid orchard must surely be the masterpiece of Lord Kamizuki. As she passed through the lush fruit grove at the heart of the village, Mito couldn't help but exclaim in awe. In her perception, this grove appeared to be a harmonious blend of naturally grown trees, yet it emanated a robust vitality infused with chakra, bearing the marks of careful cultivation. Today, the grove cultivated by Kamizuki had transformed into a veritable natural park. Villagers, irrespective of whether they could partake of its fruits, delighted in strolling through its expanse. Caretakers were regularly assigned to tend to the trees and collect litter, and to safeguard the orchard, Tobarama had even established certain rules, notably prohibiting wastefulness and the immoral act of carving names into the trees. Truly remarkable. I had no idea that Wood Release could achieve such feats. Mito's cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon learning that Kamizuki's Wood Release could produce edible fruits, her curiosity soared. As she believed such phenomena existed solely in legends and longed to witness it firsthand. Now, her wish was fulfilled, and she was astonished to discover that Kamizuki's chakra might be even more extraordinary than she had perceived. Mitoheim, shall we venture inside? Alas, the fruits have all been consumed. Listening to Mito's praises, Hashirama chuckled heartily. Although she was not extolling him, he, as her uncle, felt a sense of pride nonetheless. Regrettably, the newly sprouted fruits had been entirely harvested by the villagers just days prior, and it would take some time for new ones to grow. If you desire to eat, I can indeed plant a few more. Kamizuki, who had quietly accompanied Madara, stepped forward after overhearing their conversation, subtly reminding them that the one who could plant trees and bear fruits was right there. Do you wish for fruits? Then come quickly and make your request. Chapter 57. Replanting fruits and the thousand hands interruption. With her hands clasped together, Kamizuki skillfully formed the sign of the serpent, and the wood release chakra flowed into the grove she had personally nurtured. In an instant, it was as though a gentle spring breeze swept through, generously bestowing life and vitality upon all things. The dense grove resonated with a sound akin to jubilant cheers, branches stirred, and budding leaves emerged. Tiny fruitlets, no larger than grains of millet, quietly hung from the branches, swaying in the wind and rapidly growing into plump, round fruits that sparkled in the sunlight. This was nothing short of miraculous. As she gazed upon this scene of wonder, Uzumaki Mito felt her face flush with excitement, her eyes sparkling. She struggled to contain her urge to exclaim in astonishment, striving to uphold her dignity as a princess. Yet ultimately, she could not suppress her emotions and gasped in awe. In her perception, it seemed as if Kamizuki was directly infusing life into these plants. Her chakra, imbued with gentle qualities, did not destroy the forms of these wildly growing plants, but instead guided them to transform in the direction Kamizuki envisioned. Once the infusion of chakra ceased, these plants reverted to ordinary natural creations, yet from that moment onward, they would embody the form that Kamizuki had sculpted, as if they had always been so. Mito was profoundly shaken by this incredible spectacle. She had never imagined that Wood Release could achieve such wonders. She had long heard of Hashirama Senju's formidable prowess and knew he could conjure a forest in an instant and control giant wooden golems. His myriad achievements and renown in the Warring States era were forged through his Wood Release prowess. However, while Hashirama's feats were indeed awe-inspiring, they remained within the realm of ninja conflict. In contrast, Kamizuki Uchiha, the emerging second wielder of Wood Release, could instantaneously cause the orchard to yield countless fruits. A miracle akin to the divine acts of Inari, the deity of harvest, an area unattainable by mortals. Yet now, Kamizuki had rendered it a reality. In an age marked by scarcity, where the majority languished in hunger, what a magnificent and reverent power this was. Unlike Mito's exuberant excitement, Kamizuki's mood was less than favorable. After using Wood Release to bring forth a bountiful harvest, she glanced at her palms, finally confirming that a part of her essence had indeed been depleted. Unlike her inexhaustible chakra, this particular power had not replenished, diminishing with every use. Sensing that this was likely related to the divine tree, Kamizuki had attempted to increase the chakra she supplied to it, hoping to restore some of her strength. Yet, while the divine tree welcomed her chakra with open arms, the portion of her power within her body recovered at an excruciatingly slow pace. The divine tree remained as greedy as ever. Relying on it was unrealistic. Ultimately, she had to find a solution herself. But how could she replenish that particular essence? Kamizuki had a vague yet audacious idea brewing in her mind. For now, the mysterious power within her was still relatively abundant, enough for her to squander for some time. Currently, the pressing matter was whether Hashirama and Mito could dissolve their engagement. Under the watchful eyes of Madara and Kamizuki, Mito and Hashirama sat opposite each other, gazing intently. They stared at one another in silence, neither willing to speak first. After a moment of quiet, Madara, growing impatient, clicked his tongue and signaled to Hashirama to swiftly resolve this troublesome affair. Mitoheim, I have something to discuss with you. Under Madara's piercing gaze, Hashirama finally mustered his courage, adopting a serious demeanor, but when Mito glanced at him, he faltered momentarily. Observing Hashirama's utterly hopeless expression, Kamizuki sighed in exasperation, shaking her head in defeat. If this continued, who knew how long they would remain in this awkward standoff? To expedite their escape, she decided to intervene. Mitoheim, Hashirama wishes to ask you whether you do not wish to marry him? Indeed. Mito, slightly taken aback for only a moment, candidly admitted her sentiments. Kamizuki nodded, turning to the visibly relieved Hashirama. That simplifies matters, for Hashirama feels the same way. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, an awkward smile crept onto Hashirama's face, his features contorting comically in his embarrassment. Observing this spectacle, Mito couldn't help but chuckle softly, her previously gentle demeanor suddenly brightening. Then, Hashirama, let us have a private conversation. As the couple, who were supposed to be betrothed, sat in the depths of the orchard, munching on fruits while conspiring loudly on how to dissuade their families from arranging their engagement, Kamizuki couldn't shake the feeling that this marriage was destined to fall through. Grabbing a cherry and popping it into her mouth, she chewed thoughtfully. Devoid of conscience, a princess as beautiful and wise as Mitoheim truly deserved better than to marry someone as foolishly straightforward as Hashirama. Just being near him seemed to dull her sharpness. This engagement would be better off abandoned. Uchiha Madara had no interest in the trivial matters concerning the Senju and Mito. After sharing some fruit with Kamizuki, he embraced her and departed from the increasingly crowded orchard. It was early autumn, the days were still long, and the streets were not overly populated. As Madara contemplated whether to take Kamizuki to try the new dumplings at the village's dessert shop, he unexpectedly encountered an elderly man clad in the signature light green attire of the Senju clan. Lord Madara, good afternoon, the elder greeted with little sincerity. His gaze, however, was fixated intensely on Kamizuki, held tightly in Madara's embrace, his fervent stare almost tangible, as if it could consume her whole. Given the time and place, along with the blatant scrutiny, it was evident that this was no mere chance encounter. Lady Kamizuki, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Senju, an elder of the Senju clan. How unfortunate that it's this old Senju. Kamizuki, feeling uncomfortable under the elder's gaze, quickly nestled into Madara's embrace. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, extending his hand to cover Kamizuki's head, a gesture that radiated protectiveness. Kamizuki obediently buried herself against him, wrapping her small arms around his neck, effectively shrinking into his protective hold, leaving Senju with only a cold view of her back. Noticing the palpable tension and resistance emanating from the pair, Senju did not take the hint to withdraw. Instead, he leaned in closer, undeterred by Madara's imposing presence. Lord Madara, may I inquire when Lady Kamizuki might visit the Senju clan's territory? Oh, since when do the Uchiha allow the Senju to meddle in their affairs? Madara replied, his tone sharp and laden with sarcasm. Senju merely chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by Madara's hostility, and continued, Lord Madara, your relationship with Lady Kamizuki is that of mentor and pupil. Logically, I should refrain from interference, but Lady Kamizuki is the heir to Wood Release, which holds significant meaning for the Senju clan. At times, the clan may grow anxious, simply because they care deeply for Lady Kamizuki. I ask for your understanding. Senju remained composed, even as Madara's expression darkened. He continued to speak with an air of condescension. Besides, the Senju and Uchiha have collaborated in village building for many years now. Lord Madara, this could be a chance for you to learn more about the Senju. If the two great clans can forge a closer bond, it would surely be a boon for both the village and our families. Are you suggesting that if I deny Kamizuki's visit to the Senju, I would be jeopardizing the relationship between our clans? Madara retorted with a sarcastic laugh, his expression taking on a dangerously narrow curve. I would not dare. Senju shook his head, noticing Madara's growing agitation. He swiftly changed the subject to an equally pressing matter. However, I have heard that Lady Kamizuki has suffered from a bloodline illness from a young age, which seems to have been recurrent over the years. It is truly regrettable. What are you trying to say? Madara glared angrily at him, a hint of crimson flashing in his dark eyes. The recurring bloodline illness that plagued Kamizuki had long been a burden on his mind. He suppressed his fury, waiting for the elder to finish, ready to dispose of this bothersome man if he failed to provide valuable information. While the bloodline illness cannot be cured within the Uchiha, it may find remedy within the Senju clan. After all, the Senju possess greater expertise in this regard, Senju Yang asserted. What bloodline illness? I was unaware of any ailment. Kamizuki, nestled within Madara's embrace, was bewildered, having never anticipated that this old man would bring up such a topic. After a considerable pause, she recalled the time she had been drained of chakra by the god tree, left weak and bedridden, even fainting at times. With her Sharingan and would release. It was only natural for others to perceive her condition as a bloodline illness. Looking back, due to the clan's medical ninjas being unable to diagnose her symptoms, she often feigned illness to evade responsibilities. Little did she expect that one day, this would be used against her. Was this a form of karmic retribution? Upon hearing Senju Yang's words, Madara's expression darkened, yet he did not outright refuse, for the elder had struck a nerve. As Senju Yang had pointed out, the medical ninjas of the Uchiha clan were notoriously inept. Any Uchiha with a modicum of sense would never entrust their life to those incompetent healers. With the clans no longer at war, and without patience to practice on, the medical ninjas' skills would only deteriorate further. Relying on them to cure Kamizuki's bloodline illness was an exercise in futility. This had always been Madara's inner turmoil. He gently stroked the girl's soft head. His eyes filled with a deep, almost palpable affection. In the early days of Kamizuki's life, he had devoted himself entirely to her care. As the fragile infant craved chakra like a newborn craves milk, a moment's inattention could lead to her vitality waning, leaving those responsible for her care in a state of constant anxiety. Sometimes even sleepless nights spent watching her every movement. During that time, Kamizuki lacked the strength to cry. Even when held, she would merely blink her dark, glistening eyes, filled with tears, gazing up at Madara with a pitiful expression. Only when he infused chakra into her body would her sobs subside, allowing her to peacefully drift into slumber in his embrace. Those days had been arduous for Madara, yet immensely fulfilling. Caring for such a delicate life continuously reminded him of his own past. As a child, with parents perpetually absent due to warfare, he had taken on the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings. One by one, they grew from infants to children under his watchful eye. Yet none could escape the cruel fate that awaited them. Kamizuki's arrival had filled the once somber family estate with the scent of milk and scattered baby items, toys strewn about. To ensure he could attend to her needs, her nursery remained in the clan's main residence until she learned to walk, at which point she could finally live a life of normalcy, and only then did he dare to bring her home. In contrast to his memories of Izuna, who had matured swiftly and required little of his concern, Kamizuki was fragile and clingy, needing his constant vigilance to thrive. Perhaps even Kamizuki herself had forgotten, but Madara vividly recalled the agony she endured when her so-called bloodline illness struck. Even knowing that this old Senju harbored ulterior motives, Madara found himself unable to dismiss his proposal. In truth, he could not overlook any possibility of curing Kamizuki's ailment. Did the Senju truly possess that capability, master? As the subtle demeanor of Ban suggested an impending agreement, Shinue hastily peered out from his embrace, her face etched with concern. Ban gently patted her shoulder. A habit formed during her infancy, and within moments, she unwittingly relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Ban decisively pulled her back into his hold. Could Lord Ban truly doubt Lord Hashirama? Senju Yang exuded an air of confidence, well aware that the Uchiha clan lacked proficiency in medical ninjutsu, especially when compared to the many adept practitioners within the Senju clan. Yet, despite his words, the elder felt no certainty. After all, the only legitimate bloodline limit within the Senju clan was would release, and the sole wielder, Hashirama, was a picture of vitality, showing no signs of ailment. Furthermore, even the skilled medic, Tao Hua, had been rendered helpless against this illness. Unable to heal even her own mother, how could one expect others to succeed? His intention was merely to concoct an excuse to lure Shinue to the Senju territory. This afternoon, bring people to the Uchiha clan-esque grounds. Well, what? Contrary to any scenario envisioned in Senju Yang's mind, Ban's words left him momentarily speechless. Did he just hear correctly? Uchiha Ban was requesting him to bring people to the Uchiha territory. Lord Ban, do you mean for the Senju to go to the Uchiha? Otherwise, Ban scoffed, a smirk revealing unabashed mockery. Yet, Senju Yang, undeterred, persisted, anxiously questioning. Shouldn't Shinue be taken to the Senju territory instead? It's merely a matter of healing. Why go there? Uchiha Ban retorted sharply, narrowing his eyes dangerously. His gaze fixated on the irritating Senju elder who had provoked him repeatedly. The sensation of being scrutinized by a lion sent chills down his spine, causing his hair to bristle with fear as he instinctively recoiled. Or are you jesting with me? The Senju clan cannot treat Shinue's illness? No, that is impossible. Senju Yang exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as he rebuked vehemently to preserve his own life. I wouldn't dare. Then it's settled. This afternoon. Let Hashirama bring people over. Observing the elder's exaggerated demeanor, Uchiha Ban left no room for dissent, ruthlessly finalizing the arrangement. If it proves ineffective at this juncture, a flicker of lethal intent flashed in Ban's eyes, a gaze sharp enough to be blinding, burning with intensity akin to hellish wrath. Should he fail to achieve his desires, he would obliterate everything within his sight. Under such intimidation, Senju Yang swallowed hard, trembling in his frail state, ultimately resigning to this fate. Watching Ban, victorious and departing with Shenyue in his arms, the elder seethed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He could not fathom why, despite having seized Ban's vulnerability, the situation had spiraled out of control. What he failed to understand was that his cunning machinations were laughably futile in the presence of true strength. After all, how could one hope to outmaneuver Susanoo in the intricate games of familial strife? Chapter 59. The joyful return home and the arrival of nobility that afternoon. Hashirama promptly led the clan's medical ninjas to the Uchiha grounds, in stark contrast to the anxious Senju medics, who appeared on the verge of collapse. Hashirama embodied the spirit of returning to a joyful home, radiating relaxation and satisfaction. He greeted every Uchiha he encountered along the way, playfully pinching the cheeks of adorable Uchiha children. And when he stumbled upon the Uchiha's Nina cats, he unabashedly scooped them into his arms, lavishing them with affection. The Uchiha and their cats. How annoying are these boundaryless Senju? Lord Clan Leader, they are all watching us. The Uchiha, agitated yet unable to voice their frustration, retreated into the shadows like angry wolves, baring their teeth at the grinning Hashirama, as if ready to pounce and sever his throat. This scene only heightened the anxiety of the already tense Senju medics, one of whom reached out to poke at Hashirama, who was lost in his cat-adoring reverie, only to receive the reassuring words, "Do not worry, they are merely welcoming us, Senhua." Really? But it doesn't seem like that at all. For the first time, feeling so close to the legendary and feared Uchiha clan, Senju Senhua felt as restless as an ant on a hot stove, and rather than calming under Hashirama's comfort, her nerves intensified. Lord Clan Leader, please don't deceive me. Senju Senhua, a skilled medical ninja within the Senju clan, possessed extraordinary medical prowess. Unlike the mediocre practitioners of the Uchiha, Hashirama chose her not only for her high level of skill, but also for her compassionate heart. He believed she seldom considered factors beyond the ailment when treating patients. After a playful journey, when Hashirama and Senhua finally arrived at the grand Uchiha manor, Ban, who had been waiting impatiently, had lost his patience. Hashirama, you are too slow. Ban's irritation was palpable, his forehead veins bulging as Uchiha members, harassed by Hashirama, hurriedly reported back to him. Even the Nina cats came to complain, meowing about their fur being nearly ruffled away. Hey, the Uchiha are just too adorable. I couldn't help myself from now on. Do not come again. Ban's low reprimand was met with Hashirama's dramatically crestfallen expression. Realizing he might have to bid farewell to his joyful home, he immediately began to plead. No, Ban, we can discuss this. Senju Senhua, witnessing the scene, was almost in disbelief, having known for long that her clan leader was devoid of authority and shared a close relationship with his counterpart. Yet witnessing it firsthand left her astonished. Is he a Senju or an Uchiha? Shenyue, why are you hiding over here? These are for you. Catching sight of Shenyue, who was concealed behind Ban, Hashirama quickly crouched down, pulling out a collection of wooden toys to offer her. Humph. But Shenyue turned away, her cheeks puffed up. resolutely ignoring him despite his efforts to cheer her. Noticing her demeanor, Hashirama began to sweat profusely, casting a pleading glance towards Ban, who was smiling softly. What is wrong with Shanhua? Why is she suddenly so angry with me? She is upset that you bullied the cats in the clan. Faced with such a stern accusation, Hashirama could only shout in protest. This is a misunderstanding. I was merely playing with the cats. Shanhua, you must believe me. Humph. Shanhua pouted, turning her head even more defiantly. While Hashirama attempted to pacify her, Senju Sanhua's attention shifted to this legendary figure. This child, embodying both the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, held an unparalleled status and immense potential, a unique and powerful legacy that neither clan could afford to relinquish. Yet, as a connoisseur of beauty, Sanhua's first notice was of her extraordinary cuteness, reminiscent of when she first glimpsed the strikingly handsome Uchiha Ban upon entering the manor. Hey, the Uchiha are truly stunning. Soon, the examination commenced. Shinsuke, clad only in a snug undergarment, lay nervously on the bed, her gaze fixed upon Senju Morihana, who had donned a physician's attire, her demeanor transformed into one of solemn gravitas. Shinsuke swallowed hard. Acutely aware of the anxiety that accompanies patients in the presence of a doctor, even she, a feigned patient, was no exception. Lady Shinsuke, please try to relax, Morihana urged, extending her hand to concentrate chakra within her palm, pressing it gently against Shinsuke's abdomen to assess the condition of her organs. As time trickled by, beads of cold sweat began to form on Morihana's brow. Her skin felt as taut as stretched wire. After a series of examinations, she ultimately chose to exit the room, her steps heavy as she approached the two men waiting by the door. Morihana, what is the situation? Senju Hashirama inquired, his tone laced with concern. I am deeply sorry. Morihana bowed deeply in apology, her voice trembling as she divulged the results of the examination. I cannot discern what ailment afflicts Lady Shinsuke. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, causing Morihana to tremble, even though his ire was not aimed at her. Hashirama stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Morihana, creating a tense standoff with Madara. With the responsibility of a healer weighing upon her, Morihana, despite her trepidation, mustered the courage to voice her thoughts, interrupting the confrontation. I believe that if we could collect a sample of Lady Shinsuke's blood for testing, we may find answers. However, it would require considerable time. Madara's expression darkened further, his piercing gaze fixated on Morihana, as if attempting to discern her true intentions. Upon realizing that Morihana's audacity stemmed purely from her role as a physician, rather than any ulterior motives, Madara turned to Hashirama. Hashirama, can you assure me that Lady Shinsuke's blood will not be taken by certain individuals in secrecy? The weight of his words hung heavily as he emphasized certain individuals. Hashirama quickly grasped the implication, nodding solemnly in affirmation. Madara, I will ensure that such an occurrence does not transpire. Very well, I trust you. With Hashirama's assurance, Madara strode into the room, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Shinsuke, poised to leap from the window. Shinsuke, where do you intend to flee? Master. Shinsuke, startled at the attention drawn to her, clutched her clothing tightly, her fingers turning pale from the grip. If one were to list Shinsuke's most detested things, Tobarama, natto, and needles would undoubtedly rank among the top 3, followed closely by dumplings and the Senju elders. Presently, Morihana stood before her, brandishing a syringe that seemed conspicuously out of place in this world, preparing for the final sterilization. Flanking Shinsuke on either side were Madara and Hashirama, ensuring that she could not escape. As Morihana brandished a syringe nearly as thick as 2 of her fingers, Shinsuke's fear reached a crescendo. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, attempting to leap and evade through the window, only to be firmly restrained by both Madara and Hashirama. No, I refuse to be injected. Lady Shinsuke, I am not here to inject you. I merely wish to draw blood. Isn't that even more terrifying? As the glinting needle approached her arm, Shinsuke's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Just before the needle pierced her skin, her anguished wail echoed through the Uchiha district, resonating in the hearts of all who crossed her path. Oh, after the entirety of the blood draw, Shinsuke, thoroughly frightened and on the verge of fainting, soon fell into a peaceful slumber under Morihana's care. Outside the room, Hashirama and Madara, both adept in medical ninjutsu, discussed Shinsuke's condition. To Madara's surprise, Hashirama's perspective diverged sharply from the consensus, as he did not believe Shinsuke was truly afflicted with a bloodline disease. Frankly, Shinsuke does not exhibit the traits of someone suffering from a bloodline ailment. Her health appears robust, and those of us who have awakened would release possess far greater vitality than the average ninja. Madara, incredulous, recalled instances from Shinsuke's childhood when her chakra was periodically depleted, and he felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Hashirama for such folly. Are you suggesting that her symptoms of chakra deficiency are merely feigned? That is not my implication. Hashirama hastily shook his head, attempting to clarify his stance, but Madara, already impatient, brushed past him and re-entered the room, unwilling to leave Shinsuke alone with the Senju. Sighing in resignation, Hashirama lowered his head, muttering under his breath, "If only we could provide her with a continuous source of chakra." Unbeknownst to him, Madara's footsteps faltered at this suggestion. Inspired by Hashirama's words, a new idea blossomed in his mind. Indeed, why concern themselves with curing Shinsuke's purported craving for chakra due to her bloodline ailment? If she required chakra, they could simply supply it abundantly. A vast source of chakra. Was there not an abundance readily available within the ninja world? In the ensuing days, Konoha experienced no significant events. Although members of the Senju clan occasionally took advantage of Hashirama and Tobarama's divided attention to intrude upon the Uchiha district, they were met with stern resistance from Madara's iron fist, leaving them chastened, if not entirely taught a lesson. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the specifics of any agreement with Hashirama, Mito actively engaged in the construction of barriers, leading a conspicuous band of red-haired Uzumaki who flitted in and out of the village, inscribing cryptic symbols. To facilitate her work, Mito traded her opulent white garments for practical black attire, resembling a labor foreman rather than a princess whenever she appeared with her similarly clad entourage. Under Mito's relentless efforts alongside her clansmen, the protective barrier for the village began to take shape, though it remained far from completion. As the village's situation stabilized and the barriers took form, Madara permitted Shinsuke to return to school, accompanying her himself. This elicited mixed reactions among the students. Some rejoiced at Shinsuke's return, such as Yakushi Nanaka, Sarutobi Hizashi, and the younger Uchiha clan members, while the Senju children could also be counted among those pleased. Conversely, others lamented the return of the stringent Madara, whose rigorous educational standards were not suited for everyone. Unlike Hashirama, who often shirked responsibilities, Madara meticulously reviewed each student's assignments. And any student whose work failed to meet his expectations faced severe consequences. As for those capable of producing work that could appease Madara, aside from Shinsuke, who had been nurtured under his watchful eye since childhood, they were virtually non-existent. Thus, the tranquil days flowed by until, within the Hokage building, Tobarama successfully received a bribe, investment, from the daimyo. In addition to the promised funds and territory, the daimyo also presented a collection of antiquities and treasures deemed useless to ninjas, which Tobarama promptly sold to nobles, yielding a substantial profit. As the finances of Konoha finally emerged from the red, Senju Tobarama was elated and promptly approved the requests for two esteemed individuals, two noble princesses and a young heir, to visit the village. With the assistance of these two dignitaries, it was believed that Konoha's financial stability would be ensured, at least preventing further monthly deficits. Upon receiving this news, the feudal lord was equally delighted. Dispatching the long-prepared Princess Aoi and her brother, Prince Sajin, to Konoha without delay, the royal entourage set forth from the capital, the lord nearly depleting his treasury to organize a grand procession, complete with silk banners and golden adornments, showcasing the opulent attire of Aoi and Sajin. Despite their youth, the siblings were adorned in a manner that exuded splendor and authority. A throng of guards and attendants surrounded the resplendent convoy as it made its way to Konoha. As they departed the capital, Aoi silently vowed to captivate Senju Hashirama, this lowly ninja, with her beauty and status, intending to exploit him before ultimately exacting a gruesome revenge. Uchiha Shinzuki, too, was deemed unworthy of her noble lineage, and the notorious Uchiha Madara would not escape her wrath. She was determined to ensure his downfall. However, after a grueling journey, when the Lord's caravan finally arrived at Konoha, no one came forth to receive them, as if their arrival had gone unnoticed. In stark contrast to the warm welcome bestowed upon Princess Naruto, Aoi and Sajin's carriage was met with indifference. Furthermore, they found themselves thwarted by the village's protective barrier. unable to gain entry into Konoha. Chapter 60. The malevolent Tobarama and the clownish siblings. Is this how a ninja treats their guests, Lord Tobarama? Aoi and Sajin, stranded outside the barrier, endured hours of waiting until dusk fell and the moon began to rise, only to finally be met by the solitary figure of Senju Tobarama. Within the procession, accompanying officials grew increasingly irate, their collective gaze fixed upon the tardy Tobarama, as if ready to deliver punishment for his perceived disrespect. "Forgive me, your highnesses. It was my oversight," Tobarama said, his demeanor unfazed by the malice directed at him. Despite his incessant apologies, his feigned concern was apparent to anyone with functioning eyes. To Tobarama, such trivial curses were mere droplets of water when it came to true malice. These ordinary individuals could not compare to the lethal ninjas who fought amidst mountains of corpses. Konoha had only recently been established, and it was a critical time for constructing barriers. "I ask for your highness's understanding regarding our lack of hospitality," he continued, knowing full well that his heightened sensory abilities would not allow him to miss the uproar of the crowd. His actions were deliberate. The grand display of nobility would only draw unwanted attention from the villagers, who had never encountered such opulence. Tobarama was keen to avoid any situation where Aoi and Sajin might attract the notice of Hashirama or Shinzuki. An 18-year-old princess and a 7-year-old heir, one could hardly deny that they were sent for a political marriage. In the past, Tobarama might have considered facilitating this union to garner support from the nobility, thereby embedding Konoha's influence within the aristocracy. But now, with such easy prey at hand, he saw no reason to sacrifice the happiness of his own kin. The nonchalant attitude of Tobarama enraged the leading officials and guards, who pressed forward to argue with him. At that moment, the princess's personal guard hastily intervened, whispering to the officials and curbing the escalating situation. Inside the carriage, Aoi clenched her handkerchief in fury, almost shattering her silver teeth in frustration. As a daughter of the feudal lord, she had never endured such humiliation. "Enough of this. Let us proceed inside," she commanded her guards, who relayed her orders to the officials. Despite their lingering resentment, the officials, adhering to Aoi's wishes, suppressed their anger and courteously addressed Tobarama. "In that case, Lord Tobarama, the night grows late. May we enter the village?" Upon receiving the command, the officials organized their subordinates, preparing to advance into Konoha, their solemn procession resembling a disturbance in the dead of night. "Wait," Tobarama interjected, halting the leading guards and officials. His crimson gaze swept over the multitude of attendants, finding the feudal lord's actions ridiculous. After suffering a severe lesson at the hands of Uchiha Madara, it was absurd that they still failed to recognize the disparity between themselves and the ninjas. What use is such a large retinue? In the face of trained ninjas, one could dispatch them with bare hands, no weapon required. A couple of hostages would suffice, perhaps add a caretaker, but I have no need for this overwhelming crowd. Konoha is not as bountiful as the capital. We lack the space. I kindly ask the princess and the heir to select their accompanying entourage. The rest may return. What do you mean by this? The high-ranking official, incensed, trembled with rage, his voice taking on a sharp edge. Is this how Konoha treats our esteemed guests? Do you not fear the wrath of the feudal lord? Where's the Hokage? Let him come forth. Enough. Aoi's voice rang out, silencing the clamor. She emerged from the carriage, draped in elegant garments, her beauty unparalleled among the feudal lord's offspring. Under the moonlight, her figure resembled a delicate flower, captivating all who beheld her. "Your Highness." Upon seeing the princess, the entourage fell silent, their gazes shifting from Tobarama to her. "It was our oversight. Let us defer to Lord Tobarama's judgment," Aoi said, feigning modesty as she covered her face with her sleeve. After uttering these words, she retreated back into the carriage. With the princess's declaration, the officials had no choice but to comply. They sighed deeply, feeling the world tilt on its axis, realizing that the once lowly ninjas now dared to tread upon their dignity. What the future held was beyond imagination. "Please, wait a moment," Senju Tobarama. Once back inside the carriage, Aoi could no longer maintain her facade of composure. Gritting her teeth, she vowed silently, "This humiliation shall be repaid tenfold." Deprived of servants and stripped of substantial wealth, Princess Aki and the noble heir, Jean, found themselves residing in a humble abode provided by Tobarama, accompanied only by a loyal maid and a guard. The indignity of their circumstances was a novel experience for individuals of their status. fostering an ever-growing animosity towards Tobirama and Konoha. In their desperation to escape this plight, they sought to engage with Hashirama and Kamizuki. Yet Tobirama was loath to grant them such an opportunity. Their movements were severely restricted. Whenever they ventured out, they were shadowed by vigilant ninjas, and on occasion, Tobirama would confine them to their quarters under the pretense of ensuring their safety. In such an environment, it was nearly impossible for Aki and S-Jin to encounter Hashirama and Kamizuki. Coupled with Tobirama's deliberate concealment, few within Konoha were aware of the presence of the noble heirs. In the ensuing days, Aki, in her fervent distress, found no means to alter their predicament. Even when she attempted to bribe the ninjas monitoring her with vast treasures, her efforts were in vain. These guardians, selected with meticulous care by Tobirama, remained impervious to her offerings. Even the most foolish would recognize that provoking the cunning Tobirama over mere monetary gain was not worth the risk. On the bustling streets of Konoha, Hashirama, who had been absorbed in his studies at the Ninja Academy, was en route to the Hokage building when he caught sight of Aki, who was being ushered away by ninjas. She seemed to recognize him and waved frantically. Yet Hashirama could not recall their prior encounter and returned to his office to inquire with Tobirama, "Is there someone new in the village? I encountered a person I do not recall meeting before." "Nothing of significance," Tobirama replied coolly, glancing down from his lofty position as Aki's figure vanished from sight. Merely an inconsequential individual. Aki's efforts were thwarted, and S-Jin too faced considerable setbacks. The locations where Uchiha Kamizuki might be found were limited to the Uchiha clan grounds and the Ninja Academy, both areas strictly off-limits to S-Jin. However, S-Jin's fortune surpassed that of his sister. Being merely a 7-year-old child, he was subjected to less scrutiny. He cleverly donned civilian attire to mingle among the children of Konoha, affording him some degree of freedom. Seizing this opportunity, he often slipped away to the village's sole dango shop, biding his time for a chance encounter. On one fortuitous day at the dango shop, S-Jin finally crossed paths with Kamizuki, who was accompanied by Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon seeing Kamizuki, S-Jin felt his heart seize for a moment. Despite living amidst beauty in the royal capital, he had never encountered a girl as enchanting as her. "She is truly lovely," S-Jin thought, adjusting his humble attire. Straightening his posture, and mustering his courage in accordance with his mother's teachings on courtly competition, he prepared to approach Kamizuki. Yet, beside Kamizuki, the ever-contentious Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hizashi, sensing a rival, immediately turned their attention to the audacious S-Jin. Without hesitation, they decided to unite against this new contender. Swiftly moving behind him, one covering S-Jin's mouth while the other restrained his arms and legs, dragging him into the nearby woods to deliver a thorough beating to this unexpected intruder. Where did Kagami and that monkey go? Kamizuki pondered, enjoying a new flavor of dango laden with jam, only to realize that her companions had vanished. Turning to the smiling Chika, she inquired with curiosity, "Could they have gone off to play?" "They're likely just having fun," Chika replied with a gentle smile, subtly blocking the direction from which the two had departed. As she glanced up at the sky, noting that their break was about to end, she urged Kamizuki, "Let us return to school now. Aren't we waiting for them?" Kamizuki asked. Chika smiled again, her demeanor warm and bright, yet tinged with a hint of cunning. "They're not children. We needn't worry about them. Come, let us go back, or else Sensei Ban might become angry." "All right then," Kamizuki conceded, realizing the wisdom in Chika's words, and stood to depart, dango in hand. As for S-Jin, well, who was he? Did such a person even exist? Chapter 61. The Tyrant of the Ninja Academy and the State of Agriculture. As the afternoon sun cast slanted rays through the classroom windows, the light scattered like shards of gold upon the floor. At the front, Uchiha Ban gripped a piece of white chalk, the sound of it striking the blackboard resonating like a firm knock at the door. Below the podium, even the most lively and energetic students dared not misbehave, each sitting quietly like lambs, attentively absorbing the lesson, fearful of losing focus. Through their time together, the students had come to understand that Ban despised those who did not pay attention in his class. He would not tolerate any distractions during his meticulously prepared lessons. Those foolish enough to sleep or arrive late would find themselves subjected to rigorous training under the guise of discipline. A recent example included the unfortunate Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hizashi, who, for reasons unbeknownst to them, found themselves late and subsequently rendered unconscious by Ban's wrath. now languishing in the infirmary under Hashirama's careful ministrations. The children of Konoha had long since developed a profound fear of Ban's icy countenance. After several harsh beatings, the mere sight of his face or the sound of his voice could send them into tremors, their faces paling as if they had just been beaten. Thus, Uchiha Ban had successfully established himself as the most feared tyrant among the students, and under his reign, the new generation of Konoha's ninjas displayed a remarkable increase in strength, to a degree that even their parents found hard to comprehend. Ban had demonstrated that the potential of children, much like water in a sponge, could be extracted with sufficient pressure. Soon, the day's lessons drew to a close, and the unfortunate students braced themselves for the most excruciating moment before dismissal. As Ban hurled assignment books onto the podium with a grim expression, the children collectively swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on the stack of papers bearing their names, trembling as though they were holding death sentences. Zangetsu Koharu. The name echoed, and a piece of chalk was swiftly launched, blurring into a white streak as it soared past Kamizuki, striking the dejected Zangetsu squarely in the face. "Ugh, Ban-sensei!" A cry filled with pain resonated from the rear of the classroom, where Chuanchin Xiaochun, called upon by name, hung her head low. Amidst the sympathetic gazes of her desk mate, Shuetu Minyan, and her classmates, she pitifully rose to accept the reprimand from Ban. "Why do you continue to make the same mistakes as before? Is what you carry on your shoulders merely for decoration?" Under a storm of fierce admonitions and criticisms, Xiaochun felt utterly crushed, her complexion turning pale as she nearly fainted. The brief moments of chastisement stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Oh, sage of six paths! Even teacher Tobarama isn't this strict. Minutes later, nearly foaming at the mouth, Xiaochun slumped back into her seat, only for Ban to produce a second assignment book and call out the name of another unfortunate student. "It's over," Michi lamented softly, well aware that Ban would not lower his expectations simply because she shared the Uchiha surname. Quite the opposite. Ban's demands would be even higher for those bearing the same name. As Michi collapsed, one after another, unfortunate students fell victim to Ban's critiques. Shimura Danzo, Yakushi Chika, Uni Shiren. The relentless evaluations left the class in disarray, with nearly no one escaping unscathed. The only survivor, Kamizuki, remained unharmed amidst the envious and resentful gazes of her peers, entirely free from Ban's wrath. Bathed in the palpable envy around her, Kamizuki cast a calm glance at her classmates, who were succumbing one by one, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth as she mused. "What are you staring at? What is there to envy? I've endured more beatings than all of you combined." Class dismissed. With the ringing of the bell, Ban, seething with anger after assigning homework, retreated to his office to prepare the lesson plan for the next day. After his departure, the students, still reeling from the verbal onslaught, slumped over their desks, but within minutes, those resilient youngsters, akin to cockroaches, regained their spirits and began to dash around the campus. Rising from her seat, Kamizuki steeled herself, determined to accomplish something of great importance today. However, minutes passed, and she remained seated, hesitating until her target, Uni Shiren, began to pack her bag, preparing to leave. Kamizuki hurriedly stepped in front of her. Uni, I need to talk to you." Shiren, a girl clad in fabric that concealed her entirely, and wearing sunglasses even at a young age, adjusted her shades and regarded the visibly anxious Kamizuki. "Kamizuki, I don't eat people. My bugs don't either." The mere mention of bugs ignited an impulse within Kamizuki to flee. Just thinking of the countless insects residing within Shiren made her pale, her legs turned to jelly, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah." In this world, Kamizuki detested many things, Tobarama, natto, and injections, but her greatest fear was undoubtedly insects. The Uni clan, known for their affinity for insects, felt like her natural enemies. She longed to incinerate them with a mighty fireball whenever they approached. After a moment of gathering her courage, Kamizuki stood a cautious 3 steps away from Shiren, vigilantly observing for any signs of insect release. Shiren, unfazed, remained still, awaiting Kamizuki's next words. "You can control bugs, right? Can you also raise bees?" After a brief silence, Shiren pondered for a second before responding affirmatively. "I suppose so." Kamizuki's eyes brightened, but as she leaned closer, she remembered the insects, prompting her to retreat further. "Then, could you raise some bees in my field?" "I want to. I'll think about it." Shiren fell silent, seemingly deep in thought, and noticing her indecision, Kamizuki tilted her head and suggested, "If honey is produced, I can share some with you?" "All right." Without hesitation, Sharin accepted the proposal. In this era, honey was a rare and precious nutritional resource. For the Uni clan, raising bees was not particularly challenging, and securing a steady supply of honey was a boon. Thus, Sharin quickly agreed and stated her condition. "I want half." "Deal." Kamizuki's swift agreement stemmed from her true intentions not being honey. As an inexperienced farmer, she had been racking her brain over the past few days, recalling vital information from farming novels she had read in her previous life. She remembered that placing a few hives near fields could significantly boost the yield of rapeseed and fruit trees, in addition to providing honey and beeswax as byproducts. With Ban lifting her house arrest, Kamizuki finally seized the opportunity to visit her fields. She attempted to utilize her wood release to cultivate a high yield of crops, including her cherished sweet potatoes, and corn. Had it not been for her fear of depleting her irreplaceable energy, she might have planted an entire field. For after enduring years of food scarcity in the ninja world, her cravings had multiplied. Aside from sending most of her harvest back to her clan and reserving a portion for Kazuko, the remainder was prepared as seeds for planting. Kamizuki was eager to ascertain whether her wood-release creations could sprout and yield like natural plants. She silently prayed, hoping that these wood-release creations would grow new shoots and bear fruit, for only then could she plant them in bulk and promote cultivation throughout the ninja realm. After settling everything, Kamizuki, having not visited the fields for some time, realized that her farmland had transformed completely since her last visit. Under Kazuko's capable leadership, everything thrived without requiring her attention. As autumn winds blew and winter approached, the fields appeared desolate. Typically, at this time, even the most diligent farmers would need a respite. Yet Kazuko led efforts to construct a modest greenhouse in the fields. With the assistance of Uchiha ninjas, no challenge proved insurmountable. When Hayato and Yuta found themselves idle, they occasionally ventured into the greenhouse to unleash a few fireballs, ensuring the interior remained warm and allowing scallions, leeks, and radishes to flourish. Even the chicks and ducklings had a place to weather the winter. The chicks and ducklings that Kamizuki had sent earlier had shed their down, growing steadily on a diet of grain, gradually developing feathers. Soon, they would lay eggs, and by the next year, fresh chicken and duck meat would be on the table. As Kamizuki and Kazuko planted sprouting potatoes in the greenhouse, her eyes sparkled with hope.